The Middom Project. Folio 874. By Anna Lee. Chapter 1, Stories. I had always been drawn to stories. Some of my earliest memories return to that wide window bench, built into the structure of the 33-story building where we lived, a quiet ledge from which the world below seemed both visible and distant. From the 24th floor, I would look down on the swimming pool that lay empty for most of the year, its pale surface collecting dust instead of water, and beyond it, the tops of trees that bent uneasily in strong winds, their roots sometimes too shallow to hold them steady. People moved beneath those trees, appearing and disappearing under their canopies, reduced by distance to something almost abstract. They seemed no more real to me than the figures that populated the stories my mother read aloud, or the rarer occasions when my father took her place. Both existed at a remove, observable, but not entirely reachable. My grandmother's stories were different. She lived with us, occupying the third bedroom, and it was she who walked me to kindergarten and later to primary school. With her came a steady stream of narratives, though they did not come from books. They were lived, carried forward through memory rather than print. She spoke of her youth during what she called the Great Cultural Abandonment, a time of upheaval that she described not with abstraction, but with detail. She spoke of being sent to the countryside with millions of others, of learning not in classrooms under fluorescent light, but under an open sky that offered no such comfort. There was mud, exhaustion, hunger. There was also, unexpectedly, laughter. Sharp and bright, cutting through even the harshest moments. Her lessons had been simple and unforgiving: take what you can, because it will not remain. Like many of her generation, she carried those years with her. She was thin, even then, and ate sparingly, habits shaped by scarcity that no later stability could fully undo. Yet it was not the hardship alone that stayed with me, it was the texture of her stories. The sensation of mud between toes, the dull ache of overworked muscles, the way her voice, worn by age, still held something vivid beneath it. They felt closer to truth than the grander tales I had been given elsewhere, though they were no less distant from my own life. Ours was not a wealthy household, but we had benefited from the momentum of the times. My parents had purchased the apartment shortly after I was born, and over the years, through steady repayments and rising property values, they secured a degree of comfort. I was an only child, a common circumstance then, and that, in its own way, shaped everything. I had my own room. I had books, more than I could reasonably read, and a doll's house that bore no resemblance to anything I had ever seen in reality. It was a 2-story villa, neatly molded in plastic, suggestive of a world where space was abundant and lives unfolded at a gentler pace. It did not reflect our own environment, but it provided something else, a stage. In that space, I built my own stories. Like many only children, I learned early that attention, in the absence of siblings, must come from elsewhere. Often, that meant my parents, though not always willingly. Increasingly, it meant something else entirely. The smartphone became a substitute, first a novelty, then a fixture. It was offered as a distraction, and quickly became something more persistent, its presence difficult to limit once introduced. Children my age had them early. I was no exception. They were filled with games designed to occupy hours, and often they did. In homes, lifts, restaurants, everywhere, the sounds of those games spilled outward unchecked, merging into a constant, unremarked noise. Even later, that volume rarely diminished, it simply shifted form, carried into adulthood in voices that rose easily and without restraint. I was not quieter than the others, not then. But I found little interest in the games themselves. Their repetition dulled quickly, and I lacked both the patience and the dexterity to progress through them with any real satisfaction. The stories they offered, simplistic, familiar, felt worn long before I had finished with them. Instead, I found myself drawn to something else entirely. The camera. By then, I had already grown tired of the stories that seemed to repeat endlessly, the same journeys, the same heroes, the same conflicts dressed in slightly altered forms. Even the more recent dramas, with their polished settings and familiar archetypes, began to blur together. What interested me was not the distant past or imagined worlds, but the present, its immediacy, its unpredictability, which arrived most forcefully in the form of the Great Plague. But even that offered only a brief interruption. And although its presence lingered it in the forms of masks and bouts of testing during the occasions when the virus drew closer, we were too far from the epicenter, our city too small to feel much more than a gentle shaking of the earth. If I could have, I would have spent hours watching the small dramas of everyday life unfold. But there was little time for that. My days were structured, predictable, early mornings, long hours at school, evenings filled with homework before sleep. Weekends offered something different, though not entirely free. There was still work to be done, but there were also moments, small gaps in which something else could take shape. At restaurants, while my family talked, I would quietly lift my phone, pretending to play, while instead capturing images and short fragments of video. People at nearby tables, waiters moving between them, gestures half seen and quickly forgotten. I began to imagine their lives. Illnesses invented from passing expressions. Relationships constructed from brief exchanges. Successes, failures, private tensions, all built from fragments. I placed these unseen narratives onto people who would never know it, shaping stories from observation alone. At the time, it did not occur to me that I might one day become part of such a story myself, that I might be observed, interpreted, and understood only in fragments, just as they had been. Junior secondary school, as I first imagined it, held the promise of expansion, a widening of life beyond the confines of home. I pictured it as an adventure, a dormitory filled with girls my age, all of us living together for the first time, inventing stories, forming alliances, discovering the quiet intimacies of friendship. It did not seem daunting then. If anything, it felt like a natural next step, a progression into something richer. The rhythm of the week reinforced that illusion. We would return home on weekends, greeted at the school gates by parents who had spent the week in the peculiar silence that comes from raising an only child. They would take our bags from us almost immediately, as though relieving us of a burden we had barely noticed, and guide us back toward the waiting familiarity of the car. From there, the destination was almost always the same. We ate. Food occupied a central place in our lives that, at the time, felt entirely natural. It was more than sustenance, more even than a gesture of care, it was a language, a habit, a constant. Greetings were replaced with questions of whether one had eaten. Dishes were examined, debated, measured against expectation, too salty, too sweet, insufficient in some way that required articulation. Beneath it all was a quiet certainty, rarely questioned, that what we had was superior. Even with limited exposure to anything beyond our own cuisine, we believed in its primacy. To suggest otherwise was not simply disagreement, but a kind of offense. It was only much later that I began to question that certainty. Whether it had its roots in older scarcity, where food had once been uncertain and therefore elevated beyond measure. Or whether it functioned as something more protective, a way of anchoring identity, of avoiding other, less comfortable comparisons. At the time, I did not ask. The reality of junior secondary school unfolded more slowly than I had expected, and not in the direction I had imagined. If I were to search for a comparison now, it would not be to the imagined camaraderie of youthful adventure, but to something closer to confinement, an environment structured less by possibility than by control. But it did not reveal itself immediately. The beginning was, as beginnings often are, filled with a kind of brightness. There were familiar faces to rediscover, new ones to learn, and the steady hum of anticipation that accompanies any fresh start. For a while, that was enough. Academically, I occupied an unremarkable middle ground. I performed well enough to avoid concern, but not well enough to distinguish myself. Mathematics, much to my parents' disappointment, remained a persistent weakness. It was an inconvenient flaw at a time when the nation's ambitions were increasingly defined by technology, by semiconductors, energy storage, robotics. Parents spoke of these fields with a mixture of pride and expectation, imagining futures for their children that aligned neatly with the country's trajectory. It was clear, even then, that I would not follow that path. Where others pursued clarity, scores, rankings, measurable outcomes, I found myself drawn, however tentatively, towards something less defined. The arts offered no such certainty. There were no clean metrics, no straightforward progression. It was a space one entered either by inclination or by exclusion, and I could not yet tell which applied to me. Even so, the subjects that might have nurtured that inclination were curiously lifeless. The humanities, politics, history, geography, Middom were delivered in a manner that drained them of vitality. They existed as material to be memorized, not explored. There was little room for imagination, and whatever curiosity I had brought with me began, gradually, to recede. If childhood ended anywhere, it was there. Not in a single moment, but through accumulation. Homework expanded to fill the available space, encroaching first on leisure, then on sleep. Time for reflection narrowed until it existed only in fragments, in the quiet of a shower, or in the brief interval before sleep overtook thought entirely. Imagination did not disappear, but it became intermittent, surfacing more fully only during the longer breaks when pressure eased. Like most at that age, I adapted without fully understanding what I was adapting to. Days became structured around tasks, around the steady succession of tests that provided the only clear markers of progress. Purpose, if it existed, was difficult to grasp. It lingered somewhere indistinct, just beyond reach. And so I drifted, held in place not by direction, but by momentum, measuring myself in increments that felt, even then, insufficient. In my second year, everything shifted. Not gradually, as one might expect, but with a suddenness that left me unprepared. At the time, it felt as though events had gathered of their own accord, converging without warning. Only much later could I trace it back to a single moment, small enough to pass unnoticed, yet decisive in all that followed. It began, as many such things do, in the press of a crowded corridor. Students were rushing between classes, movement reduced to instinct rather than intention. A book fell. A glancing collision, nothing more, and landed at my feet. I crouched automatically, lifted it, and rose, brushing my hair aside as I did so. The boy in front of me was familiar only in the vaguest sense. I recognized his face without ever having known his name. I handed him the book. He smiled, openly, almost gratefully. I returned it, more cautiously, and continued on my way. I did not think about it again. Others, it seemed, did. The first sign came the following evening, framed as curiosity but carrying something else beneath it. "Do you really like G?" a classmate asked. "Who?" I replied, confused. "Your boyfriend." The word felt misplaced, almost absurd. I denied it, flatly, without hesitation, but the denial failed to function as one. It was received instead as evasion. Only when she described him did the moment in the corridor return to me. "I picked up his book," I said. "That's all." But the simplicity of that explanation did not survive contact with the version that had already begun to circulate. What had been incidental was reshaped into intention. What had been silent was given dialogue. The story, once formed, required no further input from me. At the time, I felt only irritation. I did not yet understand that something larger was already in motion, that the narrative had detached itself from its origin and was gathering weight elsewhere. By the start of the following week, it had taken hold. Whispers gave way to open suggestion, suggestion to assertion. Somewhere in that progression, the story reached a teacher, and with that, it crossed an invisible boundary, from student gossip into institutional concern. That was when it ceased to be trivial. I was called out in front of the class. The humiliation, which had until then existed in fragments, became formalized. From there, I was taken to the year-level coordinator. She began berating me before the door had even closed, her voice carrying far beyond the confines of the room. At the time, I experienced it simply as anger, misdirected, excessive. I retreated into silence, not yet equipped to challenge it. Only later did I understand what lay beneath her words. It was not about truth. It was about reputation. The possibility that such a rumor might circulate beyond the school, that it might reflect poorly, was enough. In that moment, I ceased to be an individual and became instead a liability, something to be corrected, contained, or, if necessary, sacrificed to preserve the larger image. That understanding did not come to me then. It came 4 years later, when the same logic revealed itself more clearly. By then, I was in my final year of senior high school. As university applications loomed, I found myself subjected to a different kind of pressure. Teachers who had once dismissed me now urged me, insisted, even, that I apply to study history at the capital's most prestigious university. At first, I was confused. There was no clear future in it, no demand for graduates, no path that aligned with the practical realities we had always been warned about. It made no sense, until it did. The value was not in my future, but in theirs. A student admitted to such an institution became proof, evidence that the school could produce excellence, that it was a pathway to the highest levels of achievement. It was not guidance I was being offered, but direction. My preferences were irrelevant. My hesitation was dismissed. What mattered was the outcome, not for me, but for the narrative they wished to construct. Looking back, I see the continuity more clearly than I did then. The rumor, the reprimand, the quiet reassignment of identity, each was part of the same pattern. Individual will subsumed beneath institutional need. Truth adjusted to fit expectation. By the time I understood it, the consequences were already fixed. But that understanding did nothing to soften what came before. In the immediate aftermath of the rumors, the school responded with a series of lectures, broad, moralizing, impersonal. We were reminded of our responsibilities, to our families, to the country, to our future. The language was general, but its application was not. I became, quietly but unmistakably, the example. Character was assigned to me, faulty, suspect. Denial only confirmed suspicion. Each attempt to explain was absorbed and repurposed. In time, I stopped trying. The days became something to endure. I waited for the end of the week with a kind of quiet desperation, convinced that home might offer some reprieve. It did not. When I saw my parents waiting, something in my mother's expression made it clear that the story had reached them already, shaped and delivered in a form I would not be able to alter. The car ride was tense, punctuated only by a question that carried more accusation than curiosity. Had an interesting week? I said nothing. There was nothing I could say that would be heard as truth. We went, unexpectedly, to my favorite restaurant, my father's intervention, I realized later. I had no appetite. He ordered for me anyway. We ate in silence. For a brief moment, as we returned home, I allowed myself to believe that the worst had passed, that whatever had unfolded at school might end there, contained. Inside, the door closed behind us with deliberate care. My mother called my name. I turned. What followed was immediate, decisive. Her open hand crashed into the side of my face. And in that moment, I understood, though only dimly then, that this was not something that would simply fade. It would follow, shape, and, in time, direct the course of what came next. It was my father who came to me later, after the house had settled into a strained quiet. By then, the mark of my mother's hand had spread into a mottled redness across my cheek, and the dull ache in my body had begun to settle into something heavier, more persistent. Where I had fallen, the porcelain tiles had left their own quiet imprint. The skin on my knees had broken and stiffened, the blood already drying into something tight and uncomfortable. He sat beside me without speaking. He did not ask what had happened, there was no need. The story had already been decided, shaped elsewhere, delivered to him in its final form. Nor did he reach for the small, obvious things, the streak of blood along my leg, the swelling, the signs that might have invited some practical gesture of care. Instead, he remained still, his presence offering something less tangible, but no less significant. It was, I realize now, the closest I came to comfort. He stayed for a while, then left as quietly as he had arrived. Whether what followed had already begun within me, or whether it was formed in that moment, I cannot say with certainty. What we later came to call the anger of youth, a phrase offered half in explanation, half in dismissal, seemed to take hold then, not as something fleeting, but as something fixed. It did not flare and recede, it settled. I withdrew. Where others of my age moved between defiance and laughter, I remained closed. The small recoveries that might have softened the experience never came. I did not return to ease in the company of others. By then, I no longer had friends, only those who had watched, repeated, or quietly accepted what had been said. Acquaintances, at best. Witnesses, more often. The story itself did not remain contained. It took on a life beyond me, reshaped and retold until it settled into something resembling folklore within the school. My name was no longer required, only a number, a reference, enough to prompt recognition. Remember when 874? It would surface like that, abruptly, detached from its origin, as though it belonged to no one in particular. And yet, strangely, it was G, the boy at the center of it all, who came to occupy a different space in my thoughts during that remaining year and a half. We never spoke. That would have been unthinkable, an invitation to reopen something that had never truly closed. He had been moved out of my classes, another quiet adjustment designed to prevent further complication. But I saw him. Not often, but enough. A glance across a corridor, a moment in passing. Sometimes I would feel it before I saw it, the weight of his attention, the hesitation that accompanied it. When our eyes met, there was something unmistakable in his expression. Not defiance, not even embarrassment in its usual form, but something closer to horror, followed, almost immediately, by shame. For a long time, I met that look with nothing but hostility. It took a year, an entire year, for that to change, and even then, only slightly. Time, in its slow and indifferent way, had worn down something in me. Not forgiveness, not entirely, but a recognition that had not been possible before. He had not emerged from it unscathed. Whatever part he had played, he had also borne its consequences. He was, in his own way, both participant and casualty. The first shift was almost imperceptible. A look that held less sharpness. Then, eventually, something more deliberate, a nod. It required more effort than it should have. When I learned that we would not attend the same senior high school, I felt a quiet, unspoken relief. It was not resolution, but it was distance. Space enough, perhaps, for something to settle. The final moment came unexpectedly. We were walking in the same direction, though on opposite sides of the street. I had not noticed him until he was suddenly there, only a short distance ahead. There was no time to prepare, no opportunity to avoid it. We turned toward each other at the same moment, as though guided by something neither of us had intended. And then, without thinking, I smiled. It was small, hesitant, but genuine, untouched by the caution that had defined everything before it. There was no calculation in it, no attempt to manage what it might mean. He returned it immediately. Then, almost as quickly, something in him faltered. The color drained from his face. He turned away, covering it with his hands, and leaned forward until his forehead rested against the trunk of a nearby tree, as though the moment itself had become too much to hold. I remember standing there for a second longer than necessary, watching, before continuing on. It was, in its own way, an ending. Not a reconciliation, not even an understanding fully formed. But a brief, unguarded acknowledgement of something that had once seemed impossible to move beyond. I have never forgotten it. Chapter 2, A Very Private Life. I passed the middle school examinations with less emotion than I might once have imagined. There was no sense of triumph attached to it, no feeling of emergence into something brighter. By then, the label that had been attached to me, the girl of uncertain morals, had settled too deeply to be shaken loose by a set of examination results. Punishment, I learned, does not always end when the original offense fades. Sometimes it becomes habitual, sustained not by fresh wrongdoing but by repetition and convenience. Parents, wary that I might somehow corrupt their daughters, discouraged closeness. Teachers, still resentful of the disruption they believed I had caused, ensured the story lingered. It became easier for everyone if I remained fixed in that role. And so I withdrew. The separation became mutual, almost unspoken. I had no longer joined the loose circles of girls gathered around whispered gossip, shared jokes, or discussions of the latest songs and dramas. Instead, I had stayed on my bunk with a book or searched for quiet corners where I could study undisturbed. Isolation, at first imposed, gradually hardened into routine. Ironically, it improved my grades. Freed, or perhaps cut off, from distraction, I studied more seriously than before. My results climbed steadily, though never high enough to place me among the truly elite students. The improvement did not alter how I was seen. At most, it produced reluctant surprise. Oh, someone would remark when results were posted, she did better than I expected. Nothing more. That summer, I remember feeling more content than I had in a very long time. There was no dramatic reason for it, only a quiet easing of the pressure that had sat on my shoulders for years. I returned to making videos, carrying my phone with me wherever I went, capturing fragments of ordinary life. Most often it was people who interested me, faces glimpsed in a mall, expressions caught between moments, gestures that revealed more than words ever could. Though now and then I filmed places as well, alleyways washed in afternoon heat or streets glowing beneath LEDs after rain. What fascinated me most at the time were beauty filters. The young, and increasingly the not-so-young, had begun passing nearly every photograph through them. Dating sites became fields of disappointment, populated by carefully edited faces that bore only passing resemblance to reality. Back then, I accepted the phenomenon as something natural enough. Of course people wanted to look prettier. Of course women, and sometimes men, preferred softened skin, larger eyes, narrower faces. It did not strike me as strange. Only later did I come to see it as part of something deeper, a cultural discomfort with truth itself. We had begun sanding away imperfections not only from photographs, but from life. There was an unspoken belief that if reality could be presented attractively enough, perhaps it might somehow become attractive in fact. A smiling photograph uploaded to social media became less a record of happiness than an attempt to manufacture it. Those images, whether photographs, videos, or fantasies circulated from mind to mind, had not merely entered society, they had embedded themselves within it. Increasingly, we preferred polished representations to uncomfortable truths. We concealed flaws rather than confronting them, and in doing so dulled the instinct for introspection. Perfection, or the performance of it, became more important than growth. At the time, however, I understood only that the filters were becoming ubiquitous. My interest was not in making myself beautiful, beauty was the last thing I cared about then, but in understanding how such transformations could be achieved so effortlessly. I downloaded professional editing software and spent countless hours experimenting with photographs. I must have examined thousands of altered images that summer. I studied hairlines, facial proportions, skin tone, lighting, lips, eyes, noses, chins, ears. I compared subtle filters with dramatic ones, learning to recognize the tiny adjustments that changed a face without appearing to do so. Without quite noticing, I became something close to an expert. And through that process I discovered something that genuinely surprised me. Every filter, no matter how sophisticated, functioned in essentially the same way. It compared a person's features against the creator's ideal standard of beauty, then nudged the original image toward that standard. A 10% adjustment produced a flattering version of the individual. A 90% adjustment produced something else entirely, not the person themselves, but an increasingly artificial approximation of an imagined ideal. What these filters created was not beauty, but uniformity. The thought reminded me of the education system almost immediately. How could it not? In Middom, everyone was compelled not merely to study the same subjects, but to study them in the same manner, using the same routines, even the same questions, then arriving at the same approved answers. It was not only photographs that were being reshaped towards somebody else's standard, but people themselves. Whether I had been molded 10% toward that ideal or 90%, I could not have said. Yet I understood instinctively that the rare scraps of freedom I possessed, weekends, holidays, stolen hours alone, determined how much of myself remained intact. I never shared any of these observations with anyone. Looking back, I suppose I had no one with whom I could truly share them. Perhaps those realizations led me, indirectly, toward another decision, one both trivial and strangely significant. I cut my hair. Knowing I possessed ownership over neither my time nor even my own body, I told no one beforehand. Had I announced the idea, it would have been stopped long before I ever reached the salon. So I simply went one afternoon, and when I returned home, the reaction was immediate. My mother exploded with anger. Even now, I do not fully understand why. She had never seemed especially attached to my hair, nor was it some reckless act of self-mutilation. The cut was tasteful, professionally done, entirely ordinary. Perhaps, in the end, it was never really about the hair at all. Perhaps it was about control. Parents often imagine that their authority over their children is permanent, that however strained things become, some invisible tether will always remain in their hands. By then, my mother must have sensed that the tether had already snapped. 18 months earlier she had not merely crossed a boundary between us, she had demolished it. In Middom, rebellion rarely announced itself openly. We did not confront authority directly. We evaded it, obscured ourselves from it, learned to frustrate rather than defy. I was never openly rude to my mother. I had simply become cool in a way she could neither predict nor control. The moment I saw her expression, I understood what was coming. This time, though, I was prepared. By then I was taller than she was. I kept my distance and my hands ready. I could see that she wanted to strike me, but she stopped herself. She understood that I was no longer a child she could physically overpower. So instead she shouted, unleashing anger in waves, searching for the reaction she wanted from me. I gave her none. I had seen the same tactic used before by teachers, fury seeking submission. Calmness, I had learned, unsettled anger far more effectively than resistance. So I simply let her exhaust herself. Then, as I turned to walk away, I said quietly, I thought you might like it. Boys only like girls that have long hair. Senior high school did not erase what had happened. It merely softened its edges. The past lingered the way chalk remains faintly visible on a blackboard after an inattentive cleaning. Lighter, less immediate, but still readable to anyone who looked closely enough. Former classmates carried fragments of the story with them into the new school, and whispers quickly found fresh corridors to travel through. Even teachers, I suspected, received diluted versions passed along quietly from the previous administration. But by then, something within me had changed. What had once been confusion or hurt had gradually condensed into intention. Not a fully formed plan, not yet, but the beginnings of one. I understood, dimly at first, that survival depended upon transformation. Outwardly, I became compliant, the chastened student, quiet and studious, seemingly determined to correct her earlier failings. Inwardly, however, I had already begun imagining escape. I thought of it then as emergence, though I underestimated how difficult emergence truly is. The country around us was already beginning to tighten. Opportunities narrowed even as official rhetoric insisted the opposite. Control extended quietly into every stage of life, and for those of my generation, genuine autonomy remained elusive long after childhood supposedly ended. Perhaps it was fortunate that I did not yet fully grasp that reality. Hope survives more easily in ignorance. The first year of senior high school brought another division, one presented as rational and inevitable, humanities or science. Those two streams defined nearly everything that followed. Once assigned, the curriculum became rigid, the future increasingly prescribed. For me, the choice should have been obvious. My strongest grades were in the humanities. More importantly, my instincts belonged there. Science demanded a certainty of mind that I did not possess, while the humanities still offered traces, however faint, of interpretation, ambiguity, and imagination. Even strategically, it was the easier path. But the assumption underlying all of this was that the decision belonged to me. It did not. My preferences occupied a distant second place behind the ambitions of my parents and teachers. At the time, despite mounting evidence to the contrary, the nation remained enthralled by the promise of technological supremacy. We were told relentlessly that the future belonged to engineers, programmers, robotics specialists, the architects of the coming age. Behind that rhetoric, however, another reality had already begun to emerge. Universities were producing graduates faster than meaningful work could absorb them, while automation and artificial intelligence quietly consumed many of the very professions students were being pushed toward. But parents rarely make decisions based on futures not yet visible. They look backward, toward what has already produced status and income, and attempt to project that certainty forward. Across Middom, mothers and fathers scoured rankings, salaries, employment statistics, searching for the safest road through an increasingly unstable world. Their children, isolated within the narrow confines of school life, were in little position to argue. Most complied because they lacked both knowledge and leverage. I was unusual only in that I resisted. Not openly. Open resistance would have failed immediately. Instead, I guided events more carefully. I realized early that it was not teachers who needed convincing, but my parents. And so I began, quietly, to dismantle their confidence in my ability to succeed in the sciences. I completed assignments diligently enough to avoid accusations of laziness, but my attention was never truly there. My grades declined, not catastrophically, but consistently enough to create anxiety. As the decision drew nearer, my parents became increasingly distressed. I had succeeded in persuading them of one thing at least, that I would struggle in the sciences. Yet they clung just as firmly to another belief, that the humanities represented surrender, a slow drift toward irrelevance and insecurity. In the end, I secured my place in the humanities not through excellence, but through elimination. I made every other option appear untenable. It was a victory of sorts, though not a satisfying one. Once again, I found myself positioned as a disappointment. My parents viewed the outcome less as a choice than as evidence of failure. Their disapproval settled over the house with familiar heaviness, and I retreated, as I often did then, into the privacy of my room. There, alone, I allowed myself to imagine that perhaps one day this path, my path, might still lead somewhere worth reaching. The final 2 years of senior high school now exist in my memory as a kind of blur, an endless procession of classrooms, examination papers, fluorescent lights, and exhaustion, all narrowing toward the university entrance exams that waited at the end like a distant border crossing. They were difficult years, joyless in many respects, yet bearable for one reason alone, the belief that somewhere beyond them lay escape. Most people regarded the examination certificate as a ticket toward stability, respectability, or financial security. For me, it meant something simpler and infinitely more valuable. It was a ticket out. Even during those years, I continued filming and editing videos and photographs whenever time allowed. I learned how to manipulate contrast and lighting, how to isolate an object within an image, how subtle changes in focus altered emotion and meaning. Increasingly, I found myself thinking at the margins of things, reducing images down to pixels, studying how tiny adjustments transformed the whole. Those moments, however, became rarer and rarer. They existed only as rewards stolen from the endless cycle of study. Most of my life unfolded in a silence of my own making, almost monastic in its discipline. News from outside the classroom reached me only in fragments, unless it was significant enough to rupture the routine entirely. Usually that meant somebody breaking under the pressure. Every so often a classmate would vanish from school after some collapse, exhaustion, panic, despair, though nobody spoke openly about such things. The departure scarcely affected me personally. I was close to none of them. Yet beneath the official concern lingered another unspoken sentiment, one nobody dared articulate aloud. Of course she did. The only time I remember speaking openly about it was after a teacher grabbed hold of a boy standing near the edge of the school roof, desperately trying to coax him back down while insisting everything would be all right. The panic in the teacher's voice stayed with me far longer than the boy himself. I did not hate my classmates. By then I simply understood that acceptance was never going to be offered to me, and strangely, I no longer blamed them for it. Their lives were controlled almost as tightly as my own, even down to the friendships they were permitted, implicitly or otherwise, to cultivate. Any hurt I might once have felt had long since washed away. Their distance suited me. Solitude became easier than longing. And as my isolation deepened, my mark steadily climbed. Not enough to threaten the coveted first-place rankings that consumed the ambitions of the truly elite students, but enough that I consistently hovered near the top of the class. Even mathematics, once a source of frustration, began improving noticeably. Years later, I realized something that would have astonished my teachers: my academic improvement had come not despite my outside interests, but because of them. Throughout school we were warned that anything not tightly aligned with the curriculum was a distraction: photography, editing, art, hobbies, independent curiosity. Such pursuits were treated almost as contaminants that diluted academic performance. Yet the opposite had proven true for me. Photography had not taught me mathematics or politics directly. It had taught me something more fundamental: that details mattered. That true understanding required descending to the smallest components of how something functioned. Whether examining a photograph, an equation, or a political slogan, the principle remained the same. One had to look beneath the surface. The weeks passed one by one, each another mark scratched toward the finish line, until eventually the examinations themselves arrived in early June. The course I intended to pursue did not require extraordinary scores. Visual arts occupied no prestigious summit within the academic hierarchy. Parents and students alike sought certainty: engineering, finance, medicine, anything that promised status and high salaries. Art represented the opposite: instability, ambiguity, risk. The argument over my future had stretched across many months. In the end, I prevailed not through brilliance or persistence, but through the simple absence of better alternatives. No one could quite determine what else to force me toward. After the examinations ended, and my departure for university finally became imminent, something in my mother seemed to shift. Perhaps for the first time, she understood that the future might stretch beyond control and conflict, that if she wanted any relationship with me later in life, it could no longer be built through force. By then there were no victories left for either of us to claim. Only a few remaining weeks before I left home. My father arranged a beach holiday on Teardrop Island, aptly named both for its shape and, as I thought privately at the time, for the tears it had cost me merely to reach the starting line of my own life. Chapter 3: The Pearl of Middom. The university I eventually chose stood in a city that occupied an outsized place in the imagination of Middom. Even those who had never seen it spoke of it differently, as though it existed slightly apart from the rest of the country. It carried associations of risk, ambition, reinvention, qualities celebrated far more often than they were truly embodied. Unlike the ancient capitals inland, whose histories pressed heavily upon every street and stone, this city felt comparatively young, unfinished, almost improvisational. That, I think, was part of its appeal to me. Sameness rarely leaves a lasting impression; it is difference that lodges itself in memory. Yet the city was not without history. Its past simply wore a different face. Open to the coast and vulnerable to the sea, it had spent 2 centuries subjected to foreign intrusion, occupation, and humiliation, stories repeated endlessly throughout our education until they became inseparable from the city itself. We were taught to view those outsiders with bitterness, and perhaps there was reason for it. Yet, even then, I could not ignore a quieter contradiction. Much of what endured had been left behind by them. The old riverside buildings, constructed in stone and brick, possessed a solidity that newer structures rarely achieved. Their facades bore the marks of craftsmanship rather than speed, of permanence rather than expedience. Long after the people who built them had vanished, and long after the empires that commissioned them had collapsed into memory, the buildings themselves remained, weathered, certainly, but still standing with a kind of quiet confidence. I remember the first time I stood on the city's famous esplanade and looked down the long rows of those structures facing the river. They had been transformed into symbols within our national mythology, reminders of weakness, invasion, humiliation, but standing before them produced a more complicated feeling. Beside them rose the towers of modern Middom, vast and gleaming, built to project power and inevitability. Yet it was the older buildings that seemed somehow more assured. They appeared almost to mock the skyscrapers looming above them, as though they already understood what the newer structures did not, that endurance and height were not the same thing. The towers strained upward in glass and steel, desperate to announce themselves as the future, while the older stone buildings simply remained, unmoved by the need to prove anything at all. I suspected even then that many of those modern giants would not survive half as long. Across the river stood the television tower, once celebrated as the tallest structure in Middom, a monument to ambition during the years when ambition alone was mistaken for destiny. It rose like a giant rocket fixed permanently to its launch pad, all suggestion and symbolism, forever poised for ascent yet never quite escaping gravity. At the time, I thought it resembled the country itself. University was, without question, a beginning. Not a perfect erasure of what had come before, but something close enough that, for the first time in years, the past no longer seemed to dominate every room I entered. The city itself helped with that. It possessed a vitality unlike anything I had previously known, a restless brightness that made my earlier life feel muted by comparison. Its lights, crowds, noise, and constant movement pushed old memories backward into shadow. For a while, I allowed myself to believe I had escaped them. A loose circle of friends formed around me quickly enough. We drifted together through proximity and shared circumstance, as students often do, and I found myself once again part of a group rather than observing from its edges. Yet even then, I held something back. I participated without fully surrendering myself to belonging. There remained a difference between us, though it took time to fully understand it. I had arrived at university with purpose already forming inside me, however uncertain its final shape. Many of the others had not chosen their path so much as been directed toward it, carried there by parental expectation, examination scores, and inertia. At first, that distinction was hidden beneath the excitement of arrival. Our introduction to university life began, as it did for most students then, with military training. It was a ritual more symbolic than useful, though no less exhausting for that. Many of the girls, unaccustomed to physical strain, found the endless drills far more punishing than they had anticipated. Complaints filled the dormitories each evening in hushed but relentless waves. It was through those shared discomforts that our first bonds formed. When classes finally began, I remained cautious. Experience had taught me how quickly circumstances could shift, how fragile acceptance often was. I revealed little of myself, spoke carefully, and watched more than I contributed. As those first weeks unfolded, slowly, delicately, like fronds uncurling towards sunlight, I became quietly grateful for my restraint. University offered reinvention largely because no one yet knew enough about one another to destroy it. It was during that first month that I realized how much I had already learned in the fragments of time scattered across my childhood and adolescence. Many of my classmates were encountering cameras, editing software, and composition seriously for the first time. For me, much of it already felt familiar. I had spent years teaching myself in stolen hours, experimenting, observing, failing privately. The university refined those skills, certainly, and occasionally introduced approaches I had not considered, but rarely did it feel entirely new. There were other differences as well. By the time I arrived, I already possessed a hard drive crowded with footage collected over years, along with something less tangible but perhaps more important, ambition sharpened by fear. I understood, even then, how precarious the future had become. Technical ability alone no longer guaranteed anything. The market was saturated, opportunities scarce, and every year universities released another flood of graduates into an economy already struggling to absorb the previous wave. I did not want to return home after graduation like so many other graduates, to retreat back into dependency, living indefinitely beneath my parents' roof while pretending that circumstances were temporary. Fear of that possibility drove me as much as passion ever did. Before arriving at university, I had already created a social media channel reviewing local fashion stores and shopping districts. It taught me an early and uncomfortable lesson: quality meant very little without visibility. The true challenge was not production, but attention. Success depended less on talent than on timing, marketing, and the ability to carve out a recognizable niche before someone else occupied it. Throughout those early months, I spent nearly every weekend wandering through different districts of the city with the video camera I had persuaded my parents to buy for me. I treated the city almost like a text that needed decoding. I explored shopping streets, residential districts, cafes, riversides, older neighborhoods awaiting demolition, searching not only for footage, but for possibilities. The university workload itself rarely troubled me. Much of the first year consisted of introductory classes and assignments that felt formulaic, tasks I could complete quickly through experience rather than effort. If something failed to interest me, I moved through it rapidly and efficiently, often achieving high grades almost by reflex. Occasionally, however, a project aligned with my own interests, or overlapped with one of the many personal ventures I was pursuing outside class. Those moments mattered more. Within months, I had accumulated several channels. One documented the life of a first-year student navigating university and city life. Another focused on fashion stores and shopping areas. A third explored neighborhoods, property prices, restaurants, and urban development. None were particularly original. None attracted significant attention. That failure forced me into careful observation. I studied successful creators obsessively, hoping to identify some hidden quality that separated them from the thousands of others producing similar material. What I found instead was deeply discouraging. Excellence was not the decisive factor. Visibility bred visibility. Those who arrived early accumulated followers, and followers ensured algorithms continued feeding them attention. Meanwhile, smaller creators remained buried, rarely even presented to viewers. The challenge was not producing good work. It was being seen at all. During that first year, I committed myself to one additional project: building my own website. I wanted a platform independent of the shifting currents of social media, something that might eventually support commissioned work or provide a degree of stability should the larger platforms turn hostile or indifferent. To everyone around me, however, my life appeared entirely ordinary. My classmates assumed I spent my evenings much as they did, working through assignments, studying for tests, resting between classes. The assumption persisted partly because my grades remained consistently near the top of the cohort. Outwardly, I fulfilled every expectation placed upon me. I attended social events, joined activities, shared meals and conversations. But the work that mattered most to me happened elsewhere, alone. My explorations of the city were solitary by design. Even then, I understood something that felt uncomfortable to admit: friendship at university was temporary, but competition would endure long after graduation. One day, those sitting beside me in class would be rivals for the same shrinking opportunities. I never forgot that. I returned home during every holiday break, though not out of longing. The university reclaimed the dormitories each summer and winter, squeezing additional income from training programs and short courses designed to capture as much of the country's shrinking youth population as possible. Students like me were simply displaced in the process, folded temporarily back into the lives we had hoped to outgrow. There was little waiting for me at home. Friends had drifted away or settled into lives that no longer intersected with mine, and although time apart had softened the sharpest edges of my relationship with my parents, the peace never lasted. Familiar tensions would slowly curdle beneath the surface until the house once again felt claustrophobic. Each return reminded me not only that I did not belong there anymore, but that time itself was slipping forward while I remained without any clear plan for the future. By the beginning of my second year at university, I was running 6 separate social media channels across multiple platforms. A couple had crossed the threshold for monetization, though the achievement was almost comically modest. The revenue from weeks of work might buy little more than a bowl of noodles. Still, I saved every cent of it. Watching those tiny figures accumulate inside my bank account became strangely important to me, tangible proof that my efforts, however small, possessed some measurable value. At the same time, the balance served as a constant reminder of how impossibly far I still had to go. Academically, I continued to perform well. My understanding of the material had begun to stretch noticeably beyond that of many classmates, though I rarely spoke about it. Most of my real education took place outside the university anyway, during the long solitary journeys I made into the city with my camera. I wandered constantly, gathering footage, searching for ideas that always seemed just beyond reach. Until then, most of my explorations had followed the subway system, the great arterial lines carrying millions toward the city's outer extremities. Yet beyond those routes lay vast neglected spaces, districts poorly served by transport and largely absent from the polished narratives of urban life. Factories sprawled there among dormitories and decaying housing blocks, hidden in the blind spots between subway lines. One long weekend, I traveled further than usual. I took the subway first, then transferred to buses largely abandoned by anyone who could afford alternatives. The passengers were mostly migrant workers and elderly residents, people too poor or too rooted to escape those districts. Eventually I found myself in bleak industrial outskirts that rarely appeared in social media videos except as passing glimpses through train windows. I walked for perhaps 2 hours through streets lined with cracked pavements and warehouses stained by years of exhaust and rain. Heavy trucks rumbled past more frequently than pedestrians. I filmed continuously, though instinctively I knew most of the footage was unusable. It possessed documentary value perhaps, but little beauty. Eventually I stopped outside a small convenience store whose powder-coated exterior had begun rusting through in broad orange patches. Sitting beneath the faded awning with an iced tea in hand, I let the camera continue recording idle background footage. More B-roll, I remember muttering sarcastically to myself. I had been there perhaps 10 minutes when a group of 4 women approached along the roadside, talking loudly among themselves. They were obviously factory workers, still wearing cheap sun sleeves and carrying the weary posture of people accustomed to long shifts. The moment they noticed the camera, they began waving enthusiastically and calling greetings toward it, instantly ruining whatever atmospheric footage I had hoped to capture. At first, I found it irritating. Such exaggerated performances for cameras were common in poor rural and industrial areas, where appearing briefly on film still carried novelty. Online audiences rarely found it interesting. "Is that your camera?" one of them shouted. I nodded. "I study film," I replied, already half detached from the conversation. "Can you film us?" another asked excitedly. I shrugged, picked up the camera, and pointed it toward them. Immediately they crowded together, grinning and throwing up victory signs with their fingers. "Show us," one demanded moments later. I replayed the footage for them on the viewfinder. Watching their reaction softened something in me almost immediately. Their excitement was so genuine, so uncomplicated, that my earlier boredom suddenly felt mean-spirited. "Can you send it to us?" one asked. I told them I would, already realizing how much pleasure such a trivial thing might bring them. "Can we sit with you?" I nodded again. The conversation that followed was simple. They spoke briefly about their lives. Factory work, low wages, children left behind in villages, endless overtime that nevertheless paid better than anything available back home. There was little drama in what they said because hardship had become ordinary to them long ago. One of the women, caught my attention in particular. She was perhaps 30, moderately attractive in a worn, unguarded way, and mentioned that her village lay somewhere along the railway line leading toward my own hometown. Interesting subjects were rare, and I recognized almost immediately that I had stumbled across one. "Could I film where you work?" I asked. "And where you live? Maybe ask you questions about your life?" Later, I would be grateful that the camera had still been recording. S clapped her hands together excitedly and bounced slightly in her seat like a child reacting to unexpected good news. Then, just as suddenly, she became thoughtful. "I'd have to ask my supervisor," she said. A mischievous smile crept across her face. She turned toward the oldest woman in the group. "Can we?" The older woman considered it for a moment before finally nodding. Immediately the others burst into laughter, hugging one another in excitement as though some unexpected possibility had briefly opened before them. And watching them there, beside that rusting convenience store on the edge of the city, I felt something loosen quietly inside me. It was the smallness of their joys that affected me most, how tightly they clung to them, how fiercely they celebrated even the smallest recognition. Somewhere in that moment I began to understand that happiness, for many people, was not built from grand achievements at all, but from tiny fragments salvaged stubbornly from difficult lives. S took me directly to her workplace. At first glance it appeared almost absurdly simple, a stool positioned before a narrow table. To her right sat stacks of cardboard cones. In front of her rested a pot of glue and neatly cut sheets of glossy paper. To her left were the finished products, those same dull brown cones transformed into brightly colored objects designed to catch the eyes of children. "Show me," I said. S sat down immediately and picked up one of the cones. With quick, practiced movements she brushed on glue, wrapped the precisely cut paper around the cardboard, smoothed it flat, and set it aside before beginning the next. I started filming. What struck me was not the speed of her hands but the absence of hesitation in them. Every motion had long since shed conscious thought. She swiveled mechanically between the stacks, processing each cone with a kind of quiet industrial rhythm, turning anonymous brown cardboard into something cheerful and disposable. I filmed her for perhaps 10 minutes. By the end of it she had completed close to 100 cones. It was good footage. Over the next hour I briefly documented the rest of the factory. Machines rattling, workers bent over repetitive tasks, fluorescent lights casting a lifeless sheen across everything, yet the manufacturing process itself failed to hold my attention for long. What stayed with me instead was where the workers lived. S led me across the compound toward a large brick dormitory topped with a corrugated tin roof. Inside, coal heaters sat at either end of the building, hopelessly inadequate against the scale of the space they were supposed to warm. The room itself was a single vast hall with whitewashed walls already fading beneath layers of dust and age. Rows of bunk beds filled the interior. In theory, it was not so different from my own university dormitory. Yet the atmosphere was immeasurably grimmer. Perhaps it was the exhaustion hanging in the air, or the knowledge that nobody there imagined themselves passing temporarily through that life towards something better. The bathroom was worse. Along one wall stretched a row of squat toilets placed almost shoulder to shoulder, connected by a single exposed pipe running the length of the room. There were no cubicles. Privacy had simply been deemed unnecessary. The showers mirrored the same logic. Bare showerheads protruded from pale green tiled walls opposite a long communal bench. The entire place possessed the exhausted utilitarianism of somewhere built for bodies rather than people. For a while, S and I sat opposite one another on separate bunks while I filmed and asked questions about her work. She explained that she was paid by unit rather than by the hour. Officially, workers could choose how much or how little they worked, though the reality was less flexible than it sounded. Unless management instructed otherwise, it was safer to keep one's hours high, partly for the income, partly to remain valuable enough to retain the job. Recently, she explained while gesturing toward an empty bunk nearby, overtime shifts had begun disappearing. Weekend work had become less common too. It was a familiar story. She admitted that she worried constantly. Her husband worked at the same factory, and if either of them lost their job, the consequences would ripple through the entire family. They already lived divided lives, unemployment might fracture them further still. Then she spoke about her children. A daughter of 5. A son of 4. Both remained back in the village with her mother while she and her husband worked in the city. As she talked about them, her face softened in a way it had not while discussing work. She told me she would see them again in 2 months during the New Year holiday, those brief days each year when families scattered across the country temporarily became whole again. Even then, sitting in that dim dormitory with the camera resting between us, I sensed how much emotional weight rested upon those few days. By the time we finished speaking, evening had begun settling over the factory compound. I filmed the canteen where she ate, metal trays, fluorescent lighting, steam rising from industrial vats, and then finally left. Long afterward, when I reviewed the footage alone in my dormitory, I realized that what affected me most was not the poverty itself. It was the strange coexistence of endurance and tenderness within lives so constrained. Even there, amid dust, glue, bunk beds, and factory sirens, people still preserved fragile little islands of hope for one another. Over the weeks that followed, S remained unexpectedly present in my thoughts. There had been something about her, not simply her circumstances, but the way she carried them with such quiet acceptance, that lingered with me long after our interview ended. I sent her some of the footage I had taken and, not long after, asked whether she would allow me to film her journey home during the New Year period and shape it into a short documentary. It was the kind of story I truly wanted to tell. Not spectacle. Not polished advertisements for a future everyone was instructed to admire. Something smaller, more human. A life suspended between exhaustion and hope. But the interview offered me something else as well. Something less sentimental, though perhaps more important. An idea. I found myself wondering about her future. Did she dream beyond the factory at all? If she did, what shape did those dreams take? Could she imagine herself still standing at the same production line 10 years later, beneath the same fluorescent lights, repeating the same movements until they ceased to feel like actions consciously chosen? Somewhere inside those questions, I sensed possibility. The future, I realized, exerted a peculiar hold over people. It invited speculation, projection, anxiety, fantasy. It was where ambition lived, but also fear. Everyone, regardless of circumstance, carried some imagined version of what awaited them. That made it fertile ground, not only for storytelling, but for attention. And attention, by then, was never far from my mind. So my weekends changed. I still wandered through the city with my camera, but now I carried a prepared set of questions with me, almost all of them directed toward what lay ahead. What did people want from their lives? What did they fear? What did they imagine success would look like? Where did they see themselves in 5 years? 10? The structure itself was remarkably simple. The real skill lay elsewhere, in recognizing which people possessed something that would hold an audience's attention. Sometimes it was beauty. Sometimes charisma. Sometimes merely an unusual combination of circumstance and aspiration that transformed an otherwise ordinary dream into something compelling. I became increasingly selective. In the beginning, none of it was public. I filmed constantly, edited carefully, archived obsessively. But uploaded almost nothing. It may have appeared, from the outside, as though I was producing work without purpose, but that was not how I saw it. I was gathering material for a future that had not yet arrived. Even then, I sensed that timing mattered as much as quality. The right story released too early vanished unnoticed. Released at the correct moment, it could alter everything. So I waited, collecting fragments of other people's imagined futures while quietly constructing my own. I met S at the long-distance bus station a few days before New Year. She was traveling alone, her husband would follow later once he had finished his final shifts at the factory. Around us, the terminal pulsed with the familiar chaos of the migration season, plastic-wrapped luggage piled beside weary travelers, loudspeakers barking delays into stale air thick with exhaustion and instant noodles. Under different circumstances, I would have traveled home by high-speed rail. The journey would have taken barely 8 hours. But such conveniences, so often displayed as proof of Middom's prosperity and modernity, remained inaccessible luxuries for many of the very workers whose labor financed them. For factory workers like us, even a once-a-year ticket carried an uncomfortable weight. During that journey, I found myself filming differently. Until then, much of my work had revolved around movement, spectacle, or ideas. But on that bus, somewhere between the endless highways and the dim roadside stations, I stopped filming the worker and began filming the person, the woman beneath the uniform and production quotas. A mother measuring distance not in kilometers, but in months spent apart from her children. I had studied enough journalism to understand one of its central disciplines: the journalist is not the story. At least ideally, one becomes a recorder rather than a participant. Questions are often asked not because the answers are unknown, but because people must be allowed to speak their own truths aloud. Late that night, during a stop at a roadside service station, I asked one such question. The cold was severe enough that every breath emerged in thick white clouds before vanishing immediately into the darkness. Trucks idled nearby, their engines vibrating through the frozen concrete. "Why can't your children live with you?" I asked. It sounded simple enough. Yet beneath it lay dangers neither of us needed explained. "No residential certificate," she replied quietly. "They can't attend school there. Or get medical treatment." There was no anger in her voice. No accusation. She spoke with the same tone one might use to explain bad weather or an unavoidable delay. Only years later did I fully understand what unsettled me about that moment. It was not merely the policy itself, but the acceptance surrounding it. The statement carried an unspoken assumption so deeply embedded within our society that neither of us challenged it directly, that nothing could be done. The separation of parents and children was treated as though it belonged to the natural order of things, unfortunate perhaps, but inevitable. Like floods. Or earthquakes. That quiet surrender was how accountability disappeared. And yet the truth was neither mysterious nor unavoidable. The following day, when I arrived in S's hometown and filmed the school her children attended, the answer stood plainly before me. The buildings were old, cramped, and visibly deteriorating. Paint peeled from concrete walls. Classrooms overflowed. It was obvious that new schools could have been built near the industrial districts where millions of migrant workers already lived and labored. The solution was not hidden. It existed in plain sight. What remained absent was the willingness to acknowledge the problem honestly. As the bus continued rumbling through the darkness, headlights cutting briefly across empty roads and sleeping villages, I found myself wondering whether the true obstacle was silence itself, or whether something deeper had already taken root within us, something that made silence feel natural. By the time we transferred onto the final bus, the ancient, rattling vehicle that would carry us up into the mountains, weariness had settled deep inside me. The journey seemed to stretch not merely across distance, but through layers of fatigue, each jolting kilometer draining something from my body. Yet as my own energy diminished, S appeared to move in the opposite direction. The closer we drew to the village, the more visibly alive she became. Anticipation sharpened her movements, longing seemed almost to propel her forward. I remember feeling faintly ashamed when, upon arrival, I asked her to wait. "Just 30 seconds, I said, already stepping toward the door with my camera. Even then, some professional instinct overrode the obvious humanity of the moment. I wanted the right angle, the correct light, the precise point where reunion would collapse distance into embrace. For a second she hesitated, torn between urgency and acquiescence. Then she nodded, perhaps deciding that those stolen seconds were worth sacrificing if the moment itself could be preserved. As the bus ground to a halt beside the dusty roadside, I saw them through the window before she did fully, her mother and two small children standing together, waving frantically at the sight of the arriving bus. I jumped down first and positioned myself automatically, years of practice guiding me toward the place where the light fell best. I framed the shot carefully, already anticipating where their bodies would meet. Then I signaled. In that instant, I ceased to exist for S. Her entire being seemed to orient toward those two tiny figures waiting beside the road. She moved past me almost blindly, all restraint stripped away by longing. What struck me later, reviewing the footage, was not simply the emotion of the reunion, but its awkwardness. I spent the next 2 days with S's family in that small mountain village, and gradually the deeper shape of things revealed itself. Her mother was visibly exhausted, worn thin by both age and responsibility. Years of labor had bent her body inward, and caring for 2 young children had transformed grandmotherly devotion into something more strained and brittle. Love remained present, certainly, but fatigue had distorted it into irritability and tension. The children, meanwhile, held something back. That was what unsettled me most. They loved their mother, I never doubted that, but their affection carried hesitation within it, as though she herself had become a relative visiting from afar rather than a permanent presence in their lives. They responded to her cautiously at first, uncertain how quickly intimacy could safely return before separation arrived again. Nothing explicit was said, yet the unspoken question lingered heavily in every interaction. "Why are you not here for me?" It existed in the pauses, the silences, the slight uncertainty before a child reached for her hand. Love remained, but altered by distance into something faintly misshapen. I filmed constantly during those 2 days. I interviewed S's mother, the children, neighbors, elderly villagers sitting outside weathered homes, young people already preparing to leave for factories in distant provinces. But even amid those conversations, I had not forgotten the other question that had begun to obsess me. The future. I asked nearly everyone some version of it. Where would they be in 10 years? What did they imagine for themselves? For their children? For the village? The answers varied less than I expected. Some laughed awkwardly. Some avoided answering altogether. Others offered vague hopes without conviction. And beneath many of those responses, I sensed the same quiet fear that had begun growing within me, that nothing would truly change. That 10 years later they would still be there, only older, more tired, carrying the same burdens beneath different skies. As I filmed those interviews, I found myself wondering whether stagnation was the country's deepest anxiety, not collapse, not revolution, but the terrible possibility of remaining trapped exactly where one already stood. I carried those days in S's village back home with me long after the journey ended. Something about them lingered, not only the images I had captured, but the quiet exhaustion that seemed woven through every interaction, every compromise, every act of endurance. They altered something in the way I viewed my own family. For years, I had directed the bitterness of adolescence almost entirely toward my mother. In my mind, she had become inseparable from fear and humiliation, from the violence that had marked those earlier years and settled over our apartment like a permanent dimness. But distance, and perhaps comparison, softened that certainty. Our circumstances had never resembled S's family's desperation. Yet my mother, I slowly realized, had also been shaped by fear. Fear for my future. Fear of disgrace. Fear of instability in a country where security always felt more fragile than people admitted aloud. Those fears had warped her love into something harsher than either of us could bear at the time. And I, though younger, was hardly free of fear myself. Something between us eased after that new year. Not dramatically, and certainly not through confession or apology. Ours was not the kind of family that spoke openly about wounds. Instead, it happened quietly, through small adjustments in mood and behavior. I noticed a new lightness in her at times, a cautious happiness that emerged when we were together peacefully. My own resentment dulled into something less sharp. It was not forgiveness exactly, nor erasure. More a mutual recognition that we were both flawed people attempting, imperfectly, to survive the pressures placed upon us. My increasing absences helped as well. Filming gave me a reason to remain partially outside the home, and distance often accomplishes what confrontation cannot. The atmosphere between us gradually became easier to inhabit. New Year itself passed calmly. Yet beneath that calm, my old anxieties remained. Another year had vanished. Graduation, adulthood, responsibility, the reckoning I sensed waiting somewhere ahead, continued drawing closer. Before returning to university, I traveled back to S's village one final time. Only briefly. I needed one last sequence of footage, the departure. I doubt it requires much description. Some scenes possess an almost unbearable predictability. Tears held back poorly. Last-minute instructions repeated unnecessarily. Children clinging longer than usual. Adults attempting to appear composed for the sake of others while visibly failing. Grief made routine through repetition. On the journey away from the village, S sat beside me in near silence. The energy that had animated her upon arrival had disappeared completely. She stared out the window as the mountains slowly receded behind us, her expression heavy with the familiar knowledge that she was once again being separated from the people she loved most. When we arrived at the provincial bus station to transfer onto the long return route toward the factories, I pulled her aside. "I bought us high-speed rail tickets," I told her. "My parents gave me money for the return trip." For a second she simply stared at me, then nodded quickly, as though speech itself had become difficult. Her eyes filled almost immediately, and she turned slightly away in an effort to contain herself. Only much later did another thought occur to me. It had probably been a very long time since anyone had given her something simply to ease her burden. I had not intended to film the return journey. In my mind, the important material already existed. The hardship, the separation, the village itself. But once we boarded the train, I reconsidered. The transformation in S was immediate and almost childlike. The exhaustion remained, but joy now flickered through it in unexpected moments. Her fascination with the speed of the train, the clean carriage, the quietness, the simple luxury of arriving in hours rather than enduring another punishing day and night aboard overcrowded buses. For perhaps the first time during the entire trip, I saw her not merely enduring life, but briefly escaping it. And I realized that hope, however temporary, was often more revealing than suffering. Chapter 4, A Boy. As winter receded and the city softened into spring, I continued steadily with the project that had begun almost accidentally on those long journeys with S. More and more of my time became devoted to filming variations of the same deceptively simple question. Where will you be in 10 years? By then, I had accumulated hundreds of interviews. The process itself had become highly efficient. The interviews required surprisingly little editing, and I developed routines that made production faster still. Before and after each filming session, I recorded a series of generic shots of myself asking questions, listening thoughtfully, smiling, laughing softly at responses, small performances of engagement that could later be inserted wherever necessary to smooth transitions or strengthen pacing. It was during that period that I began understanding something fundamental about media. Authenticity mattered, but the appearance of authenticity mattered more. At the same time, I carefully prepared the social media channel itself. Branding, thumbnails, promotional images, short introductory clips, I approached it all methodically, trying to create the impression not merely of competence, but of scale. I selected the 8 strongest interviews from the material I had gathered and shaped them into 10 initial releases. 2 longer episodes containing 4 interviews each, alongside 8 shorter standalone pieces. I was pleased with the overall effect. The quality was professional, certainly, but what satisfied me more was the range of lives represented within it, young and old, wealthy and poor, urban and rural. Together they suggested movement across the breadth of the country, as though I had traveled tirelessly collecting fragments of Middom itself. I hoped the variety would prevent the concept from exhausting itself too quickly. Still, I understood enough not to become rigid. Very early on, I accepted that audiences would ultimately determine what survived. Certain stories would draw attention, others would vanish almost unnoticed. My task was to observe those shifts and adapt accordingly. When I finally launched the channel, I supported it with a flood of short-form videos, brief clips built around unusual, funny, or unexpectedly moving answers designed to funnel viewers toward the longer interviews. For the first few weeks, I became mildly obsessed with the analytics. The numbers climbed faster than any of my previous projects had managed. Not explosively, but unmistakably. Perhaps it was because I spent more time indoors during those weeks, monitoring the channel and editing material, or perhaps because success, even modest success, produces its own kind of lightness, but something in me shifted. The heaviness I had carried for years loosened temporarily. I laughed more easily, spoke more freely. And it was during that period that Kay drifted closer to me. Kay possessed the kind of ease that others instinctively gravitated toward. He was handsome without seeming vain about it, naturally amusing, and unusually untroubled by setbacks that left other students anxious or resentful. He moved through university life with an effortless sociability I both admired and distrusted. Everyone liked him. If there was a gathering, he was there already, surrounded by people. And during that period, unexpectedly, so was I. After months spent pushing myself relentlessly, filming, editing, studying, building the channel, I had finally eased off slightly. Not stopped, never stopped, but relaxed enough that other parts of life could reach me again. I had accumulated enough material for future episodes to stay ahead for once, and my coursework remained comfortably under control. When I rested, I still worked. Editing S's documentary, refining future interviews, organizing footage. But outwardly, I seemed lighter. Perhaps Kay noticed that change. Or perhaps proximity simply created inevitability. Whatever the reason, we began talking more often. Then regularly. Then constantly. When he eventually asked me out, I felt something close to surprise. For years, I had avoided emotional entanglements with almost obsessive care. The humiliations of adolescence had left behind a caution that bordered on fear. Yet with Kay, that defensive wall seemed suddenly fragile, as though it had only been waiting for the right pressure to collapse. I accepted. I still remember the warmth rising into my cheeks afterward, the strange mixture of embarrassment and exhilaration. The relationship developed quickly. Faster than I would once have permitted. Before long, I found myself wrapped in arms that seemed to promise something I had rarely trusted before: security, protection, simplicity. Looking back, I think those months were probably the happiest of my university years. The channel continued growing and was eventually monetized. The income was modest, but psychologically significant. For the first time, it felt as though my work existed not merely as ambition, but as something tangible, small proof that I might someday build a life from it. Only after we began dating did I learn more about Kay himself. He came from one of the smaller satellite cities orbiting the great metropolitan center, close enough to feel its influence, though distant from its true power. Ambitious, but manageable. That was how I thought of him then. Our relationship altered his academic performance noticeably. My encouragement, and, increasingly, my assistance, pulled his grades upward, while my own remained firmly near the top of the class. As final examinations approached, I tried to balance attentiveness toward him with my own ambitions. When filming kept me away for long periods, he complained that he missed me. At the time, I found it endearing. Studying together brought us closer still, though differences between us slowly became clearer. Under my influence, Kay studied longer and more seriously than before, but his drive never truly matched mine. He tired earlier, drifted toward distraction more easily, surrendered effort sooner. Then came our major practical assignment, a 10-minute short film. Kay chose to document the fortunes of a local football club. It was competent enough, though uninspired. I helped him heavily with the editing, tightening pacing, improving transitions, polishing the final product into something more professional than the raw material alone justified. For my own project, I briefly considered using S's documentary. But something restrained me. Perhaps instinct. Perhaps protectiveness. Perhaps the understanding that the piece mattered too much to rush into an academic exercise. Instead, I drew from one of my existing channels and assembled a fast-paced documentary about fashion districts in the city. The piece relied on rhythm more than depth, rapid cuts, bursts of color, crowds, storefronts, neon reflections, upbeat music driving momentum forward. Between those energetic sequences, I inserted slower voiceover sections accompanied by lingering shots of streets and shopping arcades, creating repeated shifts in tempo. It was not profound, but it was skillful. Assessment day arrived near the end of term. Each student introduced their film briefly before it was screened to the class. Many students dreaded the marathon viewing session, complaining openly about having to sit through everyone else's work. I did not. For me, it was an opportunity. A rare chance to study what succeeded and failed in the work of others. So while most students lounged through the screenings as though attending a casual cinema session, I sat taking notes. Kay, seated beside me, treated the entire experience very differently. As the theater darkened, he leaned against me constantly, stealing kisses whenever attention shifted elsewhere. I tried to indulge him without seeming cold, though my divided focus created a slight tension between us. What interested me most, however, was not the films themselves, but the structure of the event. The lecturers clearly understood that the day functioned as a performance as much as an assessment. Weaker films appeared early, interspersed with middling ones, preserving stronger projects for later in the schedule. They were managing energy carefully, trying to prevent fatigue from flattening the audience entirely. Kay's film screened shortly after lunch. He introduced it confidently, and the piece itself was perfectly watchable, as most of the projects were. Few were terrible. None were extraordinary. Mine appeared during the final hour, third from last. By then, exhaustion had settled visibly across the room. Students shifted restlessly, attention drifting. Yet as soon as my film began, something changed. The rapid editing, vivid colors, movement, music, and sheer density of visual material jolted the audience awake again. On the large screen, the work appeared slicker and more dynamic than I had even anticipated. The reaction was immediate and deeply gratifying. In the end, I received the highest mark in the cohort. Not because the project possessed exceptional artistic depth, but because technical skill and relentless effort had elevated it beyond the others. There was a party afterward, and throughout the night classmates approached me repeatedly to praise the film. I deflected most of it quickly, redirecting conversations toward details from their own projects instead. Several seemed surprised that I had paid such close attention. Only then did I realize my notes had become useful in ways I had not intended. People respond warmly to being seen carefully. Kay and I would have preferred to spend the summer together, but university life in Middom rarely accommodated romance so neatly. As in previous years, students were required to vacate the dormitories during the break, scattering us back toward our respective hometowns like seeds blown from the same branch in different directions. There were only two real possibilities: return home, or rent somewhere independently. The latter remained unrealistic for most students. Even if we could somehow have afforded it, neither of us was prepared for what such a decision would imply so early in our relationship. In Middom, relationships were rarely viewed as private matters between two people. Parents, relatives, neighbors, everyone possessed opinions, expectations, warnings. Introducing a partner to one's family carried a kind of unspoken gravity. It hinted at futures neither of us was yet ready to discuss aloud. So we separated for the summer. To my own surprise, I was not entirely unhappy about it. I would miss Kay, certainly, but our relationship had accelerated with a speed that sometimes left me slightly breathless. Distance offered space to think quietly again, to recover parts of myself that had begun dissolving into shared routines and constant companionship. And there was still work waiting for me. More than anything, I wanted to finish editing S's documentary and finally show it to her. By then, the 10-year videos had begun generating modest but meaningful income, perhaps a quarter of an ordinary wage. Not enough to live independently, but enough to feel dangerously encouraging. For the first time, I sensed the possibility that persistence might eventually become survival. I did not want to lose momentum. Normally, I would have traveled straight home as soon as term ended. Instead, I transformed the journey itself into work. Early on a Saturday morning, I boarded a train carrying my camera equipment and little else. A few hours later, I stepped off in a city I barely knew and spent the entire day wandering through unfamiliar districts searching for interview subjects. By then, I had become highly efficient at identifying promising people almost instinctively. Someone unusually expressive, sharply dressed, visibly exhausted, quietly charismatic, or simply carrying the kind of face that suggested a story waiting beneath the surface. As evening approached, I boarded another train and continued further down the line, arriving late at night in another city where I rented a small room in a cheap hotel near the railway station. Places like that all possessed the same atmosphere. Stale air conditioning, thin towels, cigarette smoke buried deep within the walls no matter how thoroughly the rooms were cleaned. I slept heavily, woke early, and repeated the process again the following morning. By then, the project had begun changing the way I saw people entirely. Crowds no longer appeared anonymous to me. Every face seemed to contain possible futures, hidden disappointments, ambitions, compromises. I found myself constantly wondering which lives would expand over the next decade and which would quietly contract into disappointment. Late on Sunday afternoon, exhausted and carrying far more footage than luggage, I finally boarded the train home. By the time I reached my apartment that evening, fatigue had settled so deeply into my body that I barely managed to remove my shoes before collapsing face first onto the bed. Yet beneath the exhaustion was satisfaction. For the first time in my life, I felt as though I was moving towards something rather than merely enduring what others had chosen for me. My aim that summer was simple enough in theory: preserve the fragile peace that had emerged between my parents and me. In practice, I knew how precarious that peace truly was. A weekend visit was one thing. A few carefully managed days allowed everyone to perform harmony convincingly enough. But this time I would be home for months, not days, more than enough time for old grievances to rise slowly toward the surface. Resentments have a habit of lingering in silence like damp hidden behind walls. At first they remain invisible, sensed only faintly, until eventually stains begin spreading outward into every conversation. I understood exactly what awaited us. My solution was imperfect, more like a medicine that eased symptoms without curing the disease itself. During the first days after returning home, I devoted myself entirely to my parents. I became once again the dutiful daughter, wiping kitchen surfaces before being asked, cutting vegetables beside my mother, helping with errands, making tea, slipping quietly back into familiar domestic rhythms. All the while, I kept conversation gentle and easy. I knew the warmth of reunion could not sustain itself indefinitely. So gradually, almost carefully, I began withdrawing again. A few longer outings. More time spent editing in my room. More afternoons outside filming. The retreat was slow enough to appear natural rather than deliberate. By then, S's documentary had become far more than another project to me. If that journey had taught me anything, it was that what I truly wanted was not simply to make videos, but to tell people stories. And the footage itself exceeded even my own expectations. S was not charismatic in any obvious or theatrical sense, yet she possessed something far more valuable for documentary work: she felt unmistakably real. Audiences would sympathize with her almost immediately. Visually, the contrast within the footage worked beautifully. S's bright clothing and her children's cheap plastic toys introduced flashes of vivid color against the grayness of factories, buses, concrete roads, and worn village homes. Those bursts of brightness seemed to externalize something essential about her character: her stubborn playfulness, her search for small moments of relief within an exhausting life. That rhythm became the emotional structure of the film itself. The joyful moments mattered because of the hardship surrounding them. Laughter beside exhaustion. Color beside decay. Hope beside resignation. Most viewers would never consciously recognize the technical decisions shaping those effects: the pacing, the framing, the color grading, the layering of sound, but they would feel them instinctively. And beneath all of it, I knew the piece possessed something my earlier work had lacked entirely: genuine substance. For the first time, I believed I had produced something that could stand beside professional documentary work without embarrassment. None of this, however, prevented the inevitable tensions at home from resurfacing. It took only a few weeks. My parents' greatest anxiety remained unchanged: my future. Or, more precisely, my career choice. I had anticipated the arguments long before returning home and decided in advance that resistance would achieve nothing. So when the criticism finally arrived, I absorbed it quietly instead of fighting back. That, more than anything, unsettled my mother. She expected conflict. Anger. Defensiveness. Those reactions belonged to the old ritual between us. But as her voice rose, I deliberately lowered mine. Yes, I agreed softly. The prospects probably are poor. The concession disrupted her momentum immediately. Then why didn't you go into the sciences? She demanded, frustration sharpening her voice. I sighed rather than arguing. They have it even worse now, I replied quietly. AI is destroying what few jobs were left. It was not entirely true, nor entirely false. But it shifted the conversation away from accusation and toward something closer to shared fear. I watched the energy drain slowly from her anger. And when I added, almost gently, "You're not the only one worried about my future, you know," something changed in her expression altogether. For a moment she simply looked at me in silence. I think it may have been one of the first times she fully understood that my anxieties mirrored her own. That beneath all our conflict, we were frightened by many of the same things. But I did not want victory in that moment. Victory would only deepen the distance between us. What I wanted instead was understanding, perhaps even closeness. So before the silence could harden into embarrassment, I shifted the conversation deliberately. "You've never actually seen anything I've made," I said, brightening my tone slightly. "Do you want me to show you some of my work after dinner?" My mother hesitated only briefly before nodding. I turned the evening into something resembling a small private screening. There were snacks laid carefully out on the coffee table, drinks, and only the lamp in the corner switched on, leaving the apartment in a soft amber dimness. For an hour, the three of us seemed briefly united inside that small pool of light, sealed off from the anxieties that usually drifted through the apartment like invisible drafts. My parents sat together on the sofa while I positioned myself slightly apart with my laptop balanced beside me. "I'll show you 3 short videos first," I explained. "They're all interviews with students from campus. Engineering, history, then IT." I paused for a moment before adding quietly, "Our generation thinks very differently from yours." Then I pressed play. The opening footage was almost idyllic. Spring sunlight spread across the university grounds, students lounged lazily beside the ornamental lake, flowering trees bent slightly in the breeze. The campus appeared peaceful, prosperous, full of possibility. Each interview had been filmed in a different corner of the university, and I had deliberately leaned into the beauty of the setting. What interested me was the contrast. The serenity of the images sat uneasily against what the students actually said. I had never approached the interviews aggressively. There was no interrogation, no attempt to steer people toward despair. If anything, I had found that silence and patience revealed more than pressure ever could. The engineering student admitted calmly that he had never truly wanted to study the subject at all. Eventually, he explained, he would probably help in his parents' business. "It's not really the life I imagined," he said with a faint shrug. "But it's still a life." The history student laughed awkwardly when asked about the future. Her family owned several apartments and possessed enough savings that failure did not frighten her in the same way. "I'll probably find a husband," she joked. Then, after a pause, "and if I don't, my parents will probably buy me an apartment and enough money to survive." But it was the programming student who unsettled people most whenever audiences watched the videos. He spoke plainly, without performance. "AI is already replacing people," he said. "Jobs are disappearing before we even graduate. How am I supposed to compete in that environment?" He admitted his grades were decent but not exceptional. "Right now," he continued after a long hesitation, "I think in 10 years I'll either be one of the lucky people who started a software company." His voice faltered. Or, he trailed off, visibly struggling to finish the thought. "Maybe I'll be doing deliveries. Or helping old people or something." He laughed faintly afterward, though there was no humor in it. When the videos ended, silence lingered for a moment before my father grunted dismissively. A pessimistic group. I resisted the temptation to argue. I interviewed about 40 students, I replied evenly. Those answers were pretty typical. My father turned toward me. Are you really that negative about the future? I thought about the question carefully before answering. Negative isn't exactly the right word, I said finally. Neither is pessimistic. Fearful is probably closer. I shrugged lightly. There are very few opportunities now, no matter what people study. I'm probably the top student in my class. Maybe I'll be one of the lucky ones and find work. Both my parents looked at me with visible disbelief, as though hearing the thought spoken aloud startled them. But I think I have one advantage over some of the people in those videos, I continued. A lot of them went to university expecting life to unfold neatly afterward. A degree, then a stable job. Realizing that may not happen is painful. I paused briefly. I never expected that. That much, at least, was true. I always assumed that if I wanted a good life, I'd have to build it myself. My father leaned back slightly. So, he asked carefully, what exactly have you built? It starts with skill, I replied. My grades suggest I'm developing that part properly. Then you need ideas. You just saw one of them. I explained the 10-year channel briefly, describing how it had begun attracting viewers and modest revenue. And if that fails? My mother asked quietly. I'm trying different approaches, I said. Different angles. One of them might work eventually. Then I hesitated deliberately before adding. One of the others is documentary work. Proper documentaries. Television-length ones are usually around 50 minutes, but I made a shorter piece recently, about 20 minutes. I looked between them. Do you want to see it? They nodded, though more from parental obligation than genuine enthusiasm. At first, while the documentary began playing, I paid almost no attention to the screen itself. I had already watched the film dozens of times during editing. What interested me now was my parents' faces. Initially, they watched politely rather than attentively, the way people endure something important only because someone they love created it. But gradually, I saw the shift happen. It was subtle at first. A slight stillness, a narrowing of focus, the disappearance of distraction. Then, perhaps 5 minutes in, both of them were fully absorbed. S's life drew them in completely. Neither spoke again until the credits ended. Even afterward, silence lingered in the room. I switched the lamp back on gently, the warm light returning us to the apartment. I hope it wasn't too boring, I said lightly as I closed the laptop. No, no, my mother replied quickly, almost stumbling over the words. It was fascinating. My father looked at me differently now. How did you do that? He asked. And when? So I told them the story, the factory, the buses, the village, the filming, the editing, the long nights assembling it piece by piece. And by the end of the conversation, something fundamental had shifted between us. For perhaps the first time, my parents saw me not merely as a daughter drifting uncertainly toward adulthood, but as someone genuinely capable. Not fully independent yet. Not fully validated. In their minds, true worth still depended upon standing securely on one's own feet. But capability, that much, at least, they could no longer deny. I remained in regular contact with Kay throughout the summer, though I deliberately concealed his existence from my parents. Partly, I feared judgment, partly, expectation. In Middom, relationships rarely existed quietly once parents became aware of them. A boyfriend was never merely a boyfriend. He immediately became a possible husband, a future provider, a family under evaluation. Neither Kay nor I were ready for that kind of scrutiny. If I am honest, there was another reason as well. I had doubts about him. Not dramatic doubts, nor the kind born from betrayal or cruelty. Rather, they arose from a growing awareness that Kay drifted through life more easily than he confronted it. He was intelligent enough, charming certainly, but there remained something curiously passive about him. He lacked the restless urgency that had begun driving me almost constantly. More troubling still, he seemed to possess no real contingency for failure. If I asked myself where I imagined Kay in 10 years, the answer that emerged was less generous than I wished it to be, perhaps still dependent upon his parents in subtle ways, perhaps occupying some modest position acquired through family connections rather than ambition, earning enough to survive but never truly building anything of his own. The thought made me uncomfortable, not because it was necessarily true, but because I understood how easily judgment disguises itself as insight. Eventually, I turned the same question back upon myself. Where would I be in 10 years? My honest answer was no more reassuring. I possessed ability, certainly. Potential as well. But potential and opportunity are not synonymous, no matter how desperately young people are taught to believe otherwise. By then I had already interviewed too many intelligent, hard-working people trapped in lives they had never intended to inhabit. That understanding softened my view of Kay. Perhaps, I thought, we were both simply standing before the same uncertainty, responding to it differently. My own ambition may have been no more rational than his apparent complacency, merely another strategy for coping with fear. So I stopped trying to measure him against imagined futures. Instead, I resolved to let the relationship unfold naturally, without forcing conclusions onto it before time itself had done so. What remained within my control was far simpler. My own work, my own choices, my own discipline. And I chose, as best I could, not to surrender myself to anxieties about futures that did not yet exist. Fear could easily become paralyzing if fed too constantly. Better, I decided, to focus on the present and continue building whatever foundations I could. The summer passed quietly after that. My parents observed my routines closely, the filming, the editing, the endless hours behind the laptop. Their anxieties never disappeared entirely. Nothing could erase their fear that I might still fail, but they gradually recognized that I was at least attempting to create something rather than drifting passively toward disappointment. That mattered to them. During those months, I also launched another channel, this one repurposing earlier footage and interviews around a broader question. What will Middom look like in 10 years? The idea seemed promising in theory, but the results never matched the original project. The channel was eventually monetized, yet it failed to capture people's imagination in the same way. Looking back, I think I understand why. Abstract futures interested people less than personal ones. Audiences wanted to peer into individual lives, not national destinies. Statistics and predictions rarely moved people as deeply as uncertainty written plainly across a single human face. Before returning to university, I finally sent Ess a completed copy of the documentary. Her response was immediate and overwhelmingly emotional. She praised it with a kind of wholehearted sincerity that embarrassed me slightly, speaking as though I had transformed her ordinary life into something important. At the time, I thanked her modestly and brushed much of it aside. Only later did I fully understand what she had meant. Kay was waiting for me when I arrived back at the university, standing beneath the shade of the plane trees near the dormitory entrance, smiling as I dragged my suitcase unevenly across the cracked pavement. The sight of him touched me more than I expected. He had arrived only a couple of hours earlier himself, yet had come immediately to wait for me. I kissed him quickly, conscious of the other students flowing around us in noisy streams, and told him I would meet him again in an hour, once I had unpacked and settled back into the dormitory. He had hoped we might spend the evening together in the city, but I had once again broken the return journey home into fragments, stopping at 2 separate locations to film material for my channel. By then the audience was growing steadily. Not explosively, not enough to transform my life, but enough to feel tangible. The revenue had already surpassed the allowance my parents transferred to me each month. It was progress. Still nowhere near enough. I understood with increasing clarity that I was racing against time. Graduation no longer felt distant. It loomed ahead like an approaching deadline, and behind it waited the possibility I feared more than failure itself. Returning home permanently and once again living under my mother's roof, not as a daughter passing briefly through childhood spaces, but as an adult dependent upon parental tolerance. That prospect terrified me. By the time I arrived back at the dormitory that evening, exhaustion had settled heavily into my body. I insisted that I needed to return by 10 if we went out at all. I could see disappointment flicker briefly across Kay's face, though he tried to conceal it behind easy humor. Ordinarily, I might have relented. But I simply could not continue indefinitely in every direction at once. The tension dissolved over the following days before classes resumed properly. We slipped back into familiar rhythms almost immediately, walking hand in hand through the university grounds beneath the late summer heat, lingering over cheap meals in small restaurants hidden among the city streets. We talked about our respective summers. Kay spoke warmly about reconnecting with old friends, about pool halls, internet cafes, late nights playing computer games, and afternoons spent drifting aimlessly through familiar neighborhoods. Listening to him, I was struck once again by his extraordinary ability to compartmentalize his life. At university, he studied. At home, he simply stopped thinking about the future altogether. I could never determine whether I envied that quality or despised it. There was something undeniably enviable in his ability to inhabit the present so completely, to surrender himself to enjoyment without the constant intrusion of anxiety. Yet at the same time, part of me viewed it as a dangerous softness, a refusal to confront the precariousness waiting for all of us beyond graduation. When classes resumed, our old routines re-established themselves quickly. Mine revolved increasingly around work. The channel continued growing, slowly but unmistakably. I watched the numbers obsessively, refreshing statistics between classes, studying patterns of engagement, trying to understand what captured attention and what disappeared unnoticed into the endless flow of content. Even then, I knew the channel remained only a fraction of what it needed to become if it were ever to provide genuine security. Still, it felt like the closest thing to an opening I had yet found. So I drove myself harder. Kay did not welcome it. At first his objections came lightly, almost teasingly. Complaints that I was always filming, always editing, always distracted by statistics or ideas for future projects. But beneath the humor lay genuine frustration. He wanted more of my time, more spontaneity, more of the effortless closeness that had marked the beginning of our relationship. I understood his feelings. Yet every time he asked for more, I felt that invisible clock ticking louder in my mind. Around us, subtle changes had also begun taking hold among our classmates. The carefree atmosphere of early university life was fading. Conversations increasingly drifted toward internships, postgraduate examinations, job markets, shrinking opportunities. The future, once abstract and distant, had begun appearing faintly on the horizon like an approaching storm front. Everyone sensed it, even if few spoke about it openly. Everyone except Kay, perhaps. He continued living almost entirely within the present moment, and his desire for more of my attention never diminished alongside my growing urgency. Gradually, strain crept into the relationship. He became irritable. I became defensive. He wanted softness and reassurance, I responded with exhaustion and impatience. Every request for more time together felt, to me, like a demand to surrender ground I could not afford to lose. And so we began pulling against each other without either fully intending to. By the time winter break arrived, the fracture between us had already widened beyond repair, though neither of us had truly acknowledged it aloud. In the end, Kay made the decision for both of us. He ended the relationship. Although I already understood, somewhere deep beneath the ache of it, that Kay and I were unsuited to one another, his departure still left an emptiness in my life that I had not anticipated. Absence has a way of revealing habits of attachment that reason alone cannot dissolve. When I returned from interviews carrying tripods and camera bags that dug painfully into my shoulders, he was no longer there waiting for me. No messages asking where I was. No hand reaching instinctively for mine as we crossed the campus together. The spaces he had occupied in my routines remained strangely intact for a while, as though the shape of him lingered after the substance itself had vanished. I missed him. For a brief period, some foolish part of me imagined the possibility of reconciliation. But that possibility disappeared almost immediately when word spread that he had begun seeing someone else. In truth, it was probably for the best. By then tensions within our cohort had already begun tightening beneath the surface. Graduation no longer felt abstract. It approached visibly now, pressing itself into every conversation, every project, every strained attempt at optimism. Relationships, ambitions, friendships, all of it was beginning to bend under the weight of uncertainty. So I returned fully to my old routines. Filming. Editing. Uploading. Obsessing over statistics. The need to build some form of financial bridge between the precarious present and the independent future I imagined for myself grew more urgent with every passing month. Each successful upload felt less like artistic fulfillment than survival. Ironically, it was not our final year project that carried the greatest importance, but the major production completed the year before graduation. That was the piece employers examined most carefully. The work that supposedly demonstrated talent, discipline, technical skill, and attention to detail. The showcase to which production companies and media organizations were invited. It was, in effect, a marketplace of diminishing dreams. The previous year, I had quietly slipped into the audience to observe the previous year's cohort present their work. I noticed immediately that scattered among the students and lecturers sat people who clearly did not belong to the university. Recruiters perhaps, or representatives from production houses. Yet few jobs had materialized. Whispers circulated afterward that attendance from industry figures had declined sharply year after year. Some graduates claimed many invitees no longer recruited at all and attended only out of obligation or personal connections. Nevertheless, hope persisted stubbornly. Young people cling hardest to possibility precisely when it becomes scarce. I had always wanted something firmer than hope. Or rather, the closest approximation to certainty available to people like us. And certainty, insofar as it existed, lay not in waiting to be chosen, but in constructing something independently before the world had the opportunity to reject you. Naturally, I intended to submit my strongest work. Like everyone else, I wanted to leave an impression. But unlike most of my classmates, I no longer believed entirely in the system surrounding the performance itself. I did not expect salvation to emerge from a darkened theater and a handful of weary recruiters. Still, impressions mattered. So I approached my lecturer directly. I earned the final position, I told him bluntly. And I have something that will leave an impression. The words surprised him. Normally I diminished my own achievements reflexively, praising the work of others and speaking of my own efforts as unfinished or inadequate. He raised his eyebrows slightly at the confidence, perhaps even the audacity. But he placed me last. The day itself unfolded under an atmosphere of restrained disappointment. Attendance was visibly thinner than the previous year. During the morning session almost no outside guests appeared at all. A few trickled in throughout the afternoon, and by the final session the theater had filled somewhat more substantially, but not enough to inspire confidence. I observed all of this coolly. Not hopelessly. Hope had simply ceased to be central to my thinking. When my turn finally arrived, I walked onto the stage with a composure I did not entirely feel. The films preceding mine were competent, even polished in places, but most blurred together into the same familiar imagery: glossy districts of the city, bright cafes, fashionable streets, carefully composed urban optimism. By then the audience had begun tiring. I stood beneath the stage lights and introduced my work. "We are all here today," I began, placing our hopes for the future on display. "We have worked for years believing that effort might earn us an opportunity. Yet we also arrive knowing that opportunities are becoming fewer each year, and that disappointment may already be waiting for many of us outside this theater." The room grew still. "That," I continued, "is beyond our control. We do not choose the world we are born into. We only choose how we respond to it. Whether we surrender to bitterness, or continue searching for meaning and joy in whatever small places they still exist. Then I started the film. The screen exploded immediately into color. 4 women in bright clothing laughing together, pointing playfully toward the camera as they approached. Their energy filled the enormous screen while joyous music surged through the theater. It was the first time I had ever seen the work projected cinematically, and the scale of it startled even me. Then the tonal shifts began. Factory monotony. Gray dormitories. Weariness. Then sudden warmth. Anticipation. Reunion. The film moved in waves between brightness and despair, tenderness and resignation, exhaustion and fleeting happiness. Between deprivation and love. I watched not only the screen itself, but the audience. They were attentive now. Fully awake. Then came the final movement, the departure. Tears. Separation. The unbearable quietness that follows farewell. And finally, one last scene. S sitting beside the train window during her first journey on high-speed rail, wonder softening her tired face as the landscape blurred past beyond the glass. Then the credits rolled. The theater remained dark for several seconds longer than expected. I removed the USB slowly from the computer and stood alone on the stage. In the dimness, I saw movement near the front row. My professor, 589, had risen to his feet. He began clapping first. Not theatrically. Not performatively. Simply with quiet certainty. As the lights returned, he gave a small nod in my direction, acknowledging not merely the film, but my right to occupy the final position. The audience followed. Applause spread gradually outward through the theater. I lowered my head slightly, overwhelmed less by pride than by an unexpected sadness. Because while they applauded me, I could think only of S. She had carried the film entirely upon her shoulders. And she was not there to see it. The party that evening unfolded like a brief suspension of reality, one of those rare nights when the future momentarily loosens its grip and allows the young to believe entirely in themselves. Praise gathered around me from every direction. Classmates, lecturers, even students from other years approached to speak about the film. Attention, particularly the warm, admiring kind that young women secretly dream about while pretending not to care for it, settled over me in waves. Again and again I was told the same thing. You'll definitely get an offer. Someone will pick that up. That film is too good to ignore. For a few fragile hours, I allowed myself to believe it might be true. Theater and reality, however, are rarely the same thing. No offer came. Production companies were shrinking. Budgets were disappearing. Entire departments were being folded into smaller and smaller teams while more graduates emerged each year into an already exhausted market. What had seemed possible under stage lighting became, in the coldness of ordinary days, little more than a passing fantasy that never fully rooted itself in reality. The following Tuesday, the marks were released. No one appeared surprised to find my name at the top of the list. Least of all me. By then, grades themselves had already begun losing much of their magic. Marks opened fewer doors than we had once been promised. Everyone knew it, though most still clung outwardly to the rituals of achievement because abandoning them entirely would have meant admitting too much. Late that afternoon, I received an email asking me to meet with 589 the following day. When I entered the professor's office, he motioned for me to sit. He remained standing himself, pacing slowly for several moments before finally speaking. Your piece, he began quietly, leaning one hand against the desk, was very good. Certainly one of the finest student works I have seen. Perhaps the finest. He moved toward the window and stood looking out across the lawn where students crossed in scattered groups beneath the afternoon light. You have talent, he continued. But more importantly, you showed judgment. Not only technically, though the pacing, color grading, and structure were excellent, but in storytelling. He paused slightly. It was beautifully balanced. balanced on a knife's edge, in fact. At several moments I wondered whether it would slip. I looked at him uncertainly, confused by the direction of the conversation. He ignored my expression and continued speaking toward the window. "It is the nature of young and ambitious people to test boundaries," he said softly. "Sometimes without even realizing they are doing so." Then he turned back toward me. That film was already standing at the boundary. One step further, and you might have found yourself in places you do not wish to go. Only then did I begin to understand what he meant. He returned slowly to his desk and rested his hands upon it. "You told a human story," he said. "A very powerful one. You allowed the audience to experience a life rather than instructing them how to interpret it. That was wise." My mouth parted slightly, though no words came. "You showed grief," he continued carefully. "Grief for what exists. But you stopped there." His eyes settled firmly upon me. "You did not move into prescription. You did not say what should exist instead. You did not assign blame directly. You allowed implication to do the work." He gave a faint smile then, though it carried little warmth. "If you had crossed that line, applause may not have been the end of the matter." Silence settled heavily between us. "Most people in that theater saw only an emotional documentary," he said eventually. "But there are always some who look more closely." I lowered my eyes toward my hands. "I am not criticizing you," he said. "There is nothing to criticize. I am warning you." His voice softened further. "There is a fine line between journalism and subversion in Middom. The problem is that the line itself is unstable. It moves. What is permissible one year may become unacceptable the next, depending entirely upon who is looking and when." I felt suddenly cold despite the warmth of the office. "Remember that," he said. "Those in power rarely judge work according to the standards of the day it was created. They judge according to the needs of the moment in which they revisit it." Then, unexpectedly, he smiled again. "You are talented," he said. "But talent without judgment is dangerous here." This time I nodded properly. I understood. Or at least, I believed I did. Yet he still seemed dissatisfied, as though something remained unsaid. After a moment, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small USB drive, placing it carefully on the desk between us. I looked at it questioningly. "It is for you," he said quietly. "Do not show it to anyone. Never mention where it came from. Watch it alone one evening during the summer." He hesitated slightly before adding, "And tread lightly." Then he motioned gently toward the door. I rose, still holding the USB uncertainly in my hand. As I opened the office door, he spoke one final time behind me. 874, he said. I turned. I was wrong earlier. His expression seemed strangely distant now, as though some private weariness had briefly surfaced beneath the composed professionalism. "That was not merely one of the finest student films I have seen here." He paused. "It was the finest." Then he turned away from me entirely, his shoulders seeming somehow diminished in the fading afternoon light. I closed the door softly behind me. Chapter 5, A Looming Deadline. I had hoped it would be my last summer spent under my parents' roof. On the surface, things between us remained stable. There were no shouting matches, no slammed doors, no repetitions of the violence that had once hung over our apartment like a permanent storm cloud. We moved carefully around one another now, as though experience had taught us all the cost of rupture. Yet stability was not the same thing as ease. Beneath the routines of shared meals and quiet evenings lay a constant pressure, shaped less by what was said than by everything left unspoken. My parents were proud of my academic results. Proud enough to speak of them to relatives, proud enough for my mother's criticisms to soften around the edges, but never enough to quiet their fears. Those fears leaked constantly into conversation. Warnings about employment, comments about stability, suggestions about examinations, government work, marriage. They feared collapse. So did I. The difference was that they still believed safety lay in obedience to the path laid out before us, while I no longer did. It was during those weeks at home that I finally watched the video that 589 had given me. I waited until late evening, when my parents had gone to bed and the apartment had fallen silent. Then I shut my bedroom door, dimmed the screen of my laptop, and inserted the USB. The video concerned a woman named Z, a lawyer and journalist from the Pearl. I immediately wondered whether 589 had known her personally. There was something too deliberate in the gift otherwise. The footage itself was rough and uneven, hastily assembled without proper editing. The camera shook. Audio distorted. Scenes cut abruptly. Yet somehow the lack of polish made it feel more dangerous, not less. As though urgency had consumed any concern for craftsmanship. She had traveled hundreds of kilometers west to one of Middom's provincial capitals. Back then, the city was little known beyond our borders. Later it would become one of the most recognizable place names on Earth. As soon as the footage began, childhood memories flooded back with startling force. The plague. The endless temperature checks. The masked faces. The fear that seeped invisibly through apartment walls. At first the reporting seemed cautious enough. Crowded hospitals. Empty shops. Citizens speaking nervously into the camera. But then I noticed patterns emerging. The same Virology Institute appearing repeatedly in the background. Questions lingering too long. Suggestions forming without ever being spoken aloud. My heartbeat quickened. She was standing on that shifting knife edge 589 had warned me about, and I could see, with growing horror, that she either did not recognize the danger beneath her feet, or no longer cared. The footage became more reckless. She filmed crematoriums operating day and night, openly accusing the government of concealing the scale of the deaths. She went to the police station connected to the doctor who had first attempted to warn the public and demanded answers on camera. She interviewed relatives who claimed they had been prevented from mourning openly. Then came criticisms of the lockdown itself. Watching her felt less like watching journalism than witnessing someone wander further and further onto unstable ground. It struck me suddenly as a kind of addiction. Like a child digging a deep hole at the beach, delighted by each new layer exposed beneath the sand, unaware that the walls surrounding them are becoming dangerously unstable. Each discovery encouraged her deeper still. Each risk made the next one easier. And all the while I could feel the walls beside her beginning to give way. By then I was no longer merely watching with curiosity. I felt genuine fear sitting there alone in my bedroom. Not only for her, but for myself. Because I understood the impulse driving her forward. The intoxicating belief that if something was plainly true enough, visible enough, undeniable enough, then exposing it must somehow justify the danger. But Middom did not work that way. Reality itself was conditional. The video ended abruptly. I remember exhaling in relief, believing that perhaps she had escaped. That perhaps someone had warned her in time and she had stepped back before the walls collapsed entirely. But the video continued. The remaining footage was foreign, subtitled. Her reporting had stopped. Her story had not. She disappeared. Others disappeared too. Eventually it emerged that she had been detained, 6 months isolated from the outside world. No meaningful legal representation. No communication. Lawyers were treated not as a right, but an obstruction. Then came reports of a hunger strike. Handcuffed and shackled 24 hours a day. Force-fed. When she finally appeared in court, she was in a wheelchair. Frail enough that the image itself felt like a warning. The charge was one I already knew by name, though until then I had never truly understood its meaning, starting quarrels and provoking trouble. The phrase itself sounded absurdly childish. Almost meaningless. Yet perhaps that was precisely the point. A law broad enough to contain anything authorities wished it to contain. When did pointing out reality become provoking trouble? The answer, I realized, was simple. The moment reality itself became inconvenient. She was sentenced to 4 years. Served every day of it. Then released. There were no triumphant interviews afterward. No return to journalism. No dramatic final statement. Only silence. 3 months later she disappeared again. The same accusation. The same sentence. It was not justice, but revenge. By the time the screen went black, my room felt airless. I sat motionless in the pale glow of the laptop, listening to the distant hum of traffic far below the apartment windows. 589 had not given me the video to persuade me politically. Nor merely to shock me. He had given it to me as instruction. A warning disguised as education. Talent alone was not enough in Middom. Neither was intelligence. Survival required judgment. Not merely understanding what was true, but understanding which truths could safely exist in public, and which could bury the person who carried them alive. It was a lesson I only needed to learn once. What I did not need was my parents' constant repetition. I could already imagine the shape of the life they were steering me toward. Not unpleasant, exactly. In material terms it would likely be secure, even comfortable. But comfort of that kind came with its own narrowing. A slow compression of possibility. A life divided into predictable stages: employment, marriage, routine. As though they were brightly colored objects placed into a washing machine, endlessly circling without ever truly changing position. As graduation drew nearer, urgency sharpened inside me. But ideas did not follow urgency. My channels had grown steadily, and with them the revenue, month by month, a slow upward curve that gave the impression of progress. Yet it was not enough. Not even close. It still fell short of what was required for independence, for distance, for autonomy. Something had to change. But when I tried to calculate what that change might be, the numbers refused to cooperate. Revenue would need to triple, at minimum. The thought was almost absurd in its simplicity. And so I remained trapped in the same motion, filming, editing, uploading, repeating. By the time I returned to university a few months later, I had accumulated a handful of new ideas. None of them felt strong enough. None carried the sudden, decisive potential I needed, no single concept that might shift the trajectory of everything. The first was merchandising. I had t-shirts printed with the slogan "Where will I be in 10 years?" Rendered in a deliberately minimal design, suggestive rather than explicit, as though the question itself contained its own aesthetic weight. 3 sizes. 3 colors. I told myself I was building a brand. When I filmed the videos, I wore one of the purple versions exclusively. I even dyed a streak of my hair to match it, small signals of coherence, attempts to bind identity, content, and product into a single recognizable form. Like most of my efforts, it worked in a limited way. There was some interest. Some sales. A brief flicker of attention. But nothing close to what life demanded in return. I was probably only a month into my final year when I made a decision: I would get a job. Not in my field. There was little expectation of that anymore. It would simply be a way of holding myself in place, an interim arrangement to buy time while I tried, in parallel, to build something that might eventually sustain me. I began searching in earnest. Not near the university, but in the older, more artistic districts of the city. The kind of places people referred to as creative, as though proximity alone might confer some of the qualities they imagined lived there. I had read about the proximity principle, that being near the work you aspired to do might, over time, open doors that otherwise remained shut. I treated it almost like a physical law. If I could not yet enter the world I wanted, I would at least stand close enough to hear it. So I looked for work in bars, restaurants, small clubs, independent shops. But even that proved more difficult than expected. The help-wanted signs that once lived in windows had largely vanished. Replaced, in many cases, by QR codes leading nowhere useful, or by silence altogether. Each week I walked the same routes anyway, as though repetition might eventually alter reality. Nothing came. and still I persisted. It was after New Year when something finally appeared. A modest place, a small bar, tucked away rather than advertised, the kind of establishment that relied more on atmosphere than volume. Expensive drinks, quiet lighting, a limited but regular clientele. They served cocktails and small bowls of snacks, and positioned themselves somewhere between casual and exclusive without fully committing to either. The previous server had left abruptly. Later I learned she had despised the hours, 8 in the evening until 2 in the morning, 6 nights a week. Shifts too fragmented to build a life around, and yet too consuming to allow anything else. They were looking for someone presentable, educated, able to converse without effort. Someone who could become part of the environment rather than simply serving within it. I suspect the owner also liked the way I looked in the lighting when I came in to ask. Or perhaps, more precisely, the way I could be made to fit it. Enough, I thought. For now. It would secure my position in the city, at least temporarily. If I could survive the demands it placed on me alongside classes and everything else I was already carrying. The university, however, did not approve. I was reported for returning to the dormitory at 3 in the morning. The dormitory manager summoned me. I remember the stiffness of her posture more clearly than her words. She was not angry so much as immovable, as though rules had replaced judgment entirely. I explained. I needed the income. I showed her my grades. I told her it was only temporary, 3 months, and I was finished, not long. After a long pause, she relented. But not without warning. If there were any complaints, she said, the arrangement would end immediately. I nodded. There was nothing else to do. Within days, exhaustion became its own kind of weather system, constant, unavoidable, shaping everything around it. I slept in fragments. 3 hours if I was lucky before my bunkmates stirred. Then lectures. Then work. Then filming when I could squeeze it in between. A cycle of motion without recovery. And then, at the precise moment I could least afford it, something changed. Chapter 6, Roberts. Jobs, in those days, did not so much appear as briefly surface, like debris rising momentarily through a slow and indifferent current before vanishing again beneath the water. Videographers circled one another with a quiet desperation, each pursuing the same meager opportunities, each privately convinced that the next assignment might finally become the one that led somewhere permanent. It rarely did. There was a rhythm to the industry. Long stretches of absence punctuated by sudden scraps of work so thin they scarcely seemed worth the effort, yet impossible to refuse. Just as resolve began to fray, something small would emerge, a corporate video, an event, a commissioned interview, enough to preserve the illusion of momentum. Then the cycle would begin again. At that time I was not truly part of that world. I still stood at its edges, one foot in university, the other probing uncertainly towards a career. My first real step into it came almost accidentally. Or perhaps through neglect. The phone call arrived mid-afternoon while I was editing footage in my dormitory. It was 589. His tone carried that familiar mixture of weariness and dry amusement I had come to associate with him. There was a small job, he explained. A Sunday morning assignment commissioned by an obscure online electronics magazine. Another fragile enterprise that appeared to survive more through stubborn persistence than financial viability. They needed someone to film a half-marathon winding through the city streets. Though marathon was not quite the right word for it. It was less an athletic competition than a spectacle, a carefully staged procession of humanoid robots designed not so much to compete as to be seen competing. The race itself was almost secondary to the symbolism attached to it. Middom advancing. Middom innovating. Middom stepping into the future ahead of the rest of the world. It was exactly the sort of event the state media adored. Crowds were expected regardless, photographers, live streamers, videographers, influencers, amateurs clutching phones on stabilizers, all pursuing the same thing, an image capable of escaping the confines of the event itself and traveling outward into the endless machinery of the internet. Everyone hoped that one clip, one perfectly timed shot, might elevate them into that narrow category of people fortunate enough to become selective about work. This assignment offered no such promise. But it paid. If I wanted it, I needed to be at the magazine's office within the hour. Only later did I learn from H, the editor I was about to meet, how the opportunity had arisen at all. The magazine had originally dismissed the event as a gimmick and decided against covering it. Then, over the preceding week, they realized their mistake. Media attention was swelling rapidly, far beyond what they had anticipated. Suddenly every outlet wanted content. They needed a presence at the event before they appeared irrelevant and their usual contractors had been picked up by other agencies. In desperation, they turned to 589. Their office occupied the second floor of a tired building in an aging backstreet where the footpaths were so narrow pedestrians had to flatten themselves against walls when e-bikes passed. Cars edged past one another with painful slowness, mirrors nearly touching. The neighborhood smelled faintly of cigarette smoke, engine oil, and old cooking fat. Inside, the office looked exactly as I imagined struggling media operations should look: graying white walls, 10 desks squeezed tightly along either side of a narrow walkway, cables tangled beneath chairs, old camera equipment stacked carelessly in corners. A sagging bookshelf lined the back wall, overflowing with electronics magazines and outdated manuals. There was no private space at all. H glanced around at the cramped room and suggested we talk at the cafe a few doors down instead. He looked older than I expected, not physically old, but worn in the particular way common to people working in collapsing industries. He ordered tea, then immediately began outlining the brief. Most of it was standard enough. Establishing shots. Crowd reactions. Robots at the starting line. Then in action. Footage suitable for short-form clips and articles. Enough material for the illusion of comprehensive coverage. Eventually he leaned back slightly. "What do you charge?" he asked. "Standard rate," I replied smoothly. In truth, I had absolutely no idea what the standard rate actually was. H frowned immediately. "You haven't even graduated yet," he said. I shrugged. 5 weeks. Hardly significant. Especially since I've already been doing this kind of work for years. That part, at least, was true. He sighed heavily, clearly unconvinced. "I'm nervous about this," he admitted. "You're young. No industry profile. No proven commercial work." I could already sense the conversation slipping away, and instinctively moved before he could end it. "I understand," I said, reaching casually for my bag. 589 told you I was the best student he'd had in years. But caution makes sense. I actually have another job later tonight anyway, so if you're uncomfortable we can just leave it. It was partly bluff, partly performance. H raised one hand immediately, a small gesture of surrender. I had guessed correctly. He was too pressed for time to restart the search. "Look," he said finally, rubbing at his forehead. "We'll review the footage Monday morning. If it's not up to standard, the agreement's void." He slid the contract across the table and wrote the figure beside it. I tried not to react to the number. It was not impressive money. But to me, sitting there in that cramped cafe with my camera bag at my feet and graduation only weeks away, it felt like something much larger than the amount itself. There persists, even now, a certain misunderstanding about photography, that it is a profession of ease, of casual encounters and fleeting moments, of charm applied lightly and results achieved without strain. The reality was always more deliberate. Positioning mattered. Light mattered. Timing mattered more than anything else. It was the day before the race, I had a disadvantage: time. After, I remained in the cafe, studied the route, traced its turns, noted the expected position of the sun. I chose a vantage point not for convenience, but for possibility, something that might yield a shot just distinct enough to matter, while still allowing me to move quickly enough to capture the finish. It was not just competitors that had a route to follow. Then I went to the bar to serve drinks until 3 in the morning. I arrived early, much earlier than necessary. I hadn't returned to the dormitory after work. The designated platform for accredited photographers had already begun to fill, priority given, as always, to the larger state-aligned organizations. I found space where I could, adequate, if not ideal, with a clear line toward the starting area, where the machines stood in formation. There was something faintly unsettling about them then, before motion gave them purpose, a line of inert figures, rigid and expressionless, like relics of some imagined future that had already lost its novelty. I set up 2 cameras. One would follow the race as it unfolded, the other remained fixed on the starting line, its purpose less obvious but, to me, more important. It was not only about the race. It was about what the image suggested. Strength. Scale. Control. The message was always present, whether acknowledged or not. When the signal came, the transformation was immediate. The stillness dissolved into motion, uneven, mechanical, yet purposeful. A leader emerged quickly, pride, the favorite, followed by a loose formation that stretched and scattered as the course pulled them forward. For a brief moment, it unfolded almost exactly as I had hoped. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, the leading machine rounding a corner and vanishing from sight. The platform, which had held its composure until then, broke apart. Photographers moved with urgency, abandoning positions, dismantling equipment, already thinking ahead to the next shot. I was slower. Exhausted from lack of sleep. I was about to follow when something. Instinct, or perhaps the need to seek a few seconds respite before being propelled into motion, held me back. At the starting line, attendants were already at work, lifting fallen machines, coaxing others into motion. It was not part of the spectacle, and yet it revealed something more honest beneath it. I waited longer than I should have, the fixed camera still running. Long enough for doubt to settle in. Then I left. The next location had been chosen in advance. A modest cafe along the route, its second-floor balcony offering a clear view of a long, straight stretch of road. By the time I arrived, breathless and slightly behind schedule, the place was still empty. No one else had seen the potential of the cafe. I set up quickly, more by repetition than thought, aligning the cameras, fixing the angles, making small adjustments that felt, in the moment, disproportionately important. I measured distances, precise, deliberate. Recording them without entirely knowing whether they would prove useful. There was little time to reflect. Within minutes, the leading machine came into view. It moved with a confidence that was convincing, closing the distance with steady momentum. Then, without warning, nearing the end of the straight, it crashed into a barrier. A misstep on the part of the operator, perhaps, or something more fundamental. It collapsed awkwardly, its momentum translating into a sudden, undignified stillness. The interruption was brief. Attendants appeared, efficient and unremarkable, followed by a technician working frantically at a remote device. After a short delay, the machine restarted, resumed its course, and continued as though nothing had happened. By then, another had nearly caught up. The lead, however, held. I did not stay to watch more than necessary. Time, again, dictated movement. Though my body resisted it. I packed quickly and made for the finish. In retrospect, I had more time than I believed. The fall had altered the race in ways that were not immediately obvious. I arrived with enough margin to set up again, though the best positions had already been taken. What remained was sufficient. By the time the leader entered the final stretch, I was ready. The finish itself was managed with care, no tape to break, only the suggestion of one, removed at the last moment to avoid another interruption. The machine, Pride, crossed cleanly, its bright exterior catching the light in a way that translated well through the lens. I held the shot longer than necessary. Long enough to capture the aftermath, the handlers, the equipment, the quiet shift from performance to maintenance. Only when the scene lost its composure did I lower the camera. Then I stumbled again into exhausted motion, one last shot. For myself, not part of the brief. I returned to the cafe, recreated the earlier shot as closely as possible, and allowed the camera to run as I ordered and ate. Human runners passed through the frame, their movement less precise, more varied. A few machines followed, slower now, less significant. Later, back in the dormitory, I allowed myself a shower, then the urgency returned in a different form. Deadlines, unlike opportunities, were always certain. I transferred the footage, reviewed it, made the necessary adjustments. The process was efficient, almost mechanical in itself. The result, as expected, was clean. Professional. Entirely usable. Then, finally, I slept. 4 hours of deep, uninterrupted sleep. Not recovery exactly, but enough to continue, to stand through another night beneath the amber lighting of the bar, smiling at customers whose lives seemed, at least from a distance, more stable than my own. Sunday nights were quieter, and I was home by 2:30. That counted as fortune. A few hours later I was back in the computer lab. I took a segment filmed from the cafe balcony earlier that morning. A lone runner moving steadily along the course, breathing hard, his face fixed in the grim concentration of exhaustion. Then I layered it over the footage of pride. Frame by frame, I adjusted the timing so the runner appeared first, the machine emerging behind him moments later, gaining ground with mechanical certainty before overtaking him. I cut the sequence a second before the illusion would fracture, before the road curved, before the trajectory of the robot threatened the barriers. The work consumed the entire morning. By the time I left to meet H, the edit still was not complete, but convincing enough to survive first contact with the audience. I would later work on it further, until it would overcome all but the most rigorous of scrutiny unless someone examined the footage carefully, deliberately. There was nothing to suggest the two sequences had not occupied the same moment, the same stretch of road, the same reality. The machine appeared to glide past the runner effortlessly, implacably, as though the future itself had briefly materialized on an ordinary city street. It fit perfectly into the story people already wanted to believe. That was the lesson I truly learned. Not how easily footage could be manipulated, I had already known that, but how willingly people completed the deception themselves. The machines, in truth, were unimpressive things up close. Fragile assemblies of pistons, servos, and careful balancing routines. They stumbled on uneven pavement. They failed under small disruptions. They possessed nothing resembling awareness. No thought. No understanding. Certainly no intelligence. And yet none of that mattered once they were viewed through a screen. People saw a vaguely human silhouette moving forward with mechanical confidence and immediately supplied the missing qualities themselves: competence, consciousness, inevitability. Fear did the rest. Or perhaps longing. By then the public had already been primed by years of headlines predicting replacement, collapse, transformation. They were waiting for proof. So when presented with an image, however incomplete, they accepted it eagerly. Looking back now, what unsettled me most was not the fabrication itself, but the absence of resistance to it. The illusion did not need to be flawless. It merely needed to arrive at the right moment, when people were already prepared to surrender disbelief in exchange for certainty about the future. That frightened me far more than the machines ever did. When I arrived at the office, H was pacing nervously. A couple of employees looked up from their desks. They had already seen footage of the event on television at home. State-run media had committed significant resources to it. I handed H a USB, and he slotted it into the computer. A large screen stood before us. I took the mouse and explained that I would show a mock-up of what I thought they should use. I had prepared a voiceover and played the footage. It was the equal of state television, the color, the energy, the excitement all present. I had taken details from their article and worked them into the narration. There were sighs of relief. "We could use that as it is," said a man to my left, surprised. I ignored the comment and moved through the other pieces of footage I would leave with them. H finally nodded, then turned to the man. "You might be right about that video. but it needs to be checked. Do the quality check and send me a message if it passes muster. Coffee? He asked, turning back to me. I've got one more thing to show you. It's not part of the package. I did this extra work myself. The editing isn't complete, but it will give you a sense of the capability my company is building. I clicked on the file. Pride drove on past the runner on the track. Oh, that's cool, came a woman's voice behind me. It's a full overlay, I explained. Normally people cut out the runner and place it over the first image, but it doesn't look right because the light is different. It looks like they're really racing each other. The runner even turns his head as the robot passes. It's not production ready, I said. It still needs work. H straightened, his earlier nervousness replaced by something more careful. You're saying this is unfinished? Yes. And you could refine it further? In the next couple of days, I said. This is a rough version. Thank you, said H. You saved us some trouble. The footage looks good. It wasn't easy, I replied. I had other work this weekend. Very little time to edit. I would have liked to finish the overlay piece, but I'm exhausted. I only slept a few hours over the weekend to get this far. You did well. I'm just waiting on the final checks, but superficially it looks fine. I nodded. You seem to have a surprising amount of work, he observed. Especially for someone so young. Not enough, I admitted. It's a busy period. I've still got my course to finish. Then there are side gigs on top of my own projects. In a few weeks I'll be out of the dormitories. No coursework. That's when the real pressure starts. Dealing with the ups and downs won't be easy while I'm still building a reputation. His phone pinged. All done, he said, glancing at the screen. The team liked your voiceover. Can we use it as is? I agreed. What about the overlay? The team was keen on it. For a follow-up article. That has value. I was thinking of spurking it around, I lied. It'll take a couple of days to finish. If you want an exclusive deal, make a bid. He nodded slowly, considering it. This was a bit of a special job, I said, but I'd like to work with you again in the future. Commissioned work, 10% for the nominated agent, 20% for work from my private catalog. The overlay is considered your private catalog? He asked. I nodded. The bar was closed on Monday, and I returned to the dormitory, collapsing into bed, waking only in the late afternoon and returning to the computer lab. I had been editing for less than an hour when 589 without ceremony, slipping into the lab, standing beside me with the quiet familiarity of someone who no longer needed to announce himself. You're not done, he asked, his tone carrying a note of concern. This is something else, I replied, for me, not part of the contract. That's done. They were happy and I've been paid. He nodded. I flicked on the video. He watched in silence. What did you think of the race? He asked eventually. A bit of a performance, I said with a small shrug. There were nearly as many people recording it as watching. Media? Or people with phones? A lot of media, even more with phones, I said. There are always more people interested in capturing something than actually seeing it. He nodded, though his attention had already shifted elsewhere. It's everywhere, he said. The news, my feeds, it looked impressive. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He turned to me, frowning slightly. What's so funny? Have a look, I said, moving toward the computer. I replayed the opening moments of the race. For a few seconds, everything appeared as it had been presented, orderly, controlled, convincing. Then the illusion fractured. Machine stumbled, collapsed in awkward succession. They couldn't even clear the cable ramp covering the power line to the clock. 589 stared at the screen, his expression caught somewhere between amusement and disgust as I switched to another clip. Pride, the so-called champion, lurched and collided with the barrier. They're saying it broke the half-marathon record, he said, still watching. It didn't, I replied. It shouldn't have even counted. It was assisted. I waved the point away, though not entirely without irritation. Was that the only time it crashed? I don't know, I said. I didn't see most of the race. He reached for his phone. I watched him scroll, fingers moving with increasing urgency before he finally spoke again. Nothing, he said. There's nothing like this anywhere. I allowed myself a thin smile. They didn't send all that media there to document failure. Even as I said it, I understood what unsettled him. It was not surprise, but something more disorienting. There is a difference between suspecting a lie and seeing it laid bare. In that moment, I could almost trace the shift in him, subtle but unmistakable, as if he were considering something. He glanced back at the screen. What are you going to do with those videos? Nothing, I said. I'm not reckless. You just removed it? He asked. Of course. Almost as an afterthought, he asked for a copy of the other footage, the parts that had not made it into the official version. I copied them onto the USB that he handed to me. It was only later that I questioned why he always carried a USB on him. I have a friend who's been asking, he said. Is it all right if I pass them on? I nodded. 589 was one of the few people I trusted. The response from H came early the following week, brief, but affirmative. The magazine made an offer for the additional material. I prevaricated, suggesting I had other interest, but eventually agreed on the condition that my own site be credited as the source. It was a small concession, but one that mattered. Another publishing credit. A second piece of work. Not enough, but a step. It felt, at the time, like progress, incremental, but real. He paid me in full. I asked where he would like the 20% fee to be sent. He nominated a woman, presumably his wife or sister. I was to transfer it to electronically. I offered no reaction. It was not unusual, simply a way to grease the wheels. I doubted H earned very much. For me, it was an investment. I had no overheads, and if that was what it took to get a start, to build a website of past jobs that might attract other clients, then so be it. Keep in touch, I said as I left. It had been a good, if exhausting, week. I expected that would be the end of that chapter, the raw footage stored away in my archive, a couple of additions to my website, and an article gradually losing relevance as the weeks passed. What I had not anticipated was how far the footage would travel. It moved not only within Middom, where such images were expected to circulate, but beyond its borders, into spaces where the narrative shifted and fractured. 589, without much ceremony, had passed the video to a friend, someone who, as it turned out, supplied material to a Gunnican platform that specialized in content from within Middom. By then, the so-called firewall had evolved into something more reciprocal. Not only a barrier preventing those inside from looking out, but one that obstructed those outside from looking in. The party, for its part, was not content to shape perception domestically. It had long extended its reach outward, purchasing space across foreign media, saturating audiences with carefully curated images, gleaming infrastructure, electric vehicles, military displays, curated glimpses of prosperity and order. The same visual language repeated, refined, amplified. For those of us trying to build something independent within that system, it bred a quiet resentment. Government money flowed freely, but not to us. It funded voices abroad, granting them both resources and reach, their content then propelled further by networks of artificial amplification. Meanwhile, those of us working within Middom were left to compete over what little remained, navigating a landscape where authenticity carried risk and compliance offered only limited reward. The irony was not lost on me. The site that had used my footage without compensation stood in direct opposition to the state's messaging. If anything, it had shared the material out of frustration as much as opportunism. I was not destitute, but neither was I secure. The margin between those states was thinner than most cared to admit. 589 handed me a scrap of paper one evening, a web address written in hurried script. "Do you have a VPN?" he asked. I nodded, saying nothing, folding the paper and slipping it into my pocket as though the act itself required discretion. I watched the video the next morning, sitting in bed with the laptop balanced across my knees. I recognized the channel immediately. Two men, one broad and heavy-set, the other narrower, more restrained. To many within Middom, the former was a contradiction in himself, a foreigner from the so-called dark heart whose skin color itself defied expectations. The latter had returned to Gunica, taking his companion with him. Both remained deeply entangled in what they had left behind. Together, they had built something substantial, not just an audience, but an enterprise that extended beyond media into merchandise, identity, and influence. The episode ran long, nearly 2 hours, and moved through a sequence of images that painted a very different portrait of Middom. Industrial unrest. Accidents. Structural failures. Moments of violence and disorder. Electric vehicles engulfed in smoke. It was relentless in its accumulation. Then, without ceremony, my footage appeared. I recognized it immediately, not just the subject, but the angle, the composition, the particular clarity of the image. The cafe shot was unmistakable. Among the surrounding clips, it stood out, sharper, steadier, more deliberate. The presenters exclaimed when pride crashed to the ground, calling it a Robert, taking a cruel pleasure in a common Middamese mispronunciation of the English word robot. I cannot say I took satisfaction in seeing it there. If anything, it produced a kind of unease. I was, after all, not immune to the pull of patriotism, though mine had always resisted slipping into unquestioning acceptance. That, more than anything, had shaped the path I found myself on. And yet, I understood them. They had lived within Middom long enough to see beyond its surfaces. What began as admiration, over time, gave way to something more complicated, an accumulation of small recognitions, each one difficult to dismiss. Language learned, places visited, conversations overheard. All of it gradually reshaping perception. Still, understanding did not translate into admiration. They were, in their way, truthful, but truth, presented without restraint or counterweight, takes on its own distortions. Balance was never their intention. They positioned themselves deliberately, as far from the center as possible, pushing against the prevailing narrative with equal force. There was a kind of symmetry in it, if not fairness. As the video ended, I closed the browser and lowered the lid of the laptop. If I could not occupy the middle ground, I thought, then perhaps it was enough to exist on both sides of it, adding weight, however slightly, to each. Chapter 7, Going It Alone. I made my way exhaustedly towards my own finish line, staggering those final steps and collapsing as I crossed it, a clear demarcation between a past supported by my parents and a future where I was on my own. In those final few days before I had to clear out of the dormitory, I searched for an apartment. Many in my situation would have shared with another struggling resident of the city, or two. I did not. I needed my own space. Not only because of the irregular hours I worked, or for sanity and privacy, but because my equipment could not easily be replaced, and I did not want my work exposed to curious roommates. That decision meant costs I could scarcely afford. Still, I had one advantage, for years spent scouring the city for subjects for my channels meant I knew it far better than most. In the end, I found a rundown studio apartment, 35 square meters, a small shower, a squat toilet. The kitchen was on a balcony enclosed with a long rusted grill to keep out intruders. A bed, a desk, and a small fridge. My only addition was an expensive office chair, large and comfortable. I knew I would spend most of my time editing. Everyone wanted to live close to a subway station. That was unaffordable. Instead, I chose one on a bus route that led directly to the bar where I worked. Even so, it was expensive, taking up well over half of my meager salary. In the beginning, I was caught between the need for rest and the need to establish myself. I gave myself a month, work at the bar, minimal work on the social media channel. After that, I would begin the second stage of my life. By the time H next contacted me, I was well established in my new life and its routines. Sleep until close to midday, relax or edit until I began work at 8, film on weekends before my shift. H's job was simple enough, an exhibition of the latest drones. The brief was straightforward. I was given a list of 8 manufacturers to visit, instructed to get demonstrations of their products, and told to film 4 more exhibitors of my own choosing. I was issued a 2-day media pass. The exhibition opened at 8. I arrived at 7 on the first morning, hoping to slip into the pavilion before the crowds appeared. Opening days were always slow, late arrivals still setting up, exhibitors distracted. That was when the best footage could be captured. As I crossed the car park, it was still dark. I searched until I found what I was looking for, a man carrying boxes of brochures towards the exhibition center. I offered to help him with one of the loads. Gratefully, he handed me a box. It was not heavy. As we approached the entrance, I shifted to his far side and pinned the media pass between my chest and the box, leaving the yellow lanyard visible over my shoulder. The man showed his pass to the guard. I pretended to struggle with the box as if unable to lift mine properly. The guard waved me through. An extra hour. I carried the box to the man's stall, then hurried away, searching for the major exhibitors I had been assigned to film. They each had their own flying areas. I managed to capture 4 demonstrations before the exhibition officially opened and the crowds arrived. With no competition for position, the shots were clean. None of the detritus that would soon litter the floors with the trampling of feet, discarded pamphlets, torn packaging, coffee cups. Even the air was clearer before the haze of thousands of bodies drifted through the hall. I moved on to the shared testing spaces and filmed another 3 drones in motion, noting their names so I could return later when the halls were fuller and harder to shoot in order to gather interviews, pamphlets, and close-up footage. After the doors opened, I continued filming while the crowd remained manageable. By 11 I was flagging, and the shots became more difficult to obtain. I already had most of what I needed for the brief, but I intended to return the following day with a list of shots I wanted to retake if possible. I sat at a table at the edge of a coffee shop and pointed the camera towards myself, recording a short segment about my favorite drones, the technological advances being produced by Middom's scientific sector, and the growing interest surrounding the exhibition. I had just stopped recording when a man, not much older than myself, approached. "Can I buy you a coffee?" she asked. I smiled and nodded. I needed one. When he returned and placed it before me, he asked about my work. I knew the coffee was an investment. I explained that I was on assignment for a major magazine, though I was not permitted to disclose which one, and that I worked freelance. Some of the footage would appear on my own social media channels alongside commentary on my preferred products. "Do you get to choose what goes in the magazine?" he asked. I laughed. "No. They want the big names," I replied, rattling off several manufacturers. "A bit boring, really. But I do get to choose 4 of my own. They hope I'll find some up-and-comer with an interesting product that attracts attention." "Have you filmed those yet?" he asked, with more than a hint of curiosity. "I've got what I need," I said neutrally. "But it's always better to get more footage. Not everything works out." "Do you use drones yourself?" I shook my head. "I'm just starting out. The good drones, the ones that allow really high-quality shots, are expensive. I'm not in a position to buy one yet." "Isn't that limiting?" "In some ways. I can't really cover large infrastructure openings or landscape work without one. It limits my scope somewhat." "We make high-end drones," she said. "The kind that might suit you." "I'd love one," I replied, sounding deliberately uninterested, "but I'm not in a position to buy one." "What if you were given one?" I snorted. "No one's going to do that." "I understand your problem," he said. "Mine's the same." "But," he hesitated, "I have an old one." It's a bit special, and a bit scratched up. It can't really be sold, but I don't need it anymore. Perhaps we could come to an arrangement. You film mine. Get it into the publication. I'm not going to lie to you, I said. I don't have that power. I'm the videographer, not the editor. You can't do anything for me? I can't do what you're asking. Then what can you do for me? C challenged playfully. What I can do is take good footage, I replied. I can provide material you can use on your own website and in advertising regardless of what happens elsewhere. I can help you present yourself properly on camera, make sure your product is shown in the best possible way, and guarantee you make my top 4. After that, your drone, and you, decide the outcome. He nodded slowly. Then he led me to his stall and showed me the product. I filmed some preliminary footage, conducted a short interview, examined the colors and lighting. Not good enough, I said eventually. You don't look right. The colors don't work. Tomorrow I want you in a light blue business shirt, well fitted. No tie. And your script is too enthusiastic. Pull it back a little. We need confidence, not excitement. By then the exhibition had become busy. I took more footage around C's booth, then filmed additional segments of myself with crowds streaming past behind me as I discussed different drones. Then I went home for a few hours of sleep. On the bus to work, and later before customers began arriving, I reviewed the footage repeatedly, identifying what was missing, what felt wrong, and what needed to be redone. I returned again at 7 the following morning, weariness seeping into my bones. But the early hour still mattered. Before the crowds arrived, before the haze of movement and noise settled across the exhibition hall, I was able to retake the footage that had not quite worked the previous day. By 8:30 I already had what I needed for the magazine. The shots were clean, the lighting good. Then I made my way to C's booth. I still was not convinced he would work on camera. The previous day he had stiffened the moment the lens was pointed at him, his body language awkward, his hands moving too much, his voice becoming overly rehearsed. Worse, he seemed faintly offended when I suggested he did not present naturally. When I arrived, he was speaking with a customer. At least he had listened about the shirt. I decided to try something slightly deceptive. I positioned the camera carefully and left it running. By the time he approached me, I could already see the tension returning to his shoulders. I placed one of the drones in his hands to stop the fidgeting. Love the shirt, I said brightly. He smiled despite himself. I shifted him slightly, angling his body into a loose profile, then adjusted the drone in his hands. We'll leave the camera for a moment, I told him casually. Let's just do a few practice runs first. That seemed to relax him. I adjusted a few lines in his script, told him to lift his chin slightly, teased him about stumbling over one of the technical terms. By the second attempt he was speaking more naturally. By the third, he was no longer performing at all. He spoke the way people do when they momentarily forget they are being observed, confident, enthusiastic, slightly self-deprecating. Exactly what I wanted. I had him repeat it twice more. Both takes were good. Then I stepped behind the camera and lifted it from the tripod. The moment he saw it in my hands, the stiffness returned almost immediately. It did not matter. I never told him the camera had been recording the entire time. As I had done the previous day, I sent H a handful of still photographs from the bus on the way home, including one of C standing beside the drone, which the magazine quickly used alongside short articles about the exhibition. The remainder of the week disappeared into editing. I worked through exhaustion, assembling footage, cleaning audio, adjusting colors, preparing the final package for delivery the following Monday. By the end of it, my relationship with H felt settled into something more permanent. I was now on their list of videographers. Over the next couple of years that relationship proved useful. Every few months another assignment would appear, solid work, reliable pay. By the end of each one I would always feel completely run into the ground, but every project added another professional piece to my website. The difficulty was that, apart from the documentary about S, almost everything in my portfolio had become technology-related. Drones, electronics, exhibitions, product launches. The lack of breadth was becoming difficult to disguise. I met C again a few days later at his office, located in a small shared factory complex. He seemed genuinely surprised by the finished footage. The interview looked polished and professional, the exhibition shots edited cleanly together with footage of staff demonstrating the drone to potential buyers and crowded scenes from the booth. Still, I admitted I was not entirely satisfied. It's missing one important thing, I told him. A factory that actually looks capable of mass-producing drones. He laughed, then nodded. I explained that I could probably fix the problem if he lent me the drone for an hour. We drove to a nearby industrial district where I had already selected a suitable building, a large concrete monolith with modern cars parked neatly outside and a prominent company sign mounted high above the entrance. I set up the camera on a tripod across the road and filmed a series of establishing shots. First the wide frame, holding it steady long enough to feel deliberate, then slowly zooming toward the sign fixed near the roofline. I directed C through a series of drone movements. Hover there, I instructed. Good. Now move horizontally across the front of the building. The final shot was the important one. One last pass, I said. Fly directly toward the sign, then rise at the last second to avoid the wall. Keep the footage running. As the drone returned toward us, a security guard suddenly emerged from the gatehouse. What are you doing? He shouted, striding toward us. I immediately lowered my posture slightly, putting embarrassment into my voice. Oh, I'm sorry, I said quickly. It's my first time flying one. I was just trying it out and lost control. Beside me, C instantly understood the performance. I told you not to fly it so fast, he grumbled toward me, before turning apologetically toward the guard. The guard shook his head in irritation. Don't fly it near the factory again. We apologized repeatedly, then retreated toward the car park before he could change his mind. Back at C's office, I began editing immediately. The work itself was relatively simple. Replacing the company sign frame by frame took time but not much imagination. The more difficult task was stabilizing the drone footage as the proportions shifted constantly while it approached the building, though flying directly toward the sign made the tracking manageable. Within an hour the footage was complete. The building now appeared to belong entirely to C's company. That's awesome, he said quietly as the final edit played. Then he handed me the drone. As he drove me toward the subway station, he spoke again. That drone's a prototype, he said casually. There's a switch hidden inside the battery compartment. Turn it on and it bypasses the normal flight restrictions. I looked at him sharply. It's useful, he continued. But if you ever use it, do it once, do it quickly, then move somewhere else before anyone notices. Oh, wow, I said softly. He glanced at me briefly before returning his eyes to the road. It could get you into a lot of trouble if you're caught with it, he said. But I have a feeling you might find it useful one day. Over the following year, the novelty of my new life slowly wore away. What had once felt precarious and exhilarating hardened into routine. I still worked on my channels, but progress remained glacial. They occupied that frustrating middle ground, successful enough to generate a respectable supplementary income, yet nowhere near enough to replace my regular work. The bar paid for survival. The channels and freelance jobs accumulated slowly in the background, becoming less a pathway to freedom than a kind of emergency reserve against collapse. By then I had completed another 5 jobs for H. My website had grown steadily, enough that it no longer looked empty, but not enough to feel convincing. Apart from the documentary about S, whose life, in some ways, my own was beginning to resemble, the rest of the work was overwhelmingly technology-related. Drones, exhibitions, product launches, engineering showcases. Useful material, professionally shot, but far too narrow to present myself as a genuinely broad production company. I knew I needed something else. Chapter 8, The Brunel. The opportunity came unexpectedly during a conversation with my parents. They mentioned the opening of a new bridge in the greater Delta area, not far from our home. It had generated enormous excitement, briefly driving property prices upward across surrounding districts. The bridge linked one of Middom's major high-technology manufacturing hubs to the less developed western side of the Delta, where land remained cheaper and incomes noticeably lower. The official narrative was familiar enough. Wealth would spread outward across the bridge. Investment would follow infrastructure. Prosperity would radiate into places long left behind. Even then I doubted most of it. The commute remained long and expensive. Middom's highways were heavily tolled, even for electric vehicles, which by then had become commonplace. Truck drivers still avoided expressways whenever possible, preferring congested local roads rather than surrendering so much money at toll gates. Further north, the existing bridges across the Delta had already become bottlenecks, great concrete funnels where traffic slowed to a crawl each morning and evening. I suspected this bridge would eventually become much the same. Still, the structure itself captured people's imaginations. 25 kilometers long, part bridge and part tunnel, with viewing areas and cafes incorporated into the design. Infrastructure transformed into spectacle. Engineering as tourism. For me, it represented something else entirely. The timing was perfect. The bridge was due to open at the end of the New Year holiday, exactly when public attention would be at its peak. It was a chance to diversify my website, a chance to gather material beyond technology expos and drone launches. Something larger in scale. More cinematic. And perhaps, for the first time, a chance to properly use the drone. I knew it was a risk. The bridge had not yet opened, and the airspace above it was tightly restricted. It was one of the busiest shipping channels in the Delta, and like airports, ports and government precincts, the entire corridor was protected by geofencing built into commercial drones. Under normal circumstances, the drone simply would not enter the area. Invisible boundaries embedded in the software would force it to stop or turn back long before reaching the bridge. Mine no longer obeyed those restrictions. The hidden switch inside the battery compartment bypassed the safeguards entirely, allowing the drone to enter places it was never intended to go. That was precisely what made it dangerous. The restrictions were not there because anyone feared a lone videographer bringing down a bridge. They existed because aerial footage itself had value. For the first few weeks after opening, the government would tightly control images of the structure, distributing approved footage to media organizations willing to pay for access. Everyone would receive the same carefully curated shots, sweeping aerial passes, triumphant music, engineering spectacle presented in precisely the way intended. I wanted something different. I arrived the day before New Year. The Riverside district was newly constructed, but strangely hollow. Apartment towers stood lit but sparsely inhabited, their dark windows revealing how much of the development still existed only in anticipation. The hotel I booked should have been more expensive than it was. It had clearly been built to absorb the influx of tourists and business travelers expected after the bridge opened, but for now the rooms remained mostly empty. After checking in, I spent the afternoon scouting locations along the river. Eventually I settled on a small pagoda surrounded by a copse of trees several hundred meters from the nearest road. From there the bridge itself remained mostly concealed from passing traffic while still offering a clear launch path above the tree line. Far enough away not to attract attention. Close enough to work. The first trace of dawn appeared as a thin gray band along the horizon. I wanted the footage just before sunrise, when the bridge would emerge gradually from darkness. My luck held. The sky was unusually clear, a light sea breeze pushing away the industrial haze that often settled across the Delta. It was probably the best conditions I could reasonably expect. I prepared the drone carefully, flicking the hidden switch inside the battery compartment and watching the indicators darken. Then I launched it. The drone skimmed quietly above the trees before climbing higher into the pale morning sky. My heartbeat quickened immediately, though the world around me remained still. Holiday traffic had reduced the usual noise to a distant murmur. The drone hovered briefly above a muddy inlet while I waited for the light to strengthen. Then I sent it upward as high as possible before pivoting it sharply toward the bridge. I aligned the camera with the roadway and accelerated, dropping gradually to the ideal height once it had passed the toll plaza. The empty bridge stretched beneath it in perfect symmetry. I pushed the drone to maximum speed. The roadway flowed beneath the lens, leading toward the artificial island that housed the tunnel entrance. As the drone approached, I slowed slightly, framing the island carefully at the top of the shot. I hesitated. Speed or caution? There was still no visible movement anywhere along the structure. Yet I knew guards had to be present somewhere nearby. Had they heard it pass overhead? Or had they simply never expected anyone to circumvent the flight restrictions? That had been the gamble from the beginning, that the system itself would create complacency. The drone crossed over the tunnel entrance and out above the open water. I kept it moving straight ahead. By the time it emerged above the far side of the tunnel, the control signal was beginning to weaken. Then the warning alarm sounded. Range limit. I banked sharply over the delta and sent the drone racing back toward me. Even then I remained cautious. I did not land near the pagoda but instead brought it down several hundred meters further away, hidden beside an embankment. By then the world was gradually awakening. I could hear distant traffic beginning to build along the nearby roads. I packed the drone away quickly. Most of the nearby shops remained closed for the New Year holiday, though one small restaurant had opened early, its owner either optimistic or desperate enough to take advantage of the lack of competition. I bought breakfast there and returned quietly to the hotel. The first thing I did was download the footage and return the drone to its normal settings. I still did not check the footage itself. Within 2 hours I was aboard a fast train heading back toward my parents' home, watching the industrial outskirts of the city dissolve behind me. The journey took a little over 3 hours. When I arrived, I left my bag in my room and joined my parents in the lounge. They greeted me warmly, almost cautiously. To my surprise, my mother suggested I rest before dinner rather than immediately criticizing some imagined failing. It struck me then how much quieter our relationship had become since I had moved away. Distance had succeeded where confrontation never could. The New Year's meal itself was relaxed. My grandmother joined us, along with my father's sister and her family. We ate until we were full, then lingered around the table picking absent-mindedly at leftovers while the annual New Year gala flickered across the television. As had become increasingly common in those years, technology featured heavily in the broadcast. The show opened with a vast drone light performance above the skyline, followed later by precisely synchronized dancing robots moving in perfect formation beneath theatrical lights. Impressive, my uncle remarked approvingly. I covered the half marathon for a magazine, I said casually. What were they like up close? He asked immediately. You must have been amazed. They were certainly fast, I replied. Of course they were fast, he snorted. They broke the record. It actually crashed out, I said mildly. Its race should have ended long before the finish line. There wasn't much glory in that part of the story, so they left it out. My mother looked visibly startled by the revelation. You don't sound very impressed, my father observed. They are impressive, I said carefully, lowering my voice into the detached tone I often adopted during uncomfortable discussions. Just perhaps not in the way most people understand. My uncle frowned immediately. What does that mean? It means the engineering is impressive, I explained. The mechanisms generate enormous heat, and unlike older systems they aren't hydraulic. Keeping a machine running at that speed for an hour on battery power without overheating is genuinely difficult. How do you know all this? My cousin asked, surprised. My main client is an electronics magazine, I replied. I was filming for them. And what are the less impressive aspects? My uncle asked, his voice already sharpening with challenge. Only then did I realize my father had grown weary over the years of his brother-in-law's certainty about everything. He said nothing, allowing the conversation to continue. I kept my tone deliberately flat, as though the subject barely interested me. To begin with, the robots have almost no real situational awareness. They don't meaningfully understand where they are. Most can't navigate uneven terrain, climb steps reliably, or manage gradients beyond a few degrees. And they possess very limited practical capability. My camera, for example, is too heavy for most of them to carry even a few meters, let alone use it. You sound like a Luddite, my uncle scoffed. Quite the opposite, I replied, not rising to the provocation. My work requires me to stay informed. And being informed doesn't mean repeating government press releases as though they were scripture. It means actually seeing the technology and talking to the people who create it. So what special insight did that give you? He shot back loudly. An understanding of the path, the destination, and where we currently stand along that path, I said. We may eventually get there, but we're still much closer to the beginning than the end. Most of the truly difficult problems haven't even been solved yet. My father leaned forward slightly. Like what? People see humanoid robots and instinctively assume they possess all human abilities, I explained. If a robot surpasses humans in one area, people immediately imagine it surpasses us in every area. But that's completely false. I paused for a moment before continuing. Some tasks that are difficult for humans are comparatively easy for machines, following precise choreography, maintaining balance during repetitive movement, running at consistent speed for long periods. Robots have timing systems and batteries. Repetition is what they do best. But the reverse is true as well, I continued. We are still decades away from building machines that can reliably tie shoelaces without assistance or pick up a slice of pork with chopsticks. My uncle laughed dismissively. That's ridiculous. Those are simple tasks. They only seem simple because humans mastered them in early childhood, I replied. Fine motor control is extraordinarily difficult. Children spend years developing it because coordinating all those systems is incredibly complex. By then the table had grown quieter. The human hand alone contains dozens of bones, muscles, tendons, and sensory systems, I said. It operates using chemical energy carried through blood, while thousands of nerve endings constantly provide feedback, too much pressure, too little, too hot, too cold, too slippery. And all of that fits into something weighing less than 200 grams. My father nodded slowly. My uncle said nothing. What we're seeing now, I concluded, are very small steps along a very long road. The challenge isn't failing. The challenge is that people underestimate how unbelievably difficult ordinary human actions really are. I remember glancing toward the television then, where smiling robots continued dancing flawlessly beneath colored lights. Personally, I added quietly, I'm not expecting that by the time I'm old there'll be a robot capable of looking after me properly. Even making a bed is a complicated task, for a machine. The following morning, my father mentioned almost casually that 3 of my former senior high school classmates had moved back into the community during the previous 6 months. Each had returned to live with their parents. The news unsettled me more than I expected. Then he mentioned that one of them was B. I had never known B particularly well. He belonged to that category of classmate who existed mostly at the edges of one's life, familiar without ever becoming close. Some of the girls at school had liked him. He was considered quiet, polite, intelligent. The sort of student adults admired instinctively. Our families knew each other more through proximity than friendship, living within the same sprawling residential community. My father suggested I should visit him. He asks about you sometimes, he said. I went on the afternoon of New Year's Day. His mother answered the door warmly and ushered me inside an apartment almost identical to my parents' own, the same layout, the same pale tiles, the same thin windows selected by the builder years earlier. It struck me how entire communities in Middom could come to resemble copies of a single life endlessly repeated. B emerged moments later looking as though he had only recently climbed out of bed. When he saw me, his face brightened with surprising intensity, the warmth of his reaction slightly disproportionate to the actual closeness of our relationship. It made me oddly uneasy. His mother brought me a glass of water and began preparing fruit in the kitchen. "No need," he interrupted gently, before turning toward me. "If it's not too cold, do you want to walk?" I nodded immediately. He wanted to escape the apartment. More importantly, he wanted to speak privately. We took the elevator downstairs and wandered slowly along one of the winding paths between apartment towers. For several minutes neither of us seemed able to find the right words. Eventually B broke the silence. "Funny how things change," he said. "You're the golden child now." I laughed in disbelief. "Me? I've been called many things in my life, but never that." "But it's true," he insisted. "Living away in the Pearl. Building a life for yourself. Is that what people say?" I snorted. "It's how your mother describes it," he replied. "And I've seen your channel." "Ah," I said quietly. "The stories we tell ourselves." He glanced toward me. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It sounds glamorous from the outside," I replied. "But it isn't. It's exhausting." "Tell me about it." So I did. I told him about working in a bar 6 nights a week just to pay rent. About my channel making barely enough money to matter, offering tiny bursts of hope that never quite materialized into stability. About occasional freelance filming jobs that lasted a day or two before disappearing again. About the endless cycle of filming, editing, working, sleeping, and starting over. "I live in a grimy 30-square-meter apartment," I admitted. "Most of the time I feel like I'm barely hanging on." "But you are hanging on," B said quietly. I nodded. "For now," I replied. "But sometimes I feel like the longer I hold on, the worse it'll be when I finally fall back home." "Keep hanging on," he said suddenly, almost urgently. "You've lasted longer than most people. Maybe things will improve." The intensity in his voice startled me. It sounded less like encouragement than desperation, as though he needed at least one of us to survive whatever had happened to our generation. He noticed my reaction and shook his head slightly. "No one understands it until they've lived through it," he said. "Feeling dead inside your own skin." That sentence hit me with unexpected force. "What happened?" I asked quietly. B stared ahead as we walked. "I wasn't stupid," he said eventually. "Even back in senior high school I heard people talking. No jobs. University becoming pointless. But I worked anyway. Like crazy. Hoping things would change." I nodded. "You were an amazing student." "I did well at university too," he continued. "Great grades. Ran clubs. Built connections. Did everything they tell you to do." I knew exactly the script he meant. "Eventually I got a job," he said. "Though honestly, it was probably the IT version of your bar work. A startup. Long hours. Terrible pay. I technically had employment, but I still needed money from my parents." He laughed bitterly at the memory. Then came silence. I waited. "After about a year," he continued, "AI improved enough that they didn't need junior staff like me anymore." He shrugged. "So I came home." There was nothing meaningful I could say to that. I simply nodded. "And now?" I asked after a while. "Now?" He gave a small humorless smile. "I live at home. Play computer games until late at night. Sleep. Repeat." "I think my parents would lose their minds if I did that," I admitted. "In the beginning, maybe," he replied. "Then eventually they realize it's not really our fault. They start looking around and notice everyone else sinking too." We walked a little further beneath the bare winter trees. "I guess there just aren't any jobs anymore," I said. "Not many," B replied. "And the few that exist pay so badly that even our parents tell us not to take them." There was no self-pity in his voice by then. Only exhaustion. And as we walked through the quiet pathways of the community where we had both grown up, I remember realizing with growing unease that B was not an exception at all. He was simply one of the first people I knew personally to fall into the gap opening beneath all of us. When I returned home and closed the apartment door behind me, I found my father watching from the living room. "How did it go?" he asked. I slipped off my shoes slowly before answering. "Hard to watch," I said at last. My father studied my expression for a moment. "You're not going to see him again?" he asked carefully, a note of concern entering his voice. "No," I replied quickly. "Not like that." I hesitated briefly. "I'm seeing him and some of his friends tonight. He invited me over to play games." I gave a faint smile. It's been a long time since I've done something like that. My father caught the sadness beneath the remark immediately. He paused, as though weighing his words. "I'm glad you're going," he said quietly. Not wanting the conversation to sink too deeply into melancholy, I forced a lighter tone. "So am I," I replied. He also asked if I wanted to film them. That seemed to surprise him. "Are you going to?" "Of course." His eyebrows lifted slightly, uncertain whether I was joking. "I might be able to use him on my channel," I explained. "Or maybe make a short documentary." For a moment he simply stared at me. Then I added, more quietly, "His is exactly the kind of story nobody wants to tell. The kind people pretend doesn't exist, even though it's everywhere." The room fell silent after that. My father looked at me in a way that felt unfamiliar, not critically, nor with the distant practical concern he usually reserved for me, but with something closer to recognition. "You're not the girl who used to live here anymore," he said eventually. "You've changed." I said nothing. "There's something hidden inside you now," he continued slowly, searching for the words. "Like a deep pool." Looking back, it was probably the closest he ever came to saying he was proud of me. He shook his head faintly, as though surprised by the thought himself. Then, almost gratefully, he allowed the mood to lighten. "And the way you handled your uncle last night." A small smile crept across his face. "He's been unbearable about those robots ever since he started watching those technology channels." There were 6 of us gathered in A's apartment, another former classmate from senior high school. Both of A's parents worked for the government and, like many of their generation, they had prospered during the early years of the boom. Soon after marrying, they had begun purchasing apartments using the housing allocations tied to their jobs. At the time it had seemed an obvious path toward security. Property prices rose endlessly, salaries improved, and optimism still lingered in the country like a permanent season. Originally, they had intended to send A overseas for university. They had saved carefully for years, setting aside a substantial amount of money for the plan. In truth, it was probably his only realistic route into higher education. A was intelligent enough in a practical, hands-on way, though never academically exceptional. Had he been born just a few years earlier, the plan might have worked perfectly well. But by the time he reached that age, the atmosphere had changed. The government announced that foreign degrees would no longer guarantee recognition or opportunities back home. Suddenly the entire calculation shifted. Sending him abroad no longer seemed worthwhile, especially since everyone understood he was unlikely to remain overseas permanently. His English, while functional, would never have carried him far enough to build an independent life elsewhere. Yet in an indirect way, the collapse of the plan worked to the family's advantage. Because A's parents had kept their savings in cash rather than pouring them into additional apartments, they escaped the worst of the property downturn. By the time they fully realized the overseas plan was dead, the housing market had already begun sliding. Suddenly liquidity, cash, gold, anything tangible, mattered more than speculative property wealth. University never awaited A. Nor, for several years afterward, did much of anything else. He remained living at home until his parents, exhausted by the sounds of late-night gaming sessions echoing through the apartment, eventually moved him into one of their vacant properties 3 years later. The arrangement was simple. Keep the apartment clean. Don't disturb the neighbors. As it happened, the apartments above and below were empty anyway, along with the one next door. That, I later realized, said as much about the state of the country as any political speech could have. Over the remaining 6 nights of my stay home, I interviewed all 5 of them individually. During the afternoons I filmed short private conversations outdoors, along river paths, beneath apartment towers, outside convenience stores glowing beneath winter haze. At night we played games together in A's apartment. For them, gaming had long since lost whatever novelty it once possessed. It had become routine, a way of dissolving time rather than enjoying it. But for me there was still something strangely comforting about it, the simplicity of sitting together, competing without stakes, hearing laughter echo through rooms that otherwise felt suspended outside ordinary life. I left a fixed camera running much of the time. It captured fragments more valuable than anything I could have scripted, old-school stories, jokes repeated too many times, quiet admissions spoken casually in the early hours of the morning. Their disappointments. Their exhaustion. Their strange mixture of resignation and endurance. The footage felt important almost immediately. Not because their stories were unique, but because they were becoming ordinary. That was precisely what made them worth documenting. What surprised me most, however, was how much I enjoyed being home. I had expected only discomfort and tension. Instead, I found something gentler waiting there. There was a camaraderie among us now that had never existed during school. Back then everything had been competition, marks, rankings, futures, approval. But now there was nothing left to compete for. The race had ended without most of us ever reaching the finish line we had been promised. Even our parents had begun, quietly, to understand. Not all at once, and rarely aloud, but gradually they had come to recognize the scale of what their children had inherited. The rules they had followed no longer produced the same outcomes. Effort no longer guaranteed assent. And beneath all of it lingered something else too, an unspoken acknowledgement, both from my parents and from myself, that I really had done everything I could. I had not spent my entire visit home resting. Between interviews and evenings with the others, I continued working whenever I could. Most importantly, I edited the drone footage from the bridge opening. On my final night in the community, I showed the finished sequence to the group. I avoided explaining exactly how I had acquired the footage, saying only that I possessed a press pass for the opening ceremony. Even that much seemed enough to impress them. Their reaction, however, surprised me. I immediately announced that he wanted to see what we had all started calling the Brunel for himself. He still had access to his mother's aging electric car and proposed driving B and me there the following day. We could stay overnight, he said casually, as though such spontaneity still belonged naturally to our lives. The others showed little interest. To be honest, I doubted the trip would happen at all. Parents might object. The boys themselves might lose enthusiasm by morning. Besides, it was only a bridge and tunnel, impressive perhaps, but hardly worth a pilgrimage. I also warned them that I would spend most of the trip working from dawn until evening. Yet somehow the plan survived. We left later than intended the next day, though nobody seemed to care. For once, it was the boys escaping the stagnation of their ordinary routines while I was slipping back into my own familiar rhythm of work, deadlines, and movement. We arrived late in the afternoon. The boys shared one hotel room while I took another. We ate dinner together nearby, and for once no gaming consoles appeared, no one retreating into headphones or glowing screens. There was something strangely peaceful about that evening, as though all 3 of us understood the rarity of simply being elsewhere. After dinner, I uploaded the drone footage. The government's official footage would be distributed to agencies the following morning. My hope was that by releasing mine late at night, it might gather enough early traffic to sit at the top of the rankings before the official flood arrived. Then I went to bed early. Before sunrise I was already moving through the hotel corridor carrying equipment, pausing briefly outside the boys' room before continuing downstairs alone. For the first part of the morning the bridge remained closed to ordinary traffic. Access was restricted to media personnel, officials, and invited guests. I filmed from an open vehicle as it sped through the tunnel section, light streaking across polished walls while the vehicle cut through the silence at unnatural speed. Afterward I returned to the quieter side of the structure, knowing instinctively where the better footage would be found before the crowds arrived. The first 2 hours passed in near solitude. What surprised me initially was the number of foreigners present. I realized suddenly that I had never before seen so many gathered in one place. For a moment the sight unsettled me, simply because it contradicted my expectations. Then I remembered what the event truly was. This was not merely infrastructure. It was theater. A performance designed not only for Middamese audiences, but for the world. Several of the foreign guests spoke excellent Middamese. I sought them out quickly, steering conversations away from the bridge itself and toward broader questions, their expectations for their own countries, their perceptions of Middom, their predictions for their own lives in the coming decade. I already knew those interviews would attract attention online. Our society distrusted foreigners instinctively, yet remained simultaneously fascinated by them. People would click simply to hear outside voices speak about us. Between interviews I hurriedly edited clips on my laptop, attaching the shorter segments to the drone footage in hopes of driving viewers deeper into the channel. Then came the interviews themselves. One after another. By late morning the crowds had thickened considerably, tourists flooding observation areas while officials and influencers drifted through carefully managed zones. I moved constantly between them, filming reactions, snippets of conversation, faces illuminated by excitement and spectacle. Eventually A and B found me midway through an interview. I stopped filming for a while and spoke with them beside the promenade. They seemed strangely happy simply wandering there together, taking photographs, buying drinks, escaping the deadened routine that had settled over their lives back home. But after barely an hour, they announced they were leaving. "I'll see you soon," I said with a tired smile. B stepped forward unexpectedly and hugged me. "Not until next New Year," he corrected quietly. "Okay?" "Okay," I managed to reply. To my embarrassment, tears welled suddenly in my eyes. Even now I am not entirely certain why. Perhaps because I understood, in that moment, how fragile all of us had become. Or perhaps because I sensed that the brief warmth of that week, the games, the conversations, the feeling of shared survival, could not last once ordinary life reclaimed us. After they left, I returned to work. The interviews continued until late afternoon, long after the novelty of the bridge had begun fading into routine for everyone else around me. That evening, exhausted and still carrying the weight of equipment across aching shoulders, I boarded the overnight train back to the Pearl. Chapter 9, Was I Wrong? That month was the happiest I had experienced in years, and for a long time afterward I would measure other periods of my life against it. The bridge video went viral. Not internationally, nor on the scale that transforms a life overnight, but enough within Middom to produce what people in the industry called a sugar hit, a sudden explosive surge of views, attention, and income that felt far more significant than it ultimately proved to be. In that single month I earned more money than I had during the previous 6 combined. For a while, it felt as though something might finally be changing. The channel gained followers at a slightly faster rate afterward, and I turned the footage into a polished promotional reel for the bridge itself, adding it to my website in hopes of attracting broader commercial work. Yet beneath the excitement, the underlying trajectory of my life remained stubbornly unchanged. Viral success, I discovered, often resembled a wave breaking against rock, dramatic in the moment, but leaving the landscape fundamentally intact. Soon enough I returned to the familiar routine of bar work, editing, filming, and uploading material for my various channels. But something had shifted in me after New Year. I found myself missing those days back home with surprising intensity. Only then did I fully recognize how lonely I had become. Exhaustion I already understood. Loneliness was harder to admit. Yet there seemed little I could do about it. Friendship required time, and time was the one thing my life no longer contained. The only realistic opportunity for connection existed through work. But the bar employed only 2 people. There was me, and the owner, a married man in his late 50s who drifted mechanically between tasks and rarely spoke unless it directly concerned the business. Conversation, for him, existed only as a functional necessity. That left the customers. Most arrived in groups or couples, immersed in their own evenings, their own conversations. There was little room in their lives for a serving girl carrying drinks between tables. Only the regulars offered the possibility of something more than transaction, brief fragments of conversation stolen between orders, tiny moments of recognition repeated often enough to become familiarity. I suppose my first real friend there was Elle. She was one of those women whom people instinctively notice the moment they enter a room. Tall, elegant, always immaculately presented, with long dark hair that fell almost to her waist. Her clothes were carefully chosen in the effortless way wealth often allows, dresses cut precisely enough to flatter without appearing overtly provocative. Sleeveless. Occasionally backless. Never excessive. She spoke the same way she dressed. Gracefully, lightly, with an easy smile and a laugh that rang softly through the bar without ever becoming loud. The first time she visited, she arrived with W., a man considerably older than herself. At least, I assumed he was older. Men with money often become difficult to age accurately. He possessed the relaxed confidence of someone long accustomed to being listened to. The sort of man who leaned back comfortably in his chair, laughed deeply, ordered expensive whiskey from the top shelf without ever glancing at the price. Embarrassingly, because of the attentiveness she showed him rather than the reverse, I initially assumed he was her father. Fortunately, I possessed enough sense to keep that assumption to myself. Still, as I watched them together that first evening, I found myself quietly wondering about the nature of their relationship. Even then, though, curiosity came more naturally to me than judgment. I could understand why someone might be drawn toward W. He carried himself with effortless authority, and people instinctively adjusted themselves around him in response. Over time I came to know Elle a little better. Sometimes she arrived before him, and during those quiet periods we would talk while I prepared drinks or wiped down tables. At first our conversations remained superficial, where we were from, how long we had lived in the city, small observations about life in the Pearl. Like me, she came from elsewhere. Unlike me, however, she appeared to inhabit a charmed existence. She traveled freely, dressed beautifully, and moved through the city with a kind of ease I rarely saw in women our age. The wealthy man at her side seemed to grant access to a life far removed from my cramped apartment and endless shifts. Then one evening, almost abruptly, she admitted that they were not married. The confession seemed to escape her unintentionally. I saw the regret flicker across her face immediately afterward, as though she had revealed more than intended. But when I neither reacted with shock nor treated her differently afterward, and, more importantly, never repeated the information, something between us subtly changed. Trust, perhaps. By then our relationship still existed entirely within the confines of the bar. We had never met outside it. That would come later. The night that would irrevocably alter my life started and ended in a fashion that, had it not been for the events after, I would not have remembered it. It was early when Elle stepped into the bar, not just with W, but a second man. A businessman, successful. "Welcome to our modest establishment," I said to the man. "I believe this is your first visit." He nodded, but said nothing. I led them to the table. Offered them the drinks menu. W waved it away, ordered something from the top shelf. I turned to the stranger. "Would you like to order, or would you like more time?" "What do you recommend?" he said. I became slightly flustered, reddened a little. I am afraid I might be too presumptuous. He smiled slightly, seeming to enjoy the sport. Emboldened by his response, "But if I were to make such a presumption, I would judge you a businessman, successful, refined. A whiskey drinker, I'd guess." He was enjoying himself. But there are many different whiskeys. Indeed. At this point I must concede myself defeated. Though, if forced to choose, it would be something to match the weather from the Western Isles, peaty, single malt. The Talisker, perhaps. A fine choice, he said. It is rare that I am inclined to take the advice of others. Though in this case, I'll make an exception. The Talisker it is. I nodded in acquiescence, turning quickly to Elle. Your usual, madam, or would you prefer something else? The usual would be wonderful. Thank you. 874. That evening was busier than most. Even so, I noticed there were more than the usual number of glances in my direction, not just from the stranger, but also Elle. Elle arrived at the bar soon after opening the following evening. Alone. The moment she sat down, I understood she had come to talk. Even while I poured her drink, she asked casually. What did you think of R? You mean the man from last night? She nodded. Charming, I replied. Rich men usually are. He took an interest in you, she said lightly, though there was intent behind the remark. I gave a faint shrug. Men like that take an interest in plenty of women, I said. Usually not short girls with purple streaks in their hair. Elle laughed, a deep, effortless laugh that seemed almost rehearsed from years of social ease. Do you really think so little of yourself? It's not about me, I replied. I am what I am. Other people decide what has value to them. The answer seemed to amuse her. But what if he genuinely likes you? The willowy types usually do better with men like him. All women do well with men like him, Elle replied dryly. That's the problem. They always want variety. If they have someone slim, they want someone voluptuous. If she's pale, they start noticing darker women. If she's sophisticated, they suddenly become fascinated by innocence. She took a sip of her drink. Preferably they'd have one of each. So in R's eyes, I said flatly, I'm simply something different. Something like that. I stared at her, beginning to understand where the conversation was heading. Then she said it plainly. You've got an opportunity, if you want it. I said nothing. He's interested in an arrangement, she continued. And men like R are willing to pay for what they want. My stomach tightened. I don't know anything about arrangements like that. That's why I'm here, she replied calmly. To tell you what to ask for, and what he'll expect in return. For a moment I genuinely thought I had misunderstood her. This is insane, I said quietly. No, Elle replied. It's common. Her expression hardened slightly. But before you even consider it, understand something clearly. Men like R expect loyalty and availability. If they're paying for your lifestyle, they expect to come first. They do not like being ignored, contradicted, or inconvenienced. The casual warmth had disappeared from her voice now. What remained was experience. If you agree to something like this, you don't drift in and out when it suits you. You answer the phone. You show up when expected. You serve. And you certainly don't create problems. And if you can't live like that, then say no immediately. I leaned against the counter, trying to process what I was hearing. Why would anyone agree to this? Because struggling gets exhausting, she replied simply. And because men like R and W can change your life very quickly. Then, almost matter-of-factly, she added. If you do it, ask for a monthly stipend. At least double what you earn here. I blinked at her. And after a few months, she continued, ask for an apartment. The words landed harder than everything else combined. An apartment? They like generosity, she said. It feeds their ego. Expensive gifts, rent, property, it makes them feel powerful. And honestly, for men like R, those things cost less than emotion. I struggled to imagine the kind of money she was discussing. You're serious. Completely. I served another customer almost automatically, barely hearing him. When I returned, Elle was still watching me with unsettling calmness. Is he going to ask me himself? I asked. No. You tell me your answer. If you're open to it, he'll meet you properly in a few days and discuss terms. Terms, I repeated quietly. Yes, she said. That's what this is, whether people admit it or not. I looked down at the counter for a long moment. Do I at least get time to think? Of course. She reached into her handbag and slid a small card with her number across the counter. Call me tomorrow between 5 and 6. Not before. If you don't call by 6, I'll assume the answer is no. I nodded slowly. After another silence, I asked the question that had been circling my mind since the conversation began. Why did you ask whether I liked him? For the first time that evening, her expression softened. Because it matters, she said quietly. These things become unbearable very quickly if you dislike the man involved. Then she stood, smoothing her dress before finishing the last of her drink. What should I do? I asked before she could leave. Elle paused. You're the only one who can answer that, she said. Just understand that whichever choice you make, you'll have to live inside it afterward. As I moved between tables that night, balancing trays of drinks and answering customers with automatic smiles, I understood that I was standing before one of the defining decisions of my life. Not merely a practical decision, though it was certainly that. It would determine the conditions under which I lived, the shape of my days, the degree of exhaustion I carried. But beneath all of that lay something more unsettling. It would also determine what kind of person I was willing to become. Even so, it took time for the initial shock to fade and for my thoughts to settle into something colder and more methodical. I never doubted for a moment that I was married. Nor did I doubt that there were other women, had been women before me, or that there would be women afterward. Men like him existed inside systems of quiet understanding. Everyone knew. Few acknowledged it openly. I also knew exactly how such women would be spoken about if their lives were exposed. People would call them immoral, opportunistic, shameless. They would speak of character and dignity as though such concepts floated untouched above economics and exhaustion. Yet when one stands close enough to a decision like that, moral abstractions begin to lose their neatness. R would continue living exactly as he pleased whether I entered his life or not. I would not be the first woman. I would not be the last. Refusing him would not redeem anyone else, nor would accepting him meaningfully damage lives already built upon compromise and secrecy. Gradually the question ceased to be about society at all. Instead, it became entirely about myself. Could I live such a life? Could I bear the consequences of it, not only materially, but emotionally? The humiliation if exposed. The silent judgments. The knowledge that some people would reduce me instantly to a stereotype the moment they learned the truth. Yet even that fear weakened under examination. I had few real friends in the Pearl. My parents remained far away, insulated from the details of my daily existence unless disaster forced those worlds together violently. The practical risks, while real, seemed strangely distant compared to the exhaustion I already lived with every day. And exhaustion, I realized, had begun shaping my thinking more than pride ever had. Elle had been honest about one thing above all else: I would be exchanging one form of freedom for another. The temptation was obvious. The night shifts would end. The endless cycle of work and editing and survival would loosen. I would finally possess time, real time, to pursue filmmaking seriously rather than an exhausted fragment stolen between shifts. Unless, of course, he demanded that end too. That uncertainty lingered heavily in my mind. For the first time in years, I imagined what it might feel like not merely to survive, but to breathe. And then there was the apartment. More than the money itself, that was the true lure. Not luxury exactly, but space. Privacy. Stability. A place that belonged to me rather than some damp rented box I occupied temporarily between shifts and deadlines. The question, ultimately, was what such things would cost. My body, obviously. Yet in the ordinary physical sense, that scarcely frightened me. R was much older than I was, certainly, but he was healthy, intelligent, even likable. I doubted intimacy itself would prove unbearable. No, the real fear lay elsewhere. What unsettled me was not the ordinary expectations of a relationship, however transactional its foundations might be, but the possibility of demands extending beyond what I could tolerate, hidden tastes, humiliations, cruelties concealed beneath charm and money. The fear was not that he desired me, but that power allowed desires to grow strange. As the following evening approached and the deadline for calling Elle drew nearer, I found myself arriving at an uncomfortable conclusion. My current life could not continue indefinitely. I was burning out. Yes, I was moving forward, technically. The channels were growing. Opportunities appeared occasionally. But progress came so slowly, and at such cost, that I could feel myself eroding beneath it. Eventually, sometime near the end of my shift, I made the decision quietly within myself. If R accepted the conditions I needed, the stipend, the apartment, the freedom to continue my work, then I would agree. And afterward, I would simply have to hope that whatever he demanded in return remained within the boundaries of what I could endure. I called Elle a little after 5 the following evening. She sounded unsurprised by my decision. Looking back, I suppose there was no reason for her to be surprised. She herself had once made a similar calculation, weighing exhaustion against compromise and deciding which version of life she could endure more easily. She did not linger on the phone. Instead, she gave me the name of a restaurant and told me to be there at noon on Monday. No camera. That was all. It was only about a year later, after Elle and I had grown genuinely close, that she finally told me how those events had unfolded from the other side. By then, enough time had passed for honesty to seem harmless. R, she explained, had recently ended things with another woman in the Pearl. Exactly what had gone wrong she never fully knew. The woman had apparently become indiscreet in some way, whether through gossip, emotional demands, or simply forgetting the nature of the arrangement, Elle could not say. What mattered was that R had grown tired of her. He had begun considering someone new, though according to Elle he had also become increasingly bored with the type of women who usually surrounded him. Too polished. Too predictable. Too eager. Still, he wanted companionship. Someone attractive, intelligent enough to entertain him, and discreet enough not to become a problem. Then he met me. You surprised him, Elle admitted later. Not because I was especially beautiful by his standards, but because I had spoken to him differently. The banter had come easily. I had neither fawned over him nor challenged him aggressively. I had treated him almost casually while understanding hierarchy. Fun, Elle called it. At the time I had been wearing a sleeveless top at the bar. Gym girl, R apparently remarked while watching me work. Elle had laughed at that. She's not a gym girl, she corrected him. She's trying to become some kind of filmmaker. Those arms come from carrying camera equipment all over the city. She explained my channels, the freelance work, the constant editing and filming. According to Elle, R's first reaction had been unimpressed. Sounds unreliable, he said dismissively. But Elle contradicted him. She told him I understood discretion because my work depended upon it, sources, footage, unpublished material. She mentioned that I knew 1 or 2 things about her private life and that I had never repeated anything carelessly. She doesn't blab, Elle told him. And she's smarter than she looks. That, apparently, caught his attention. To Elle's surprise, he then began asking personal questions. Was I married? Did I have a boyfriend? What did Elle know about my relationships? The answer seemed to please him. I was not, in his words, that kind of bar girl. No dramatic ex-boyfriends lingering nearby. No obvious dependence on nightlife or wealthy men. No chaotic emotional history. R, for all his sophistication, was still deeply susceptible to stereotypes. At one point he even asked bluntly whether I went for girls. Elle later admitted she had almost laughed. I told him I'd never seen any sign of it, she said. Honestly, you always look too busy for relationships of any kind. And it was true. At that point, I was effectively working 2 full-time jobs while surviving on 6 nights of bar shifts each week. There had been little room in my life for romance, even had I wanted it. After that conversation, according to R mostly stopped speaking and simply watched me work from across the room. The following afternoon she received a short call from him. See whether she's interested. That was all he said. By then, of course, he had almost certainly already investigated me himself. Men like R did not move forward blindly. He would have found my channels, my videos, my work history, enough to reassure himself that I was disciplined, ambitious, and unlikely to create public scandal. And perhaps, because of the nature of my work, he assumed I understood something important already. That the world often functioned less through morality than through silence. It was only later that I realized the restaurant R had chosen for our meeting was far more modest than the places he usually frequented. At the time, I simply assumed it was one more elegant restaurant among many in the Pearl. Only afterward did I understand that the choice had been made partly in deference to me. He had correctly guessed that my wardrobe consisted almost entirely of inexpensive online purchases and practical department store clothing. Outfits suitable for university presentations, casual filming work, or office internships. Functional clothes. Respectable clothes. Not the sort of carefully curated fashion expected in the city's most exclusive dining rooms. I wore a simple black dress. Neither conservative nor provocative. Plainly spoken, much like myself. I arrived several minutes early and ordered only a glass of water while I waited. R arrived half an hour late. At the time I told myself it was the result of business, traffic, importance. Later I came to understand it differently. It was performance. Power expressed through time. He did not apologize. I stood when he reached the table, kissed him lightly on the cheek, then sat again. You could have ordered something, he said smoothly as he took his seat. Water is fine, I replied. I didn't want to seem presumptuous. That answer appeared to please him. Thank you for coming, he said. You are a difficult man to refuse, I replied with a faint smile. I brought you a small gift. He placed an elegant red box upon the table and gestured for me to open it. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace inset with a thin row of diamonds. Instinctively, my hand rose toward my mouth in surprise. I knew you'd wear black, he said softly. Then he stood and fastened the necklace around my neck himself. Looking back, I can still remember the strange mixture of emotions that passed through me in that moment: nervousness, flattery, caution, calculation. Not love, certainly. But perhaps the awareness that my life was already beginning to tilt in a different direction. Dinner itself was surprisingly ordinary. We spoke mostly about my work. Filming. Editing. Social media. Freelance jobs. At the time I believed he was learning about me naturally through conversation. Only later did I realize he already knew most of the answers. The questions were not for information. They were for confirmation. It was only once coffee arrived that the true purpose of the meeting emerged. R rested his hands lightly against the table and spoke in the calm, measured tone of someone long accustomed to negotiation. You are a beautiful young woman, he began. And I believe I would enjoy spending time with you. There was no awkwardness in the way he said such things. No hesitation. Men like R had long since learned to speak plainly when discussing arrangements they considered mutually beneficial. Of course, he continued, I also have expectations. Discretion. Punctuality. Exclusivity. I am generous, but I dislike complications. He held my gaze steadily. My time is limited. When I need you, I expect you to be available. I suggest we begin with 6 months and see whether we suit each other. I would expect nothing less, I replied evenly, though my pulse had quickened noticeably. Then, carefully, I added. If I agree to this, I assume you would expect me to leave the bar. He nodded once. I'm willing to do that, I said. But I need security if things do not continue. Jobs, even poor ones, are difficult to find now. To my surprise, he agreed almost immediately. Without hesitation, he offered a substantial sum up front as compensation for leaving the job, enough money to equal nearly 3 years of my wages at the bar. Even then I understood something important. For people like R, life-changing amounts of money often represented little more than convenience. Encouraged by his response, I pressed further. There is also my other work, I said more cautiously. The filming. The channels. I've invested years into them. You may continue, he replied. Provided it never interferes with my time. And nothing involving me appears publicly in any form without permission. That goes without saying, I replied quickly, reaching across the table to touch his hand lightly. Thank you. Then came the subject that mattered most to me. Without regular employment, I said carefully, I require a monthly stipend. He named a figure. To my surprise, it was lower than I had expected. Still, it was far more money than I had ever possessed consistently in my life, and I agreed immediately. For a brief moment he looked as though he might comment on the speed of my acceptance, but decided against it. Anything else? He asked. I hesitated before continuing. If this arrangement becomes long-term, I said slowly, my current accommodation will no longer be suitable. He watched me carefully. I want a home, I said. Not a rental. An apartment entirely my own. For the first time that evening he paused to consider before replying. A large request, he admitted. Then he smiled faintly. But one I am willing to meet. Relief flooded through me so suddenly that I almost felt lightheaded. Thank you, I said quietly. You're offering a kind of security I could never realistically achieve alone. Are you satisfied? He asked. Entirely, I replied with a smile that, at least in that moment, was genuine. Afterward the conversation shifted easily onto other topics, as though we had concluded an ordinary business arrangement. I liked your footage of the bridge, he remarked eventually. How did you manage to get it? I smiled faintly. A girl should keep 1 or 2 secrets of her own. To my surprise, that answer seemed to satisfy him more than any detailed explanation could have. Soon afterward he paid the bill and stood to leave. Before departing, he informed me that he had reserved a room for me at a nearby hotel and suggested I rest there for the afternoon. I'll return at 6, he said simply. Then he walked away, leaving me seated alone beneath the soft restaurant lighting, my fingers unconsciously touching the necklace around my throat while I tried to comprehend how quickly the architecture of my life had changed. I unlocked the hotel room and stepped inside to find 3 boxes arranged neatly across the bed, my name written upon each in an elegant hand. For a moment I simply stood there looking at them. Then I opened the smallest box resting atop the others. Inside lay matching underwear, expensive, delicate, far more revealing than anything I had ever owned. It was not the sort of thing I would have chosen for myself, though there was nothing vulgar about it. The pieces were tasteful in the careful, calculated way luxury often is. I closed the lid quietly and set the box aside. The second box contained a dress. Midnight blue. Even folded carefully within tissue paper, it was beautiful. The kind of dress that seemed designed not merely to be worn, but noticed. I ran my fingers lightly across the fabric before replacing the lid. The final box held the shoes. Matching, of course. My first thought was whether they would even fit. Wealthy men, I imagined, were accustomed to women shaped more elegantly than I was. Still, I slipped them on. Perfect. Not only perfect, but unexpectedly comfortable. That unsettled me slightly more than if they had not fit at all. I removed them carefully and placed all 3 boxes neatly upon the table beside the window, suddenly conscious that none of what surrounded me, not the room, not the gifts, not even the silence itself, truly belonged to my ordinary life anymore. Then I set the alarm. 5 o'clock. Only then did I recognize the depth of my exhaustion. Weeks of work, filming, editing, late nights at the bar, and the strain of the decision itself seemed to settle over me all at once, heavy and irresistible. I undressed slowly, folding the black dress carefully over the back of a chair as though preserving the last small piece of the life I had walked in with. The hotel room was cool and silent. I pulled back the blankets and climbed deliberately into the enormous bed, intending not merely to rest, but to sleep properly for the first time in months. There was something strangely luxurious about giving myself permission to stop. No customers. No editing timelines. No alarm already counting down toward another shift. Only stillness. The mattress sank softly beneath me, and almost immediately the weight of exhaustion pulled me under. When the hotel door clicked open, I was already waiting. I had dressed carefully in the midnight blue dress he had chosen for me, the necklace cool against my skin. Rising from the chair beside the window, I turned once slowly, allowing the fabric to move around me. "It's beautiful," I said softly as I walked toward him, kissing him lightly on the cheek once again. "Is that all I get?" he asked with a playful smile. I laughed quietly and slipped my arms around his neck, kissing him more fully before pulling back. "Good thing I'm not wearing lipstick," I teased. He smiled at that. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he reached toward his tie. "Let me," I said. Carefully, I loosened the knot and slid the tie free before hanging it neatly inside the wardrobe. The small domesticity of the gesture surprised me even as I did it. "You didn't sleep?" he asked suddenly. "Like a log," I replied. He gestured toward the perfectly made bed. "I made it afterward, of course," I added lightly. "I doubted you'd want to arrive to find an unmade bed." For a moment he simply looked at me. Not with hunger exactly, nor even amusement, but with a quieter sort of appraisal, as though I had unexpectedly confirmed something he had hoped might be true. Dinner was extraordinary, the finest restaurant I had ever entered, though at the time I tried hard not to appear overwhelmed by it. Everything seemed softened by wealth, the lighting, the voices, the effortless attentiveness of the staff. Even the pacing of the meal felt different from ordinary life, as though time itself moved more slowly in places designed for people who never needed to hurry. R was in excellent spirits. Over dinner he spoke about places he had traveled, foreign cities, hotels, restaurants perched above harbors or hidden in old districts. I listened carefully, fascinated less by the destinations themselves than by the ease with which he moved through the world. Travel, for him, was not aspiration but routine. The evening unfolded with surprising warmth, and despite everything I had feared beforehand, I found myself genuinely enjoying his company. Later, when we returned to the hotel room, my nervousness returned quietly. Not fear exactly, but uncertainty. I did not yet understand him fully, what pleased him, what irritated him, how much of the polished charm concealed expectations I had not yet encountered. At first I behaved carefully, allowing him to lead the rhythm of the evening while I concentrated on reading his moods and reactions. But as the minutes passed, my nervousness eased somewhat, and I became more confident, more natural. Looking back, what unsettles me most is not the intimacy itself, but how quickly performance and sincerity began to blur together. I could no longer entirely separate what I genuinely felt from what I understood was expected of me. At the time, however, I tried not to examine those questions too closely. Exhaustion and relief have a way of silencing deeper reflections. I rose early the following morning. I woke faintly to the sound of the shower running in the adjoining bathroom, drifting in and out of sleep while pale morning light spread slowly across the curtains. A little while later he reappeared, already dressed for the day. "Don't get up," he said smoothly when he noticed I was awake. I remained beneath the blankets, watching him gather his things with the calm efficiency of someone already mentally elsewhere. Before leaving, he leaned down and kissed me deeply. Then, almost casually, he said, "Resign today." Chapter 10, A New Life. Elle returned to the bar several nights later with her lover. By then I had already resigned. The decision still felt unreal to me. I had handed in my notice exactly as instructed, enduring my employer's confusion and thinly veiled disappointment without explanation. Yet afterward there had been only silence. No calls. No messages. Nothing. As the days passed, anxiety began creeping steadily into my thoughts. Had I made an unforgivable mistake? Had I trusted too quickly? I had abandoned the only stable employment I possessed on the strength of a single evening and a handful of promises from a man whose entire life functioned according to power I did not understand. Seeing Elle enter the bar eased those fears slightly. Only slightly. She behaved entirely normally, ordering drinks and smiling easily while W sat relaxed beside her, as though my life had recently shifted course beneath the surface. I, meanwhile, had no opportunity to speak privately with her and no ability to ask the questions pressing against my mind. So I hid my anxiety. By then I already understood something important about the world I had stepped into. Insecurity was concealed, not discussed. One was expected to wait calmly through long silences without demanding reassurance. Neediness, I suspected, would be interpreted as weakness. Still, as the evening dragged on, I found myself increasingly afraid that they would simply leave before Elle found a chance to speak to me at all. Eventually, during a quieter moment, she approached the bar alone. Without ceremony she slipped a phone across the counter toward me. "He asked me to give you this," she said quietly. "Or will contact you through it. Everything's already set up." Then, after the slightest pause, she added, "He suggested you try the payment system." I nodded once. The following week was my last at the bar. On the third last night, the second phone finally chimed for the first time. During a quiet moment between customers, I checked the message. "Tonight, after you finish." Same as last time, 1319. That was all. By then I had already learned that brevity itself was part of the arrangement. No unnecessary words. No explanations. Just expectation. As the evening wound down and the customers gradually drifted home, I made certain everything was finished properly before leaving. I wiped down the counter twice, checked the stock, locked away the cash, and followed the final patrons out onto the street a few minutes later. The hotel room lights flicked on automatically as I inserted the card into the slot beside the door. R had not yet arrived. To my surprise, I felt relieved. I slipped into the quiet rhythm of preparation almost instinctively. Slippers beside the bed. A bottle of water placed within easy reach. The kettle filled. A tea bag waiting in a cup so that if he wanted tea, it could be made quickly. Only afterward did I change. I slipped out of my dress and folded it neatly across the chair, then wrapped myself in the hotel robe. Beneath it I wore only underwear, more comfortable than fully dressed yet still conscious of the role I was expected to play. Another hour passed before he finally arrived. The moment the door opened I knew he was very drunk. Not merely relaxed from business dinners and expensive whiskey, but genuinely unsteady. I guided him carefully into the room as he leaned heavily against the wall. "Do you want to shower?" I asked softly after he collapsed onto the edge of the bed. Was all he managed in reply. I removed his shoes first and set them neatly near the wardrobe, then his socks and jacket. For a brief moment I considered leaving him there exactly as he was, but instinct told me that neglect would not be forgiven kindly by men accustomed to care. So I helped him back to his feet. "Do you need help?" I asked. He shook his head and closed the bathroom door behind him. A moment later the shower began running. I hung his suit carefully inside the wardrobe and found a laundry bag for the smaller items scattered across the room. The entire process felt strangely domestic, almost unsettlingly so. Then I picked up his shirt. Lipstick marked the collar. For a second anger rose sharply inside me, sudden, irrational, humiliating. Then I stopped myself. "You knew." That was the agreement from the beginning. I folded the shirt carefully and placed it into the laundry bag without comment. Not hidden exactly, but not displayed either. A quiet acknowledgement. Nothing more. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, the room was orderly again. The lights dimmed. The floor dry. Fresh water waiting beside the bed. He finished another bottle silently while I hung the towel neatly behind him. "There's more water beside the bed," I said. He nodded tiredly and climbed beneath the blankets. I joined him shortly afterward and switched off the lights. In truth, I assumed he would fall asleep almost immediately. Instead, he turned toward me. Even through the haze of alcohol, habit and expectation still remained. For a moment I lay there very still, caught between performance and sincerity once again, unable to tell where one ended and the other began. He struggled clumsily, exhaustion and drink dulling him badly. Eventually I guided the pace simply to bring the moment to an end more gently. Afterward he exhaled heavily beside me. "I really like you," he murmured sleepily. Then, within minutes, he was snoring. In the darkness, with the harshness of the evening stripped away, he suddenly looked far older than he usually did. Smaller somehow too. The following morning he showered again before dawn. When he emerged from the bathroom toweling his hair dry, his eyes fell immediately upon the laundry bag and the folded shirt resting beside it. He looked at me. I gave no visible reaction. For a moment his expression hardened. "Do you have something to say?" he asked quietly. "A reminder," I replied, waving the comment away. "I didn't wash it because it wouldn't dry by morning. You probably won't want to take it home until it's cleaned. I can arrange it with hotel laundry." For the first time that morning, his expression shifted slightly. Not guilt. Not embarrassment. Something closer to surprise. "Have them wash it," he said after a pause. "Tell them to hold it for me." A few minutes later he kissed me goodbye and left for the day. After the door closed behind him, I rolled over slowly beneath the blankets. For the first time since the arrangement had begun, I felt faintly sordid. Finishing work at the bar was the moment my life truly began to reorient itself. Until then, every hour of my existence had been divided between survival and exhaustion. The arrangement with her altered that balance overnight. For the first time since arriving in the Pearl, I possessed something that felt almost unfamiliar: time. The shock of no longer working nights lingered for weeks. I would wake expecting fatigue, expecting pressure, expecting the panic of unfinished tasks pressing against the edges of the day. Instead there was silence. Space. Whole uninterrupted afternoons in which I could focus entirely on filming, editing, planning. I threw myself into work almost immediately. Alongside my regular channels, I finally completed the long-form Brunel documentary, a project that had stalled repeatedly beneath the sheer weight of exhaustion. I had never expected the finished piece to achieve much. Its primary purpose was practical: to broaden my website, strengthen my portfolio, make me appear more established than I truly was. By then the news cycle had already moved on. Still, to my surprise, the documentary performed well, carried along by the lingering success of the drone footage released earlier. Not transformative success, nothing so dramatic, but enough to widen my audience further. It was the first project I completed without feeling half dead by the end of it. I finished the final edits only a day before R contacted me again. Dinner. Another expensive restaurant. This time I wore the midnight blue dress and shoes he had bought for me during our first meeting. The necklace, meanwhile, had become almost permanent. I rarely removed it anymore. When R saw the dress, he frowned slightly. Not disapproval exactly. Recognition. He said nothing at first, though I noticed the second glance linger longer than the first. "You expected me to buy a new outfit," I said plainly. "Not exactly expected," he replied smoothly. "I'm not offended by your choice. Merely surprised." A brief pause. "You received the money?" "Yes," I said. "Thank you." Then, after a moment. "And I suppose you are correct. Most women probably would have spent part of it immediately. But their lives may have been less precarious than mine." His eyebrows lifted slightly. I shrugged. Until recently, I supported myself without assistance and without the expectation of rescue if things went wrong. That money represented security. I decided it would remain security. To my surprise, he smiled approvingly. A choice without fault, he said. And one that suggests unusual discipline. At the end of the month I'll receive the stipend, I replied. It's already more money than I'm accustomed to living on. I can buy something new then without touching what was meant to protect me. Are you always this disciplined? He asked curiously. I thought about the question. I don't think it was deliberate, I admitted. More something that hardened into habit over time. A way of bending with circumstances. A forced change? Not forced. Necessary. I paused before continuing. The world my parents entered no longer exists. Things do not arrive quickly anymore. I don't expect them to again. How so? I suspected he was testing me slightly, not cruelly, but curiously, trying to determine the depth of my understanding. People talk about falling population as though fewer people automatically means greater prosperity, more space, I said. But the problem isn't simply numbers. It's the population mix. He watched me carefully. Society is aging, I continued. Old women don't buy new dresses. Young people do. Yet my generation is increasingly unemployed, exhausted, or demoralized. A small smile touched his mouth at the dress reference. When I went home at New Year, I continued, many of my former classmates, good students, science students, technology students, had already returned to live with their parents. They spend their nights gaming and sleep through the mornings. People assume they'll somehow transform overnight into productive workers later, but motivation decays. Confidence decays too. You thought deeply about this, he observed. I'm living it, I replied. For most of my life, people insisted I had no future because I studied film rather than engineering or mathematics. Yet many of the students who followed the correct path now sit unemployed in their childhood bedrooms. Yet you survived, he said quietly. Barely, I answered honestly. Before you, I was living on exhaustion and momentum. Working nights. Filming by day. Building a business that still earned less than subsistence wages after years of effort. I could feel myself burning out. And now? I considered the question carefully. A beginning, I said at last. Or at least the possibility of one. He nodded slowly. You really are disciplined, he murmured. I think I realized that the other night. For a moment I did not understand what he meant. Then I remembered the shirt. You expected me to explode? I asked lightly. Most women would have, he admitted. Or left me lying there drunk. My first instinct was to reply that I had merely done what was expected of me. Even then, I understood that answer would diminish something important between us. Instead I said, some people react only to the moment in front of them. To what suits them. And you don't? I try not to. So you stayed quiet. I didn't think anger would achieve anything. He studied me. You didn't mind taking care of me while I was completely drunk? I thought about that carefully before answering. Afterward, no. Why? Because I sensed something had upset you, I said honestly. You don't seem like a man who normally loses control that way. His eyes shifted slightly at that. We all have moments where things become difficult, I continued softly. Those moments are worse when no one is there to steady you. For a second he looked as though he intended to respond, then thought better of it. Silence settled between us. Then he asked quietly, and the lipstick? I smiled faintly. I suspected you expected a much worse reaction. Any woman I know would have lost her temper. If I had, I replied, I would only have regretted it later. Why? Because people instinctively leap toward the worst explanation. I decided to choose a kinder one instead. His expression sharpened with curiosity. Which was? That you'd been entertaining clients, or being entertained. A KTV perhaps. A hostess bar. Girls hovering around businessmen isn't exactly unusual. And if I kissed one? I shrugged gently. You never promised exclusivity. Only discretion and decency. Why give me the benefit of the doubt? Because I knew what it felt like not to receive it. The thought surfaced before I could stop it. When I was young, I said quietly, I once desperately needed someone to assume the best of me. Instead, I was condemned before a word had even been spoken. R looked genuinely surprised. The strange thing, I continued after a pause, was that the anger probably hurt the other person more than it hurt me. I don't want to become that person. For a long moment he simply rubbed his thumb gently across the back of my hand. R did not have meetings until late the next morning, so we stayed overnight at the hotel. It was pleasant in a way I had almost forgotten life could be. The following morning we ate breakfast together on the balcony overlooking the river, speaking lazily while boats moved through the pale morning haze below us. Afterward he disappeared briefly back inside the suite. When he returned, he carried a large shopping bag. I have something for you, he said. Then, after a brief hesitation. When I first met you, I disliked the idea of your filming work. I've changed my mind. Continue producing whatever you wish. I trust you to protect my privacy. He placed the bag beside me. Curious, I reached inside and lifted out the box hidden within. Heavy. Far heavier than I expected. When I finally saw what it was, I stared at it in disbelief. A camera. Not merely a good camera, but the one I had researched endlessly online, priced repeatedly, and quietly accepted I would probably never own. For a second I could not speak. Then I placed the box carefully upon the table and wrapped my arms around him. You really shouldn't have, I whispered. R only smiled. It was always difficult returning home after those nights with R. Not because of him, nor even because of what we did together, but because of the contrast. The hotels he preferred were larger than my apartment several times over, their silence soft and expensive, their lighting designed to flatter everything it touched. Returning afterward to my cramped rooms, peeling walls, and narrow view of neighboring concrete made my own life appear duller than it already was. Luxury alters the eye quickly. What once seemed tolerable begins to feel temporary. Then insufficient. Then faintly humiliating. Still, if the arrangement had changed my material circumstances, it had also reignited my work. I threw myself deeper into my projects than ever before. The largest remained the documentary about my former classmates, their slow drift from ambition into the vacuum of unemployment and endless gaming. What made the footage compelling was not any single story, but the way 5 separate lives intertwined into something broader. A portrait of a generation suspended between education and irrelevance. By then I had accumulated more than 100 hours of footage. Most evenings were spent reviewing it piece by piece, marking moments where one of them said something revealing, bitter, or unexpectedly poignant. Small fragments to thread later through the longer interviews. Eventually the entire project would be reduced to barely an hour. Months of work for perhaps 60 minutes of finished film. Yet I understood by then that editing was not merely technical labor. It was excavation. One dug through hundreds of ordinary moments searching for the handful that revealed something true. Around the same time I began another project entirely. A new channel. Mistress. Even the name carried danger. At first glance it sounded reckless, the sort of thing that might compromise not only myself, but R as well. Yet the more I thought about it, the more I realized the project's strength lay precisely in how carefully controlled it could be. I already possessed the foundation of the story, my own carefully documented thoughts, footage of my old apartment, the exhaustion, the loneliness, the financial desperation. Now, with R's permission to continue filming, I could quietly expand that narrative further. The concept fascinated me because no one else would dare attempt it. Not honestly. There were endless channels discussing relationships, luxury, women, money, but none created from inside such an arrangement itself. Real people could not afford exposure of that kind. Unless, of course, one became exceptionally skilled at concealment. My face represented the greatest risk. By then I already understood that ordinary beauty filters offered little real anonymity. Images could be reverse processed, features reconstructed. But through experimentation I stumbled upon something I had never heard anyone else discussing. Instead of applying a single heavy filter, I layered many subtle ones. 5% here. 8% there. Tiny distortions spread across multiple applications until the final image no longer corresponded cleanly to any single reversal process. I even tested the method myself, running reverse algorithms through different programs. To my surprise, it worked remarkably well. The face remained recognizably human, attractive even, but no longer entirely mine. I also decided not to release any of the footage for months, perhaps longer. That gave me time to collect the material I still needed from home before my circumstances changed too much. My old apartment was essential to the story. Its narrowness. Its exhaustion. The atmosphere of precarious survival. Those spaces explained why women entered arrangements with men like her far more clearly than morality ever could. I had not seen Elle for several weeks when she invited me to lunch one weekend. I suspected she wanted to know whether things with her were functioning smoothly. That morning I rose early and took my new camera into the central districts before meeting her, gathering more interview footage for my Where Will I Be in 10 Years? Channel. By then the project had become something of an obsession. Young people spoke more openly to cameras than they did to family. Especially strangers' cameras. By lunchtime I met Elle at a cafe tucked into one of the city's newer shopping precincts. "He must be happy with you," she said almost immediately after we sat down. "He sent me flowers to thank me for introducing you." I blinked in surprise. He never mentioned it. Then, after a pause, I smiled faintly. Though perhaps I should have been the one sending them. Elle leaned back theatrically. "Oh, is somebody already in love?" For the advice, I replied dryly. She laughed loudly enough to draw glances from another table. "So," she asked after a moment, "is it working out?" "At least so far," I admitted with a small shrug. "He's good company. Generous." I left unsaid how much my life had already changed because of him. Not only materially, but emotionally too. For the first time in years, I no longer felt as though I were drowning every single day. What surprised me most, however, was how much I enjoyed the lunch itself. I still did not know Elle especially well, and under other circumstances we probably would never have become friends at all. Yet there was an ease between us that I found unexpectedly comforting. Perhaps because neither of us needed to pretend much with the other. In time, those lunches became a ritual. One quiet afternoon each weekend in which we escaped our respective performances and spoke, if not honestly, then at least less dishonestly than we did with everyone else. Chapter 11, Settled. Over the following months, I settled into a routine. Our appeared periodically, usually a week apart, occasionally two. His arrivals slipped into my life with the same quiet rhythm as weather fronts, anticipated, prepared for, then gone again before I fully adjusted to their presence. Gradually, a wardrobe began to accumulate around me. At first the dresses and shoes had felt theatrical, like costumes borrowed from someone else's life, but over time they became ordinary. Our continued adding pieces whenever he traveled or found something he thought suited me, and occasionally I bought an outfit myself, though always carefully and within limits. To my relief, many of the darker fears I had carried into the arrangement never materialized. His tastes, though occasionally eccentric, remained relatively harmless. The strangest was a fondness for lycra and elaborate lingerie, oddly specific preferences that struck me as faintly absurd rather than troubling. I was more than happy to indulge them. The truth was that our time together was usually pleasant. But only because I remained careful. Everything functioned within tightly maintained boundaries. I served. I smiled. I prepared everything in advance of his arrival. The rooms were orderly, the atmosphere calm, my mood light regardless of how tired or distracted I actually felt. Performance, I discovered, became easier with repetition. That did not mean the affection itself was entirely false. I genuinely liked him and found myself looking forward to his visits. Whether that feeling constituted love was far less certain. The lines had become blurred by service, dependency, gratitude, and the constant awareness that part of my role was to make him feel wanted. Elle asked me about it constantly. Did I love him? I never knew how to answer. Elle herself insisted she loved W, though even she admitted the feeling had become tangled into something painful and dependent. She still hoped, despite everything, that he would eventually leave his wife for her. To me, that hope seemed fragile to the point of self-destruction. Over time I watched her becoming increasingly trapped between affection and performance, unable to separate what she genuinely felt from what the arrangement demanded she feel. Sometimes I wondered whether that was the inevitable destination for women like us. It was during that period that I finally fulfilled the largest promise he had made to me. We were having dinner at an elegant restaurant overlooking the river when it happened. By then my camera accompanied me almost everywhere. R himself had encouraged it. It was small, he said, unobtrusive. Not in anyone's way. Only much later did I suspect another motive behind his approval. The camera gave me a role. A justification. I did not look like the stereotypical companion wealthy men displayed openly beside them. Too short. Too plainly spoken. Too practical. But with the camera slung over my shoulder, I ceased to look like a kept woman and became instead a creative professional documenting the evening. The camera was not really mine in those moments. It was his prop. Just as the separate phone was. Just as the carefully segmented payments were. By then I strongly suspected he maintained a second phone for me alone as well, the mistress phone, compartmentalized neatly away from the rest of his life. I often wondered how many people knew about our relationship. Perhaps none. Strangely, that possibility did not bother me nearly as much as I once imagined it would. That evening, midway through dinner, R suddenly asked to see the camera. "How does this thing work?" he asked lightly. I laughed and showed him how to power it on and switch between modes. A moment later he stood up from the table and pointed the camera back toward me. "I'll have you working for me soon," I joked. Then the waiter appeared quietly at my side carrying what I initially assumed was another menu or wine list. Instead it was an envelope. Confused, I opened it. Inside was the property title. For several long seconds I simply stared at it without fully understanding what I was looking at. Then comprehension arrived all at once. The apartment. My apartment. I pulled the document free with trembling hands, my mind struggling to process the reality of it. Across the table R was smiling faintly, clearly enjoying my shock. When I stood up instinctively, speechless, he passed the camera smoothly to the waiter before stepping beside me and wrapping his arms around me while the camera continued recording. Later, that footage would appear briefly in one of my videos. At the time, however, I barely registered the lens at all. All I could think about was the impossible fact resting in my hands. For the first time in my life, something permanent belonged to me. Not rented. Not borrowed. Mine. R did not give me the key that night. Not yet. He explained that the apartment was still being furnished and decorated properly before I moved in. I threw myself into work. There were small projects for H, another commissioned quietly through one of R's contacts, and a scattering of lesser editing jobs that arrived unpredictably and vanished just as quickly. I made certain that R understood his contribution to my life was no longer merely financial. Through him I was gaining access to an entirely different professional world, one built not around desperation and endless applications, but introductions, quiet recommendations, and proximity to money. My website slowly began to change. What had once resembled a hopeful student portfolio was gradually hardening into something more professional. Cleaner layouts. Better footage. Real clients. Real work. Still, progress remained painfully slow. I had 2 consistent clients. I needed 10. The channels themselves neither exploded nor collapsed. They simply continued on, stubbornly alive, hovering in that frustrating space between failure and success familiar to almost everyone attempting creative work online. Then, several months later, R unveiled another grand gesture. He took me to see the apartment. Deliberately, I had never specified what I wanted beyond ownership itself. No discussion of square meters or districts. I understood instinctively that men like R preferred to decide such things themselves. Generosity functioned partly as performance, and no wealthy man wished to appear cheap while performing it. The apartment was roughly twice the size of my existing one, though designed around a single large bedroom rather than 2 smaller ones. Secretly, I had hoped for a second room to use as workspace, while privately dreading the possibility of a studio. In truth, however, none of it would have changed my reaction. Had he handed me almost anything respectable, I would have appeared delighted. Fortunately, I did not need to pretend very hard. The apartment was expensive by Pearl standards, modern, well located, in one of the districts that had held their value better than most of Middom as the property market softened elsewhere. I was genuinely pleased. Yet beneath that gratitude lingered another feeling entirely. A quiet sense that my life no longer belonged wholly to me. It settled over things like fine dust, barely visible at first, yet slowly coating every surface. Inside the apartment I immediately noticed traces of R's preferences woven through the space. The mattress, for instance, was firmer than I liked, chosen more for his comfort than mine. The sofas were leather rather than the softer fabrics I would have preferred myself. But other things felt uncannily suited to me. The bathroom especially. A deep bath. A wide double shower clearly intended with R in mind. The kitchen was compact but practical. There was also a walk-in wardrobe, which I suspected R imagined overflowing with dresses and heels. My own first thought, however, was camera equipment. Storage. Lighting. Cases. The true limitation was workspace. There was no study. At first I imagined working from the dining table. Later, I would begin rearranging furniture entirely. Shifting the coffee table aside, dragging the dining table directly in front of the oversized wall-mounted television and using it as a giant monitor for editing. But those practical thoughts came later. That first evening I drifted through the apartment exactly as he hoped I would, admiring each room with open delight, touching surfaces lightly, opening cupboards, standing at windows longer than necessary. And in many ways the performance was genuine. For a girl who had once lived in a narrow rented room while calculating whether she could afford noodles for the week, the apartment felt impossibly luxurious. We stayed there that night. I expressed my gratitude in the ways men like R most appreciated, warmly, attentively, without restraint or awkwardness. By morning the apartment already carried the strange emotional weight of somewhere between a gift and an obligation. R left early. A few hours later I began moving my belongings into what would become my home for many years. One of the unexpected benefits of my new apartment was proximity. Elle now lived barely 10 minutes away on foot. As a result, we began seeing each other far more often, at least once a week, sometimes more. Usually one of us cooked, though just as often we ordered takeaway and sat talking late into the evening while untouched tea cooled beside us. She was 10 years older than I was, and in the beginning our relationship possessed a natural imbalance. I visited her apartment. I listened while she explained things. She occupied the role of the older woman, experienced, composed, worldly in ways I imagined I was not. But over time something shifted. I began seeing the woman beneath the performance. It sometimes happens that people whose lives appear radiant from a distance become strangely fragile upon closer inspection. The brilliance remains visible, but only as surface lighting, something carefully arranged to conceal what lies underneath. Elle had always seemed that way to me. Elegant dresses. Expensive bars. W at her side. Her confidence. Her laughter. All of it suggested not merely happiness, but victory. Perhaps that was why she had spoken to me so bluntly in the beginning. Even fairy tales, after all, contain poisoned apples. She had taught me the central rule of that world almost immediately: if you were going to enter it, demand a price. And I had. 8 months later I held that price in my hands. The apartment. Security. Not power exactly, I understood that well enough by then, but stability. The things I actually cared about. And more importantly, boundaries. If Er ever attempted to take away my work, my filming, my career, then he would be violating the agreement itself. In that case, I would leave. Only much later did I realize that Elle was partly reliving her own life through mine. At the time I believed our situations far more similar than they actually were. In truth, there were important differences. I remained careful not to reveal too much. After all, Elle had facilitated my relationship with R, and there were clearly ties between R and W that I did not fully understand. Business perhaps. Social circles certainly. The deeper connections remained hidden from me. In the weeks after I moved in, I usually went to her apartment one evening each week. She spoke often about her friends, other women like us, though she never introduced me to any of them. Sometimes she recounted dramas she watched online, stories she narrated so vividly that the characters began to sound like mutual acquaintances rather than fictional people. I rarely had time for such things myself. In return she asked about R, while occasionally offering fragments about W. He used to visit twice a week, she admitted once. Sometimes 3 times. And now? Usually once. She smiled when she said it, though not convincingly. By then the New Year period was approaching again, and my workload was becoming overwhelming. I needed to finish the documentary about my classmates before returning home, yet I had fallen behind schedule after accepting unexpected editing work through one of R's friends and another small project from H. When I mentioned how busy I was, Elle began coming to my apartment instead. At first it irritated me slightly. Not because I disliked her company, but because time itself had become precious. Every interruption carried weight. I found myself offering subtle hints that I needed to work. Lingering glances toward the monitor, unfinished edits left visible on the screen. She noticed eventually. A few days before New Year she came again, though this time my mood was lighter. I had finally reached the point of uploading the documentary when the doorbell rang. When she entered, she immediately helped me move the dining table back into its usual position after my editing setup had overtaken the living room entirely. Then together we carried the laptop across. "Are you finished yet?" she asked hopefully, fully aware that work always came first for me. I nodded at last. I can finally relax. "It's really that important?" she asked. "Yes," I said quietly. "It's about my old classmates. About what happened to them. Can we watch it?" I nodded again. We watched the video together, pausing only once when the delivery buzzer rang downstairs. Dinner arrived. Neither of us paid much attention to it. We ate almost silently, our eyes fixed on the screen as the footage unfolded, the cramped apartments, the gaming sessions stretching into dawn, the interviews, the forced laughter, the exhaustion beneath it all. When the documentary ended, Elle sat quietly for several seconds before speaking. "Beautiful," she said softly. "And sad." I nodded. "When I watch it," I admitted, "I see where I could very easily have ended up." Elle studied me carefully, sensing an opening. "Your life seems worlds away from that now." "I suppose it is," I replied. "Especially now that I have this place." Her gaze drifted around the apartment. "It's getting worse out there, you know," she said quietly. "I heard they may stop allowing students to study overseas altogether." In my field we notice those changes early, I replied. They affect what we can say. And how we say it. She nodded thoughtfully. I think your classmates will love the video, she said after a moment. What will they say when they see it? Will they understand how much work went into it? No, I answered simply. She looked surprised. They'll say I'm talented, I continued. And lucky. Isn't that true? Something about the question irritated me faintly, though I could not fully explain why. Perhaps because by then I had already spent years watching people mistake outcomes for accidents. Still, I kept my voice neutral. I suppose so. At the time I had not yet recognized the quiet parallel between Elle and my classmates themselves, people caught inside systems they barely understood, convincing themselves that survival belonged only to the fortunate. When I returned home for New Year, I expected the visit to be restful. For once, I imagined a holiday largely free from tension, time with my parents, meals with relatives, evenings spent catching up with old friends before returning once more to the Pearl. My parents were immediately curious about the apartment. I had shown them a brief video walkthrough over a call shortly after moving in, careful to frame the place modestly, avoiding any angles that made it appear too luxurious. A big step up from what you had before, my father observed quietly after dinner one evening. It's quite nice, I replied carefully. Still small, but not such a dump. My mother studied me for a moment. Still, she said, your fortunes have changed a great deal this year. The apartment. Leaving the bar. I shrugged. People only notice the visible changes, I replied. The real changes happened a long time ago. They looked at me curiously. I've been building those channels for years. 3 years ago, when they were already generating nearly 40% of my bar income, nobody noticed anything changing. I still lived in the same apartment. Still wore the same clothes. I was just slowly building savings month by month. I shook my head faintly. No one sees gradual change. They only notice the moment circumstances finally become visible. I stopped myself there. What I almost said instead was that people always preferred simple explanations for success or failure. They noticed the final moment, the better apartment, the changed circumstances, and constructed a neat story afterward to explain it. Much like the book dropped in the corridor years earlier. My father sensed immediately that the conversation was drifting toward dangerous territory. Well, he said with gentle finality, you certainly seem to have had a good year. I nodded, allowing the tension to dissipate. I did, I admitted. My channels grew. I went from 1 regular client to 3. And I finished an important private project. That answer satisfied everyone well enough. I intended to keep it that way. At New Year dinner the following day, my work again became a topic of discussion among relatives. Success stories had become increasingly rare, which made even modest achievements seem worthy of examination. I found myself explaining my situation across bowls of food and drifting cigarette smoke. 8 years, I said at one point, of working 90-hour weeks just to reach the point where I can finally support myself properly. But it's only been 4 years since university, my uncle protested. I shook my head. No, I corrected him quietly. I started building this the day I finished senior high school. That seemed to surprise him. Perhaps because most people imagine careers beginning formally, degrees, offices, titles, promotions, rather than through years of unseen effort accumulating quietly in the background. Later in the evening another relative asked the inevitable question. Do you think you'll ever be able to buy property in the Pearl? I felt an immediate flicker of relief at the phrasing. Buy. Not own. The distinction spared me another lie. Who knows, I replied lightly. That's far too far away to think about. And in some ways, despite everything, it still was. Chapter 12, Unsettled. The following evening I found myself once again in A's apartment, a gathering I had been looking forward to for weeks. Yet the atmosphere felt subtly altered from the moment I stepped inside. One of the girls, F, was gone. In her place sat another woman, Q, I barely recognized. The transition reminded me strangely of old television sitcoms where an actor vanished abruptly between seasons and was replaced without explanation. The script continuing unchanged while everyone pretended not to notice the dissonance. At first the absence felt jarring, almost impossible to ignore, but eventually the old character faded as though they had never existed at all. Something similar lingered in the room that night. No one mentioned F immediately. Neither did I. I sensed some tension still forming beneath the surface, something not yet stable enough to touch directly, and so I accepted everyone's greetings warmly and allowed the evening to settle naturally. After a while I finally spoke. I finished editing the video from last year, I said casually. Do you want to see it? The response was immediate and enthusiastic. I connected the laptop to the television and let the documentary begin. What fascinated me most was not the footage itself. I had already watched it dozens of times during editing, but the way each person reacted to their own image on screen. Whenever one of them appeared, their attention sharpened instantly. They studied themselves carefully, silently evaluating how they had been portrayed. Then, once the focus shifted elsewhere, they relaxed back into vague disinterest. Everyone, I realized, watched documentaries primarily for themselves. A longer section featuring parts of F's interview caused visible discomfort in B and one or two of the others. I eventually broke the silence first. That was pretty cool, he admitted. The way it cut between all the scenes and different people. Then B muttered darkly. Pity F wasn't cut out. A couple of the others nodded. I looked between them, genuinely confused. What did she do? I asked, expecting perhaps some romantic betrayal or argument over money. Instead B answered with obvious contempt. She got married. For a moment I simply blinked. Oh, I said carefully. I offered no judgment. I sensed immediately that any defense of her would be unwelcome. She sold herself out, B spat bitterly. The accusation hung heavily in the room. Not prostitute exactly. But close enough that the implication was unmistakable. I remained silent. Met some guy suddenly, another added. Older. Ugly. Like 40? I asked. I think he was 33, A corrected. Married him in, 4 months. Something tightened unpleasantly inside me. Suddenly I wished I had shown them the shorter versions of the documentary instead, 6 separate 10-minute edits focused individually on each person rather than the full intertwined piece. Did any of you go to the wedding? I asked. They all shook their heads. Things got ugly pretty fast after she told us, someone muttered. What's she doing now? Works for her husband's company, said a dismissively. They make shoes. Then, as if deliberately ending the topic, it pointed toward the console. Come on. Time's getting on. We haven't even started yet. One of the girls, Q, glanced at me uncertainly. Are you going to make another video? She asked. I sensed immediately that she felt slightly excluded, as though she were stepping into a role someone else had vacated. That's up to you guys, I replied carefully. Something like this takes a huge amount of work to get right. But I'm willing, if everyone agrees. I'm in, B said immediately. There was something grim beneath his enthusiasm. Almost vindictive. All right, I said lightly. I'll set up the camera. I adjusted the tripod carefully, framing the couch and shifting the lens slightly until B sat clearly within shot. Then the game began. Normally I enjoyed evenings like that far more than I admitted to myself. There was something comforting about the stale snacks, the shouted arguments, the repetition of half-finished conversations stretching late into the night. But that evening my concentration drifted constantly. I played terribly. Partly because I could not stop thinking about F. And partly because a darker thought kept intruding beneath everything else. I wondered what their expressions would become if they ever learned about R. The following morning, I left a message for F. There was no response. Instead, I contacted Q. She agreed to the interview almost immediately. I suspected she wanted more than friendship from the group, not romance exactly, but attachment, a place in something that already existed. We met the next afternoon inside the community, sitting next to one of the paths between the apartment towers. It was cold. The trees were bare and the wind carried cold that settled into the concrete spaces between the buildings. Elderly residents moved stiffly beneath thick coats. I filmed only fragments at first. Her breath fogging in the air. Her hands buried deep in her sleeves. Her story diverged sharply from the others. Unlike some of the others, she had actually found work after graduation. Not one related to her accounting degree, but work nonetheless. A sales assistant position. She explained that she had accepted it believing that if she worked hard enough, opportunities might follow later. I tried really hard, she said quietly. Stayed late. Helped with stock. Tried to learn everything. She laughed once, bitterly. I thought if I proved myself, eventually they'd move me into the office. Instead, the manager began suggesting that there were other ways for her to advance. Helping him personally. I knew what he meant, she said. She refused him. After that, everything changed. A few pieces of missing clothing, conveniently in her size, became the excuse. She was blamed immediately. Fired before New Year. I didn't even know what to say, she admitted. I kept thinking if I explained properly, someone would understand. No one had. What followed was worse than the dismissal itself. Month after month at home. Endless applications. Endless silence. She explained that graduates without blemishes were already struggling. Someone with a failed job behind them was damaged goods. So I stopped telling people about it, she said. Then it looked like I'd never had a job at all. She smiled weakly. That looked bad too. Her parents became frightened by how withdrawn she'd become. They insisted she leave the apartment every day, even if only for a short walk within the community itself. That's when I met B. He'd recognized her from senior high school. Invited her to join the group upstairs at A's apartment. At first I didn't want to go, she admitted. I thought it would be awkward. But I kept messaging her. Encouraging her. Telling her everyone was friendly. They really wanted me to come, she said. Why? I asked. She hesitated. My parents thought it was because of V. I waited. F had already gone by then. The implication hung there between us. 3 unemployed boys and 1 girl remaining in the group. Hugh had arrived almost as a replacement. You think the group would have changed without another girl there? I asked. Probably, she admitted. Maybe not ended. But become something different, boys only. Did they talk about F much? The question changed her expression immediately. Not properly, she said carefully. What do you mean? Like, everyone knew what happened. But no one explained it to me. What did they say? Mostly B. And? She looked uncomfortable now. He called her terrible things. I said nothing. Gold digger. Slut. Things like that. Because she married? Hugh nodded. He said she sold herself. The words landed heavily in the cold air. Did you ever meet her? I asked. Not really. Only afterwards I realized I'd probably seen her around before. And V? What about her? Did you ask what happened? Only once. What did she say? She got angry immediately. Like really angry. Told me not to ask again. Because she missed F? Hugh pulled her sleeves tighter against the cold. I don't know, she admitted. The following day I didn't message F. I called her. She answered after a long delay. I asked how she was. Whether she'd meet me. There was another pause before she asked quietly, "You saw B and the others?" I admitted that I had. Something in her voice immediately closed off. I asked whether she wanted to see the video from the previous New Year. "I don't know," she said flatly. "It's just bad memories now." "I understand," I replied. That changed her tone instantly. "How could you?" she spat. I kept my voice calm. "Have you forgotten junior high school?" Silence. Then cautiously, "But he was your boyfriend." "Or, what counts as a boyfriend at that age?" "No," I said evenly. "He wasn't." I let the silence settle between us. He dropped a book in the corridor. I picked it up and handed it back to him. "Other people put words into his mouth." She said nothing. "I wasn't even given that opportunity," I continued quietly. "Not by teachers. Not by my parents. Not by classmates. No one asked me what happened. No one cared about the truth." I could hear her breathing on the line. "It's been 5 months, right?" I asked. "Yeah," she admitted softly. "Try 5 years," I said. "Not in a new husband's arms. Alone. Unable to escape it. Facing the judgment every day." I paused. "Not from 5 people. From hundreds." Another silence. "Not as a grown woman of 25, I continued. As a 13-year-old child." "I'm sorry," she whispered. I shifted the conversation before the apology could grow heavier. "They asked me to make another documentary," I said. "About where everyone is now. I've already started filming." "You wouldn't," she suddenly exclaimed. "No," I said immediately. "I wouldn't use something like that. Not without including you." I kept my tone firm. "That stops being documentary. It becomes exploitation. I would never make something like that. It's unethical." She seemed to relax slightly. "You want me in it?" she asked cautiously. "I want to see you." I let the words rest there. "As for the documentary," I continued, "only do it if you actually want to. This project has consequences for me too. Can I think about it?" "I think you should." "I will," she promised. I was about to end the call when I stopped myself. I said softly, "Whatever you decide about the video, I'd still like to see you." She said nothing. "And if you refuse, that's okay too. But if you ever want to talk," I paused. "I'm only a phone call away." Did call late the following afternoon. She invited me over the next morning, early, and suggested we go out for lunch afterwards. I suspected it was a kind of test. Perhaps she imagined that if she occupied my morning and afternoon, it might stop me from spending another evening deep inside A's apartment with her former friends. It did not. Though, in truth, I gained very little useful footage from that night anyway. I arrived at F's apartment precisely at 10. Her husband had already left. She should do this alone, he had apparently said before going out to meet friends. I noticed immediately that she was pregnant. 4 months, perhaps a little more. "You can video," she said perfunctorily. Her resolve surprised me. The apartment was modest but warm. There was a large wedding photograph mounted prominently on the wall above the sofa. B's description of her husband was not entirely false, but neither was it entirely fair. In truth, he was the sort of man one barely noticed at all. Plain-faced. Slightly stiff in posture. Neither handsome nor ugly enough to attract attention. The kind of man people's eyes slid past automatically. I set up the tripod carefully, adjusted the light and framing, and let the camera roll. At first she asked about my own experiences. I told her. Not every detail, but enough. I could see the understanding in her eyes. Not the polite sympathy people usually performed, but something deeper and more painful. Recognition. Eventually, I turned the conversation towards her own story. She explained that the original group at the end of senior high school had actually numbered 6. 3 boys. 3 girls. They had all lived inside the same sprawling gated community, close enough that meeting required no planning. During holidays they drifted together naturally, less through deep affection than proximity and boredom. The other girl had disappeared from the group years earlier after her parents purchased a newer apartment in another district. At the time I didn't think about it, F admitted. People move. That's normal. But later, after everything collapsed, she began wondering whether the girl had sensed something unhealthy growing inside the group long before the rest of them had recognized it. Or maybe she just had somewhere else to go, F said quietly. When the fallout came, F had tried contacting her again, only to discover she had already been quietly blocked. It left a strange feeling, she admitted. Like something metallic in my mouth. Then she smiled faintly. Though maybe that's just hindsight twisting things. In the beginning, the relationships inside the group had been loose and fluid. Everyone knew each other to different degrees. Some closer. Some barely more than acquaintances. It was A's apartment that changed everything. Space and privacy were rare inside the community. Parents everywhere. Thin walls. Expectations. But A had an empty apartment almost entirely to himself. Week by week the group gathered there more often, and slowly hardened into something closed off from the outside world. Looking back, F admitted, it became unhealthy. She searched for the words. It was like, we stopped living in the real world. We closed the doors and stayed inside our own little space. She herself had unconsciously resisted that change. By then she had already met the man who would become her husband. At first she found him awkward. Slightly strange. The sort of person whose comments sometimes landed badly because he lacked instinct for how others interpreted things. He had established a small shoe manufacturing business using machinery, supplier contacts, and experience inherited from his parents' factory elsewhere in the country. The operation was moderately successful, though not wealthy. He works obsessively, she explained. Always worried about customers. Deadlines. Whether people are satisfied. In his early 30s, he had become determined to marry. Not romantically driven exactly, purposeful. He wanted someone intelligent, F explained. And willing to work. Years of being misunderstood had also made him cautious. He thought people saw him as easy to fool, she said. He was terrified of marrying someone who didn't actually care about him. That fear led him to prefer meeting women through work rather than dating apps or introductions. Around that time, F took part-time work in his factory. The pay was poor. Orders fluctuated wildly. Some weeks there was plenty of work, other weeks almost none. Still, she appreciated earning something. Not enough to move out, she admitted. But enough not to feel useless. At the same time, she had begun sensing something increasingly wrong within the group at A's apartment, though she could not yet fully articulate it. The job became an escape. B meanwhile began drifting closer to her. At first subtly. He'd sit beside me more, she explained. Touch my arm sometimes. Not openly aggressive. Not enough to justify confrontation. But it felt, she paused. Creeping. Like boundaries being tested. She became conscious of where she sat. Then unexpectedly, her future husband asked her on a date. I wasn't sure, she admitted honestly. He's not the kind of man women notice immediately. Did you tell the others? She shook her head. Why not? I didn't want their opinions in my head before I decided what I felt myself, she replied. I nodded. You had doubts. Of course. What changed? She thought for a long moment. I started seeing beneath the surface. She explained that one afternoon she had been helping in the small retail section attached to the factory when an elderly woman entered to buy shoes. Her boss, the man who would later become her husband, was passing through towards his office. He stopped, talked gently with the woman, helped her choose a pair. Then, before handing over the box, he quietly ran his fingers along the inner stitching of each shoe. Something was wrong. He put that pair aside immediately, F said. Took another box. Checked again. The second pair passed inspection. Only after the customer left did he explain the problem. The stitching near the heel was slightly loose, she said softly. It would rub against her skin. He instructed F to send the defective pair back for repair rather than returning them to the shelf. He didn't just put them back and pretend not to notice. You fell for him then? I asked. She smiled faintly. No. We'd only been dating for a month or two. Then she shook her head. At first I thought maybe he was performing kindness because I was there. But after that she began quietly observing him. Particularly when he believed no one was watching. And I realized he was always like that, she said. Not perfect. Not smooth. Things still went wrong. But whenever they did, he genuinely tried to make them right for other people. And B? I asked carefully. Did you ever like him? She nodded immediately. A lot. In the beginning. You never dated him? No. Why not? She looked down briefly. Because reality matters. I waited. He couldn't support a family. We could never build a stable life together. My parents would never have agreed. So money mattered? Security, she corrected immediately. She gestured around the apartment. My husband never bought me expensive gifts. Still doesn't. But your feelings towards me changed too. Yes. She exhaled slowly. He became harder over time. More cynical. Angry. He's experienced disappointment, I said. That's what made it complicated, she replied quietly. I understood his anger. Sometimes I even agreed with it. She paused. But anger spreads. Eventually it starts leaking onto everyone around you. She explained that the turning point came when B stopped hinting and began acting as though affection was owed to him. He wasn't asking anymore, she said. He was demanding. Not directly. Never openly enough to force a confrontation. But insistently. As she pulled away, he pressed harder. By then her relationship with her future husband had become serious. That made everything worse, she admitted. In what way? She searched for the words. B looked right, she said finally. My husband acted right. I said nothing. That was the difference. Eventually she told the group about the relationship. Not immediately. Only once she knew it was serious. I didn't want to suddenly announce an engagement, she explained. That would have humiliated everyone. How did they react? Badly. B? He stopped pursuing me directly, she said. But he became much angrier. She started leaving earlier still. Attending less often. Why not leave completely? I asked. Because of V. I waited. She would have been the only girl left. So you stayed for her? I wanted to give her time, F admitted. Time to find someone else to spend time with. And V understood that? F gave a humorless laugh. No. What happened? She took it personally, F said quietly. Like I was abandoning her. Her expression tightened slightly. She couldn't understand why I would choose someone like my husband over the group. Over her? F nodded. She became cruel after that. Eventually F withdrew entirely. The boys barely reacted beyond absorbing the new reality. But V's anger lingered. Did you invite them to the wedding? Yes. Why? Because I wanted to end things properly, she replied. No unfinished business. No lingering hope. I nodded and let the silence settle for a moment. Then finally I smiled. And your husband? I asked softly. Do you love him? Yes, she replied instantly. No hesitation at all. Do the others believe that? Not even slightly, she said. They think I married for money. And did you? She shook her head. They still think love is a feeling, she said quietly. Something exciting and overwhelming. Something impossible to feel for someone plain and awkward. And what do you think now? For the first time during the interview, she smiled fully. I think love isn't a feeling at all, she said. It's an action. The following afternoon, I interviewed A and the other boy, O. The interviews were both short. I interviewed A in his apartment. I asked about his year. How things had changed. The answer was, almost nothing. Of the entire group, he was the most indifferent. His only concern was to ensure that he had gaming companions. The other bit player, O, was a follower-the-leader type. He'd never initiated any of the vitriol directed at F, but once B and V got going, he joined in. Why? I asked him directly. You weren't personally affected. O shifted awkwardly. She betrayed the group, he muttered. But how? He struggled to explain it clearly. She changed. Thought she was better than us. It sounded thin, even to him. A pack mentality, I thought. Like wolves circling something wounded. Or a criminal gang convincing itself that cruelty was loyalty. By then I had begun to understand something else. The anger directed at F had almost nothing to do with her husband. He was merely the symbol of escape. Proof that someone had found a way out while the others remained trapped exactly where they were. I had wondered whether to attend that night. The atmosphere felt fragile now, stretched tight beneath the surface. I still needed one final set of interviews, B and V. Without them, the story would remain incomplete. But I also sensed danger. Not physical danger exactly, but the danger of exposure. They had long assumed I was one of them, part of the same wounded tribe. A neutral observer would not be welcomed. That night I arrived later than usual. The apartment was overheated against the winter cold outside, the windows slightly fogged from too many bodies and stale air. Empty drink bottles sat beside the console. For a while things remained normal. Games. Jokes. Complaints about updates and broken matchmaking systems. Then F's name resurfaced after a casually mentioned that I'd interviewed him and O earlier that day. The mood shifted slightly. I broke the tension before it could settle. I rubbed my hands together theatrically. Well, I grinned, tomorrow's the big day. I finally get to hear B and V's versions of events. B snorted. Now that, he said darkly, is a story. V laughed sharply. Make sure you edit me properly. Impossible, said B. Everyone laughed. The moment passed. My cover held. Timing was everything. Always had been. Never was it more true than that day. Logic dictated that B should go last. The big finale, so to speak. But I knew that would be a mistake. He was less aware than V, too consumed by his own anger. The penny would drop more slowly. Time was of the essence. I began warmly. How good it was to see him, and the group again. How much I'd missed them. It was true. At least in that moment. I asked what he'd been up to. Been building a software platform. A bit of a project. Kind of like the things that you do, but bigger. I invited him to provide details. He shook his head. I can't say. Someone might steal the idea. I'm a one-man band. Couldn't compete if someone else got wind of the idea. They'd put 10 people on it. More. There is a lot of competition out there, I agreed lightly. Sure is, he said grimly. I'm lucky to be able to get a few minutes with you, I smiled. Your time is precious. He smiled back, pleased by the deference. A pleasure. I'm on a short break at the moment. It is New Year after all. The irony escaped him completely. I was home for a few days and still working. Dishonesty had a way of expanding on film. Tiny giveaways magnified by a million pixels. He was hopelessly transparent. It is New Year, I agreed expansively. A time for reflection, he beamed. Yes, and what a year it has been, I said. A lot of things have changed. Last year the five of you seemed incredibly close. The group feels different now. He nodded slowly. Groups change. Do you think the dynamic changed much after Q joined? Not really, he shrugged. She came after everything happened. She fitted in surprisingly fast though. She's quiet. Easygoing. No drama. It must have helped V too, I observed casually. Having another girl around. Yeah, probably. The answer interested me more than he realized. He understood perfectly well that the group needed balance. That another girl stabilized it. Yet he never followed the thought to its logical conclusion. He still wanted to believe the problem had been betrayal, not dependency. I kept my tone relaxed. Q seems nice. She is. But not really central to the group? Nah. She mostly just listens. I nodded thoughtfully, letting the conversation drift naturally. When I was here last year, F still seemed very much part of everything. His expression changed immediately. Not explosive. Hardened. Yeah, he said flatly. But she wasn't. I waited. She fooled us. Not me, I thought. Us. Important distinction. How so? I asked gently. She acted like she cared about us. Like we mattered. And then? She just threw it all away. For her boyfriend? For money. The bitterness came instantly now, bubbling beneath the surface. I stayed neutral. You believe it was that simple? What else would it be? I gave a small shrug, as though merely curious. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. He relaxed slightly again. The journalist mask worked best when people forgot it was there. She and I were really close, he continued. We talked all the time. In what way close? Nothing official, he said quickly. But everyone knew where things were heading. Did she know? Of course she knew. You told her? I shouldn't have had to. I let that answer sit. Not challenging. Not agreeing. Just listening. She started acting differently before New Year last year, he continued. More flirty. More attention. You thought you'd eventually become a couple. It seemed natural, he said. We were together all the time. Same group. Same situation. Nobody else really understood. And then she announced she had a boyfriend. He nodded sharply. Just like that. In front of everyone. That must have hurt. His face softened slightly for the first time. Yeah, he admitted quietly. It did. There it was. The real thing underneath the ideology. Not political anger. Not moral outrage. Humiliation. I kept my expression sympathetic. What was your first impression of him? He looked like a complete loser, B scoffed. Older. Awkward. A factory owner. But successful. Exactly. He leaned forward now, warming to the subject. She picked security. That's what it came down to. You think she never cared about him? No chance. I tilted my head slightly. Then why marry him? Because people panic, he said bitterly. Especially women. They see someone with money and suddenly everything else disappears. The statement hung in the air. Not really about F at all. About fear. About his own position in the world. And after that? I asked softly. She changed. In what way? She stopped acting like one of us. Did she actually say that? No, he admitted. But you could feel it. Again, feeling over fact. She still came back though, I observed carefully. His jaw tightened. Yeah. Like nothing happened. She tried to maintain the friendships? She wanted to have it both ways. Meaning? She wanted her rich husband and us too. The words came faster now. She wanted to escape without paying for it. Like we were just some waiting room she could walk out of whenever something better appeared. I nodded slowly, as though the point made perfect sense. Inside, I felt something colder forming. Because suddenly I understood. The group had stopped being friendship long ago. It had become an attempt to seize ownership. I suddenly thought of our B's only lure was bitterness, coercion his only currency. And F refused to ink the agreement. Within 10 minutes I was at V's door. She directed me to a quiet, rarely used bench on the far side of the community, well away from B's apartment. The winter air had a dry sharpness to it. Bare branches rattled softly overhead. In summer the place would probably have been pleasant. Now it felt exposed and slightly forgotten. I quickly set up the equipment. I wanted this over with. I asked her about her year. Whether she felt anything had changed. Her answers were curt. Nothing had changed. The world was becoming less kind. I nodded sympathetically. Then I told her directly how shocked I'd been by F's departure. Last year the group had seemed solid, almost immovable. Did you notice any changes before the whole thing blew up? Small things, she admitted. Things that only become important afterwards. Like what? Her job. What did you think about it at the time? I thought it was pointless, V replied. It gave her something to do, sure. But the money was lousy. Not enough to actually build a life. If you were in her position, would you have taken it? No way. It didn't solve anything. I nodded slowly. A thought struck me then. That in some ways, I had done exactly what F had done. Taken paths that were not solutions in themselves, merely movement. Positioning. Tiny footholds against collapse. B and V were different. They were waiting for transformation, the home run, the lottery ticket, the giant reversal of fortune that would suddenly make everything worthwhile. Were there other signs? I asked. She started missing nights sometimes. Or leaving early. Did her job make you think the group might slowly change anyway? A little, V admitted. But that would have been normal. If she became full-time somewhere, she'd still come on weekends or for a bit during the week. That wouldn't have been a betrayal. Interesting. So you had no inkling she had a boyfriend? No. She hid it well. How? When they went out together, they'd eat early. Then she'd come later. It only happened a few times though, mostly near the end. Then it must have been a huge shock. V's expression hardened immediately. Yes. She utterly betrayed our friendship. By not confiding in you? Yes. The answer came too quickly. Too neatly. I wanted more, but she still did not trust me. Then I broke one of the key rules of journalism. The journalist is not the story. In your situation, I admitted quietly, I'd have been furious too. My parents would never let me keep going alone. I paused deliberately. That section would be edited out later. V's eyes flicked towards me with sudden interest. You understand then? At least a little, I replied carefully. Did you think F leaving might eventually stop your parents from allowing you to come? If they found out. Would they? Eventually. I nodded slowly. So that was the real fear? She hesitated. She not only betrayed me, V said bitterly. She was willing to destroy my life. There it was. Not heartbreak. Fear. Fear of isolation. Fear of losing the only thing anchoring her days. I let the words settle before continuing. What if the roles were reversed? I asked gently. Would you have acted differently? The question caught her off guard. She shifted slightly on the bench. Yes, she claimed. I doubted most people would believe that answer. Hugh arriving must have been a relief? I suppose so, she admitted grudgingly. Have the two of you become close? Not really. More acquaintances. I raised my eyebrows slightly. She asked a lot of questions about F when she first joined, V explained. At the time I didn't want to talk about any of it. Maybe that slowed things down. Understandable. I let a little silence pass. Would you say F leaving hit B the hardest? She looked uncomfortable immediately. Yes, she admitted eventually. Why? Maybe he felt protective of the group, she said weakly. Then quickly added, he doesn't have the best temper. He overreacts. I nodded as though the explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. Then I pretended another thought had suddenly occurred to me. B and F didn't have some kind of thing going on, did they? D reacted instantly. God, no. He wanted one. F didn't. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized what she had done. I deliberately glossed over it, as though it were some unimportant side detail. But inwardly, everything sharpened into focus. They had not coordinated their versions properly, if at all. Was that because F wanted security that B couldn't provide? I asked lightly. I suppose so, D replied. In the end she chose the provider. Not love. The provider. Even now, she framed the relationship economically. It must have been brutal for him, I observed. D nodded. He'd touch her leg with his. Brush against her arm. Things like that. She'd always move away eventually. Later she started avoiding sitting beside him altogether. Then suddenly V stopped speaking. A realization had struck her. Oh. What? Maybe that's why I missed it at first, she murmured. Why it was such a shock. I thought she was coming late so she could choose where she Saturday. I had what I needed. After that, we talked quietly for a while longer. I said I hoped things would calm down eventually. That perhaps another girl would join the group one day so everything would feel less strained. Eventually V stood. I'll see you tonight, she said. I smiled warmly. See you tonight. I waited until she disappeared between the apartment blocks before shutting down the camera. One final night, I thought to myself as I took the lift up to A's apartment. I was anxious. Right from the beginning I knew it might not end well. B was volatile. V shaken. All the questions had been asked. To them, there was only one answer, theirs. They had long ago determined who the villain was. They would not welcome contradiction. What I feared most was reflection. Had they worked out what I had captured? If they had, I knew it would not end well. Relationships would fracture permanently. Perhaps more than relationships. As the lift slowed, I flicked on the camera. This time it would remain hidden, quietly running in the background. For once, I had no idea what it might capture. The less, the better. I knocked on the door. Entered the apartment. Placed my bag where the lens could see the whole room. Then I deliberately chose the seat nearest the door. Hugh poured me a drink. No camera? She asked. It's my last night, I replied, avoiding the question. You're leaving tomorrow? The day after. Tomorrow night is for my parents. Will you miss us? I was surprised by how much I missed everyone last year, I answered carefully, skirting the question once more. The reunion had lost its warmth. The atmosphere had darkened into something uglier. There was tension beneath everything now, something possessive and wounded. I only needed the night to pass peacefully. Once the game started, attention would drift to the screens. That was my chance. I would stay, then leave quietly at the first sign of them ending. The tension in the room was palpable. I almost made it. I had just suggested starting when V suddenly turned toward me. There was something sharp in her expression. Not curiosity. Calculation. I knew immediately I was in trouble. Her question was deceptively casual. Did you see F? Film her? Yes, I admitted. The room shifted instantly. Disapproval seemed to rattle the walls. Everyone gets to speak, I said evenly. Otherwise it looks like a hit job. What did she say? B asked quietly. His voice frightened me more than if he had shouted. Not much different to you in essentials, I replied calmly. She got a job. Met a boyfriend. Didn't tell you. When she finally did, everything fell apart. You're not putting that in the video. It was not a request. In that moment I could have done many things. Lied. Promised to cut it. Walked away. Instead, I made the worst possible choice. Why not? I asked quietly. There are 5 of you and 1 of her. The odds are already in your favor. Silence. Then B spoke again. Unless you decide to change the game. You've all seen my work, I replied. You know exactly how I film. I ask neutral questions. People answer. That's it. 5 against 1. Just like what F had faced before. You bitch. He exploded upwards so violently that his chair slammed backwards into the floor. That was my cue. I snatched up my bag and reached the door in seconds. The dangerous moment in violence is often the doorway. That brief bottleneck where escape slows into fumbling hands, locks, handles, for the door to be pulled open. People imagine the danger is the chase. Often it's opening the door that gets them caught. I might have been trapped there. My savior came from the least likely source, A. He was seated closest to B and reacted immediately, grabbing him around the shoulders before he could reach me. I think I understood something the others did not. Arguments were one thing. An incident inside the apartment was another. I saw B struggling violently against A's grip as I twisted the handle and slammed the door shut between us. Even then, I made one good decision. I did not go for the lift. Too unpredictable. Too slow. I sprinted for the emergency stairwell instead, taking one extra desperate second to let the heavy door close softly behind me, praying they wouldn't hear it. Then I ran. 4 floors in less than a minute. My legs burned by the time I reached another lift lobby lower down. Empty. Both lifts were below me. I pressed the down button. One of them began to rise. I stepped quietly back toward the stairwell door and eased it open slightly. No footsteps. No voices. The lift would decide everything. If it stopped here, I could escape. If it continued upward, then someone above had called it. They would know I had taken the stairs. They would know exactly where to look. The numbers climbed. 6. 7. 8. Then the lift slowed. The doors opened. Down arrow. Relief hit so hard it almost made me weak. I jabbed the close door button repeatedly. Moments later I was crossing the frozen courtyard of the community at almost a run, my breath smoking in the winter air. Only when my parents' building finally came into view did I begin to slow. Even then, I did not go inside immediately. I sat instead on the cold bench beside the lobby window on our floor, the camera still in my bag. Only then did I switch it off. My hands were trembling slightly. I sat there perhaps 15 minutes, waiting for my breathing to steady. Waiting for the adrenaline to drain away. When I finally entered the apartment, my father was still awake in the living room. "You're home early," he said automatically. Then his expression changed. I realized too late that something in my face had betrayed me. "Is something wrong?" he asked carefully. "No," I said too quickly. He studied me for a moment. "You've been tense these last few days." I nodded slowly. "It's finished now," I said quietly. "Everything's fine." He still looked unconvinced. "Would it be all right if I explained tomorrow morning?" "As long as you're all right," he replied. "I'm fine," I said. This time, it was almost true. Chapter 13, A Short Break. After I crept away to my room, I downloaded the footage immediately, then uploaded a backup to my server. Only once the transfer completed did I allow myself to breathe properly. The shower helped a little. Hot water. Steam. The ordinary rituals of safety. Still, I slept badly. Every sound in the corridor of the apartment block seemed amplified. Every vibration from a neighbor's door made me half-wake, my thoughts immediately returning to B's face as he surged to his feet. By morning, exhaustion sat heavy behind my eyes. I rose early anyway. My father followed me quietly into the kitchen while the apartment was still dark. My mother remained asleep. Neither of us spoke at first. He boiled water. Measured coffee carefully into the press. Waited. Only when the cups were poured did he finally speak. "Something upset you last night." I nodded. "That group has been through some upheaval," I explained carefully. "I don't think I'm welcome there anymore." "Because of your filming?" "That's more the symptom than the cause." I told him about about the fracture in the group. About how the others had liked the first documentary and wanted a second one, but only on the condition that it reinforced their version of events. They wanted someone blamed. Publicly. Cleanly. They wanted to bury her without allowing her side of the story, I said quietly. "And you wouldn't do it?" "No." He nodded slowly. "That's what happened last night?" "Yes." "Is there any chance things recover?" "Not with B." I stared into the coffee for a moment before continuing. "He's changed. Bitter at everything. The world. Himself. Other people's success. He's becoming volatile." My father's expression sharpened immediately. "Did he hit you?" I shook my head. "No. But one day he will hit someone. Or do something worse." The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He leaned back in the chair. "What do you make of F?" I thought about it carefully before answering. "I like her." That surprised him slightly. The others were all waiting for something dramatic to happen to them. Some huge opportunity. Some miracle that would suddenly change their lives. And she? She actually took a step. I paused. A small step, maybe. Not a glamorous one. Not some perfect solution. Just movement. My father nodded slowly. "A lot of people would call her lucky," I continued. "Especially that group." "And you don't think she was?" "More like she gave herself the opportunity to become lucky." My father smiled faintly over the rim of his cup. "Like you?" he asked gently. I held his gaze. "Yes," I said quietly. "Like me." At that moment my mother wandered sleepily into the kitchen, tying back her hair. "What are you two doing up so early?" she asked suspiciously. "Just talking," my father replied smoothly. "She leaves tomorrow. We won't get another chance for a while." "Hopefully not that long," I said. My mother looked at me curiously. "So much happened this week that everyone seems to have forgotten about the apartment." "The apartment," she repeated. I nodded. "It's not huge," I admitted. "But I hope the two of you might come visit sometime this year." Her expression softened. "You can have the bedroom," I added quickly. "I'll sleep on the couch." I hesitated slightly before smiling. "I didn't get it just for myself, you know." I'd been home only 2 days when I got the call from R. Not a hotel this time. He was coming to my apartment in an hour. Those were the worst calls. Too little time to prepare. Too little time to think. I had only just returned home. Clothes still lay scattered around the apartment from unpacking. Dust had settled over the surfaces while I'd been away. My editing equipment sat spread across the dining table in tangled disorder. And then there was me. I had to look right. Lycra. That was quickest. I moved rapidly through the apartment, stuffing loose clothes back into my suitcase and shoving it into the wardrobe. I wiped down the kitchen bench, straightened cushions, cleared away hard drives and cables. Then I mopped the floor as quickly as I could, hoping it would dry before he arrived. Fresh towels. Slippers. Water beside the bed. A robe laid out neatly. The sheets would have to do. By the time I reached the bathroom I was rushing. I set out a new toothbrush, wiped dried toothpaste from the tube with the corner of a towel, then froze at the sound of the electronic lock disengaging. Right on time. I hurried to the door. R stepped inside, tired even though it was early afternoon. I guided him to the stool beside the entrance and knelt to remove his shoes. Then his socks. Slippers waiting. It had become ritual by then. A performance perhaps, but one that had settled naturally into place. He stood and touched my arm lightly. No words. Just led me toward the bedroom. It had been 2 weeks since I'd seen him. I was full of energy. That part, at least, was genuine. Afterwards, I would have preferred to stay there beside him. Curled against him. Or simply lying quietly in the fading warmth of the room. But he always moved quickly once the moment had passed. He rose to shower. I followed him into the bathroom, lathering soap across his shoulders and rinsing it away beneath the steaming water. When we stepped out again, I pulled on the robe, my wet hair dripping onto the fabric. I laid out fresh underwear and a clean shirt for him on the bed. A few minutes later, the apartment door closed behind him. Silence returned instantly. I stood still for a moment in the middle of the room. Then I noticed the scene around me. The discarded clothes. The damp towel. Water droplets trailing across the floorboards from the bathroom. The imprint left in the bed. A ready-made set. I reached for the camera almost automatically. The lens followed the trail of water first, drifting slowly from the bathroom toward the bedroom, capturing the remains of the past 2 hours without ever fully explaining them. Then I sat on the edge of the bed and turned the camera toward myself. Water still dripped from my hair onto the robe as I began quietly describing the day. Not the details. The feelings. That was where the drama lived. The contradiction fascinated me. I was not trapped. Not coerced. I had chosen this life willingly and, in many ways, enjoyed it. Yet there was still something hollow in the sound of a closing door. An emptiness that settled over the apartment the moment he left. A silence too large for the rooms themselves. Elle arrived the following morning, pleased to see me. She demanded all the news from my New Year break. I told her about the collapse of our group, that it had left me with perhaps only one friend back home. I doubted the others would ever speak to me again. I doubted I wanted them to. Elle loved the drama of it all. Asked whether I had captured any of it on film. You were so brave, she said. And smart. I'd love to see some of the footage. How you edit it. There's too much to watch all of it, I replied. Even if I won't use most of it, I still have to go through everything. Just finding the pieces I need takes hours. Can I watch you do some of it? Now? I shrugged. It's long, slow work. If you get bored, I'll stop. She nodded eagerly. I'll show you the important part, I said, pulling the laptop across the table. This is where the story turns. The editing software opened across the television screen. Rows of footage stretched across the timeline like colored ribbons. These are the 3 main interviews, I explained, pointing at the separate tracks. F first, then V, then B. Order matters. If you get the order wrong, the audience reads the scene differently. L leaned forward, interested despite herself. It's mostly structure, I continued. People think documentaries are about filming. Really, they're about comparison. You ask everyone the same questions, then place the answers beside each other. I clicked on F's interview first. Her face filled the screen. Bright winter daylight poured through the apartment windows behind her. She looked calm. Composed. The wedding photograph over her shoulder gave the scene an almost absurd sincerity. I played the section where she described B touching her arm, pressing closer over time, the way she had gradually started avoiding sitting beside him. Then I cut directly to V. The lighting changed immediately. Darker. Flat. Cloud pressing against the windows behind the bench where we had sat. I adjusted the brightness slightly, softening the transition between shots. There, I murmured, mostly to myself. D appeared uneasy now that I looked at the footage properly. Defensive. There was something underneath the anger that I had missed in the moment, jealousy perhaps, or fear. She spoke about F betraying the group, about how her leaving might have destroyed everything for her. Then came the key moment. B and F didn't have some kind of thing going on, did they? My voice asked from off camera. D reacted instantly. God, no. He wanted one. F didn't. I froze the frame for half a second longer than normal before cutting away. L blinked. Oh, she said quietly. Then B appeared. I spent longer adjusting his footage. His interview had been technically worse, poor positioning, uneven light, but there was something else too. On screen, the camera magnified his bitterness. Tiny expressions became obvious when slowed by even a fraction. I zoomed in slightly as he described F selling him out. Centered his face more carefully. Let the silence before the insult linger. The bitch. Then I cut immediately back to F calmly describing why she chose her husband. Not money. Security. Kindness. Stability. The contrast was brutal. Elle stared at the screen. Wow, she breathed. It takes years to learn how to do that properly, I said quietly. Most people think editing is technical. It isn't. It's rhythm. Timing. Knowing exactly how long to let someone hold the viewer's attention. Elle nodded slowly, though I could feel her attention beginning to drift now that the excitement of revelation had passed. The mechanics of editing were repetitive, meticulous work. Enough? I asked. She nodded. So I played the finished sequence one final time on the full-screen television. This time neither of us spoke while it ran. When it ended, the apartment seemed strangely quiet. I glanced sideways at Elle. For the first time since I had known her, I sensed something fragile beneath the surface. Not envy exactly. Longing. As if she had suddenly glimpsed a kind of purpose she herself lacked. Something constructed patiently over years rather than borrowed through proximity to powerful men. It stirred an uncomfortable thought in me. Perhaps she was trapped too. Not by poverty or instability anymore, but by a life that had slowly narrowed around another person's orbit until she no longer knew what remained outside it. And for the first time, another thought followed close behind it. What if I was simply younger? Where would R and I be in 10 years? Would I still look at him the way L looked at W? Or would I one day watch my own life the way I watched these interviews? Cutting together fragments afterwards, trying to work out where things had truly gone wrong? R didn't call for 2 weeks, but when he did, he offered a surprise. I was to fly to a city in Middom's interior in 2 days. A 3-night stay. I wondered what it signified. I knew better than to ask. If there was meaning behind the invitation, it would never be explained directly to me. It didn't matter. I was excited simply to fly anywhere. The flight information, hotel details, and spending money arrived that evening. The amount surprised me. Smaller than my regular stipend. A travel allowance of some kind. That in itself told me something. This was not purely pleasure. As the taxi carried me from the airport towards the old city, I watched unfamiliar streets pass beyond the window. Budding winter trees. Apartment towers fading into industrial haze. Ancient walls rising unexpectedly between modern roads. I wondered whether this was business, or merely an opportunity for R to disappear for a few days without attracting attention. Had he done this before? Was this some kind of promotion? The hotel lobby was beautiful in a restrained way, polished stone, muted gold lighting, quiet staff who spoke softly. Then came the small surprise. When I checked in, the receptionist asked for payment. I hid my reaction instantly and scanned the code. I had not thought much of it at the airport. Interesting, I thought. Not hidden exactly. Separated. I showered once inside the room and changed into a bathrobe. I had no idea when R would arrive. Rather than wait anxiously, I opened my laptop and continued editing footage from New Year. It was almost 4 hours later when someone knocked softly at the door. R stood outside, freshly showered and dressed casually. He looked tired. I kissed him warmly and stepped aside. "Did you enjoy your flight?" he asked. I nodded. My first time on a plane. That genuinely surprised him. A special moment then. Yes, I admitted, smiling. He entered without further comment, crossed the room, then unlocked the adjoining door between my suite and the next. "A drink?" he asked. I followed him through. The contrast between the rooms was immediate. Mine had been comfortable. His was the large corner suite. His suitcase lay open on the bed. Automatically, I lifted it onto the luggage stand and smoothed the sheets beneath it. "What would you like?" I asked. "There's wine in the fridge." I poured 2 glasses and carried them to the seating area while he loosened his cuffs. On my way back from the table, I silently collected the towel and clothes he had left on the bathroom floor. When I returned, he was standing by the window looking out toward the illuminated city wall nearby. He seemed distracted. I handed him his glass and sat beside him. "If you go out, lock your side," he said, gesturing toward the connecting door. "If staff come, make sure the door is locked before you let them into the room." I nodded. "Bring your camera to dinner." The meaning was immediate. Professional distance. The camera was camouflage. "Shall I film?" I asked. "Yes." I sipped my wine thoughtfully. "I could make you a proper profile piece," I suggested lightly. "Something polished." He considered it for longer than I expected. Then he nodded once. I realized, suddenly, that something had shifted. It had been over a year. Not once had I embarrassed him. Not once had I slipped. Trust, in our world, was built not from affection, but from the absence of mistakes. He asked about New Year and I told him most of it, the interviews, the fractures inside the group, the collapse of the friendships. I omitted only the final confrontation and my escape down the stairwell. He listened more attentively than usual. He rarely spoke much about himself, but he enjoyed hearing other people's stories. Especially stories of lives vastly different to his own. Before dinner he excused himself to answer emails. "May I film while you work?" I asked casually. "Just from the tripod. In profile. If anyone asks at dinner, I'll have footage to show them." He studied me for a moment. I could almost see him calculating risk. Then he nodded. I positioned the tripod carefully near the window while he sat at the desk, city lights behind him. He barely acknowledged the camera after the first few seconds. That interested me. Most people performed once they knew they were being filmed. When I returned from changing for dinner a few minutes later, I switched off the camera and packed it away. As I did, R stood and retrieved a long thin box from his suitcase. A gift. I smiled automatically as I opened it. I knew immediately what it was. Fabric. Elegant. Expensive. Minimal. A gift chosen for his enjoyment, not mine. Still, I let the material slide slowly through my fingers and smiled up at him. "Oh," I breathed softly. "It's lovely." That weekend I felt like an actor on a stage, and I enjoyed the performance. The dinners on the first and last evenings were genuinely pleasant, though beneath them ran a quiet undercurrent of scrutiny. I could feel it almost immediately. A skeptical audience confronted with a plot hole. Who exactly was I? Too polished to be accidental. Too young to fit naturally into the world surrounding, or too composed to be dismissed entirely. The camera solved much of that. When people asked what I did, I showed them the footage of our working at his laptop, the ancient city wall behind him, sunset bleeding orange through the haze beyond the windows. The composition was elegant. Crisp. Deliberate. When they saw it, they understood something important. If what they were witnessing was performance, it was not amateur theater. It was polished enough to become believable. One woman beside me seemed particularly curious. She asked about my other work. I handed her a card with my website printed on it. "It's not much," I admitted modestly. "A lot of my work is private in nature, but there are but few projects that clients allow me to display publicly." "I doubt R allows you to openly display what you produce for him," she said lightly, though I sensed the probe beneath the smile. I defended my client immediately. "It does make advertising more difficult," I admitted, gesturing toward the camera beside my chair, hinting at the footage I had filmed earlier, "but it's understandable. I'm also a business owner. If you reveal too much, eventually someone steals your clients." Before the conversation could continue, the first dishes began arriving. "How about the business owner takes a video before the food gets cold," said R with a bemused grin, "or before she's filming empty plates and spilled wine glasses." I stood obediently. The performance continued. I filmed the table carefully, moving slowly around the group before returning quietly to my seat. After that I spoke little, only occasionally conversing with the women seated beside me while the others drifted into business and politics. Later, the partner of the man sitting next to her asked whether she could see the footage. I handed her the camera. She watched carefully for perhaps 20 seconds before frowning. "How did you do that?" she asked suddenly. "Make yourself invisible. It looks like the table is set for 9, not 10. I smiled. "Just a little trick," I replied. "It's all in the framing." The woman beside her leaned in too. I turned the viewfinder toward them. "Watch carefully," I explained. I begin with the woman seated to my left. I'm directly opposite the gentleman beside R, so I deliberately capture just the very top of his head at the bottom of the frame. I advanced the footage slowly. As I move around the table, I repeat the same thing with everyone. Each subject remains center frame, while the person opposite me only exists as a tiny fragment at the bottom edge. They followed the movement closely now. Then, when I reach R, I zoom in slightly while the person opposite me disappears downward out of the frame rather than sideways. Because the zoom changes at exactly the same moment, the viewer unconsciously assumes the empty seat is, in fact, occupied. I clicked through several frames slowly to demonstrate it. I stay zoomed in until I passed my own seat, then gradually widen the frame again so the next person's head enters from below rather than from the side. The woman laughed softly. "That's absurdly clever." "But why not just film from slightly higher up and avoid all that nonsense?" asked the man seated to R's right. "Because most people are lazy filmmakers," I replied cheerfully. "There are two problems with shooting from above. First, you lose the feeling of being inside the group. Second," I paused deliberately, "when you film from above, you're looking down on people." I lifted my wine glass lightly. In film, it's usually better to look level with someone, equals, or slightly upward, implying deference. I allowed the idea to settle before adding mischievously. And if you'd ever worked for R like I have, you'd know nobody ever looks down on him. Laughter rippled around the table. Quite right, replied R with mock solemnity, and immediately taking control of the conversation. Now perhaps everyone should return to listening to what I have to say. The others laughed again. That was my cue. I faded quietly back into the background and remained there for the rest of the evening, speaking little, observing everything. Then, before the evening concluded, I made my excuses and departed ahead of the others. Exactly as I was supposed to. I showered and put on my new gift, wearing a robe loosely over it while I waited for R to return. When I finally heard the adjoining door open, I stood, folded the robe neatly across the armchair, and walked to greet him. His eyes moved over me slowly. Approval. That was the purpose of gifts like those. The following day brought an unfamiliar sensation. Freedom. R had meetings through the morning, golf in the afternoon, where I was to meet him at the course. And then a private dinner that evening where my presence was neither requested nor implied. For once, my time belonged almost entirely to me. I indulged in it. The morning vanished pleasantly. I took a long bath and filmed fragments of it carefully, water sliding against porcelain, steam against the mirrors, my legs disappearing beneath bubbles. Not erotic exactly. Atmospheric. Intimate. Pieces for mistress. I filmed the hotel room too. The curtains drifting slightly in the heated air. Winter sunlight through haze. Half-finished coffee. A robe abandoned across the end of the bed. Then I uploaded everything and deleted it from the camera immediately. I was careful about such things. By afternoon I was at the golf course carrying the camera once more. Naturally, I did not play. I was there to document R, and more specifically, to avoid documenting the fourth member of their group too closely. Even then, boundaries existed. Still, I enjoyed simply walking the course. The softness of the grass struck me first. It had been years since I had walked properly on open lawns. Middom had parks of course, but in most places people were expected to remain on the path so the tiny stretches of grass survived intact. The larger parks where people could sit or walk freely were usually crowded with children racing about in packs, football skidding across the ground, parents shouting warnings no one obeyed. Here there was space. Quiet. Only the distant crack of clubs and the muted hum of sprinklers. I was no sports photographer. Following the ball through the air proved far harder than I expected. I experimented constantly, low shots from beside the tee, wider shots from the fairway, tighter framing near the greens. The only footage I truly needed was simple. R holing a respectable putt. Everything else was atmosphere. By the sixth hole I already had enough material to build a convincing sequence. The fourth member of the group eventually wandered over and asked whether I had ever played. I shook my head. That amused him. Without warning he exchanged my camera for a club and gestured toward the next tee. Your turn. It was far harder than it looked. My first 3 swings missed the ball completely. The fourth clipped awkwardly off the very bottom edge of the club and shot sideways so violently it nearly struck my newly appointed cameraman. Everyone laughed. Including me. The fifth attempt finally connected properly. The ball traveled only a modest distance, but the sound it made, that clean sharp crack, was deeply satisfying. Good footage, I thought instantly. Later on the green, after the others had finished, they repeated the process with putting. Again it took several attempts before I managed to sink the short putt. The camera captured all of it. Not humiliation. Charm. The inexperienced girl trying something outside her world. As we approached the clubhouse after the 9th hole, I made my excuses and departed back to the hotel while the others continued toward the back 9. R did not return until late that evening. R was up again early the following morning for another business meeting. I remained in my own room, working quietly at the laptop, disturbed only by the maid who came to make the bed. R had asked me to return to it in the middle of the night. Apparently, I disturbed him. Once he departed, I made certain none of my belongings remained in his room and locked the adjoining door on my side, frustrated that I could no longer enjoy the views from the sitting area of the corner suite. My own room faced a narrower section of the city. The wall was visible only at an angle between buildings. At 12 I received a message directing me to a restaurant inside the hotel complex. By then his meetings were complete. We lingered over a long lunch. Good food, wine, attentive staff. He seemed relaxed in a way he rarely did. There, even silence around him often felt occupied. He asked whether I had enjoyed the trip. I told him truthfully that I had. He studied me for a moment before saying quietly, "I think not everyone would." He looked away as he said it. I sensed he was thinking of other women who had traveled with him before. Women who had expected something else from these arrangements. More attention. More romance. More reassurance. I ignored the implication. What is there not to like? I asked lightly. Beautiful food. Interesting company. And, I added with perhaps too much pride, I hit a golf ball for the first time. That made him laugh. But there has also been quite a lot of time alone in an unfamiliar place, he observed. For a moment I thought he was about to reveal something personal. Instead, he simply watched me. It's different for me, I explained. I have my own work. I'm not seeking attention that you could never realistically provide. Are you happy? He asked. The question itself unsettled me slightly. I had given him no indication otherwise. Yet I sensed he found my contentment a little too polished. Too curated. He had already seen enough of me to understand that I could be calculating. Yes, I replied, hoping my surprise appeared natural. He waited. I have little experience with these kinds of arrangements, I admitted after a pause. But my observation is that many women drawn into it become fascinated by ease and pretty things. That is natural enough. It is also a trap. Life suddenly provides them with comforts they could not previously access. Over time, many stop building anything of their own. They begin waiting for life to arrive from outside themselves. Is that so terrible? He asked. Not in itself. The problem is where it leads. They begin looking outward rather than inward for happiness. Eventually, all roads point toward one thing, the man providing the lifestyle. He becomes the center of stability, purpose, security. I took a sip of wine before continuing. But men who choose arrangements like this often do so precisely because they do not want someone clinging to them emotionally. That creates a contradiction. He nodded slowly. But isn't that simply women's nature? He asked. To seek security from a provider? Yes, I admitted. Perhaps that is why the behavior becomes so pervasive. Then what makes you different? I'm not as different as it sometimes seems, I said softly. But I learned young not to trust too completely at important moments in life. So you were always looking for the exit? I wouldn't phrase it quite so dramatically, I replied. More that I understand life is precarious. People are precarious. Trust matters, but so do safety nets. Even imperfect ones. And you believe you have one? I glanced toward the camera bag beside my chair. I think so. He followed my gaze. Then doesn't that make me increasingly unnecessary? Needs or desires? I asked. A smile touched his face. Those are often confused. I prefer to place both you and the camera in the desires category, I said lightly. That pleased him. But am I truly there? He asked after a moment. Yes. None of this is performance, he asked, opening one palm slightly. Life is performance, I answered. None of us constantly reveal our real feelings. I do not particularly enjoy picking up your dirty socks, yet I do it with a smile. Why? He asked. Because small irritations become large ones if they are nurtured. It is easier for both of us if certain frictions never begin. A small thing, he dismissed. That can become a very large thing, I corrected gently. He regarded me carefully. So you have boundaries after all. Oh, certainly. They simply do not sit in the realm of trivial annoyances. Such as? Safety, obviously. Standards of behavior. Things like that. Those are complicated boundaries, he observed. Yes, I agreed. Because they move. In all people. For a moment he said nothing. Then he placed down his glass. I am afraid I am going to test yours today. My eyebrows drew together slightly. How? I will spend the afternoon with you, he said calmly. Then I have a 7 o'clock flight home. I waited. You will remain here tonight and eat breakfast alone tomorrow morning before flying back yourself. The annoyance struck instantly. I also could easily have flown home that evening. Slept in my own bed. Worked the next morning from my apartment. Instead, he had deliberately arranged for me to remain behind alone in the hotel. The decision felt unnecessary. Worse, intentional. For the first time during the trip, I felt abandoned. I frowned despite myself. Have I upset you? He asked. When did you decide this? A few days ago. And you only tell me now? Yes. There was no apology in his voice. No attempt to soften it. I lifted my wineglass and took a slow sip, buying myself a moment. Then I straightened slightly in my chair. Then, I said evenly, I suppose I should enjoy the next few hours while I still have you. I have always possessed the ability to place my feelings aside temporarily. To put them neatly into a box and return to them later, when the moment was safer, quieter, more useful. It was exactly what I did that afternoon. What did it really matter, I asked myself. I would have spent those hours working regardless. One extra night in a hotel was hardly a tragedy. I knew even as I thought it that it was not entirely true. It had never really been about the inconvenience of the place itself. It was the disregard. The decision having been made days earlier, then revealed only when it could no longer be discussed properly. The quiet reminder that although I might influence the atmosphere around I did not shape events. He did. Still, I packed the feeling away. Our conversation drifted back toward lighter things and eventually we returned to the hotel. We entered our separate rooms as before, then quietly closed the adjoining door against the rest of the world for a few hours. I did not sulk. Far from it. Nor did I create a scene as he prepared to leave. By then his suitcase was already closed and standing by the door. He checked his watch once, then moved back toward the bed and retrieved a small box from beside it. At first I assumed it was another gift chosen for his own amusement. More lingerie perhaps. Something ornamental. But the moment it dropped into my hands, I felt its weight. Not merely physical weight, but the weight of the gesture itself. I opened the box slowly. A gold necklace. For a brief moment I simply stared at it. Smiled at my surprise, pleased by it in a restrained sort of way. Thank you for all you've done, he said quietly. The comment itself unsettled me slightly. Gratitude implied acknowledgement. A recognition that I had become useful beyond the purely superficial. Before I could properly respond, he turned away and picked up his suitcase. I followed him to the door. As it closed behind him, he suddenly stopped it with one hand, as though remembering something important. Then he looked back toward me. Don't forget, he said calmly. 8 o'clock tomorrow. I didn't eat that night. Instead, I took the half-finished bottle of wine from the fridge and poured myself a glass, carrying it to the seating area beside the window while I still had access to the larger suite. Before housekeeping arrived to reset the room for its next occupant, I filmed. The lonely mistress alone in a luxurious yet sterile hotel room. I understood instinctively why the scene worked. The contradiction gave it power. Wealth without warmth. Beauty without comfort. A woman framed against city lights, wineglass in hand, while somewhere beyond the walls, life continued without her. When I finished filming, I carried the bottle back into my own room and locked the adjoining door. Not merely against our suite, but against those past few days themselves. Then I ran a bath and allowed myself, finally, to think. There had been a shift in R's world. That much was unmistakable. He was becoming more cautious. More compartmentalized. More concerned with appearances and separation. Separate rooms. Separate arrivals. Careful instructions. Controlled visibility. I lay back in the water and tried to work out why. A jealous wife was the most obvious possibility. Perhaps she had discovered something and was tightening her grip, not necessarily out of love, but out of strategy. Men like our accumulated wealth, influence, obligations. A marriage like that was unlikely to be governed by emotion alone. Perhaps she wanted a larger share of the empire. Or perhaps she simply wanted to punish him. But there were other possibilities. Business trouble. Political trouble. A deal gone wrong. Someone inside the government leaning too closely on one of his companies. Men like her did not rise through Middom untouched by compromise. Perhaps some relationship had become inconvenient. Dangerous even. Even as I considered the possibilities, I understood I would probably never know the truth. People like her survived precisely because information traveled downward only in fragments. The real question was not what had happened. It was what I should do next. Leave? End the relationship before whatever shadow hung over his life reached me too? The thoughts came and went in circles. The problem was that I lacked the information necessary to make any serious decision. Running blindly was not strategy. Nor was staying blindly. I wondered whether ignorance itself might sometimes be a form of protection. Then another thought occurred to me, quieter and more uncomfortable. What if some of the distance was not simply about protecting himself? What if R was also trying, in his own imperfect way, to protect me? I could not answer that either. In the end, lying in the cooling water, I reached only one firm conclusion. I would not abandon him. Not yet. Whatever else this relationship was, it was also true that he had changed my life. He had given me stability when I possessed very little of it. A home. Security. Time to build something of my own. Even if those gifts had never been entirely selfless, they were still real. I would not forget that. Chapter 14, a series of small changes. I had one final obligation before returning home. Breakfast. R's reminder the previous evening suddenly made more sense. It had not been about punctuality. It had been about appearances. I arrived in the dining room precisely at 8 and headed straight toward the fruit section, deciding I would keep things light. I selected pieces of melon, pineapple, and apple with unnecessary care, filling the plate slowly. I had just finished when there was a gentle tap on my shoulder. I turned. It was the woman from the first dinner, the one who had asked to see the video around the table. "Is R around?" she asked pleasantly. I shook my head. "He left yesterday." A flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Would you like to join us?" she asked kindly, gesturing toward a table beside the window. I accepted. By the time I reached the table, she had already returned with tea for me. A moment later her husband arrived carrying an enormous plate piled with fried noodles. "Where's R?" he asked cheerfully as he sat down. "Still asleep?" "Probably," I replied with a laugh. "Just not here." He looked confused. "Where's he gone?" "Home, I assume." "He flew out yesterday evening." "You didn't leave together?" "No." I kept my tone light and matter of fact. "I suppose something came up." "He only told me yesterday afternoon that he was leaving early." The man looked mildly surprised, but it was his wife who reacted more visibly. "He asked you to come all this way and then left you behind?" There was disapproval in her voice. Not outrage exactly, but the instinctive judgment of someone imagining herself in my position. I shrugged lightly. I could have changed my flight if I'd wanted to. It seemed like unnecessary trouble. I smiled faintly and lifted my teacup. And honestly, there are fewer distractions here. Easier to work. We talked for another 20 minutes or so. Mostly harmless things: travel, work, the weather and Pearl compared to the interior. The husband remained warm and relaxed throughout, while his wife seemed to study me with quiet curiosity. I had the distinct impression she was trying to rearrange her thoughts. By the end of breakfast, I suspected she understood slightly less than before. Soon afterwards we exchanged polite goodbyes and went our separate ways. Elle sat on the couch while I finished the last few adjustments to the scene I had been editing. Tiny changes. A fraction more brightness. A cleaner audio transition. The sort of details most people never consciously noticed, but immediately felt when absent. "I can't believe how dedicated you are," she said as I finally flicked off the monitor. "Not really," I replied, leaning back slightly. "These days I mostly work only when I feel like it." "Thanks to our," she grinned. "Yes," I admitted. There seemed little point pretending otherwise. "You'll never give it up though, will you?" I shook my head. "Or won't be around forever." "He's barely around now." I gestured vaguely toward the computer. "Besides, it gives me something to do." "A challenge." Elle watched me quietly for a moment. "You lead an interesting life," she said wistfully. I laughed softly. "It's true," she insisted. "Lots of people would find your life interesting too," I replied. She snorted dismissively. "Hardly the kind of thing you'd make a film about." "Of course it is," I said immediately. "I'd jump at the chance to make a film about your life." "That's easy to say when you know I can't actually do it." She folded her arms. "It would expose W, not just me. You can tell your story without revealing who you are." She gave me a deeply skeptical look. "I'll show you." I reached for the camera and switched it on, reconnecting it to the computer monitor. After adjusting the angle toward the couch, I sat back down and tapped through a series of menus. A moment later her face appeared on the screen. Elle stiffened slightly. "Watch." The image split in two. Then I applied a filter to one side. Then another. Then another again. Subtle alterations rather than grotesque distortions. The shape of the jaw softened. The eyes shifted fractionally wider. Skin tone changed. Bone structure altered just enough to destabilize recognition. Soon the screen held 9 moving versions of Elle, each recognizably human, yet none quite her. "Everyone uses face filters," she said cautiously, leaning forward. "But those always look fake." "This?" She frowned at the screen. "This looks real." I nodded. "Most people overdo it. They try to completely transform the face and end up creating something artificial. Small changes are much harder for the eye to track." I clicked again, isolating one version of her face and enlarging it. "There are also ways to prevent reconstruction," I explained. "Techniques that make it impossible to reliably reverse the image back to the original." Her expression shifted slightly then. Not excitement exactly. Something more vulnerable. "You could do the same thing with my voice?" "Yes." "You'd really do it?" I looked at her for a moment before nodding. "Yes." For the first time since I had known her, Elle seemed to look not merely interested, but tempted. The concession surprised me more than the refusal would have. "Or did not bend often?" In truth, almost never. The answer was not generous exactly, but practical. "If I need you, then it's a hotel. Make an excuse." It was the first acknowledgement that my apartment now existed within the boundaries of his life. Until then, hotels had served as neutral territory. Anonymous rooms. Staff trained not to notice. Entrances and exits carefully managed. My apartment had been something else entirely, a private extension of myself. somewhere separate from him. But over the previous month, the pattern had already begun shifting. R had come to the apartment 3 times. Always after brief calls made only an hour or 2 beforehand. Never with warning. Never long enough for comfort. The visits had become quick, compressed things, shaped by caution. Twice he left before midnight. Only once had he stayed until morning. The change unsettled me because it implied another change somewhere beyond my sight. He was hiding our relationship more carefully now. Hotels created records. Staff remembered faces. Drivers talked. Corridors had cameras. My apartment, by comparison, was almost invisible. A private space in a vast city where no one paid attention so long as no disturbance occurred. That was why my parents' visit mattered. 2 worlds were threatening to overlap. I began preparing almost a week in advance. The apartment was cleaned obsessively. Not the frantic surface cleaning that preceded one of our sudden arrivals, but something slower and more methodical. Cupboards reorganized. Fresh towels purchased. Better tea bought for my mother. Then came the traces of a second toothbrush removed from the bathroom cabinet. Spare clothes packed away in Elle's apartment. The robe folded into storage beneath the bed. Even the scent of his cologne lingered faintly in the bedroom wardrobe. I aired the apartment for hours during the warmer spring afternoons. The process unsettled me. Not because I resented it, but because it revealed how thoroughly the apartment had ceased to belong only to me. I barely occupied it physically. A few hours at a time. Yet his presence had spread quietly into the routines of the place. The cleaning. The spare slippers near the entrance. The preferred brand of bottled water in the fridge. The side of the bed he drifted towards automatically. I wondered briefly whether my parents would sense it. Not the truth itself. Just the faint distortion around it. When they finally arrived, stepping cautiously into the apartment with overnight bags in hand, my mother immediately smiled. "It's much nicer than the old place." My father nodded slowly as he looked around. "Seems calmer too." That amused me privately. If only he knew. I showed them through the apartment carefully. The kitchen. The bathroom. The small balcony overlooking endless rows of winter-gray towers fading into haze. "It's small," I apologized automatically. "It's enough," my father replied. Enough. Just enough space to construct a life within. That evening we ate simple food around the dining table, now returned to its original place. My mother asked questions about work while my father examined the camera equipment with poorly concealed fascination. "You filmed all those interviews on this?" I nodded. "And edited them here?" "Yes." He looked around the apartment again, differently this time. Not simply as somewhere I lived, but somewhere I worked. Somewhere built slowly through effort. "You've made something for yourself here," he observed quietly. I almost corrected him. Not alone, I thought. But instead I simply smiled and poured more tea. I feared that my parents would stumble upon some hard piece of evidence of ours presence in the apartment, but they never did. Or, if they ever found something, a misplaced item, some inconsistency in the rhythms of the place, they remained tactfully silent about it. By then, my relationship with them rested on comparatively stable ground and I had no desire to disturb it. What unsettled me privately was that this stability had not emerged from some great triumph of my own, but increasingly from comparison. My peers back home were struggling more visibly with each passing year. Some stagnated. Others deteriorated. A few simply disappeared into silence. Against that backdrop, my life appeared unusually successful. It was not entirely comforting. My parents brought one piece of news I did not welcome at all. B had been imprisoned after getting into a fight. My mother seemed surprised by how visibly it affected me. She thought I would feel vindicated after what had happened between us. Instead, I felt something closer to grief. I had watched him transform over several years. Optimism and intelligence curdling slowly into bitterness and resentment. I understood the frustration behind it all too well, the sense of stalled motion, of doors refusing to open, of watching life drift further away no matter how hard one strained towards it. I knew, with uncomfortable clarity, that I had narrowly avoided many of the same dead ends myself. Luck had played its role. Timing too. The mention of B's name prompted me to contact the only person from home I still comfortably could, F. She answered warmly. Her voice calmer than I remembered. She had given birth to a healthy daughter. The news softened something in me immediately. A counterweight to everything else. The news about B had affected her too, though she spoke carefully about it. She did not gloat. Did not frame her own choices as vindication. Yet it lingered beneath the surface all the same. The life she had chosen now appeared less like betrayal and more like escape. Eventually she asked about the documentary. I told her I was nearly finished. That was true, though I had delayed the final edit repeatedly. Partly from uncertainty about whether releasing it was wise at all. The footage captured more than a friendship group collapsing. It revealed something uglier beneath, the slow corrosion of people trapped by disappointment and proximity. B's imprisonment changed the calculation. Suddenly the footage felt less like gossip and more like record. My parents remained for 10 days. After 7, R contacted me. The message was brief. No explanation. Just arrangements. I told my parents that urgent work had come up and that I would need to leave the city overnight. They accepted it without visible suspicion. In fact, they seemed almost pleased that work remained so steady. A rest day of sorts, my mother called it. When the visit finally ended and we stood together near the entrance to my building saying goodbye, I realized how much the trip had meant to them. I had taken them across the city during their stay. Historic districts. River walks. Shopping streets. Parks. Restaurants they would never have entered by themselves. But I slowly understood that none of those things had really mattered. The apartment had mattered. Seeing my life with their own eyes had mattered. For years they had watched the children of friends struggle to establish even the beginnings of independent adulthood. Endless examinations. Poor jobs. Uncertain housing. Failed relationships. Quiet disappointments that accumulated year by year inside ordinary families. Against that backdrop, my little apartment had looked to them not luxurious, but miraculous. I do not think they understood why they had been so fortunate. Truthfully, neither did I. It seemed that a few small things were finally beginning to fall my way. Not suddenly, not like dominoes collapsing in sequence, but more like cliffs collapsing bit by the endless motion of the ocean. Tiny shifts accumulating until the landscape itself began to change. The work with H continued as always, regular enough now that I no longer worried about the next payment. But other things began appearing around it. Occasional calls out of nowhere. A small company wanting product footage. A factory owner wanting a short promotional video. Elle deciding that she wanted me to document her experiences after all. Individually, none of it meant very much. Together, they created momentum. It took me some time to connect those opportunities to R. At first I thought it coincidence. Then probability began to feel strained. Eventually I realized he might genuinely care for me. The thought unsettled me more than I expected. Surely, I reasoned, it would have been more advantageous for him to remain entirely detached. To enjoy my company while allowing me to struggle independently forward without interference. A cleaner arrangement. Less entanglement. Yet quietly, almost invisibly, he seemed to be nudging doors open. I repaid the favor of sorts a month later. We were staying together in a northern city. Another hotel. Another carefully managed trip orbiting around his meetings and absences. Lying in bed while the light faintly grew beyond the curtained window. I switched on the television and connected my laptop. I made something, I said. He looked mildly surprised. The video was short. Only a few minutes long. Carefully edited footage drawn from the material I had accumulated over months. Our entering meetings. Looking over documents. Speaking with people at dinners. Walking through factories and hotel lobbies. It was flattering without becoming absurd. Competence elevated almost into mythology. I had even mocked up a voiceover. Of course it was fictional. I did not know the precise nature of his company. In truth, I had deliberately avoided finding out. I could easily have uncovered it long ago if I had wished. A few searches. A few questions. But I never had. Partly caution. Partly respect. The ambiguity protected us both. When the video ended, he continued staring at the screen for several moments. "It's beautifully made," he said quietly. Then he smiled faintly. "It is supposed to be me giving you gifts." I lowered my eyes slightly, unexpectedly pleased by the reaction. "It's not a proper voiceover," I admitted. "The structure is there, but it needs someone who actually understands the business." I handed him a USB drive and several printed pages. "The audio is separate from the footage," I explained. "You can alter the script however you want and replace the narration." He nodded slowly, turning the USB over thoughtfully in his hand. He returned late that night after another business dinner. I was still awake, sitting at the desk editing the final sequences of the New Year documentary. The room was dark except for the glow of the monitor. B's face flickered silently across the timeline before being replaced by F's calmer expression. R loosened his tie and crossed the room without speaking. Then he placed a single folded piece of paper beside my keyboard. "The voiceover," he said. It was around that time that I began filming Elle in earnest. Naturally, I was curious about her past and how she had drifted into a world that, despite all its perks and little luxuries, left her simultaneously comfortable and deeply lonely. In the beginning the project lacked shape. As a standalone documentary, her story felt too narrow. When combined with my own, it lacked coherence. The timelines did not align. My footage unfolded in real time, immediate, observational, messy. Hers was retrospective, reconstructed through memory. The contrast created a strange dissonance. Truthfully, I would never have taken on the project if not for our friendship. Still, I was curious. The first filming session was really a test. Less about obtaining usable footage and more about discovering whether she would genuinely open up once the camera was pointed at her. We sat opposite one another in my apartment. The camera remained visible between us, small but impossible to ignore. Before all this started, she began carefully, "I worked in a company doing administrative work. The job was okay. Started at 8. Finished at 6. She gave a faint shrug. The job market was already bad by then, but I'd been working for 5 years already. I got in early. I nodded for her to continue. "I suppose I was bored," she admitted. "Not miserable exactly. Just stuck. I wanted to change jobs, but by then that was almost impossible. Graduates couldn't find work, so they were pushing down into jobs like mine." She paused briefly. "It wasn't that life was terrible. The job simply didn't pay enough. I felt like I was going nowhere and there was nowhere available to go." "You didn't consider moving back home?" I asked. "That was never really an option," she replied. "My parents were divorced. Both had new families by then." I nodded. "Where were you living?" "Shared accommodation." "Boyfriend?" She nodded again. "He sold EVs at a dealership. Good looking too. Even during those years he managed to sell a few cars." "Did he earn good money?" "Better than me," she admitted. "But not enough. Housing prices had fallen by then, but owning anything still felt impossible." "Was the relationship serious?" "Very." A softness entered her voice. "But there was always the same problem. No house. No future you could really picture. Renting would have been manageable, but there wouldn't have been money for children or stability. We kept telling ourselves we were still young. That things might improve later. Did you think you'd marry him? Yes, she said quietly. Sadness flickered briefly across her face. What happened? I asked. My fault. The answer came quickly. I was out with friends at a bar one night. I hardly ever drank much. Usually only 2 drinks. I'd gone over to order another when he paid for it before I could. The first thing I noticed was the watch, she continued. Then the wedding ring. W was maybe 20 years older than me, but he wasn't old. Not really. He had that mature, successful look about him. Pinstriped suit. Silk tie. The kind of man who looked completely comfortable everywhere. Did you tell him you had a boyfriend? Yes. What did he say? She smiled faintly despite herself. He waved it away. Said I was just talking to an old businessman from out of town. Did anything happen that night? She shook her head. No. After 20 minutes or so he told me I should go back to my friends. It almost seemed like an afterthought when I was leaving. He mentioned how lonely it could be traveling constantly. Said he'd enjoy buying me dinner sometime. No pressure. No expectations. Then he suggested I scan his code if I was interested. A take it or leave it sort of offer? Yes. But you contacted him. Not immediately, she corrected. I went back to my friends first. Did you tell them? They asked where I'd disappeared to. I just said some older guy bought me a drink. She looked away slightly. It wasn't until the following afternoon that I messaged him. Why? My boyfriend was working that evening, she admitted. And I suppose I was curious. Were you expecting anything? Not really. Certainly not what happened. She gave a small laugh at the memory. It was probably the fanciest restaurant I'd ever been to in my life. And he was charming. Very charming. Did anything happen that night? Not physically, she said carefully. But before we left he gave me a small black velvet bag. A gift? She nodded. A bracelet. Beautiful. I actually took it to a jeweler the next day because I thought it might be fake. And? It wasn't. She smiled awkwardly. He messaged me the following day saying how much he'd enjoyed the evening. And then? Nothing for 2 weeks. That detail interested me immediately. My boyfriend had the night off the second time, she continued. I still went. Lied about where I was. You already knew by then what was happening. Yes, she admitted softly. I think so. That dinner he gave me a pendant. Were you hooked by then? She nodded slowly. He knew it too. Knew that my boyfriend was home. Knew I'd lied. I let the silence linger for a moment. Was the third dinner when the arrangement became explicit? She lowered her eyes toward the floor, blushing slightly. Then she nodded. The footage of Elle was good. I knew, even then, that I would probably use it somehow. Though, it was a relationship I needed to handle carefully. Elle was slightly vulnerable. We were good friends. More importantly, she knew far too much about me to ever casually upset. If the material were ever released, she would have to be completely on board. Even so, it was only a few weeks before I began editing what I already had. Life had become unexpectedly busy. R invited me on another trip. H called periodically with work. Then there were the small commercial jobs that had begun appearing with increasing regularity, factory tours, product videos, corporate footage. At first, I treated them as coincidence, but more and more I suspected that at least some originated from R himself. Whether he was doing it directly or quietly steering people toward me, I never asked. The pressure on my time tightened. When I finally showed Elle the edited footage, she grew uneasy almost immediately. The camera had captured something she had not expected to see in herself. Not glamour. Not sophistication. Vulnerability. A young woman drifting into a world she barely understood, dazzled less by lust than by relief from stagnation, from financial pressure, from the feeling that life had narrowed before it had properly begun. "It makes me look stupid," she muttered after a long silence. "Naive," I corrected gently. "Not stupid." She kept watching herself on the screen. "You weren't like that," she said eventually. I smiled faintly. "If I wasn't, it's only because someone gave me very good advice early enough." That, I realized, was the real difference between us. Elle had entered that world the same way she had introduced me to our, curiously, half serious, assuming she still stood safely outside it. She had not understood how quickly small compromises became structure. How easily gifts became expectations. How loneliness and comfort could quietly bind themselves together. I paused the footage. "If you want me to destroy this, I will," I told her plainly. She looked at me in surprise. She knew how much work had already gone into it. "I'm serious," I continued. "Once material like this is released, it can develop a life of its own. People pull meaning from it that you never intended. Sometimes they see you more clearly than you see yourself." She stared at the frozen image of herself on the monitor. "I'll give you a few weeks," I said. "Then we decide whether we continue. And if we do, it's because you're completely certain." Chapter 15, Detonation. It was around that time that things began to change, both personally and professionally. Professionally, it began with me finally finding the time to complete what I'd come to call the New Year videos. When I finished the final edit and watched the full cut-through from beginning to end, I felt the same tingling sensation I'd experienced after completing S's video. Not pride exactly. Something sharper. The sense that the material had cohered into something larger than the sum of its parts. I knew I had to make the most of it. I decided to enter the work into the Pearl Film Festival as a single 90-minute documentary. The process for people outside the industry was long and opaque. Established directors and studios moved through one set of doors, everyone else queued outside another. The first stage required what was effectively a trailer submission. A tightly constructed few minutes intended to survive an initial cull. There were simply too many entrants for the selection committee to watch every full-length film. The trailers reduced the field to something manageable, from which the actual screening list would eventually be selected. I still had 4 months before the submission deadline. In theory, it was plenty of time. In practice, I knew better. A weak trailer could kill an otherwise excellent film. Worse still, the wrong scenes could completely misrepresent the work itself. The structure mattered enormously. Which story to foreground? Whether the audience first encountered F's calmness, B's bitterness, or the menace of that final night. Too much conflict too early and it became melodrama. Too little and no one would care enough to continue watching. I became almost obsessive about it. During that same period, R also began coming to the apartment more often. Sometimes twice in a single week. The change was subtle at first. He stayed for shorter periods than in hotels, often only a few hours, occasionally overnight, but he seemed more relaxed there. Less guarded. Hotels had always felt curated, temporary, a stage set where both of us performed prescribed roles. The apartment was different. More intimate. Less formal. Sometimes he arrived exhausted and simply sat quietly while I worked. Other times he wanted me beside him constantly. To hold him. To lie against him while he answered emails or watched television. He had become somehow more present, less distracted by whatever machinery operated behind the scenes of his life. I continued doing all the small tasks I had always done. Undoing his tie. Picking up his towel. Pouring his drink. Laying out fresh clothes. Collecting his socks from beside the bed. By then, the rituals themselves no longer carried much emotional weight. They had become routine, almost mechanical, a choreography learned through repetition. Yet while my hands moved automatically through those motions, my mind was elsewhere more and more often. On the film. On the trailer. On whether the work might finally amount to something. Then New Year arrived once again. This time I flew. By then, my relationship with my parents had improved to the point where we genuinely enjoyed the short periods we spent together. Their trip to the Pearl had eased something in them. They had seen my life with their own eyes and, perhaps more importantly, compared it to the lives of many of my peers who still drifted at the margins of society. I was moving forward. In Middom, that increasingly marked one as fortunate, perhaps even superior. 2 days after the reunion dinner, I called V. The conversation was tense and brief. We agreed to meet at a small coffee shop just outside the main gate of the community. Neutral ground. As we ordered coffees, I told her I was glad to see her. She studied me carefully. "Did you finish the film?" I nodded. "What's it like?" she asked quietly. "Painful to watch," I replied. Her expression tightened slightly. "Did you make us out as some kind of losers?" "That was never the aim," I said calmly. "Nor the result. Nor would it be the truth." She gave a small snort. I took a slow breath before continuing. "I can't predict how you'll react to it. But the film became much bigger than any of us." "What's that supposed to mean?" she demanded. "The film isn't really about a handful of people whose lives stalled," I explained. "It's about what happens to a generation when the future placed in front of them becomes so narrow that every decision begins to feel like desperation." "Even you?" she asked skeptically. "Yes," I replied softly. "Perhaps especially me." That seemed to catch her slightly off guard. I let the silence settle before continuing. Every one of us was handed an impossible situation. I worked like a dog to scrape together a life in the Pearl. F married a man most people would look down upon. I accepted retreat into games. B turned his frustration outward. "And me?" she asked. "You waited," I said gently. "Hoping things would improve. Trying to hold on to what you already had while the world narrowed around you." She looked down at her coffee. "It sounds like I won't enjoy it much." "It isn't a flattering film," I admitted. "Whether you value it probably depends on whether you believe exposing your private life is worth it to hold up a mirror to an entire generation." "You have a pretty high opinion of your work," she said. "I think it's the most important thing I've ever made," I replied honestly. "I entered it in the Pearl Film Festival." Her eyes lifted immediately at that. "And why did you invite me here?" "To give you the chance to see it before anyone else," I said. "And to ask whether you'd like to watch it tomorrow night with the others." "And F?" "I'll show her separately. If she wants to see it." V stirred her coffee slowly. "I'll ask the others," she said at last. As I clicked on the file and the film expanded onto the screen, the tension seemed to cling to the walls. More so because of B's absence. It hung over the room like a ghost. Not merely because he was gone, but because everyone understood that his presence saturated the film from beginning to end. Every silence. Every outburst. Every bitterness that crept into the conversations. No one spoke while it played. The only sounds were the voices coming through the speakers and the occasional muted hum of traffic from outside the apartment block. Even when the screen finally faded to black, no one moved immediately. "At least it was truthful," V said eventually. Hugh gave a faint, awkward laugh. "It made me seem horribly mistreated." "Weren't you?" V replied. A, predictably indifferent to the emotional undercurrents, stretched slightly and offered, "The last scene was cool." "You fleeing the apartment like that?" I smiled faintly. "Not exactly the point of the film." "But F was the hero," V said with a snort. "There was accusation in it." "Isn't that right?" I asked quietly. She took what she needed from life, but she gave things up too. She took a chance when everyone else was standing still. Isn't that worth celebrating a little? She betrayed us, V replied flatly. She let you down, I corrected gently. There's a difference. She needed to move on with her life. I know it hurt. We've all been disappointed too many times already. V looked away. I didn't press further. The real argument sat unspoken between all of us. Everyone in that room had been handed a difficult road. The difference lay in what each person had done in response to it. Some clawed desperately toward whatever limited opportunities they could find and, in doing so, gained at least a fragment of control over their future. Others became trapped in paralysis, waiting for a world that no longer existed to somehow return. Hugh was the exception. She really had tried. And sometimes that still was not enough. Sometimes people did everything right and were cut down anyway, by bad luck, by cruelty, by timing, by forces too large for them to overcome alone. That happened too. I did not stay long after the screening ended. Visiting F was always going to be different. Warmer. She held the baby as we watched, occasionally making small observations in a soft voice. Sorrow for Q, compassion for V. Even sympathy, in some strange way, for B. What struck me most was how closely the woman beside me resembled the one on screen. The same calmness. The same restraint. The same quiet wisdom that had emerged during the interview itself. At one point she watched silently as B spat his bitterness toward her across the screen. For the first time I saw genuine shock break through her composure. Not because she had been unaware of his anger, but because hearing it laid bare so nakedly was something different entirely. Eventually she only sighed. What is the use in anger? She asked quietly. It was such a simple response that it almost embarrassed me. When I told her I had entered the film into the Pearl Film Festival, her entire expression brightened. She seemed genuinely excited for me, more confident in the film's prospects than I was myself. It will do well, she said firmly. People will recognize themselves in it. Perhaps she was right. Or perhaps she simply wanted it to succeed because she knew how much of myself I had poured into it. F was a friend. And unlike so many others from that period of my life, she remained one for the rest of it. 3 weeks after I returned home, I agreed to film a second episode of Elle's story. She had been badgering me about it for some time. I suspected she simply wanted to get it over with. To drag the uglier parts into the light and be done with them. This time the interview was heavier. By then, she had found herself emotionally committed to 2 relationships at once. Her longing for something more, security, comfort, escape, perhaps even excitement, had drawn her into a situation she no longer fully controlled. Guilt gnawed at her body. Fear hollowed out everything else. She knew, even then, that it would end badly. Her boyfriend sensed the change in her long before he understood it. Then one of Elle's flatmates casually mentioned that she had been going out more frequently than usual. It planted the seed. He became suspicious. Eventually, he discovered the necklace. It was, in its own way, a savage wound. A man doing his best to build a future for the woman he hoped one day to marry, discovering that his efforts were not enough. That she had betrayed him for something larger, softer, more luxurious than he could provide. Elle described it quietly, but the pain remained alive inside her. He told me he hated me, she said softly. After that, he blocked her everywhere. Never spoke to her again. The grief that followed was visceral because she knew she had brought it upon herself. She hated her weakness. Hated her own desperation. Those emotions lived openly on her face during the interview, in every pause and downward glance. W moved quickly afterwards. He installed her in an apartment of her own almost immediately. She was his now. By the end of the interview, Elle looked exhausted. She seemed almost to collapse into the chair as though the memories themselves carried physical weight. Finally she spoke again. It took me a long time before I asked myself how this would all end, she admitted. I'm not even sure I could leave now if I wanted to. I worried about that from the beginning, I confessed. Back then I was incredibly vulnerable. Without R, I knew I probably couldn't survive in the Pearl much longer. Once I gave up my job, I doubted I'd find another one. I thought the money would slowly run out if he discarded me. But you had the filming, she said, surprised. I shook my head. It wasn't enough then. But you're fine now? I nodded slowly. The apartment changed everything. Once I had that, I could at least scrape by on my own if things collapsed. Elle looked down for a moment. It's only recently that I realized I hadn't actually saved very much, she admitted quietly. I've been putting more aside lately. That casual remark genuinely shocked me. I had spent years hoarding money almost obsessively before I allowed myself even small luxuries. Long before I touched any of what I'd earned, I had built buffers upon buffers against catastrophe. I had never forgotten how precarious everything was. I was astonished that Elle had not felt the same urgency. After all, our entire world could vanish on a whim. Over the following months, I could not fail to notice that something was up with R. He seemed older, more drawn. He wanted to hold me more, not in the virile way of young, and sometimes not so young men, but as a source of comfort. Even on his shorter visits he seemed to linger more, not as inclined to leave. Even on the trips to other cities, he was more cautious, sometimes not revealing me at all to his business partners. Always keeping me in an adjoining room. There were other changes too. He returned earlier. Sometimes with a bottle of whiskey, and we'd sit and chat in his room rather than at a bar. I wanted to ask him what was truly wrong. He was dismissive. Just business. Though over the months I could see it was more than that. He wanted me present more. Yet he was quieter. I adjusted to the atmosphere, began to hug him more, particularly while we lay in bed. Then he did something that astonished me. It was the last day of one of our city trips. I was expecting the usual routine. He'd finish his business meetings and catch a flight. I would leave the following day. An email arrived in the morning. I'd been shortlisted for the Pearl Film Festival. I experienced a curious mixture of relief and delight. I'd feared that I'd be cut. That I was not good enough. I danced around the hotel room, jubilant. I could not wait to tell R. Then I checked myself. He had troubles of his own. I tempered my expectations of his response. When he returned briefly before lunch, he seemed genuinely pleased for me, yet the shadow still lay upon him. I was careful to ensure that everything was laid out for him when he returned later that afternoon. Hopefully, he would have time for a shower before his departure. When he did return, he smiled and said we had something important to celebrate, and that he had altered his flight. My mouth fell open with surprise. I hugged him. I offered to change my own flight so we would avoid being at the airport together, but he shook his head. I was surprised. He had not concealed our relationship without reason. I told him instead that I would simply delay my departure and keep the hotel room a little longer. He conceded. That night became one of my most memorable with R. He had always been generous with gifts, and I with attention. Yet that evening it felt as though we were giving each other something else entirely. For the first time in months, he seemed like the R I had first known, composed, confident, amused by the world. Whatever had been weighing upon him appeared, briefly, to recede. I felt celebrated. When we returned to the hotel, he presented me with another gift. A matching necklace, bracelet, and earrings. Gold. Heavy in the hand. R left early the following morning, leaving me alone with my thoughts. After breakfast I went for a walk, hoping movement might quieten them. A sudden thought occurred to me. Had he suddenly become attentive because everyone else had abandoned him? The idea sent a chill through me. In Middom, powerful men were rarely abandoned without reason. Usually it meant danger. Political trouble. An investigation. A rival striking. Something rotten beneath the surface. Was that wire had begun going to such lengths to conceal our connection? To protect me? Or because I, too, might eventually become a liability? I continued walking, trying to escape the spiral of my own thoughts, and eventually found myself passing a hospital. Then I noticed something unusual. 3 or 4 men in wheelchairs had gathered around a notice board outside one of the buildings. Seeing a single wheelchair-bound person was uncommon in Middom. I could not remember ever seeing several together. As I approached, the men moved off in a neat procession, wheeling themselves up a ramp and through a set of automatic sliding doors. Curiosity drew me towards the notice board. It advertised a wheelchair basketball game on the rooftop. Starting in half an hour. All welcome. It was such an odd thing that I found myself compelled by it. To be honest, I expected the rooftop to be empty. If nothing else, I thought it might provide somewhere quiet to gather my scattered thoughts. At first my assumption was not far from the truth. The place was not empty, but perhaps half the tables remained unoccupied. A makeshift canteen had been set up beside the court. I ordered a coffee and a slice of chocolate cake, then chose a table overlooking the game. It was pleasant being above street level, away from the smoke and noise of the roads below. I ate slowly, sipping my coffee as my thoughts drifted back again to our. Yet gradually the atmosphere around the court began drawing my attention outward. "Excuse me," came the polite voice of a woman perhaps in her late 60s. "May I sit?" I looked up, slightly startled, only then realizing that while I had been lost in thought the rooftop had quietly filled. "Of course," I replied. "I haven't seen you before. Is this your first time here?" I explained that I was from out of town and had stumbled upon the place by accident. "This place is unusual," I observed cautiously. "Indeed it is," the woman replied, with more than a hint of pride in her voice. "It is a special place for many families. My son is playing today." Only then did I realize that her son must be wheelchair-bound. She noticed my awkwardness immediately. It was clearly something she had encountered many times before, because she brushed past it with practiced ease. "My son was injured 10 years ago," she explained. "He became a paraplegic." She shook her head gently. Once the shock and drama of the accident fades away, very few people continue to care. He became terribly depressed. He was treated by 633. He improved, but it was this place that truly gave him back a life. Suddenly I was curious. What exactly is this place? It's attached to the clinic downstairs. The psychiatrist on the 8th floor, 633, treated many patients with permanent disabilities. I think eventually he became dissatisfied with the limits of treatment alone. People improved psychologically, but they still remained trapped inside their apartments. She gestured towards the city beyond the rooftop. "You do not realize how difficult a city is until you are in a wheelchair. Footpaths. Curbs. Bollards outside shopping centers. Tiny obstacles everywhere." I realized then that I had never once thought about such things. 633 created this place, she continued. It is open to disabled people and their families. Somewhere to meet. Somewhere to play. My son comes here 3 or 4 times a week. Does the government fund it? I asked. Of course not, she scoffed. They receive a few donations. There's a QR code downstairs. The rest comes from 633 and his wife. Good stories were difficult to find. Truly hopeful ones even more so. And suddenly I realized I might have stumbled upon one. The basketball game itself was loud, chaotic, and strangely joyful. I found myself enjoying it far more than I expected. I asked questions. Watched families gathering around the court. Watched men who had clearly suffered terrible injuries arguing with referees and laughing with each other like ordinary old friends. Finally, I made a decision. I went downstairs and entered the clinic, asking whether I could speak with 633. He was in Keowalia. 10,000 kilometers away. I left a note. I had no idea whether he would call. When R appeared a few days later, our night of celebration already seemed strangely distant, as though it belonged to another period entirely. Whatever brief lightness had returned to him during that trip had faded once more. He stayed the night. It was the first time we had ever eaten takeaway together. Such a small thing, yet oddly intimate. No restaurants. No hotel dining rooms. No careful performance for outsiders. Just cartons spread across the coffee table while he drank whiskey and loosened his tie. I told him about 633 and the rooftop basketball court. About the families. The players. The strange sense of warmth I had stumbled upon by accident. I explained that I would probably need to meet him if he replied to my note, though it would almost certainly be during the day. Privately, I suspected R might object to my absence, even if he rarely appeared before evening himself. Yet he did not. Instead he smiled faintly. "You should," he said. "Just let me know your movements." The phrasing struck me slightly. Not where I was going, but my movements. Still, I said nothing. We watched a movie afterwards, though I barely remember it now. Later, lying together in bed, I told him for the first time that I loved him. Even as I said the words, I was not entirely sure why I chose that moment. Perhaps because something about him seemed diminished. Fragile, almost. Or perhaps because, despite everything, I meant it. Astonishingly, he replied that he loved me too. He left late the following morning. Before departing, he placed a small package on the coffee table. "Keep that safe," he said quietly. Then he left. Only later did I open it. Inside were gold ingots. For several moments I simply stared at them. I did not understand whether they were intended as a gift, or whether he expected me to hold them for him. Usually, when R gave me something expensive, he enjoyed watching my reaction. There had always been a kind of amusement in it, a satisfaction at surprising me. This time there had been none. That unsettled me more than the gold itself. I wrapped the ingots again carefully, then crouched beneath the kitchen sink. Reaching behind the plumbing, I taped the package to the underside of the basin, hidden from immediate view. Only once it was concealed did I straighten and stand silently in the apartment, staring at nothing. By then, I was quite certain that something was wrong. The more I researched 633, the more I realized I had stumbled upon a story worth telling. I discovered that the charitable work surrounding the clinic extended far beyond the rooftop space. He and his wife owned several apartments nearby which they had renovated specifically for disabled patients, widening doorways, modifying bathrooms, removing steps and thresholds. The apartments were offered at little or no cost to those most in need. By then, property prices, even in many provincial capitals, had collapsed. Even so, what they were doing went beyond simple generosity. It reflected a degree of care rarely encountered in Middom. I was delighted when he agreed to meet. That project marked an important milestone for me professionally. Until then, my work had required little more than time, persistence, and the occasional taxi fare. For the first time, I had to commit real money up front. Flights. Accommodation. Equipment. I was nervous as I arrived at the airport. I had never paid much attention to politics. My interest had always been people rather than ideology. Yet as I collected my boarding pass, I noticed how empty the adjoining international terminal appeared. The sight unsettled me more than I expected. By then there was increasing discussion about restrictions on overseas study, and rumors that international tourism might eventually face tighter controls as well. None of it had concerned me greatly before. Foreign travel had simply never seemed realistic for someone like me. But standing there, looking across at the near-deserted terminal, I felt an unexpected chill. Middom was closing. I thought immediately of R. The winds of change were blowing harder than I had realized. 633 proved to be a pleasant and generous man. Highly accomplished, certainly, but without arrogance. I quickly discovered that I was not the only one who had done careful research beforehand. Neither of us stepped lightly into arrangements with strangers. At that stage, I still underestimated the scale of the project. During our first conversation, I spoke only of producing a short piece, perhaps 10 or 15 minutes long. That changed when he handed me a folder of newspaper clippings while he crossed the cafe to collect our drinks. The articles were decades old. I stared at one photograph in particular. A young 633 stood beside his school principal, dressed like a peasant boy from another era entirely. I was astonished. How had someone traveled so far? When he returned, I acknowledged the breadth of the material. His story was far larger than I had anticipated. I explained that it could become something much more substantial, though realistically it would take years to complete because I would need to fit the work around paid jobs. Then he surprised me. He offered to fund the costs of a full production and proposed that we share any revenue it generated. I agreed. Afterwards, I returned with him to the clinic and began filming immediately. I took footage in his office and on the rooftop above. Men played cards and chess beneath the afternoon light. Others sat quietly reading books or simply talking together. What struck me most was not sadness, but ordinary life. That, I realized, was what made the place so unusual. A week later, I received an email. Acceptance. My film would be shown at the Pearl Film Festival. It was more than a victory. It was validation. For years I had worked quietly at my craft, outside the mainstream, building something piece by piece in apartments, hotel rooms, and borrowed spaces. Until that moment, some part of me had still believed I was pretending, that I was merely adjacent to real filmmakers. Now I knew otherwise. 3 days later, R asked me to fly out to meet him in a far southwestern province. A 4-hour flight. He sounded lighter than he had in months. We celebrated. We ate extravagantly, drank too much, and for the first time in a long while he seemed entirely present. The strain that had settled over him in recent months receded into the background. He danced with me after dinner, something he almost never did, and laughed when I teased him about his lack of rhythm. For that brief night, it felt as though we had somehow escaped whatever had been slowly closing around him. I remember waking in the darkness and finding him awake beside me, one arm draped across my waist. He was not holding me possessively, nor hungrily, but gently, as though he were trying to memorize the feeling of another person lying beside him. At the time, I did not understand why the moment felt so heavy. Only later did I realize that he had already begun saying goodbye. It was the final time I ever saw him. Chapter 16, The Film Festival. My second trip to film 633's clinic proved far more productive than the first. I flew in early and stepped immediately into a tightly organized schedule of interviews and tours. 633's wife, M, made everything remarkably easy. She was efficient, calm and meticulous. She first guided me through an apartment that was still undergoing renovation, carefully pointing out each design modification and accessibility feature they had introduced. I was struck not only by her ability to explain the practical reasoning behind the choices, but by how instinctively she understood my needs as a filmmaker. On one occasion she even suggested a shot I had not considered, positioning me where the afternoon light fell across a widened doorway, illuminating the small adjustments that made the apartment livable for its future residents. Afterwards, she took me to another apartment that had already been completed and now housed 4 residents. She explained that once they had acquired multiple apartments, it gave them the flexibility to group residents according to both physical capability and temperament. The goal was not merely accommodation, but independence, creating households where the residents could support one another as naturally as possible. What struck me most was her modesty. She spoke about profoundly compassionate work as though it were merely practical administration. Yet her care shone through constantly. In the way she discussed personality clashes, routines, privacy and dignity. She thought not only about disabilities, but about loneliness, frustration and the tiny daily frictions of communal living. Afterwards, I filmed the residents going about their lives within the apartment. Some cooked. Others cleaned or folded laundry. A pair argued jokingly over a television program while another resident sat nearby reading. The interviews were good. Warm and often surprisingly funny. Yet importantly, they never drifted into sentimentality. No one pretended their lives were easy. The frustrations and limitations remained visible beneath the humor. That honesty gave the footage weight. I flew home knowing I had gathered a great deal of usable material. Even so, I could already sense something missing. I had warmth, humanity, and competence on film. But not yet the emotional gravity needed to carry a truly exceptional documentary. I suppose it was about a week later that concern gave way to genuine agitation. It was not unusual for art to disappear for a week, occasionally even two, but by then the silence had stretched into a third. In periods of uncertainty, the mind becomes cruel. It manufactures scenarios, each more frightening than the last, then forces one to inhabit them. I imagined him imprisoned. Dead. Floating face down in some polluted river. Then myself dragged away for questioning, unable to explain my connection to whatever it was he had become entangled in. I slept badly. When I slept at all. I woke drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. I tried to reason through the possibilities logically. Arrested, I concluded. By then people no longer even spoke plainly about such things. The word commonly used was disappeared. An adjective transformed into a verb. Part of the punishment lay precisely in the uncertainty. Families were often given no notification. Silence itself became a weapon, a form of punishment by association inflicted upon spouses, children, and friends. A slow torture of waiting and imagining. Now I found myself trapped within that same machinery. Potentially years of not knowing. Years of wondering whether he was alive, imprisoned, or simply gone. I began to understand how people lost their minds. Elle tried to calm me, but her reassurances rang hollow because she knew no more than I did. More disturbing still was W's silence. If even he lacked information, then whatever had happened was serious. Had it gone on much longer, I think I might truly have unraveled. But eventually news came. My parents rarely had opportunities to celebrate me, and they were genuinely excited by my inclusion in the film festival. They made a second trip to the Pearl for the event. More than anything, they were thrilled by the idea of seeing me walk the red carpet. I wore the first dress R had ever bought me, a kind of silent tribute, even if by then I no longer quite knew what place he occupied in my heart. My mother took endless photographs. She said I looked like a star. Naturally, we had photographs taken together as well. One of them would eventually take pride of place in my parents' living room and remain there for many years. They attended the first of the film's 4 screenings. The crowd was modest, though the reception among those present was warm. My mother was disappointed by the turnout and chose not to attend the second screening. Only my father went. He returned excited, reporting that the audience had been noticeably larger and that the response had again been positive. A couple of production companies had requested my contact details. By the third screening the theater was full. My father persuaded my mother to attend the fourth. That too sold out. I found myself quietly gratified. Not only had I held my own, but the film was receiving serious attention. As I spoke with more people within the industry, I began to realize that simply entering the festival had been the correct decision. The final evening was the awards ceremony. I had only one additional ticket, officially for a partner. I left the decision to my parents, though in the end my father attended. He insisted I had a genuine chance of winning something. He claimed he had overheard people mentioning me as a contender. Nonsense, I replied. I don't even have the production team the other entrants had. Secretly, I hoped perhaps for a minor placing in the Best Newcomer category. When the lower places were announced and my name was absent, I maintained good form, applauding politely while quietly suppressing my disappointment. Then they announced the winner. My name echoed across the ballroom. My father leapt to his feet in delight. I, by contrast, felt like a startled animal caught in headlights. I walked to the stage in a daze, aware only vaguely that my father was hurrying behind me with his phone already in hand. My speech was short and utterly uninspired. I thanked my parents. And I thought of my father photographed me accepting the award. When I stepped down from the stage, still stunned, he immediately sent the pictures to my mother. Then he hugged me tightly. As I made my way back to my seat, strangers reached out to congratulate me. Only much later did I appreciate the irony of it all, 15 years of work to become a newcomer. I was so distracted afterwards that I barely followed the remaining awards. By the time the final categories approached, I was already thinking about leaving. Then my name boomed through the ballroom a second time. 3rd place in Best Picture. I was floored. After the overall winner was announced, my father and I finally made our way toward the exit. Every few meters someone stopped me for another photograph or handshake. Yet for once the smiles did not feel forced. Mine least of all. We had almost reached the doors when a festival official approached and offered me an invitation to the main after party. My father immediately insisted I should attend. He was right. He returned home alone. I stumbled back to my apartment at 5 a.m. It was the most memorable night of my life. The 2 days before my parents returned home were celebratory. Messages of congratulations arrived from every direction, and I struggled to reply to them all. If I am honest, I was looking forward to a return to normal life. The attention was flattering, but exhausting. Yet I was not sure normality was possible while the uncertainty surrounding still hung over everything. Then an email changed everything. It came from one of the clients who had originally been introduced to me through Attached was a short news clip produced by a provincial television station. I watched it twice. The company I believed controlled, or at least the company for which I had once created his profile video, had declared bankruptcy. It was under investigation. Several directors were alleged to have fled overseas. I replied immediately, expressing surprise. I genuinely knew nothing about it. What I felt most strongly, however, was relief. At last there was an explanation. His story was not an unusual one. Middom had produced countless wealthy businessmen and officials who quietly shifted money abroad. Sometimes it was simple asset protection. Sometimes it involved corruption, dubious transactions, or business practices that could not survive scrutiny. Business and government fed upon one another so thoroughly that the line between legitimate success and dangerous entanglement was often difficult to discern. Most never faced consequences. Some sensed danger approaching and left before it arrived. Others were not so fortunate and disappeared into the prison system for years. It appeared that belonged to the middle category, those who escaped before the net closed. Though escape was not always permanent. The state possessed other tools. Families who remained behind could find themselves subjected to immense pressure. Relatives became leverage. The fugitive was presented with a choice. Return and face punishment, or remain abroad while those left behind suffered the consequences. Justice was rarely discussed. The language was always different. Stability. Order. Discipline. The outcome mattered more than the method. Looking back, it was obvious that had sensed the danger long before I did. I doubted coercion would prove particularly effective in his case. By then, I suspected he had moved far more than money beyond Middom's borders. Most likely he had spent years preparing, transferring assets, family members and finally himself. I, on the other hand, was safe to leave behind. Mistresses occupied a peculiar place within that world. We were rarely important enough to matter. Going after us would achieve little. We possessed neither the influence to force a return nor the assets worth seizing. More importantly, too many powerful men maintained similar arrangements. There was little incentive to make examples of women like us. At the time, however, that was scant comfort. I felt abandoned. A little bitter. And despite my attempts at rationality, I remained fearful that I might somehow become entangled in whatever investigations followed. It would take another year before that anxiety finally faded. The news report itself followed a familiar pattern. It condemned the company directors, then broadened its criticism to foreign governments that allegedly sheltered economic fugitives. That, too, was unsurprising. In a system where law ultimately served the interests of the state, international cooperation could never be taken for granted. People could run. Sometimes they succeeded. Whether R was guilty of the allegations leveled against him was something I would never discover. Nor, in the end, did it matter as much as I once thought it did. What mattered was that he was alive. For weeks I had imagined prisons, hospitals, and morgues. The truth, whatever it was infinitely preferable to uncertainty. For the first time since his disappearance, I had certainty. And certainty, I discovered, was often more valuable than hope. From a filmmaker's perspective, there was another consequence as well. The experience provided material I could never have invented. It exposed a reality that sat beneath so many relationships like mine, the precariousness, the secrecy, and the strange position occupied by women whose lives became intertwined with powerful men. For better or worse, it gave me the ending I needed for the films about mistresses. The only person I could truly speak to about her was Elle. Over the previous weeks we had spent countless hours quietly dissecting his likely fate, constructing theories, discarding them, then returning to them again. It had become a strange ritual, born of uncertainty and the absence of any real answers. Now, quite suddenly, I realized something. I was free. The difficulty with arrangements such as the one I had with R was that they possessed no natural ending. There was no agreed destination, no point at which both parties stood, shook hands, and went their separate ways. They simply continued until something broke. For Elle, that endpoint remained a blurred shape somewhere beyond the horizon. She still lived in a state of suspension, neither fully committed to her future nor able to escape her present. Mine, however, had arrived without warning. Only then did I fully appreciate how much I had gained from the relationship. The apartment stood out most clearly. It had given me security at a time when I desperately needed it. Yet it was not the only gift. My business had grown through introductions and recommendations that traced back to R. Over the years he had quietly helped place me in a stronger position than I had ever imagined possible. When he vanished from my life, he left behind a home, money in the bank, and a business capable of sustaining itself. Elle pointed out something else. Unlike her, and unlike many women who had traveled a similar road, I had not traded away my youth. I was only 28. There was still time. Time for a family, if I wanted one. Time to build something entirely separate from the world I had inhabited with R. At the time, I dismissed the idea. The prospect seemed strangely abstract, as though she were speaking about somebody else's future rather than my own. For years I had organized my life around survival, then around work. The notion of marriage, children, and ordinary domestic happiness belonged to a different story. What I did understand was simpler. For the first time since arriving in the Pearl, my future belonged entirely to me. R's departure helped me understand why Elle clung so tightly to W. Before then, I had intellectualized such relationships. I told myself that arrangements like ours were ultimately transactional. An exchange of needs, benefits, and expectations. Neat. Rational. But that is not something the human spirit readily accepts. More than anything, people crave connection, and connection is built through shared experiences accumulated over time. Looking back, I was shocked by how much of my life had become intertwined with ours. The trips, the conversations, the routines, the countless small moments that seemed insignificant while they were happening. Their absence left a space far larger than I expected. Work proved a useful refuge. The film festival had given me a profile, at least temporarily. 3 production companies offered me positions. I declined them all. Independence remained too important to surrender. Nevertheless, some later outsourced small projects to me, and I accepted those gladly. I updated my website to include the awards. By then my portfolio had become substantial enough that, at first glance, it was difficult to distinguish my work from that of much larger production houses. During that period I filmed myself extensively. The weeks following R's disappearance had been an emotional roller coaster, and I captured much of it as it happened. Some recordings were little more than reflections. Others included conversations with L. For a time her story faded into the background as the drama of my own life unexpectedly took center stage. I worked obsessively. My channel still required attention, even as paid work increased. They were becoming a burden, yet I could not bring myself to abandon them. The 10 Years Project, in particular, was approaching an important milestone. Soon enough I would be able to revisit many of the original participants and discover what had become of their lives. By then I was regularly working more than 100 hours each week. I was approaching exhaustion when M633's wife called. She explained that they would be interviewing a prospective resident and his family the following week regarding a place in one of the apartments. "I'm no expert in filmmaking," she said, "but I thought they might be good subjects for your documentary. They've already agreed to participate." I knew she was right. The project had begun to drift. Paid work kept interrupting it, and I was losing momentum. More importantly, I trusted her judgment. She understood both the people involved and the story we were trying to tell. "That sounds worthwhile," I said. Then, before I could lose my nerve, I added, "Could I also borrow 633 for a day?" She laughed. "What for?" "I'd like to take him back to his village. Walk through the places where he grew up. I want to understand how a peasant boy became the man he is today." There was a brief pause. "I think he'd like that," she replied. I waited for M at the clinic, chatting casually with patients while gathering additional footage. When she arrived, she greeted me with a warm smile and a handshake. Formal. The gesture felt strangely wrong. I wanted to hug her. She was one of those rare people who instinctively drew others towards her. People trusted her almost immediately. By then I had become quieter than I once was. Perhaps it was the aftermath of R's departure. I was still drifting through those months, uncertain what shape my future might take. She seemed to sense that something weighed on my mind. When I offered nothing, she filled the silence herself, speaking about her daughter, who had recently given birth in Coahuila. It felt like a quiet reminder that everyone carried burdens of their own and that, in the end, there was little to do except keep moving forward. Visiting had become difficult. Middom had spent years slowly turning away from the outside world. Foreigners had become increasingly rare and were often spoken of with suspicion. Fewer students studied overseas. That too attracted scrutiny. Her daughter had married one. The apartment was located in an older housing complex, one of the first constructed with lifts. After more than 30 years it showed its age. Paint peeled from the ceilings. The lift shuddered and groaned as it climbed. An elderly woman opened the door and slowly led us into the living room. Normally I asked the questions. This time I was merely an observer. The room was sparse, arranged more for practicality than comfort. Wide spaces had been left clear to allow movement. There was plenty of room for cameras. M would conduct the interview. I set up 2 cameras. One remained fixed on her. The other framed the elderly woman and her son, who wheeled himself into position beside her. The questions began with the son. His background. His daily routine. How he spent his time. Why he wished to move into one of the apartments. What difficulties he faced. He answered respectfully and without self-pity. Then the questions shifted to his mother. Fear seemed to settle over her almost immediately. For 26 years, she explained, she had cared for her son. For 14 of those years she had done so alone after the death of her husband. Every spare cent had gone into the apartment. They had worked extra jobs, sacrificed comforts, done whatever was necessary. They had no choice. A wheelchair-accessible home was not a luxury. It was a necessity. As she spoke, desperation seemed to consume her. Her pension would die with her. "What then will he do?" she asked. The silence that followed felt almost physical. She explained that she could not continue indefinitely. Her health was deteriorating. Her body was failing. Increasingly, she was the one who needed care. There was something heartbreaking in the way she looked at us. Not demanding. Not angry. Simply pleading. M's voice remained calm and gentle. "We'll do what we can," she said, placing a hand over the woman's. "Don't give up hope." She handed over a copy of the apartment rules. They would need to agree to them before a place could be offered. The interview ended soon afterwards. As we descended in the rattling lift, I finally asked the question that had been occupying my mind. "Will he get a place?" "Oh yes," she replied immediately. The certainty of the answer caught me completely off guard. I stared at her. She smiled sadly. "You think I'm cruel?" I said nothing. "The apartments are fragile communities," she continued. 5 or 6 men, each carrying their own challenges, frustrations and disappointments, living together in a very small space. It can be difficult. The lift shuddered to a halt. She waited for the doors to open before continuing. "It is important that residents understand that a place there is a privilege, not an entitlement. The rules matter." We stepped into the lobby. "I never want to remove someone," she said quietly. "But if I must, the others cannot believe the rules were optional." Only later did I understand. The interview had never really been about deciding whether the son deserved help. It was about protecting the community that would help him. The following 2 days were spent with 633 revisiting his childhood. We traveled to the village where he had grown up. It was a desolate place now, much of it seemingly abandoned. Many homes stood empty. Others had collapsed into ruin. Only a handful of residents remained. I conducted the usual interviews and gathered the footage every documentary requires. There were wide shots of dusty roads disappearing into the distance. Slow pans across abandoned houses. Close-ups of weathered hands touching familiar objects. I filmed 633 standing silently in the doorway of his childhood home. I filmed him running a finger across the dining table, lifting a line of dust that had accumulated over years of absence. The footage was beautiful. The problem was that the story itself felt almost too perfect. Much of it had already been documented in newspaper articles. The narrative was straightforward enough. A poor village boy who excelled at school through determination and hard work. Against all odds he became a doctor, studied in Guernica, returned home, and dedicated his life to helping others. It was precisely the sort of story that newspapers loved. Yet something about it bothered me. The older I became, the more suspicious I grew of stories that appeared too neat. It reminded me of the old tale of LF. Every child in Middom knew it. A young man who devoted himself to helping others and died at 18 while serving the nation. A flawless life. A flawless citizen. The problem was that much of it had been invented. The story existed because it served a purpose. 633 story possessed some of that same quality. The obstacles he described were simply too great. A peasant boy from an impoverished village did not casually arrive at the summit of one of the most competitive professions in the country. Not in the era in which he had grown up. People achieved extraordinary things, certainly. But not without help. Or luck. Or intervention. Or omission. As the filming progressed, I became increasingly convinced that there was something missing from the official version. Eventually I raised the issue directly. "You know," I said, lowering the camera, "your story feels almost too good to be true." He didn't deny it. Nor did he explain. Instead he smiled. "You're the journalist," he said. Surely you can work it out. The answer had been nagging at me for most of the trip. By then I was fairly certain I already had it. It wouldn't have anything to do with the year, would it? For a moment he simply looked at me. Then he smiled. I had already set up the cameras when M arrived with the prospective resident and his mother. The man was familiar with several of the existing residents and quickly settled into conversation with them in the living area. Their discussion was easy and relaxed, as though they had known one another for years. Meanwhile, I followed M and the man's mother as they toured the apartment. They moved slowly from room to room. M pointed out the modifications. Wider doorways. Adapted bathrooms. Lower benches. Small details that most people would never notice but which transformed an apartment from merely inhabitable into a home. The older woman listened carefully. Occasionally she asked a question. More often she simply nodded. When the inspection was complete, we returned to the living area. The men were still talking amongst themselves. M waited patiently until their conversation subsided. Then she asked the question. "What do you think?" she said. "Would he make a suitable housemate?" "He'd be great," one resident replied immediately. The others nodded. No hesitation. No qualification. No discussion. Just acceptance. M turned towards the prospective resident. "And what about you?" He looked around the room. "I'd love to live with these guys." The answer seemed almost childishly simple. Yet I could feel the tension in the room. For a moment nobody spoke. Then the man's mother turned towards M. M smiled. "You can move in tomorrow." I will never forget what happened next. For a brief instant the older woman seemed unable to process the words. She simply stood there. 25 years of strain, worry and fear appeared to drain from her face all at once. For years she had carried a single burden. What would happen to her son when she was gone? Now, for the first time, she had an answer. Her expression froze. She looked almost like a statue. Then she began to cry. Not quietly. Not politely. She sobbed with relief. M immediately stepped forward and embraced her. Her son followed a moment later. The three stood together while the rest of us looked on in silence. No one seemed quite sure what to say. There was nothing to say. Some moments explained themselves. As I stood behind the camera, I knew I had just filmed something extraordinary. For months I had been searching for the emotional center of the documentary. In that instant I found it. The film was never really about disability. Nor was it about apartments. It was about fear. And what it means when, after decades of carrying it, someone is finally allowed to put it down. The following months were a period of quiet readjustment. R's absence gradually receded into memory, and with it, the lingering fear that I might be caught up in some unforeseen trouble because of him. By then, I was filming for paid projects 10 days each month and dedicating the remaining time to editing. My channels continued to run, providing a modest but steady income. The pressure that had once gnawed at me eased, and for the first time in years, I began to feel secure. Elle became a regular presence at my apartment, and I continued work on the mistress stream. My own story had reached its conclusion. I had gathered all the footage I required. Most of my focus now rested on Elle, reconstructing the early days of her relationship with W while documenting her current reality. She remained clingy and afraid. Her dependence on W's money had left her vulnerable, her savings insufficient. I could not help but recall the older woman at 633's clinic, pleading for a place for her son. Would this, I wondered, become Elle's future? To rely on the kindness of others, to hope that fortune might intervene where preparation had failed? Chapter 17, Impact. The video for 633 had been brought to life by his own presence, and by the footage I had collected with M. As I approached completion, I sent an email to the local state-run television station in 633 city, introducing myself and inquiring whether they might be interested in discussing the documentary. Nearly a month passed before a response arrived, a woman inviting me to meet for drinks. I accepted immediately and arranged to fly in the following day. I informed M of my plans, and asked if it might be possible to film a visit to the older woman, now living in a nursing home. She said she would arrange it. The facility was bleak, run down, its air heavy with the mingled stench of disinfectant and urine. Yellowing walls, overworked and poorly paid nurses rushing from one patient to another. Utility had replaced care. I brought flowers and a container of freshly sliced mango, doubting she could manage anything harder. Her son was present, visiting daily. What little money he had went entirely on travel to see her. Despite the harsh surroundings, she seemed content. She had achieved the purpose she had set for her life, to ensure that her son could live the remainder of his years with dignity. It was good footage. As we left, I handed her son a red packet, enough to allow him to continue his daily visits for the next 3 months. Later, Em and I went out for lunch. Despite our differences in age, she had become a friend, impossible not to like. I said nothing of my meeting that evening. I did not wish to raise her hopes. My own hopes, however, were high. The meeting was to take place in a quiet bar, far from the offices of the state broadcaster. They rose further when she arrived alone. She was slightly overweight, her clothes new but evidently bought from a cheap online retailer, garments likely to be discarded within a year. I bought her a glass of wine, and we settled at a quiet table. I gave her a synopsis of the project and showed her some of the edited footage. Her comments revealed a lack of full understanding, but I continued, ordering a second glass of wine. It was clear, unintentionally, that it had been my awards more than anything that prompted her to reach out. Eventually, I explained that I offered an agent's fee, 10% of the contract value to the person she nominated. Her eyes lit up, though she tried to hide it. Normally I would have offered 20%, but her eagerness made a lower percentage more suitable, leaving the remainder for the charity or myself. My only lingering doubt, whether she possessed enough influence to make the collaboration meaningful. Another month passed. I heard nothing. My hopes of selling the documentary to the state-run television station in 633 city began to fade. By then, the editing was complete, and I had arranged a date with M for the premiere. A screening on the rooftop where so much of the story had unfolded. During one of our planning calls, M told me that the old woman had passed away. The news saddened me more than I expected. I had met her only briefly, yet she had become central to the film. More than anyone else, she embodied the quiet burden carried by so many families, years of sacrifice, worry, and devotion hidden from public view. M asked whether I would be willing to provide footage for the funeral. I agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, I sent a message to the state-run media, inviting them to attend the screening. I pointed out that it would give them an opportunity not only to view the documentary, but also to observe the audience's reaction to it. 5 days later, I received a reply. They had accepted. I also contacted my parents. They lived only a 2-hour drive away, and I suggested they come as well. From them, at least, I received the enthusiastic response I had come to expect and appreciate. When the day of the screening arrived, I was surprisingly anxious. Not because I doubted the film would sell, but because I did not want to disappoint either M or 633. I knew the documentary was good. Yet there is something about spending hundreds of hours with a piece of work that dulls its impact. Familiarity erodes perspective. The question lingered in my mind, would others see what I saw? I arrived early and helped M with the setup. I was astonished by the scale of it. Several hundred chairs had been arranged across the rooftop. A giant screen dominated one end. The projector stood waiting. My parents arrived early as well, helping wherever they could. Guests began arriving almost an hour before the screening. M and 633 stood at the entrance greeting people personally. The representatives from the state broadcaster appeared about 10 minutes before the film was due to begin. I escorted them to seats in the front row. Soon afterwards I found myself standing beneath a spotlight before the screen. I thanked the audience for coming and told them that they were about to watch the story of two remarkable people who had transformed the lives of countless others. Then I signaled to the projectionist. The film began. Color flooded the screen. A basketball dropping through a hoop. Celebration. Laughter. Broad smiles. Men gathered around a chessboard. Others talking quietly. Then the tempo slowed. Footage of a bridge collapse. A man speaking of lost workmates, lost limbs, lost security and connection. A life trapped inside a body that no longer functioned. Then the rhythm shifted again. The rebuilding of a life. A community that understood. A question appeared. How had it all started? The screen faded into archival footage. Barefoot children. Dusty roads. 633 standing inside his childhood home. I heard murmurs of surprise ripple through the audience. Most had assumed he had always been wealthy. It was a satisfying moment. Then came my surprise for him. The story of his benefactor in Guernica. M had helped me make contact. The audience watched as the pieces fell into place. The building of the clinic. The creation of the rooftop community. The place where we now sat. Then it became M's story. The apartments. The endless attention to detail. The quiet determination that had shaped hundreds of lives. Finally came the hardest section. The interview with the old woman. Her face filled the screen, larger than life. Her fears. Her exhaustion. The weight of 25 years of worry etched into every line. Behind me, I heard people crying. Then came the finale. Her son's acceptance into the apartment. A tight shot of her face as relief washed across it. It was the most powerful moment I had ever captured on film. I held the shot. Then the credits began. People remained in their seats. The credits were brief. Suddenly the screen came alive once more. The nursing home. A final visit. A quiet exchange between mother and son. Peace. The image faded. A title appeared. It announced her passing. The audience fell silent once more. Then another image appeared. Mother on the left. Child on the right. Names. Years spent as a carer. The image lingered. Then another pair. And another. And another. Each remained on screen for one frame less than the pair before. At first there was time to read. Time to understand. Then the images accelerated. The faces blurred together. Years of sacrifice. Thousands of days of care. Hundreds of families. 20 frames. 10. 5. 2. Barely a 15th of a second. Too fast to comprehend individually. Yet together they became overwhelming. An endless procession of parents and children. Lives devoted to one another. Then the screen exploded into white light. When the brightness faded, only a single image remained. A QR code. Donations welcome. There was no cheering. No whoops of delight. Only applause. It rolled across the rooftop, respectful and sustained, carrying into the night. When it finally faded, no one moved. The audience remained seated, as though reluctant to break whatever spell the film had cast. Then Em appeared beside me. The handshakes were gone. She pulled me into her arms and held me tightly. For a moment neither of us spoke. Eventually she stepped back. The photographs, she said. Where did you get them from? Your staff, I replied with a wicked smile. She shook her head in disbelief. I left her to greet other guests and made my way towards the two representatives from the state broadcaster. I hope you enjoyed the film, I said quietly. One of them nodded. It was exceptional. You are welcome to stay for drinks. They thanked me politely, but departed not long afterwards. I watched them leave, trying not to read too much into their reaction. My parents stood slightly apart from the crowd, observing everything from a distance. A man whose arm ended just below the elbow approached them. They spoke for several minutes. Then another person joined them. And another. As I watched, 633 made his way over. "Thank you," he said quietly. Nothing more. He did not need to. My parents soon came to my side. "Was the trip worthwhile?" I asked. My mother laughed softly. "That was wonderful." There was pride in her voice, but also relief. For years she had worried about the direction my life had taken. Now she could see where it had led. And 633 insisted that my parents join them for lunch the following day. The mood was celebratory, though subdued. No one asked about the representatives from the broadcaster. We all understood burdens. There was no need to add another to the pile. I did not hear from the broadcaster for 3 weeks. Then, on the same day, 2 messages arrived. The first was an official email from the state broadcaster, inviting me to a meeting at their offices. It was no surprise, they had seen the audience's reaction. More than anything, they wanted an uplifting story. People were restless, more than usual. There had been unrest in places, simmering quietly for some time. A story of someone escaping poverty, of wealth supporting the disenfranchised, of care extended to fellow citizens. That was the story they wanted the public to see. The second message came from an address I did not recognize. It read simply, "Same bar. Night before. 7 o'clock. I arrived a few minutes early, ordered a drink, and slipped away to a quiet corner. She arrived on time, scanning the room, restless, checking to see if anyone was watching. I ordered her a second drink. She took it quickly and got straight to the point. 10%, right? She asked. I nodded. When I get paid, you do. Send me the QR code from the same email, and I'll forward the payment once mine comes through. I was mildly bewildered. Such a simple arrangement hardly seemed to require a meeting, especially one involving risk. They really want your video, she said. I shrugged. That was no revelation. They're willing to pay. They want national rights. She named a figure. My stomach turned. Do not ask for that amount. It will look suspicious. You should be able to get close to it without drawing attention. I nodded. She thought I had no idea what I was doing. Tomorrow would prove otherwise. All right, she said. Yes, I replied, holding my cards close to my chest. I expected her to leave immediately. She did not. She drank quickly, finishing the glass in one go, while I sipped mine slowly. Then she stood, paused as though reluctant to leave any detail unresolved, and finally walked away. It was almost as if she could not bear to leave anything on the table. When I arrived at the state broadcaster, I was taken to a room on the top floor. A wall-to-ceiling window ran the length of one wall. The city lay below. Power. Money. They hung thick in the air. I was left to wait. As the minutes passed, my thoughts returned to the negotiation. Not the documentary. The negotiation. The woman from the bar had already given me a figure. Whether I trusted her completely was another matter. Information acquired that way was never perfectly reliable. Even so, it provided an advantage. I knew roughly what they were willing to pay. The question was whether they could convince me it was worth less. I had done enough business by then to understand that large organizations rarely negotiated directly. They negotiated indirectly. Through atmosphere. Through uncertainty. Through status. They would attempt to establish that they were important. That I was not. They would attempt to make me grateful merely to be in the room. If they succeeded, the discussion about money would become much easier for them. For that reason I had come prepared. Tucked away on my laptop were several files I had assembled during the previous week. A short presentation about myself. Pre-prepared demonstrations of technical work. Edited examples of visual effects and storytelling sequences. Material selected specifically for situations where my capability rather than the film itself might be questioned. I had not arranged them for display unless necessary. But I had assumed they might attempt something of that kind. I hoped I would not need them. I suspected I would. I promised myself one thing. I would not discuss price until I understood the game they intended to play. 10 minutes passed. Then 8 people entered the room in single file. They sat around the table. Brief introductions were made. A serious-looking man spoke first. Thin, tall, glasses. Your first time here? I nodded. He glanced down at a file. You are very young. We are unfamiliar with your work. Could you begin with a short presentation about yourself? For a moment I simply looked at him. No presentation had been requested in advance. Not because it was relevant to the film, but because it was a convenient way to unsettle someone before a negotiation. Certainly, I replied. I stood and moved to the end of the room. I did not open a blank file. I opened the one I had already prepared. A young woman moved briskly to close the curtains. The room darkened. I set the projector running. The presentation began immediately. There was no voiceover in the file itself. I spoke over the top. Early days at university. A string of social media channels already in place by the end of my first year. Top grades. Professional work before graduation. Robots. S's documentary. A list of credits. The final shot showed me holding awards at the Pearl Film Festival beside a famous director. I left the image on the screen. Ordinarily such a presentation would have generated a few impressed nods. It didn't. No reaction at all. No acknowledgement. No visible interest. Only silence. The silence confirmed what I had expected. It was not neutral. It was deliberate. Had they wanted information, they would have asked questions. Had they wanted to assess me fairly, they would have engaged. Instead, they offered neither. The objective was not understanding. It was uncertainty. Before I could decide whether the tactic would work, another question came. And what about your capability as a filmmaker? The first hurdle had simply been replaced by another. I acknowledged my youth. Explained that I had begun serious filming as a primary school student. That although I was not yet 30, I had nearly 20 years of experience. Someone scoffed. That, too, was expected. I realized then that they were not going to make this easy. I realized very early on that taking good footage was not enough. A range of skills would be required. I would need to master all of them. Let me show you. I placed a camera on the table and pointed it at the woman who had closed the curtains. You've all seen face filters. Let me show you mine. The original image and the filtered image appeared side by side. In senior high school I created this. The irreversible face filter. Face reverse will reverse any image like that, one of the men said. Try it, I replied. I opened a browser and uploaded the image. Another face appeared. I placed all 3 side by side. The room became noticeably quieter. It doesn't work, the woman said. How? I was an expert on face filters at 15. Even then I understood how they worked and how to break them permanently. Several people leaned forward. One stood. Questions followed. Then, as before, the attention shifted away almost immediately. No praise. No acknowledgement. Only the next demand. Another test. Looking back, I can see the structure clearly. Every demonstration was followed by silence. Every success was treated as expected. Nothing was allowed to accumulate into confidence. It was a controlled environment. Not to evaluate me, but to unsettle me. But let me show you something more complex, I continued. A piece of work I did for a magazine covering a robot marathon. I ran the footage side by side. The magazine wanted runners and machines in the same scene. This is what is usually done. I showed the composite. It doesn't look real, does it? A couple of attendees leaned closer. The lighting is wrong, someone said. I nodded. They were filmed an hour apart. The man was filmed later in the day. The sun is higher in the sky. This is the final version delivered to the client. I played it. A shift in tone. Jesus, that looks real. How did you do that? I wrote a program to match lighting and motion data across sources. Again, interest sharpened. Again, it faded. Another question. Another pressure point. At the time I thought they were evaluating me. Years later I understood something else. They were shaping me. Each step was designed to make me doubt my own value before the discussion of money began. Unfortunately for them, I had anticipated that as well. I had not arrived empty-handed. I had arrived prepared. Then there is storytelling, I said. You've already seen evidence of that. But there is another requirement. I paused. Courage. I played the footage of B coming after me, murder in his eyes. As it ended, I opened the curtains. He is now in prison for violent crimes. I sat down. Silence again. No one moved. No one commented on the risk. The tall man folded his hands. We like your film. Then he made his offer. By then I was already fairly certain what had been happening. The presentation request. The skepticism. The repeated demands for proof. The controlled silence. None of it had been accidental. The meeting had been carefully designed to produce a specific emotional state. Most people would leave questioning themselves. Wondering whether they were truly as capable as they believed. Wondering whether they had simply been lucky. That uncertainty was exactly what made people accept poor offers. Then the figure arrived. Right on cue. I sighed. He began to defend it immediately. I raised a hand. I understand why you've made that offer. The room went still. You assumed I was young. No reaction. You assumed I was inexperienced. Silence. You assumed I was unfamiliar with the business. A pause. Every piece of work I have shown you today has already been sold. At a price determined by its quality. Not my age. I held his gaze. Youth is not the same as inexperience. The man stared back. Then how much do you want? I have already received offers from major streaming companies. I named the figure. A few eyebrows rose. A faint smile appeared. You're wasting your time here, he said. We cannot match that. I expected as much. His expression remained unreadable. But there is more than money involved. That shifted the room. Streaming platforms offer scale. You offer positioning. Explain. Exposure. Reputation. Institutional association. I leaned back slightly. My preference is to work with you. And if we cannot agree? Then I will thank you for your time and sell the film elsewhere. A pause. Then he gestured. Excuse us. I was escorted out. In the waiting area, I considered whether my assumptions about the bar contact had been correct. Eventually I was called back in. This time the atmosphere had changed. The tests had stopped. What followed was a real negotiation. For the first time I was not being evaluated. I was being matched. We went back and forth for some time. In the end, I conceded some ground. So did they. When I left the building, contract in hand, I felt something unexpected. Not triumph. Not relief. But confirmation. I had walked in expecting a contest of value. What I had not expected was that I had already understood its rules before it began. And that, in the end, made all the difference. Chapter 18, A Shock. The phone pinged. Not my phone. The phone. The one R had given me. It had sat untouched for months. I had stopped thinking of it as something active, something that could still reach into my life. It was still plugged in, buried under a bag on the dining table, itself pushed in front of the large screen TV I used as a monitor. R's presence had been erased from the apartment in small, practical layers like that. First his absence. Then his orderliness. Then the expectation that anything should remain in its place at all. I moved towards it cautiously, as if it might be a mistake. The screen lit. A friend request. For a long moment I could not understand what it meant. There was no context, no proper name, only the system's quiet insistence that something had reached me from a past I had stopped accounting for. I held the phone without moving. There was, in the end, only one option. I accepted. Nothing happened. No second signal. No confirmation beyond the screen's brief acknowledgement. I stared at it for several minutes longer, waiting for meaning to attach itself. It did not. Eventually I returned to work. An hour later it pinged again. This time I moved immediately. A message. Dearest, it began. It was R. Though he remained unnamed. The explanation I had never expected to receive, arriving in the most controlled form it could possibly take. Waiting until enough time had passed. He did not begin with affection or apology, but with time. With distance. With the acknowledgement that something had broken in his life long before I noticed it. He apologized, but only in the way someone apologizes when explanation itself has become dangerous. Even now, he wrote, he could not describe the full structure of what had happened. Not because he was unwilling, but because it was safer, still, to leave certain things unspoken. When trouble came, he wrote, most people disappeared. I had not. That mattered to him more than I had realized at the time. More than he had shown. I had, without knowing it, given him something stable in a period when stability had become rare. And I had helped him leave. He explained it plainly, almost clinically. Our final meeting had taken place less than 24 hours before his escape. By then, he was already being watched. He had left the hotel early the next morning while I was still asleep. His phone was switched off immediately. A contact had arranged a driver. From there, the sequence unfolded with the precision of something rehearsed long before it was needed. A border crossings arranged in advance. Payments made quietly. 2 passports, neither used to exit, 1 to enter. No record left in the system that would hold if anyone looked directly at it. He crossed at sunrise. On the far side, he used his foreign passport for a legal entry. A driver collected him. A flight was already booked for that afternoon. The rest, he wrote, was misdirection. The first driver continued along the border road with his belongings, Middamese passport, clothes, a small bag. 2 hours later he arrived at a hotel close to the border of a third country, one R had booked in advance under his own name. He checked in. Went to the room. Locked the passport in the safe. Hung up the clothes. Disturbed the bed. Placed the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Then left. The room remained occupied in appearance for a week. If authorities came looking, they would find what they expected to find, a trace, a delay, a story that suggested disappearance rather than escape. He believed, even then, that they might conclude he had been taken. That his body would never be recovered. That uncertainty itself would serve as cover. If anyone realized otherwise, he would already be beyond reach. He wrote that he could not have taken me with him. Foreign passports a luxury never granted me. He wished me well. A long life. A prosperous one. Then, at the end, a final instruction. Destroy the phone. I read the message twice. But I didn't. I put it in a plastic bag and gave it to 589. The documentary about 633 was shown throughout the country. A few weeks later, I met him in his office. The atmosphere was relaxed. The whirlwind that had followed the broadcast had finally begun to settle. I handed him a sheet of paper. He adjusted his glasses and studied the figure written on it. "Is this the income from the film?" he asked. I shook my head. "Only your share." He looked up in surprise. "I received a very good price for it." He sat quietly for a moment. "The charity has also received a great many donations," he replied. "Enough that the rooftop center and apartments should remain secure for many years." I smiled at that. Then, without another word, he slid the paper back across the desk. "Keep it." I blinked. "What?" "Use it to build your business," he said. "You've earned it." For a moment I simply stared at him. I had seen generosity before. I had certainly benefited from it. But generosity often arrived attached to something else. Expectations. Influence. Obligation. This was different. He wanted nothing. The film had achieved what he cared about. The charity was secure. The lives he wished to improve had been improved. The money no longer mattered to him. I was shocked by the gesture. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that I was shocked to be its recipient. By then we had become good friends, and over the years I would support many of the projects he and M undertook. Some with money. Others with a camera. I also made the other payment. Although I never particularly liked the woman from the broadcaster, I could not deny that her contribution had paid for itself many times over. In business, results matter. She had produced them. It was then that I made a decision I perhaps should have made much earlier. I moved my business out of the apartment and into a small shopfront a few minutes away. At the time, I thought of it as little more than a practical choice. By then the apartment was crowded with equipment. Cameras sat in corners. Tripods leaned against walls. Hard drives accumulated on shelves and tables. The boundary between my work and my private life had become increasingly blurred. Only later did I realize what that move really represented. It was the first step towards taking full control of my own life. By then the work was increasing steadily. Proper paid jobs. Promotional videos, advertising campaigns, corporate profiles and documentaries. The sort of work I had once dreamed of obtaining. My social media channels were beginning to suffer from neglect. Time had become my scarcest resource. I was reluctant to abandon them. They had carried me through the lean years and remained part of who I was. Then there was the one major project still waiting in the wings, the Mistress Project. By then I had filmed enough material for multiple episodes. I released none of them. Something about Elle troubled me. Her relationship with W appeared to be deteriorating. He visited less often. His messages became less frequent. The uncertainty was beginning to gnaw at her. The emotional strain was obvious. The financial strain worried me even more. In her earlier years she had never prepared for the possibility that W might one day disappear from her life. By the time she began saving seriously, years had already been lost. She was trying to correct the mistake. I feared she was doing so too late. Perhaps because of that, I found myself doing something many business owners would have considered foolish. I began giving her work. Not permanent work. I was careful about that. I wanted to help her, but I was wary of creating exactly the sort of dependency I hoped she would escape. So I confined it to small tasks. Preparing the new premises. Organizing internet connections. Sweeping out years of accumulated dust. laying down rat and cockroach bait, searching for second-hand furniture, helping move equipment and supplies, temporary jobs, one-off jobs, no promises, no obligations. Looking back, I suspect I was trying to provide exactly what 633 and M had provided for so many others. Not rescue. A foothold. Around the same time, I contacted 589 to ask whether he might recommend one of his graduating students for a junior position. Instead, he invited me to attend the end-of-year presentations. The following day he called again. This time he invited me to speak to the students myself. I felt the benefit of the additional space immediately. My home was no longer crowded with equipment cases, light stands, cables and boxes of props. It once again became the sort of place that would have approved of. A place of rest. Though I did not yet have much time to rest in it. Returning to the university was both exciting and faintly unsettling. Years earlier I had sat in the same theater as a student, anxiously waiting for my own work to be judged. Now I was there as a potential employer. I attended the entire afternoon session, notebook in hand. Most students were competent. A handful were talented. What I looked for, however, extended beyond technical ability. Technical skills could be taught. Work ethic, attention to detail and curiosity were harder to find. By the end of the afternoon I had narrowed the field to 2 students. Both had presented in the final session. Both possessed strong technical skills. Separating them proved difficult. Afterwards, 589 and I went out for dinner. He laughed when he saw the number of notes I had taken. You took almost as many notes as I did. I suspect we were looking for different things, I replied. He smiled. Perhaps. Rank them. So I did. When I finished, he nodded. Almost identical to mine. That pleased me more than I expected. The following morning I was ushered onto the stage for a session open to students from all year levels. The theater was almost full. Perhaps half the students in the entire program had attended. I stood quietly beside the table waiting for the session to begin. A young woman approached carrying a bottle of water. It was N. Slim, lightly built, and considerably more confident than she had appeared during her presentation. This is for you, she said, placing the bottle on the table. She clipped a microphone onto my dress. I smiled. I enjoyed your presentation. Her eyes widened slightly. The technical execution was very good, I continued. Particularly the way you handled the transitions and pacing. She seemed genuinely pleased. Thank you. Then she hesitated. I'm looking forward to seeing your documentary again, she said. This time on the big screen. I laughed softly. It has been a long time since I've seen it there myself. She smiled and withdrew to a seat in the front row. I looked around the theater. The other student I was interested in hiring was nowhere to be seen. The session began. To my surprise, I enjoyed it. 589 and I slipped naturally into a casual rhythm. He asked questions about my life before university and my early interest in filmmaking. He explained to the students that I had arrived at university already obsessed with the craft. Most students discover their passion during university, he said. She arrived with hers. The students seemed amused by that. Then he turned to the audience. Would you like to see what she produced at your age in this very theater? The response was immediate and enthusiastic. A few moments later S appeared on the screen. I had not watched the documentary in that setting for years. Seeing it enlarged to such scale affected me more than I expected. S's face filled the screen. The uncertainty. The hope. The story had aged remarkably well. When it ended, warm applause filled the theater. 589 stepped forward. Questions? The usual silence followed. Then a hand shot up from the back. Did you give it an A? A young man called out. The audience laughed. 589 smiled. It remains the highest mark I have ever awarded for a film presentation. That generated another round of applause. The next question came from N. How did you create something like that? She asked. Then, almost apologetically, she added. It made mine seem almost childish. No, I replied immediately. I shook my head. Not childish. The room quietened. I wanted her to hear what came next. Your piece pursued technical excellence. It was carefully planned and competently executed. The quality of work that makes someone employable. She listened closely. My goal was slightly different. I paused. I wanted technical excellence as well. But I wanted something else on top of that. What? Someone asked. I wanted to become a storyteller. I let the words settle. Those are related skills, but they are not identical. I gestured toward the screen. One does not need to be a storyteller to be excellent at filming sport, news, weddings, events, or advertising campaigns. Many people build successful careers doing exactly that. I smiled. What you just watched was the beginning of a different path. A harder one? Someone called. I laughed. Usually. The audience laughed with me. Another hand rose. How did you get the idea? Curiosity, I replied. A few students looked disappointed by the simplicity of the answer. I continued. While I was at university, I spent a great deal of time filming in different parts of the city. I wasn't looking for a specific story. I was exposing myself to opportunities. I pointed toward the screen. When I first met S, I didn't think she was particularly interesting. That drew a few surprised looks. I was simply curious. Then, as I spent more time with her, the story revealed itself. I paused. The documentary you are about to watch came about in exactly the same way. Now I had their attention. I was walking past a hospital when I saw 4 men in wheelchairs reading a notice board. A few students exchanged glances. I had never seen 4 wheelchair users gathered together in one place before. To be honest, I couldn't remember ever seeing even 2 together. The room was silent. So I followed them. That generated laughter. Not in a creepy way, I clarified. More laughter. I was curious. I looked around the room. Stories are everywhere. I pointed toward the audience. They are sitting beside you on buses. Walking down streets. Standing in queues. I paused. The difficult part is not finding stories. The difficult part is giving yourself enough opportunities to see them. 589 then played the documentary in full. The students watched attentively. Some laughed. Some cried. Many remained silent. Afterwards there were dozens of questions. Questions about pacing. Questions about editing. Questions about interview techniques. Questions about lighting. Questions about structure. Questions about how much footage I discarded. The discussion continued far longer than scheduled. Eventually 589 shifted the conversation. Tell them about the difficult part. I smiled. The difficult part? The years before this. That generated knowing laughter from him. So I told them. I spoke about uncertainty. About working jobs I didn't particularly enjoy. About producing work that few people watched. About wondering whether the effort would ever amount to anything. I explained that many of them would face similar challenges. Some would endure them. Others would discover that their talents lay elsewhere. Both outcomes were perfectly acceptable. Finally, a student asked what advice I would give someone beginning their career. I thought for a moment. Then I answered honestly. The easiest way to win a race is to run your own. The room fell quiet. Too many people spend their lives competing in races chosen by somebody else. I looked around the theater. Figure out what matters to you. Then I smiled. And if you're fortunate enough to find your own path, don't let other people convince you to abandon it for theirs. Anne approached me again as the theater slowly emptied. Thank you for coming, she said. I learned a lot. I smiled. I'm glad. She hesitated, as though wanting to say something more, but seemed unable to find the words. Are you free for a coffee later this afternoon? I asked. The effect was immediate. Her face brightened. I'd love to. I turned to 589. How about I call you once we're finished, he suggested, glancing towards Anne. She nodded eagerly. The arrangement seemed straightforward enough. Yet when I think back on that day, I realize very little about it was straightforward. 589 and I had lunch together first. It was an enjoyable meal. We spoke about the students, the industry, and how quickly the profession was changing. Eventually the plates were cleared away. When the waiter returned with coffee and then departed once more, 589 reached into his bag and slid a USB drive across the table. I looked down at it. What is it? Films, he replied. What kind of films? Documentaries. The sort of things you might find interesting. I turned the USB over in my hand. There was no label. No markings of any kind. I looked back at him. He seemed unusually serious. What makes them special? He lowered his voice. Foreign. The word carried weight. By then, foreign had become a loaded term in Middom. Depending on who spoke it, the word could mean illegal, dangerous, politically suspect, or simply contaminated by ideas that authorities preferred people not encounter. Foreign tourism had recently been banned. Foreign media had long disappeared. Foreign influence was discussed as though it were a contagious disease. Why are you giving this to me? I asked. For a moment he seemed to consider his answer. Then he said quietly, I can't explain very much. I waited. There is a file on the drive. Read it first. If you decide you're interested, it will explain how to obtain more. I frowned. I don't understand. A faint smile crossed his face. I know. He stirred his coffee slowly. Then he looked up. People are beginning to notice you. The words caught me off guard. The film festival? I asked. Not only that. His expression remained carefully neutral. They're interested. Who? He ignored the question. Instead he tapped the USB drive. This is simply a first step. A first step towards what? He gave a small shrug. Something much bigger than you. I stared at him. The answer only deepened the mystery. For a brief moment I was reminded of another USB drive. Another conversation years earlier. The virus video he had quietly handed me when I was still a student. At the time I had barely understood its significance. Now I wondered whether I had missed something again. Eventually I slipped the drive into my handbag. I nodded. Neither of us mentioned it again. At the time I thought very little of the exchange. Years later I would realize that lunch marked a turning point in my life. I simply did not know it yet. That USB drive was my first contact with the Middom project. Anne arrived a few minutes after 589's call. She came prepared. She had changed clothes and carried a folder under one arm. As she sat down, she handed me her CV and a USB drive containing her films. I scanned the CV quickly. Good grades. Solid technical subjects. A handful of student projects. Nothing particularly stood out. The truth was that I had already seen the most important part of her application the previous afternoon. Her film told me almost everything I needed to know. She was competent with a camera. Her editing was clean. She paid attention to detail. Most importantly, she cared about getting things right. If she possessed a weakness, it was in her choice of subject matter. The project she had presented was technically strong, but safe. The artistic instincts were there, though not yet fully developed. That did not concern me. Technical skills could be taught and refined. Curiosity and work ethic were far harder to instill. More than anything, she wanted to learn. I had known almost from the moment I watched her presentation that I would hire her. The coffee itself was pleasant enough. We discussed her studies, her ambitions, and what she hoped to do after graduation. She asked thoughtful questions and listened carefully to the answers. By the time we finished, my decision was made. I offered her a position. 6 months probation. Until she completed her course, she would work part-time. On weekends she would accompany me on shoots for the 10 Years channel, learning the fundamentals of filming people and conducting interviews. One weekday each week would be devoted to editing. The arrangement would allow me to assess her abilities while giving her practical experience before graduation. To my amusement, she tried very hard to remain professional as I explained the details. She failed. The excitement was written all over her face. Anne proved both capable and diligent. It did not take long before she was filming independently for the 10 Years channel, which began to gain fresh momentum under a new presenter. She also proved to be a competent editor, methodical and reliable, with a good eye for detail. By then I was drawing closer to launching the Mistress series. I had begun embedding coming soon advertisements into videos across our social media channels. Naturally, Anne was curious. I told her it was not one of our projects, but that we had been approached by a third party to include the advertisements in our videos. I explained that even I did not know the true owners of the channel, that it was hidden behind agents and intermediaries, but that the advertising provided a modest additional revenue stream for the business. She accepted the explanation without much question. Within a few months, Anne was independently managing most of the social media channels. My role shifted from day-to-day production to oversight, ensuring that quality standards were maintained. The impact on my own life was significant. For the first time in years, I had breathing room. The hours that had once been consumed by routine filming and editing could now be directed towards higher-value projects. Those projects increasingly took me beyond the Pearl. Some flowed from the profile I had gained through the clinic documentary. Others came through relationships that had begun with recommendations from R and continued to generate opportunities long after his departure. Many of those jobs brought me back to 633 City. Whenever they did, I made a point of catching up with M and 633. What had begun as a professional relationship gradually evolved into friendship. By then, they had become part of my life, and I of theirs. L was becoming more petulant, not with me, with W. I could sense that relationship would come to an end and that the Mistress series would, most probably, have a neat conclusion. By then I'd quietly set up a channel, seemingly under different ownership to my other channels. For a couple of weeks beforehand, I advertised a release date for the first episode. It was instantly successful, reaching monetization within the first 24 hours. Within a month, it was my largest channel, sex sells, even a whiff of it. Chapter 19, A Project or Two. The next 2 years proved successful, at least in financial terms. Anne continued to develop her skills and gradually moved beyond social media work into commercial projects. At first she assisted me. Later, she began handling smaller professional jobs on her own. It was satisfying to watch her grow. She had arrived as a promising student, now she was becoming a capable filmmaker in her own right. The Mistress channel also flourished. Its audience grew steadily until it became one of our largest projects. The ownership remained hidden from everyone except L and myself. L's own life was less stable. Her relationship with W finally ended in a hurricane of anger, accusations, and mutual bitterness. Although she had managed to build a respectable nest egg by then, she remained deeply anxious about the future. The habits formed during years of dependence were difficult to shake. Security, once surrendered, is not easily reclaimed. I tried to smooth the transition by giving her more work. By then, the 10 years project had reached an important milestone. A full decade had passed since the first interviews. It was finally time to return to those early participants and discover how their lives had unfolded. The task suited Elle surprisingly well. Her role was to contact the original participants, arrange the interviews, and eventually conduct many of them herself. The camera setup was straightforward, and she presented well on screen. I asked Anne to teach her the basics of filming and production. Before long, Elle was handling much of the follow-up work independently while Anne focused on increasingly demanding commercial assignments. The project benefited enormously from the arrangement. People often revealed more to Elle than they would have to me. Perhaps it was because she carried some of the same scars. She understood disappointment, compromise, and the uneasy balance between hope and resignation that marked so many lives in Middom. From a business perspective, those years were productive. Work arrived steadily. The documentaries supplied through the Middom project continued to appear. Commercial clients returned. The company grew stronger than I had ever imagined possible during those difficult years after graduation. Yet creatively, it was a strangely barren period. There were stories, certainly. There were always stories. What there were not were ideas. Nothing seized hold of my imagination. Nothing produced that familiar sensation, the sudden certainty that I had found something important. I worked hard, earned well, and built the business. But beneath the success lay a growing restlessness. I was waiting for the next story to find me. I had never seriously considered marriage or children. I was simply too busy with work to find the time. I knew my parents would have liked me to find someone, and I was not opposed to the idea. It was more that such things seemed to belong to another life. It therefore came as quite a shock when, during lunch with Em one day, she asked whether I might be interested in a relationship. I stumbled over my response. I sounded like a teenager. Em was gentle. She insisted that she was not pressuring me into anything, nor suggesting that I should do one thing or another. She simply knew someone who might be interested. Politely, she asked whether she should drop the subject or whether I would like to hear more. I confess my interest was not particularly strong. Had it been anyone else, I probably would have asked them to leave the matter there. But it was Em. She possessed exceptional instincts. Wise, compassionate, and remarkably perceptive. Over the years I had learned that when she spoke, it was usually worth listening. Why was a doctor 4 years older than me who worked in a clinic 2 floors below 633's? He had been divorced. His wife had lost her job shortly after they married when the company she worked for closed down. Unable to find another position, she had become increasingly unhappy. Boredom slowly turned into resentment, then possessiveness. She wanted more of him than a man with his responsibilities could realistically provide. After 2 years she left, taking their son with her. She was angry and cut off contact completely. Y had been devastated. According to Em, he was a kind man whose marriage had ultimately been destroyed by disappointment rather than malice. She showed me a photograph. I was not instantly attracted to him, but neither was I repelled. Em explained that he had attended the screening at the clinic years earlier. He had noticed me there and had been impressed by what he perceived as compassion. Yet he had learned from experience that liking or respecting someone was not enough. Lives needed to fit together. He liked that I had my own career and business. He suspected I would understand the demands of his profession in a way that many people could not. He had told Em that he would like to meet me, if I was willing. Of course, I had doubts. But in the end it was the strength of Em's recommendation that persuaded me to agree. I met Y the following evening. He took me to a restaurant of the kind I had not visited since my days with R. That was where the resemblance ended. Y spoke openly about himself. His childhood. His medical career. The mistakes he believed he had made in his marriage. He spoke of his former wife only briefly and without bitterness. What he missed most was his son. There was something unexpectedly refreshing about that honesty. When the evening ended, we exchanged social media details and began communicating. It was neither burdensome nor clingy. Often several hours would pass before either of us replied. Neither seemed troubled by it. For perhaps the first time in my adult life, I found myself getting to know someone without expectations hanging over either of us. 589 had been passing on the foreign films for 3 years. To be honest, although I enjoyed them and found them professionally useful, I had never given much thought to their origins. I assumed they came through some loose network of contacts that had given itself a grandiose name. At the time, their availability was not especially surprising. Middom had long restricted foreign films to a small number of carefully selected titles, inoffensive works that allowed it reciprocal rights to push its own productions into a world far more tolerant of dissent and nonconformity than ours. What proved much harder to control were the phones, laptops and USB drives carried through airports by travelers. Once material entered the country, it tended to spread. By then international travel had become tightly constrained. Visitors arrived largely through organized tour groups, their movements carefully managed. Even so, passing a USB from one hand to another was hardly an impossible task. Unusually, when the next batch arrived, 589 asked me to collect it from his home. The request struck me as odd. Normally the handovers were brief affairs. A coffee shop. A quiet conversation. A USB exchanged and little more. This time, as soon as I arrived, he poured me a drink, motioned for me to sit, and slid another USB across the table. Then he remained silent. For several moments he simply stared at it. Finally, he spoke. "You've done well," he said. "Survived. And now you're beginning to thrive." I nodded uncertainly. "And you've managed to stay out of trouble." "Not an achievement I'd put on any list," I replied. "I've never been especially interested in politics. It always seemed like a waste of time. The government is an immovable force. I've always been more interested in individual stories." A faint smile crossed his face. "Even so, you've avoided making enemies. You tell stories without attaching blame. That's a rarer skill than you realize." The conversation was beginning to make me uneasy. "I wanted to speak to you about the organization behind the videos." "The Middom project?" His expression shifted slightly. For the first time, I had the sense that the name actually meant something. "It is much larger than you imagine," he said quietly. "And its interests are considerably broader than smuggling films and documentaries." I sat back. "The project exists to preserve what can be preserved. To record what is actually happening in Middom. Not for today. For posterity." That was not the answer I had expected. Until that moment, the project had seemed almost casual, a convenient label attached to an informal network. Suddenly it sounded organized. Deliberate. Older than I had assumed. "Giving you the films was part of that process," he continued. "A way of assessing trust." I laughed. "And now you want to recruit me?" "Not yet." The answer surprised me. Normally an individual is observed for 10 years before being invited into the inner circle. The term sounded absurdly dramatic, yet he delivered it without irony. "The project is cautious. It cannot afford not to be. But it has taken an interest in your work." "Why?" "You are independent. You aren't tied to state media. You aren't tied to a large production company. You're not surrounded by people reporting upward. And more importantly, you've shown discretion." I looked down at the USB. "So what exactly are you asking for?" "Films." I frowned. "A bit like the documentary you made for 633. People's lives. Their stories. Properly documented." That doesn't sound unusual. It isn't. There was a pause. The difference is that the footage is never to be released publicly. I looked up sharply. It is to be archived. Preserved. Secured. The room suddenly felt quieter. You'll be paid commercial rates. Oddly, that was the statement that unsettled me most. Not because I would be paid. Because it implied resources. Real resources. Enough resources to commission work that might never be seen. I studied him for a moment. Is this dangerous? 589 considered the question carefully. It is not without risk, he admitted. But initially the work would be close to what you already do. People near your existing assignments. Places you already visit. Nothing that would attract attention. Then, after a pause. Gradually, perhaps more. It was not a difficult decision. Long before I had become a videographer, I had wanted to make documentaries. For the first time in years, someone was offering exactly that. I stood in front of M. It was a week after the day she had feared for years. She was heartbroken, yet somehow maintaining a semblance of composure. The news had arrived as sharply as a guillotine blade. All travel, apart from that officially sanctioned by the government, had come to an end. Middom was cut off from the world. M and 633 were cut off from their daughter. And from their grandson, whom they had only held for a few precious days. Their daughter was also due to give birth again in a few months. M had hoped to be there. Of course she had. Watching her, I was reminded of the video 589 had given me years earlier. For the first time, I truly understood Z standing outside that crematorium. I felt something of her anger. Not the abstract anger of politics, but the fury that comes when power reaches into the most intimate corners of a person's life and takes something away. In that moment she had never seemed more real to me. More understandable. I met Y that evening for the third time. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. When I told him, he nodded quietly. He had already heard the news. By then we had been speaking for around 3 months. I confess, I liked him. That was what made me nervous. It was time to tell him about R. I wondered whether Y would understand. Whether he could accept it. Either way, he deserved the truth. Halfway through the evening I told him there were things about my past that he needed to know. You might not like them, I warned. I asked him to listen until I had finished. To save any questions until the end. Even then I could see something tighten in his expression. He agreed. So I told him everything. When I finally finished, the silence felt heavy. Y stared into his drink. Then he asked the question that had been sitting in the pit of his stomach all evening. Did you not consider his wife? Yes, I replied quietly. I thought about her constantly. He nodded, but said nothing. The silence stretched. I could see him trying to reconcile sympathy with disappointment. I understand your need was great, he said eventually. Though you went through with it anyway. I don't want to pretend I behaved well, I replied. But I do want you to understand. He waited. I hope this doesn't sound like a weak justification. I did think about her. Long and hard. But the damage to that relationship had been done years before I arrived. Blowing up ruins still leaves ruins. I paused. My choice changed nothing for her. R probably had mistresses elsewhere. I was replacing the previous one. If it wasn't me, it would have been someone else. And that was enough? I hesitated. No. I looked down at my hands. The deciding factor was that I was desperate. He absorbed that without judgment. And you loved him? He asked softly. In a way. What does that mean? It means that when a relationship begins like that, the transaction never entirely disappears. Even when genuine affection develops. I searched for the words. I would never ordinarily have chosen someone like him. The age difference alone would have ruled it out. But he could be charming. Generous. And at a moment when I felt like I was drowning, he offered a life raft. I shrugged. Of course feelings grew with time. But I was always held at a certain distance. Sometimes I wondered whether that was to protect him. Other times I thought perhaps it was to protect me. Y sat quietly. And when he left? I smiled sadly. That was when we were closest. He looked surprised. When he was in trouble, most people disappeared. I didn't. I thought of those final days. I don't know whether he deserved what happened to him. I still don't. But when someone is suffering, I find it difficult to walk away. We talked for a long time after that. Not arguing. Trying to understand one another. By the end of the evening, Y remained uncertain. I could see it. So I told him what I believed he needed to hear. You don't have to decide tonight. He looked up. If you cannot accept my past, then leave. His eyes widened slightly. I smiled. I mean that kindly. I reached across the table. If my past is something you cannot live with, then walking away would be the right thing to do. For both of us. He remained silent. But if you still want me, I continued, then my past has to be treated the same way as your medical training. He frowned. A path? I nodded. A path to who we are today. I squeezed his hand gently. No recriminations. Outside, the city carried on around us, indifferent as ever. Neither of us knew what he would decide. I could not tell what decision Y would make when I returned to the Pearl with another project waiting for me, a canning factory promotional video that required several days of editing before delivery. I liked him. Though, if I was honest, my greatest hope was not that he would choose me, but that he would choose something he could live with. By then I could feel myself being drawn into his orbit. Rejection would hurt. Yet that seemed infinitely preferable to a future built on resentment and accusation. When Y finally contacted me, he was subdued but not hostile. I apologized for placing him in that position. I explained that M had not known about that chapter of my life. I even wondered aloud whether she would have introduced us at all if she had. Y shook his head. She would have. I looked at him questioningly. She sees the good in people, he said. You included. She would have wanted me to make my own choices. It was not forgiveness exactly. But it felt close enough that I could breathe again. The following week I met with 589. By then our meetings had become routine. He had suggested regular catch-ups, explaining that it would make things easier later on. Usually we met near the university. Lunch sometimes. Coffee at others. Ordinary meetings. At least on the surface. This one was different. After a few minutes of conversation, he slid a photograph across the table. A man. Nothing remarkable about him. This is 233, he said. Then he gave me a time and a place. No further explanation. I met 233 the following week in a crowded fast food restaurant. He was already there when I arrived. I approached his table. Is this seat taken? He shook his head. I sat. There was no small talk. No attempt at familiarity. I've got a job for you, he said. Then he passed me a single sheet of paper. The details were sparse. 2 weeks. A city far to the west. That was all. I read it twice before folding it carefully and slipping it into my bag. The precautions were impossible to miss. Everyone connected to the project had maintained a degree of separation. Yet this felt different. More deliberate. More compartmentalized. The chain now ran through 589 to 233 and only then to me. They were going to considerable lengths to avoid visible connections. That told me everything I needed to know. The equipment I needed. Whatever waited in the West, it was important enough that nobody wanted to be seen carrying it. I was picked up at the hotel at 6 in the morning, before it was fully light. 342 introduced himself but said little until the car door closed. "We're going to my warehouse first," he explained. 20 minutes later we drove into a nondescript warehouse on the edge of town. It was only after I arrived that I learned my first assignment was to provide a plausible reason for my presence in the city. The business was a distribution center selling small appliances online. I began before the workers arrived, flying my drone down the aisles to showcase the breadth of their products. The footage was straightforward. Rows of neatly stacked inventory. Forklifts. Shelving stretching into the distance. Afterwards, I filmed a series of questions that 342 answered crisply and professionally. When we were finished, 197 was waiting. The real job. There were 2 parts to it. The first was a short documentary about his life and career. He was entirely unremarkable. Short, slightly balding, and rotund. A senior technician at the Environmental Bureau who had spent decades testing water quality in the local rivers. A party member. I was instructed to leave my mobile phone behind. He drove me to his childhood home, where I spent most of the morning filming. His story was delivered plainly. He described years spent monitoring water quality, first in laboratories and later overseeing the collection and management of data. Then the tone shifted. He accused the local government of cover-ups and collusion. Factory managers paying officials within his own department. Reports altered. Results suppressed. He claimed he had proof. A lot of it. Original documents alongside falsified versions. Mobile phone footage. Internal records. Before driving me back to the warehouse, he handed me a hard drive. 15 years, he said. Back at the warehouse, we drove directly into the loading bay. He took a couple of hair dryers from a pallet and departed. My phone was handed back to me. I resumed filming. A young woman printing orders, clipping them to clipboards and color-coding them according to location within the warehouse. She explained how each color corresponded to a different section of the building, reducing collection times. Soon afterwards I was returned to the hotel. The first thing I did was upload the contents of the hard drive. I smiled when I saw how it had been organized. Like a scientist. Laboratory footage in one directory. Field footage in another. Scanned documents in a third. Everything clearly labeled. Everything dated. The footage itself had been captured on a mobile phone, but a good one. High resolution. Sharp. I immediately began constructing the documentary. No side stories. No diversions. Just a linear narrative. A man. A career. A discovery. Evidence. By the time I was collected again shortly after lunch the following day, the structure was already taking shape. Back at the warehouse, I completed the remaining footage. Workers collecting products with practiced efficiency. Trolleys returning to the packing area. Orders being checked, sealed in plastic packaging, stacked on pallets and loaded onto delivery trucks. I uploaded the footage and called in. I instructed her to begin editing the warehouse package while I continued gathering material. Team photographs. Product displays. Incoming stock. The sort of footage expected from a growing distribution company. That evening, 342 took a group of employees to dinner at a karaoke lounge. Only then did I begin to appreciate the lengths being taken to conceal our movements. I was expected to leave after an hour. At the appointed time I went to the bathroom. There I handed my phone to a woman of similar height and build. She even had a similar haircut. Only later did I wonder whether she had been asked to cut it that way. She slipped back into the gathering. I slipped out the rear exit. 197 was waiting. A different car this time. We drove away. The Environmental Bureau occupied a secluded corner of a large parkland surrounded by generous grounds. We parked along a dirt road away from the main entrance. It was 7 o'clock but still light. Quiet. Dinner time. Few people around. 197 grabbed one of the bags and led me across the road. We slipped through a gap in the fence. He pressed a finger to his lips. We moved in silence. He guided me through a dense cluster of bushes, carefully pushing aside branches as we advanced. Finally he stopped. Pointed. Through the foliage there was a clear view of a pagoda. Slightly below us. The only seating area faced directly towards us. Too far away for useful footage from a mobile phone. I unpacked the tripod. Mounted the camera. Attached the telephoto lens. Then extended the lens hood as far as possible. The sun hung low in the sky. I did not want reflected light betraying our position. We waited. Eventually a man arrived. He sat in the pagoda and scrolled through his phone. A few minutes later a second man appeared and sat beside him. They exchanged a few words. Then the first man produced a package wrapped in white paper. I frowned. It wasn't convincing enough. The footage alone would mean little. We would need the audio. 197 had planted a recorder hours earlier. Then the second man made a mistake. He lifted the wrapping. I smiled. Distrust had betrayed him. Inside were gold ingots. No one used cash anymore. The bars caught the fading sunlight and glinted brightly. I zoomed in steadily. Confident in his safety, the man held the package open for far too long. Perhaps 10 seconds. Long enough. The first man departed. I waited a few minutes before opening my camera bag to repack the equipment. Suddenly 197 seized my wrist. I froze. He issued a low hiss and gestured for me to continue filming. I immediately returned to the viewfinder. The light was fading rapidly now. The second man opened the package again. Counted several of the ingots. Slipped a few into his pocket. Then carefully rewrapped the remainder. A third man appeared. He approached without hesitation. The package changed hands. The newcomer slipped it directly into his bag and continued walking. He was not foolish enough to open it. Nor did he realize he had already been betrayed. We continued filming. Neither of us spoke. 15 minutes passed. Eventually both men were gone. By then darkness had settled over the grounds. 197 gestured for me to pack up. As I dismantled the tripod, he leaned close and whispered, "Don't move." I nodded. "If anything happens, sneak away. Don't wait for me." I nodded again. Then I began fumbling with the equipment in the dark, trying not to make unnecessary noise. The bushes seemed much smaller now. The darkness much thinner. Every distant sound seemed amplified. I was still waiting when 197 finally returned several minutes later. Without a word, we slipped back through the fence and disappeared into the night. I thought we would return to the KTV lounge. We did not. 197 smiled as we drove into the darkness. "Don't you want to see what the gold is for?" We drove for perhaps half an hour, leaving the city lights behind. As we traveled, he explained a little more. "I retire in a few weeks," he said. This was probably my last chance. Who was the third man? I asked. The mayor. I glanced at him. I'll give you the names and positions of all three of them later. Soon we turned onto a dirt road. A kilometer further on, 197 stopped the car and turned it around so it faced back the way we had come. I removed my camera equipment from the boot and followed him on foot towards the river. The night was quiet. The only illumination came from a factory in the distance, its lights glowing faintly through the darkness. We waited. 197 checked his watch. 2 minutes, he said. It's too dark, I replied. I'll need to use the lights. I know. He nodded. We'll have to risk it. Once it starts, I'll take a sample, then move up the road. If anyone comes, I'll warn you. I mounted the camera on the tripod and pointed it towards a massive discharge pipe protruding from the riverbank. The lens saw almost nothing. Just darkness. "Now," he said quietly. I switched on the lights. For a moment they were blinding. Then my eyes adjusted. The pipe. The slow-moving current. The muddy riverbank. Then came the sound. A deep rushing roar. Something began pouring from the pipe. Not water. A thick black sludge surged into the river, spreading across the surface like oil. Under the lights it appeared almost alive, a heavy inky mass unfurling itself across the current. Beside me, 197 moved quickly. He filled a sample container. Neither of us spoke. For 10 minutes the discharge continued. Then it stopped. Abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. The lights remained fixed upon the water. Nothing moved. 5 long minutes passed. Then another rushing sound echoed through the darkness. Clean water exploded down the river. A release of water from a nearby dam. The torrent smashed into the black slick, dragging it downstream and breaking it apart. Within minutes the evidence began dissolving into the river, diluted and carried away into the night. A flushing operation. Deliberate. Routine. I kept filming. Only when the last traces had begun to disperse did I finally switch off the camera. The darkness returned instantly. We packed up without a word and walked back to the road. The journey to the KTV lounge felt strangely ordinary after what we had just witnessed. When we pulled into the car park, 197 glanced at his watch. 2 minutes 10. Close enough. My equipment? I asked. At the warehouse tomorrow morning. I nodded, though I disliked being separated from it. It was unavoidable, but it still made me uneasy. Inside, the karaoke party continued as if nothing had happened. The music was loud. I slipped into the bathroom and splashed water on my face. A moment later the other woman appeared behind me. Without a word she handed me my phone. Then she left. I stared at my reflection for a moment. An hour earlier I had been filming drunken employees singing pop songs. Now I carried footage of bribery, illegal dumping, and a mayor whose career could be destroyed by what was stored on my memory cards. I suddenly understood why the Middom project took such care to hide its movements. I did not see 197 the next morning. In fact, I never saw him again. Instead, I was collected before dawn, bleary-eyed and exhausted. We first returned to the warehouse so I could retrieve my camera equipment. As before, I surrendered my phone. From there we drove to another isolated stretch of river. The risk was lower now, but I still switched the drone into its unrestricted mode. Flying barely a meter above the water, I followed the shoreline for kilometers, filming the dark sludge that stained the banks and drifted in patches upon the current. The previous night's discharge had spread far further than I had imagined. By the time the drone was safely back in its case, daylight had fully arrived. We continued to a village further downstream. I wore a hat and carried a smaller camera. Fishermen stood quietly along the riverbank, rods extended over the water. My driver produced another sample jar and collected sludge floating on the surface while I filmed. The fishermen watched us with mild curiosity but asked no questions. When we returned to the warehouse, I captured the final footage required for the cover project. Workers packing orders. Pallets being loaded. Delivery trucks departing for the day's routes. I sent the material to Anne and asked her to complete the warehouse video, leaving the files on the server. I would record the narration later. Shortly after noon I was returned to the hotel, relieved to have both my camera and the footage back in my possession. I was exhausted, but there was one thing I wanted to do before sleeping. First, I uploaded everything to my server. Then I turned my attention to the memory cards. Deleting files was meaningless. Anyone with the right software could recover them. I had learned that years earlier. Instead, I ran a simple program that repeatedly overwrote every available sector on the cards. It filled the storage with large files, then smaller ones, and smaller again, until virtually no free space remained. When it finished, it started again. 3 passes. Probably excessive. But the footage I had collected over the previous 24 hours was not something I wanted lingering on a memory card that might one day be lost, seized, or examined. Only after the program was running did I finally allow myself to lie down. The room spun slightly as my head touched the pillow. Within moments I was asleep. Dinner that evening was a quiet affair. Just 3:42 and me. Before we left, he asked me to bring a camera. Not my main one. Something smaller. I chose the camera that fitted easily into my handbag. Discreet. We drove to a modest restaurant on the outskirts of the city. The man waiting for us was a doctor from the local hospital. He had only agreed to speak on the condition that his identity remained concealed. I understood why. His face never appeared on camera. Nor did I record his name. Instead, I filmed his hands wrapped around a teacup as he spoke. He described increasing numbers of cancer patients. Unusual clusters of illnesses. Conditions he claimed had become noticeably more common during the course of his career. He was careful with his language. A scientist. A doctor. He spoke in observations rather than accusations. Yet the implication hung heavily in the air. When we finished, I left with another hour of footage. More importantly, another piece of the puzzle. The following day brought something altogether different. Families. People willing to speak openly in front of the camera. For those interviews I concealed my own identity beneath a full face covering, the kind some women wore while driving to protect their skin from the sun. I was concerned about rather more than the sun. The families were angry. Not the performative anger one sometimes encountered online, but something quieter and more enduring. One couple stood out. Both husband and wife had been diagnosed with cancer. Their prognosis was poor. They spoke without self-pity. Without theatrics. Only with a kind of exhausted certainty that something had been taken from them. I listened. Filmed. Asked questions. And left with footage that was far more difficult to watch than anything I had captured beside the river. Before departing for the airport at the end of the week, I sent 342 a polished promotional video for his business. The kind of corporate production that normally took a week to complete. By then I had become very good at working quickly. The infomercial was clean, professional, and entirely unremarkable. Exactly what it needed to be. The other footage was something else entirely. Chapter 20, Trust. Editing the footage was an uncomfortable process. Men who had placed personal gain above the safety and well-being of their neighbors. A familiar story. One that struck a place that lingered in a dark corner of my heart. I found myself wondering what our story really was. Whether he had committed crimes as contemptible as the men who now stood captured so vividly before me. And where did I fit into all of it? I had not knowingly harmed anyone. Yet the possibility lingered. I had knowingly accepted money from a man who had, at the very least, betrayed his wife and family. At worst? Who knew? Not the same kind of cruelty as these men. Not the same scale. Yet perhaps there had been a callousness to it all the same. It was easy to tell myself that the matter was finished. That I had done nothing personally. But ignorance was not truly bliss. It left questions. Had the apartment I now sat in come at a cost paid by somebody else? Had the gifts? The opportunities? I would never be able to satisfy myself that they had not. Perhaps there had simply been a wealthy businessman trapped in an unhappy marriage. A man who traveled too often and lonely. Perhaps he had been the victim of rivals determined to destroy him. Or perhaps he had been something more. Did my youth excuse me? Did desperation? Mitigate perhaps, I thought. But excuse? No. Whatever the truth of my own story, the one before me would not be left unresolved. The consequences for those men would be life-changing. I thought of why. I understood his dilemma better now. If he chose to be with me, would he be tainted by association? Would people see his acceptance of me as a tacit acceptance of my past? Would it be easier simply to walk away? During those weeks we still spoke, but less often. My trip and his work had conspired to keep contact to a minimum. Soon afterwards I had another small assignment and another trip. First, I met Em for dinner. She immediately sensed that something was wrong. She asked about why. I explained briefly. No details. I had revealed parts of my past. The relationship now sat on a knife edge. She did not pry. Instead, she allowed me to sit quietly with my thoughts. I mentioned the film. People had committed crimes. Others had suffered because of them. It had affected me more than I expected. We ate mostly in silence. I met Y later that evening. Trepidation was what I felt. My uncertainty was obvious to him. My vulnerability too. I could not decide what I feared more. The loss of the relationship. Or the judgment of a good man. We ordered dinner. I found it difficult to eat. Instead, I spoke about the previous few weeks. I told him I had been commissioned to make a documentary. Only the broad outlines. No specifics. He listened quietly. I told him that some of what I had seen made me sick. That I hoped or had never been involved in anything similar. That it had forced me to confront how compromised my own past might have been, even if I had not understood it at the time. And finally, I told him that I would understand if he chose to leave. In truth, I expected him to. He shook his head. I still want you by my side. Why? Because I have never been in that situation, he replied. And because I'm not certain I would have done anything differently. I wasn't sure that was true. He smiled faintly. I also kept thinking about something 633 said. You cannot change the past. You cannot control everything that happens to you. The only choice you really have is whether you do the next right thing. And you think I did? I asked. Of course. I looked at him. Look at what you did for 633's clinic. The charity. You could have taken ours money and abandoned your work. I remained silent. You didn't. He paused. You tried to help people. Then he added. And this documentary sounds like another example of doing the next right thing. For a moment neither of us spoke. Was it dangerous? He asked suddenly. I smiled and nodded. Another reason not to be with me. Journalism can be dangerous. Not just gathering footage, but deciding what to show. More than half the world's imprisoned journalists are in Middamese prisons. I thought of Z. Y simply shook his head. Then he smiled. There is nothing sexier than a woman who fights for other people. Despite myself, I laughed. If she's willing to fight for strangers, he continued, she'll fight like a tiger for her family. I offered a wan smile. I want to be with you, he said firmly. It was only the second time I had been to 589's home. We sat together in his living room, the USB I had provided slid into a slot on the side of the television. We watched the first video in silence. It ran for only 8 minutes, about the upper limit for most social media platforms. The story unfolded quickly and cleanly. The footage spoke for itself. The exchange of gold. The discharge pipe. The black sludge spreading across the river. There was no ambiguity. When it ended, 589 nodded. Great footage, he said. You got what 197 never could. But how are you going to get it in front of people? I knew how sophisticated the censorship system was. How quickly unwelcome material could vanish. Same way you would. He gestured towards a drawer. That phone you were given? We have many of them. Registered to people who left Middom years ago and cannot return. Others belong to people who died without close relatives. Most sit dormant. Occasionally they're used so they aren't disconnected. They're waiting for moments like this. I nodded slowly. For the past few months, the project has been quietly preparing. Creating accounts. Joining chat groups. Building networks that appear ordinary. He smiled faintly. In a few more weeks there will be 50 versions of your video. Not copies, variations. A few frames removed here, a transition altered there. Enough that automated systems cannot easily identify every version at once. I looked at the screen. At a designated time, all of them will be released simultaneously. Thousands of groups. Every province. Every major city. We only need a small percentage of people to download them before the deletions begin. And then? Then people do what people have always done. They send them to friends. For a moment I considered the scale of what he was describing. The Middom project was far larger than I had imagined. A thought occurred to me. Is the project trying to bring down the government? 589 laughed. Oh no. He shook his head. Governments rise and fall by their own decisions. That's not our purpose. Then what is? Truth. Preservation. Capability. He leaned back in his chair. This is partly a test. We need to know what we can do, how quickly information can spread, what survives and what doesn't. He glanced at the paused image on the screen. And 197 spent years trying to stop this. Quietly collecting documents. Gathering footage. Following procedures. Watching nothing happen. He came to us because he had exhausted every other option. 589 picked up the remote. He wanted one chance to strike back. The second video began. This version was longer. It was not simply about corruption, but about 197 himself, the years of frustration, the evidence, the fear, and the determination that had carried him this far. When it ended, 589 sat quietly for a moment. Then he nodded. He'll be pleased. My relationship with Y progressed steadily. We spoke every day. I visited him whenever work brought me nearby. Sometimes even when it didn't. I began staying at his apartment when I was in town. It was peaceful in a way that surprised me. No demands. No performance. Just the quiet comfort of sharing space with another person. One weekend morning, I woke early and slipped out into the living room while Y slept on. I was scrolling through messages when he finally emerged from the bedroom, still wearing his pajamas. His hair was disheveled, and he carried his phone in one hand. He had not yet showered. Should I make breakfast? I asked. In a minute, he replied. Have you seen this? He turned the screen towards me. A video began to play. I paused it almost immediately. I've seen it. He smiled good-humoredly. And I thought you were working. I was. He frowned. It wasn't this morning that I saw it. For a moment he stared at me. Then understanding began to dawn. You? He asked incredulously. I nodded. I'm a dangerous woman. Don't ever cross me. He laughed. Then the humor faded. You didn't post it? He asked, suddenly serious. The concern in his voice caught me off guard. I shook my head. My work is confidential. I provide it to the person who paid for it. What happens after that isn't my decision. He held my gaze for a moment longer. Then he visibly relaxed. I realized he hadn't been worried about the people in the video. He'd been worried about me. Good, he said quietly. Only then did he put the phone down. Now, I said, standing, breakfast? Definitely breakfast. I did not dare look at the video online. I pretended to have no interest in such things. The men were arrested. It changed nothing. A couple of bad apples in an otherwise good barrel. That was how the government described it. It was how they always described it. When something truly significant happened, something far larger than this, the president would appear on television, express concern, and order local officials to act. The fault was always local. Leadership in Middom was less about accepting responsibility than distributing blame. I met 589 in an almost empty cafe near the university. Once the drinks arrived, I simply said, "It worked." He nodded and slid another USB across the table. And changed nothing. It was difficult to argue with that. The river was still polluted. The system that had produced the corruption remained intact. A few officials had fallen, but the machine continued to run. And yet the project had demonstrated something important. If it ever needed to reach people, it could. 589 stirred his drink absent-mindedly. "Well," he said after a moment, "one thing might have changed." I raised an eyebrow. "You're being offered inner circle membership." For a second I thought he was joking. I stared at him. He smiled faintly. "I can see you're surprised." Frankly, so was I. "Isn't it early?" "Yes." He paused. There was resistance. That was less surprising. The decision was made because it was felt the project is actually more secure with you inside than outside. I frowned. "What does that mean?" "You already know some of our members. You know some of our methods. You've worked on operations. At a certain point, keeping someone at arm's length becomes a greater risk than bringing them closer." I considered that. "And the concerns?" "Why?" I laughed softly. "Really?" "Really." I shook my head. "I'm surprised that wasn't a showstopper. The relationship is still in its early stages." We received some reassurances. The answer was deliberately vague. I let it pass. "There is one requirement," he continued. "What's that?" "You must produce a written account of your life." I nodded slowly. The request did not surprise me. The project preserved stories. Sooner or later, it was inevitable that mine would become one of them. I produced the book in less than 2 months. The speed surprised some people, though it should not have. I had spent years documenting my life without ever intending to write a memoir. Diaries, notes, interview transcripts, project files, old messages, travel records, photographs, drafts of scripts and documentaries, all of it carefully archived. Much of my life already existed in written form. The task was not one of remembering, but of selecting. More difficult was deciding what to leave out. I understood storytelling by then. Years of documentary work had taught me that structure mattered as much as truth. Facts alone were rarely enough. Events needed context. People needed room to breathe on the page. A life had to be shaped into something that another person could follow. Once the first draft was complete, I turned to AI for what it did best. It edited, corrected, reorganized awkward passages, suggested cleaner phrasing and improved transitions. It never created the story, but it made the telling more polished than I could have achieved alone in the time available. The result was imperfect, as all memoirs are. Memory is selective. Perspective changes. People tell themselves stories about who they were and why they made the choices they did. Even so, when I finally reached the last page, I felt I had been as honest as I knew how to be. I sent the completed manuscript to 589. 3 days later he replied with a single sentence. "Welcome to the inner circle. End of Revision 1, received April 7, 2036. Revision 2. 874 post-manuscript submission. Chapter 21, A Stable Life. One of the first requirements for new entrants to the Middom project was to host an event for their local chapter. I held mine in my apartment. There were 6 guests, including 589. Ours was a small chapter, newly established. The project was growing. Membership also brought access to the Middom library, a vast archive containing the memoirs of hundreds of members. Lives recorded and preserved against the possibility that they might otherwise be forgotten. The first memoir I read was 197's. The second was 633's. I had only learned of his membership when my own manuscript was being edited. His name had been replaced throughout with his project number. In retrospect, it seemed obvious. The project had always been interested in people who documented lives and preserved stories. Of course they would have wanted him. My guests that evening were all considerably older than me. Most seemed surprised by my inclusion. It did not bother me. By then I had largely come to terms with my past. I would not go so far as to claim that good outcomes justified bad decisions. Life was rarely that simple. Yet I had reached a degree of peace with the idea that some of my worst choices had ultimately enabled me to produce work that mattered. Whatever doubts existed about me did not survive the evening for long. The conversation quickly turned towards my experiences. My escape from B. The Brunel documentary. The operation with 197. People wanted details. Not gossip, but understanding. They were curious about the risks, the practical challenges, and perhaps most of all, how someone from my generation viewed the world around us. I answered as honestly as I could. As the evening wore on, I realized something else. For the first time since joining the project, I was no longer being evaluated. I was being welcomed. By that time I had completed the Mistress documentary. My relationship with R had long since ended, and L's relationship with W had faded into memory as well. The filming was finished. The final episodes were edited, polished, and ready to be shown. During the following year those episodes were released. To neither of our surprise, the series proved enormously successful. Audiences embraced it, and it continued generating revenue for more than 15 years. It touched something people recognized but rarely spoke about openly, a story many had lived through, but few were willing to tell. In a society that valued appearances, the documentary exposed the private compromises that lay beneath them. Life moved on. As my own channels gradually declined, overtaken by changing tastes and an aging population that left fewer young people entering the workforce, the world around me shifted as well. Elle found a position as a receptionist at a hospital and eventually began a relationship with a divorced man 10 years older than herself. It was not the life she had once imagined, but it seemed to suit her. We remained in contact for a time. Messages. The occasional meal. Small updates about lives moving in different directions. But friendships, like relationships, are not always ended by conflict. Sometimes they simply recede. New routines emerge. New people take their place. The distance grows so gradually that it is only visible in retrospect. The documentary had begun as a record of one woman's choices. In the end it became something else entirely, a record of a particular period of our lives. By the time audiences were watching the final episodes, the people they saw on screen had already become versions of ourselves that no longer existed. My relationship with Y continued to strengthen. In time, he proposed, and together we began negotiating the practical realities of a shared future. There was no grand romance to it. We talked about careers, where we would live, finances, the possibility of children, and all the small compromises that turn affection into a life. In the end, I moved to be with him, bringing the business with me. N followed soon afterwards. Like me, she had come to the Pearl as a student. It had never truly been home. The move brought her closer to her family and, not long afterwards, she married as well. Through 589, we recruited another graduate. N trained her, and together they gradually took over much of the commercial side of the business. They handled the promotional videos, corporate projects, and routine assignments that paid the bills, occasionally assisting with my own work when needed. The true nature of some of that work, however, remained known only to me. For the first time in my life, the business felt stable. The Middom project provided a steady stream of assignments. More importantly, they were the assignments I had always wanted. Documentaries. Stories about ordinary people, their struggles, compromises, triumphs, and failures. Lives that would otherwise pass unnoticed. For years I traveled across Middom collecting those stories. Some were hopeful. Others were tragic. Many were both. Together they became a record of a country changing around us, and of the people trying to find their place within it. It was the work I had dreamed of doing when I first picked up a camera. I had never really expected to have children. In the early days it simply didn't feel like a possibility, and I had pushed the thought aside without much effort. It was Y who first returned to the idea. After losing contact with his child in a difficult divorce, it became something he returned to more often. I resisted at first. It required reimagining my life from the ground up, not just practically, but in terms of what kind of world we were bringing a child into. There was also the question of Middom itself. By then the country was changing again. Not in any straightforward sense of improvement, but in structure. It was no longer expanding as it once had. The population was shrinking by millions each year, a decline that deepened with every cycle. What had once been a system built for growth was becoming one built around absence. In that sense, the timing was strange. By the time any child of mine reached adulthood, the demographic peak that had defined my generation would have fully passed. The vast surge of population that had once shaped everything, from schooling to employment to housing, would have receded entirely. They would grow up in a different imbalance. Not one of excess, but of scarcity. Fewer young people carrying more weight than they were ever designed for. Y eventually convinced me, though perhaps wore me down as closer to the truth. There was still the absurdity of the education system. The idea that learning could be reduced to compliance, schedules, repetition. It was often described as education, but in practice it was closer to administration. Knowledge was delivered, but not cultivated. The real function of the system, as far as I could see, was continuity and control. What made it more complete was the control of time itself. The day was not merely structured, it was owned. From the first bell to the last, every hour was allocated, accounted for, and supervised. There was no meaningful gap in which to explore anything outside the curriculum. Even breaks were regulated, short enough to prevent drift, long enough only to reset attention. Outside learning did not really exist, because outside time did not exist. Children moved between classrooms, homework, and monitored sleep with almost no unassigned space in between. What they experienced of the world was filtered entirely through what the system chose to place in front of them. In that sense, education was not a window onto the world, but a closed circuit. We spent long evenings trying to imagine something different for our children, something less rigid, less automatic. A childhood not treated as a pipeline. We navigated school with a quiet strategy of absence. Illness was occasionally declared, just often enough to create uncertainty rather than defiance. It was a small deviation, but it gave us room. Homework that extended beyond its purpose was ignored when necessary. We bowed to authority, and on matters of illness, that rested unquestionably in the hands of Y, not teachers. Both Y and I ran small businesses. Successful enough to be stable, too small to attract sustained attention. That alone gave us something rare in Middom, control over time. In the end, Y won the argument. We had children. And I never regretted it. Almost against expectation, the system absorbed our approach without consequence. Nothing collapsed. Nothing changed. Our children simply drifted through it on a different trajectory than the one intended for them. At home, we built our own education. A private world of reading, discussion, and observation. At first I documented it obsessively, always from behind the camera. My son eventually complained that I was never present in the films. Over time, he began to take over. Later, we edited together. In the evenings we watched films and stopped them mid-scene to talk about structure and intention. Look, I would say. The gun on the wall. The camera lingers because it matters. It will be used later. We traveled when we could, usually tied to wise work or my filming assignments. In Middom, travel was never truly leisure, it had to be justified. But we learned to fold it into necessity. What we hadn't fully anticipated was how quickly the children would adapt to the environment itself. They understood early that institutions were not neutral. Schools, teachers, systems, all of them had interests. They learned to read those interests before responding to them. We learned, in turn, to trust their judgment. By the end of junior school, they were quietly telling us when illness needed to be declared, when absence was useful rather than accidental. It gave my daughter, who intended to become a doctor, an unexpected advantage. In a system where the timetable was absolute, there was no recognized space for recovery, repetition, or catching up. Weaknesses were not addressed, they were simply carried forward until they appeared in examinations. Students were expected to absorb material at the pace it was delivered. If they failed to understand something, there was no sanctioned time to return to it. Remediation, as a concept, barely existed outside of punishment. Teachers worried when students drifted from the schedule, but concern did not translate into structural flexibility. She finished near the top of her year and went on to study medicine. Later, she joined the practice and eventually took it over. My son followed a similar path into my own work. They learned the same lesson in different forms: find your own route. Do not grow too visible. Stay beneath the surface where the system is less interested in looking. My business continued and, as I had expected, would eventually be taken over by my son. It no longer felt like a prediction so much as a sequence of arrangements unfolding in their natural order. After my inclusion in the inner circle, almost all my energy was absorbed by collaborations within the Middom project. It was, in equal measure, a source of satisfaction and unease. Satisfaction, because I had always wanted to document lives in their singularity, individual stories, carefully observed, and in doing so I would leave behind a body of work that, in total, amounted to hundreds of documentaries. Unease, because so few of them would ever be seen within Middom itself, even though some found wider circulation and critical recognition beyond its borders. I will not dwell on those films here. They belong to the Middom project and can be viewed by those who, for reasons of access or permission, are able to find them. More than anything, the Middom project functioned as cover. Without it, I doubt I could have produced such breadth of material without eventually suffering the fate of Z and so many other journalists and documentary makers in Middom. But risk never belonged to me alone. It extended, inevitably, to those who appeared in my work, especially people like 1107. At that time, Middom still presented itself to the world as a technological powerhouse: high-speed rail, electric vehicles, green energy systems, all carefully arranged as evidence of modernity. I had been in the project for only 2 years, and even then the surface confidence of the state had begun to thin. Trust in government was declining, including among its most vocal supporters, while surveillance expanded quietly and without announcement. It was no longer primarily a matter of closed-circuit cameras, long since dismissed as unreliable after repeated failures to identify anything of consequence, but something more pervasive, embedded directly into the devices people carried with them every day. Many of my earlier devices had been purchased overseas by R and were therefore free from domestic tracking systems. Others were older still, acquired before such practices had become routine. I had once treated them with almost superstitious care, storing them in Faraday bags with desiccant packets to protect them from humidity and degradation. By this stage, however, that equipment had acquired a different kind of value altogether. I had traveled quietly into 1107th city under the pretense of a commercial commission. We met in a quiet restaurant, the kind with adjoining private rooms where conversations do not easily escape. I interviewed him for several hours about his work in the control room of a hydroelectric plant, and about his life before it. He described, with a kind of restrained precision, the logic of hydroelectric expansion. Middom's river systems had for centuries carried immense seasonal flows from the western mountain ranges. In periods of heavy rainfall, and again during the spring thaw, they would swell into destructive surges, flooding entire regions and taking lives with them. This pattern had shaped the country for generations. Over the past 7 or 8 decades, however, those same rivers had been transformed into an energy system. Dams and power stations had been built across their length, forming an interconnected network so extensive it was later said to have produced measurable effects on the planet's rotation. In the process, thousands of villages were relocated and inundated. Entire historical sites disappeared beneath reservoirs. That, however, was not what I had come to document. I had come to record what happened when the rains returned, as they did every year. I handed a small camera to 1107. He was to conceal it inside the control room and capture the moment when the reservoirs, already holding trillions of gallons of water, were suddenly pushed beyond their limits. He placed it carefully in a bag on top of a cabinet, as if it were nothing more than personal property left behind. My own task was separate. I traveled to a larger city roughly 100 kilometers away and entered an underground car park in a residential complex, where I fixed a waterproof camera high on a wall. From there I proceeded to a hotel room overlooking the entrance to a road tunnel stretching several kilometers beneath the city. The timing of the visit had been arranged around a major weather system, reportedly the largest in years, as it moved in from the coast. I had been skeptical. Work built entirely around weather always felt, to me, like a form of faith. On the second day, the rain began. Not heavy at first, just steady, persistent. I stocked up on fruit, instant meals, and bottled water, more out of routine than necessity. Overnight, the wind strengthened and the rain intensified. By the following afternoon it had become unbroken, pressing against the city without pause. From the hotel window, I filmed from behind the sealed glass beside the balcony door. I had cleaned it carefully, drawn the curtains back, removed every reflection. The frame was controlled as tightly as I could make it. The water began to enter the tunnel. At first it was shallow, barely reaching the lower edge of passing vehicles. Cars continued through it. Traffic did not slow. It rose gradually, inch by inch, spreading further into the underground approach. The tunnel was vast, both long and wide, and it would have taken a great deal more water than this to make it impassable. For a long time, nothing changed. Vehicles continued to pass through as though the conditions were temporary, incidental. This was what I had come for, the sense of uncertainty, the suggestion of danger, the possibility that infrastructure could become something fragile under the right conditions. I was aware, too, that similar incidents had occurred before and only rarely had transformed into disaster. Still, I found myself wanting the traffic to stop. Then it did. At first I felt relief. Then, almost immediately, recognition. The tunnel had failed. Cars no longer emerged. Below me, people began abandoning their vehicles. For a moment I told myself it was manageable, contained, survivable. Then I saw a woman lose her footing and be carried towards the tunnel. It was only then that the scene resolved into what it was. Not malfunction. Not miscalculation. But human loss, unfolding at scale. My hands went to my mouth. I could not look away. And then I broke. I remained trapped in the hotel for a further 2 days, filming the aftermath. The rain eventually eased. The floodwaters receded and were gradually pumped from the tunnel. Barriers appeared around the site, sealing it off from public view. One by one, vehicles were hauled into the daylight and loaded onto tow trucks. Ambulances arrived in a steady procession, disappearing behind temporary screens before departing again. People came to leave flowers. The flowers disappeared almost as quickly as they arrived. The story was too large to contain completely. There had been too many witnesses, too many mobile phones, too many families searching for answers. Fragments escaped. Rumors circulated. Videos appeared briefly before vanishing. Eventually an official report appeared on the evening news. 27 dead. I watched it from the hotel room in silence. Later, reviewing my own footage, I counted 34 ambulances entering the site from my single vantage point alone. There had been police vehicles, recovery teams, and other emergency services besides. It was impossible to know precisely how many people had died, but I knew the official figure could not be true. By then the pattern was familiar. Current policy dictated that if more than 30 people died in a major incident, local leaders faced severe consequences and often lost their positions. The threshold had become a grim joke among those who paid attention. After every disaster, the numbers somehow settled just below it. 24 dead. 26. 28. Never 31. Never 35. Never whatever the real figure happened to be. For the first time, I possessed evidence that the number was substantially higher than the one being reported. It changed nothing. The footage would be archived, preserved, and catalogued by the Middom project. It would join countless other records waiting for a future audience. But it would never reach the public. Not then. Not in Middom. The tunnel would be repaired. Statements would be issued. Officials would express regret, investigations would be announced, and life would continue. The dead would remain dead. The number would remain 27. Eventually I was able to leave the hotel and retrieve the camera from the underground car park. The barriers were still in place, though fewer now. The rain had passed and the city was already trying to return to normal. I collected the camera, concealed it in my bag, and hurried back to the hotel. I viewed the footage immediately. At first there was nothing remarkable. The camera simply watched the car park through the long gray hours before the storm. Then, gradually, people began arriving. One by one they moved their vehicles to higher ground. Some left in a hurry, others lingered. By the final hours only a handful of cars remained. People knew. This had happened before. Then the rain intensified. Water flowed down the entrance ramp and began pooling across the concrete floor. At first it seemed manageable. Then it accelerated. I was watching the footage at double speed when movement near the entrance caught my eye. A child. I stopped the video and replayed it. A girl, perhaps 10 years old, was struggling against the current. She lost her footing and was swept down the ramp towards the car park. "Oh God," I whispered. I could only guess what had happened. Perhaps her family had rushed home as the flooding worsened and found nowhere to stop near the entrance to their building. Perhaps they had been caught outside and were trying to reach shelter. Whatever the reason, she was now being carried by water far stronger than she appeared to realize. A woman came after her. Her mother, I assumed. The water was already up to her shins and rising. Every step looked like an effort. The current pushed relentlessly against her legs as she fought her way towards the child. The girl was screaming. The mother reached her and grabbed her hand. For a moment she looked towards the ramp. Even on video I could see the calculation. There was no possibility of going back that way. The torrent pouring into the car park would only grow stronger. Instead she turned and dragged the girl away from the entrance towards the lifts. A desperate gamble. Would the electronic access door still function? Could they open it against the pressure of the water? Would there be anyone on the other side to help them? My camera could not see that far. I advanced through the footage, searching for some sign of what happened next. Nothing. The water continued to rise. Higher. Higher still. Eventually it reached almost to the ceiling. Had they failed to get through the door there would have been no possibility of survival. I sat motionless as the footage played on. Then, hours later, the water began to recede. Slowly the outlines of the remaining vehicles reappeared. The concrete floor emerged once more from the darkness beneath the flood. I searched for any sign of them. There was none. No bodies. No movement. Nothing. For several seconds I simply stared at the screen. Then I let out a long breath I had not realized I was holding. It was not proof. Only the absence of evidence. But it was enough for hope. It was several days before I met 1107 again. This time the meeting took place in the back room of a clothing shop. The owner appeared to know him, or perhaps simply knew not to ask questions. A thin partition separated us from the shop floor. Through it I could hear the faint rustle of hangers and the occasional murmur of customers. I had prepared carefully. Pages of questions. I knew there was unlikely to be another opportunity. 1107 arrived carrying my camera. He handed it over with a grim smile. "No one noticed," he said. I nodded, relieved. For a few moments neither of us spoke. He looked exhausted. Not physically exhausted, but burdened by something heavier. Then he began to describe the previous days. The rain had filled the reservoirs faster than forecasts had anticipated. Water levels climbed relentlessly. Pressure accumulated behind the dam walls. Every hour narrowed the available options. Eventually there came a point where the decision could no longer be delayed. The sluice gates had to be opened. They knew what would happen, he said quietly. Several villages lay downstream. The releases occurred during the night. There was insufficient time to provide meaningful warning. People were asleep when the water arrived. He paused for a long moment. There wasn't a choice. I believed him. The alternative was risking the integrity of the dam itself. If the structure failed, the destruction would have been incomparably worse. Yet his voice carried no comfort. That, I realized, was what the dams truly meant. People imagined reservoirs as static things. Lakes held behind concrete walls. They imagined danger as a slow rise in water levels, visible and gradual, providing time to react. Reality was different. When systems reached their limits, decisions were compressed into hours, sometimes minutes. Entire communities could find themselves in the path of disaster simply because they occupied the wrong place at the wrong moment. The engineering that provided electricity to millions also concentrated risk on a scale difficult to comprehend. I could hear the self-loathing beneath his words. Not because he had made the wrong decision. Because he had helped make a decision at all. Electricity before lives. Or perhaps some lives before others. No equation could make that feel acceptable. When I later reviewed the footage from the control room, I found it deeply unsettling. There was no shouting. No panic. Only professionals discussing water levels, forecasts, reservoir capacities, discharge rates, and downstream impacts. The language was technical. The tone measured. Yet beneath every calculation lay the same question. Who would be flooded? Who would be spared? Who would have enough warning? And who would not? The arguments unfolded with the calm precision of engineering. The consequences were measured in human lives. It was one of the most difficult documentaries I ever made. A journalist's first obligation is balance, or at least an honest attempt at it. The problem was that balance required a comparison with an alternative reality that I could never observe. Floods had always been part of life in Middom. Long before dams, long before power stations, long before modern governments. The great rivers had brought prosperity and destruction in equal measure for thousands of years. Whenever exceptional weather arrived, disaster followed. The only uncertainty was its scale. Had the dams made things safer? Had they prevented more suffering than they caused? I could not answer either question with confidence. Nor, I suspected, could anyone else. In Middom, however, even asking such questions was often interpreted as an admission of failure. The answer was expected to be self-evident before the evidence had even been examined. I refused to begin there. Instead, the documentary opened with the history of flooding itself. Viewers first saw the rivers, the seasonal inundations, the destruction recorded across generations. I explained that dams offered the possibility of controlling floodwaters while simultaneously generating vast quantities of electricity. Both objectives were legitimate. Both had transformed the country. The question that interested me was simpler. What happened when those objectives came into conflict? I did not possess enough evidence to answer that directly, so I left the question hanging. The audience could decide for themselves. Privately, of course, I had opinions. They were based less on data than on observation. Throughout my life I had repeatedly seen what happened when human welfare collided with political priorities, economic targets, or institutional convenience. People rarely won. The documentary explored the complexity of the dam network itself. Reservoirs were not isolated structures but components within an immense interconnected system. Water released from one tributary could overwhelm facilities further downstream. Decisions taken hundreds of kilometers away could alter outcomes elsewhere within hours. I deliberately avoided telling viewers what conclusions to draw. The potential consequences were obvious enough. Then came 1107's footage. The control room. The discussions. The calculations. The arguments over discharge rates and reservoir levels. The terrible arithmetic of risk. No villains appeared on screen. No one celebrated what was happening. The people in that room understood exactly what was at stake. That was what made it so unsettling. The most damning revelation was not that difficult decisions were being made. Difficult decisions were inevitable. It was that there appeared to be no meaningful warning system for those downstream. No redundancy. No reliable fallback. No margin for failure. After hearing about my own experience during the flooding, 1107 later supplied modeling data that became one of the documentary's most powerful elements. The road tunnel where I had filmed was expected to flood, on average, once every 30 years. No warning system existed. Worse, there was little evidence that comprehensive flood modeling had been undertaken when it was designed. The underground car park was predicted to submerge vehicles roughly once every 5 years. That finding surprised me less. Drainage infrastructure in Middom had often seemed an afterthought. The large monsoon channels common in neighboring countries were largely absent despite similar weather patterns. I allowed the footage to speak whenever possible. Cars emerging from the flooded tunnel, bobbing in the current like discarded apples. The woman being dragged towards the entrance. The terror on a child's face. A mother fighting the water to reach her. Then the aftermath. Ambulances arriving one after another. Rows of them. Across the screen appeared the words. Official death toll. 27. Then flowers accumulating outside the barriers. Then workers removing them almost as quickly as they appeared. By the end of the documentary I returned to the question posed at the beginning. Would Middom have been better off had the dams never been built? I could not say. The evidence was insufficient. What the evidence did show was something else entirely. Poor design. Inadequate planning. The absence of warning systems. It was a story that felt all too familiar, one I would encounter again and again over the years. A rushed project. Inadequate planning. Accountability absent. No grievance permitted to surface. Any suggestion of wrongdoing pushed quickly into the depths. Nuance was unwelcome. The explanation was always the same. The uncontrollable forces of nature. No further examination required. This time it was floods. Later, in 2043, it was a major earthquake. There had been another 40 years earlier. It struck during the day. Poorly constructed schools collapsed, and children featured heavily among the dead. Even then it had happened before. 20 years earlier. The death toll was enormous. Aging skyscrapers, built during the great construction boom decades earlier, crumbled into dust. The year before, an even larger earthquake had struck risen. During the previous century they had learned painful lessons and acted upon them. Flexible foundations. damping systems, cross-bracing. Materials designed to bend rather than shatter. Their cities absorbed punishment that would once have destroyed them. They rebuilt quickly because there was little to rebuild. We did not. Sandy concrete. Insufficient rebar. Corners cut. Lessons forgotten almost as soon as they were learned. I was brought in afterwards, hidden among an aid convoy. The heartbreak of disaster never became easier to witness. There was always the same hollow feeling in the pit of my stomach. The knowledge that so much suffering had not been inevitable. We should have known. In truth, we did know. That was the tragedy of Middom. Not ignorance, but the inability to learn from the past. The price of burying failures and disasters beneath layers of propaganda and silence. The insistence that government could never be fundamentally wrong. What can be done? It was a question we asked endlessly. Yet it was rarely a genuine question at all. It was a euphemism for surrender. Nothing will be done. Another natural disaster. Another tragedy presented as unavoidable. Another implication that mitigation was impossible. We called it fate. In reality, it was often a refusal to change. I documented it over and over again. The disasters were different. The pattern never was. Yet for every terrible story there were 10 that were uplifting. That was the side of the Middom project that outsiders rarely imagined. Most assumed we were drawn only to corruption, injustice, and tragedy. Certainly, those stories mattered. They demanded to be recorded. But they were not the stories that sustained me. The ones I carried with me were often quieter. People who fought against circumstance to build something better. People like 197 and 633. There were many such stories. One that lingered with me long after filming was that of 951. She was an elderly woman who had spent much of her life preserving her language and culture. She possessed a kindness that seemed inexhaustible and a joy that endured despite setbacks that would have embittered many others. Until the end of her life she resisted the relentless pressure to assimilate. Conformity was what our leaders valued above all else. They feared independent institutions, independent traditions, and independent ways of thinking. Diversity of thought created uncertainty. Uncertainty created risk. What they desired was sameness. The same opinions, the same values, the same conclusions. Their conclusions. 951 never confronted that pressure directly. Instead, she bent like willow before a storm. She listened. She learned. She adapted. Then she quietly continued her work. She was profoundly influenced by another project member, 1076. He encouraged her not only to preserve stories and language, but also the physical symbols of her culture. Textiles. Artwork. Tools. Everyday objects that carried history within them. Gradually she assembled a private museum. It was not grand. That was never the point. It was a place where beauty survived. A place where younger people could discover that their culture had value and dignity. A place that encouraged others to continue what she had begun. There was only one story I truly regret never telling. 1070 SIXS. It was not for lack of trying. I asked more than once. In the end, I accepted 633's advice. He had already endured too much. The purpose of documentary is often described as bearing witness. Yet not every wound benefits from being reopened. Some people need to speak. Others need the freedom to remain silent. 1076 had earned that freedom. There are stories that need to be told. And there are stories whose very absence tells us how much was endured. 633 and M remained friends until the end of their lives. In truth, beyond it. When M fell ill in her 70s, her departure from the world was quiet and deliberate. It was planned, and it was assisted by 633. I played a small part in that process, though even now I understand that what mattered most was not what I did, but that I was allowed to be there at all. It was a measure of trust one did not take lightly. He called me the day he and M died. His voice was calm, almost conversational. He asked me to come the following day. To collect his final words. To preserve them for the Middom project. There was no urgency in his tone. No fear. Only completion. I did not ask questions. I went. End of Revision 2, received January 18, 2062.
Revision 3, Final Word, written by Y. Chapter 22, Afterword. The death of my beloved wife, 874, came as a dreadful and unbearable shock. As cruel in its timing as in its suddenness. By then, she had been slowing down. Her role in her business was gradually being assumed by our son. But that transition had been preparation, not necessity. She was still active. Still filming. Still creating. She was returning from the airport when she passed through an ordinary intersection. A truck's brakes failed. The vehicle struck the side of her car. She died instantly. A victim of the very failure of maintenance and care she had spent decades documenting and challenging. It was a bitter irony that required no embellishment. The shock of her passing was not contained within our family. It spread through her wider circle of friends, and through the Middom project itself. But it struck our son most severely. She had given him life, raised him, and offered him a path that he was free to refuse but chose to follow. It was never imposed upon him. It was offered. In the first week after her death, I feared for him. He came home, but withdrew into his room and remained there. At the time, I thought it was grief. In truth, it was something more deliberate. He postponed it. Grief, like everything else in our family, was something he chose to manage in stages. Another way of honoring her. It was not easy. 874 rarely filmed herself. She recorded others, not her own life. Much of what we had of her came from the Mistress Project, unfiltered footage, unpolished and immediate. That, and other footage, showed her courage. Her refusal to yield to fear. Her steadiness in the face of conditions that would have broken many others. Her compassion, and her quiet strength. Our daughter mourned her in a different way. As a doctor, she understood precisely what had been done to her body in that moment. But she had also inherited her mother's resilience. She spoke at the funeral. Her brother provided the footage. People came from across the country to pay their respects. As for me, it was the greatest loss of my life. I never doubted who she was. I only needed time to understand the full shape of her. Even in circumstances that were never simple, she found a way to embody both love and integrity. That was what made her remarkable. And it was why the Middom project sought her. It was why I loved her.
I hope you enjoyed the Middom project, Folio 874. If you'd like to hear more about Middom and its citizens, it can be found in the 3 other books in the series. Folio 633, Folio 1076, and Folio 1647. Audiobooks are available online on YouTube and ebooks on Amazon.